As the saying goes, those who drown are often the ones who can swim. Liu Xiaochuan had never believed this until the moment he nearly drowned himself. Taking a holiday trip with his wife, Lu Linlin, to the seaside, they were resting on the beach when his wife spotted a child struggling in the water, clearly drowning. A regular at the swimming pool and the runner-up in the middle-aged group at the community swimming competition, Liu Xiaochuan naturally felt compelled to act heroically and rushed into the sea to save the child. He did manage to rescue the boy, but in doing so, he ended up throwing himself into the deep end. At Dongdai River Beach, Liu Xiaochuan sprinted into the water, fought hard, and finally pushed the drowning child toward a young man who came to assist. Just as the exhausted Liu was about to catch his breath, he suddenly felt his feet sink, as if something had grabbed his ankle. He turned his head and saw a whirlpool forming behind him. What the hell is going on? Before he could think further, a wave crashed over him, filling his mouth with seawater. He choked, his head rang out, and Liu Xiaochuan lost consciousness. Unconscious, he was dragged onto the shore. Lying on his stomach, he coughed up several mouthfuls of dirty water. Strange, why isn't this seawater salty? Opening his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. Liu Xiaochuan was completely disoriented. Now he was lying on the grass beside a small river, with several teenagers shouting, "Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, wake up! What's going on? Wasn't I just drowning in a whirlpool after saving someone at sea?" Memories rapidly flashed through his mind. Liu Xiaochuan suddenly realized this was exactly the scene from 30 years ago when he had drowned while swimming in the river and was rescued. Opening his eyes, he saw the faces of his childhood friends, and he himself was once again in the body of teenager. Did I travel through time? Reincarnated? Or am I dreaming? Liu Xiaochuan stuck his finger into his mouth and bit down hard. The piercing pain convinced him of the reality had truly been reborn. "Xiaochuan, you're awake. Thank goodness you're all right." Several companions lifted Liu Xiaochuan to a grove by the riverbank, leaning him against a large tree to rest. Liu Xiaochuan stared blankly at everything around him, his mind numb. Scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind like a movie. Liu Xiaochuan was born in Liutuan Village, Xinping County, Beiliao Province. Besides his parents, he had two older sisters. In a rural area where sons were valued over daughters. As the only son, he had been favored by his parents since birth. And for a time, Liu Xiaochuan was indeed his parents' pride. He was admitted to the county's key high school in 1990. However, after moving to the county town for high school, the country-born Liu Xiaochuan was drawn to all sorts of novel and strange things. Game halls and billiard rooms were far more attractive than classrooms, and his grades plummeted. The most critical mistake was making friends with the wrong crowd. For the sake of brotherhood, in the second semester of his first year of high school, Liu Xiaochuan got into a fight to help a friend, seriously injuring a student from the same grade. That student's father happened to be the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Although the deputy director was only a deputy section-level official, to a rural boy like Liu Xiaochuan, he was an insurmountable mountain. After paying 8,000 yuan in compensation and endless pleading, Liu Xiaochuan avoided expulsion, but was forced to transfer schools, with the incident left unrecorded in his official file. Later, with the help of his paternal uncle, Liu Xiaochuan transferred to the town's high school. For a rural family, 8,000 yuan was an astronomical sum. To raise the money, his father borrowed heavily and even withheld the 3,000 yuan dowry for his eldest sister, Liu Xiaoyun, nearly causing her wedding to fall through. Her fiancé reluctantly accepted, but Liu Xiaoyun's status in her in-laws' home was predictably low, and she eventually cut off almost all contact with her birth family. That same year, Liu Xiaochuan's second sister, Liu Xiaoning, took the National College entrance exam, but their father refused to fund her university education. Enraged, Liu Xiaoning ran away from home. On her journey to find work, she met a scoundrel who became her future husband, and she spent the rest of her life in hardship. Liu Xiaochuan, however, reformed himself. He studied hard for 2 years, saved money by enrolling in a teacher's college, worked part-time during school, and after graduation, was assigned to teach in the county. But his meager salary was barely enough to live on. Eventually, he quit and returned to the provincial city to join the booming education training industry. His father was furious that he had given up a secure iron rice bowl job and, combined with years of hard labor, fell ill and passed away early. His mother was taken in by the eldest sister, but died a few years later. Liu Xiaochuan happened to catch the peak years of the education training industry and made a decent amount of money. Later, he married, had a child, and his wife was very kind. Life gradually improved. Yet, he always felt guilty toward his parents and 2 sisters. Even when he later tried to make amends, his sisters refused to accept his help. This broken family bond remained a hidden pain in his heart. Now, heaven had given him a chance to live again. He was determined to make things right for his family, to prevent the regrets of his past life from repeating. According to his memories, it was now 1991. He had already transferred back to the town's high school, and this near-drowning incident had occurred during the summer break. Realizing this, Liu Xiaochuan suddenly remembered something. He immediately stood up, quickly put on his clothes, ignoring the shocked looks of his friends, and shouted, "Longhu, Zhang Xiao, I need to go home right now." With that, he started sprinting back toward Liutuan. Liu Xiaolong, Liu Xiaohu, and Zhang Qiao were startled, thinking Liu Xiaochuan must have suffered brain damage from the drowning. They hurriedly dressed and called out, "Xiaochuan, wait for us. Don't run so fast." But Liu Xiaochuan seemed not to hear, running back as if possessed. As he ran, his mind raced. As a reincarnated person, it was like having cheat codes. But he had a clear understanding of himself. Rebirth didn't mean he could do anything. In his previous life, he had worked in education with a relatively simple work and life environment. So even reborn, he couldn't become a business tycoon. Giving advice to billionaires was pure nonsense. Knew he simply didn't have that ability. But with his foreknowledge, buying stocks, betting on football, or investing in property to achieve a small goal and financial freedom was definitely possible. Though not a hardcore football fan, he could still remember the champions of past World Cups and European Championships. However, these were issues for a few years down the line. He currently had neither the channels nor the opportunities. First, he needed to secure his initial capital. Unfortunately, his hometown was a poor, barren place. The mountains had at most a few pheasants or hares, and the fish in the water were no longer than a finger's width. He couldn't rely on the mountains or the water for sustenance. And Shida town, where Liutuan was located, was purely agricultural, with only one barely functioning brick factory as a town-run enterprise. It seemed he'd have to go to the city to make money. With his years of teaching experience, he could probably start with his old trade to earn some quick cash. Better deal with the immediate problem first. When Liu Xiaochuan arrived home, panting heavily, he entered the house just in time to see his father, Liu Jinyu, holding several sheets of paper, about to throw them into the stove. Chapter 2. A desperate plea. Liu Jinyu saw his son rush into the house, panting heavily, his hair damp and his trousers dripping with water. His hand froze in place as Liu Xiaochuan swiftly snatched the pages from his father, revealing the college application form of his older sister, Liu Xiaoning. "What are you doing?" Liu Jinyu scolded sharply. "Father, you cannot burn it," Liu Xiaochuan insisted as he entered the inner room, where his sister sat on the edge of the Kong, tears streaming down her face, her eyes swollen like peaches. Their mother, Zhao Cuiping, sat beside her, sighing and offering words of comfort. "Father, you must not obstruct my sister's chance to attend university," Liu Xiaochuan exclaimed loudly. Liu Jinyu responded with a slap, declaring, "Isn't this all due to your lack of ambition? Our family is in debt now, and I can barely provide for both of you. What does a girl like your sister need with university? Completing high school is already a feat. She should be helping with the farm. You should focus on your studies to honor your sister's sacrifices." Zhao Cuiping, observing the imprint of fingers on Liu Xiaochuan's face, reproached Liu Jinyu. "Why did you hit him? His face is all red. Can't you speak to him calmly? It's all your indulgence. None of them listen to me," Liu Jinyu retorted, finally lowering his arm. Liu Xiaoning observed the scene with a cold gaze, silent, having always felt that their parents favored Xiaochuan. She never expected her brother to advocate for her today. With a sudden resolve, Liu Xiaochuan knelt on the ground and spoke solemnly, "Mom and Dad, I understand your concerns for me and your desire for me to attend university, but have you considered that my past mistakes have led to our family's debts? My elder sister is already blaming you for this. If you deny Liu Xiaoning the opportunity to pursue higher education, even if I manage to enter university and secure a good job in the future, I will forever be burdened with guilt. Can you bear to place such a heavy weight on my shoulders?" Liu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping were taken aback by their 17-year-old son's heartfelt words. Realizing there was some truth in his argument, Liu Jinyu turned to Zhao Cuiping. "What do you propose we do? Should you return to your family to borrow more?" Zhao Cuiping quickly shook her head. "After Xiaochuan's incident, we borrowed money, and my sisters-in-law are nearly at odds with me. It is impossible to ask them again, especially since they are not well off themselves." At that moment, Liu Xiaoning cried out, "Enough, Mom and Dad. I can forego university if it is necessary. Look, even I agree not to pursue higher education. It's not that you want to support me, but our family simply cannot afford it. Here's what I suggest. I will work for a year to save enough for college expenses, during which I will self-study the curriculum. I promise to achieve satisfactory results by the end of the term. If my grades do not meet expectations, I can always repeat a year, Liu Xiaochuan proposed, looking earnestly at his parents. That's impossible. You're just a child. What work can you possibly do? I'm an adult, and even I struggle to find employment. Lu Jinyu dismissed the idea outright. When Liu Xiaochuan realized he could not persuade them, he picked up a pair of scissors from the sewing machine and held it to his neck. Zhao Zuiping gasped in horror. Son, what are you doing? Father, I am 17. I am no longer a child. I am taller than you now. Please let me go to the city to work. I understand what I am doing. If you do not allow my sister to attend university, I will also abandon my studies. If you permit me to work, I assure you my studies will not suffer. You have forcibly confined me at home, leaving me disinclined to study. Father, please concede to the child's request. Zhao Zuiping spoke with a quivering voice, turning to Liu Xiaochuan and imploring. Son, could you please set it down? Liu Xiaoning, in a state of panic, cried out. Xiaochuan, I know you care for me, please. Just let it go? Second sister, my decision is not solely for you to attend university. Regardless of your path, I must seek employment. Father, grant me 1 year. Will you? Consider it as if I were merely indulging for another year. If I fail to earn money or my grades decline, I shall devote myself to my studies henceforth, adhering to your guidance. Lu Jinyu, filled with ire, retorted, Fine, you little rascal. You've grown up and have your own ideas now. Just remember, do not regret this later, and do not blame us for not stopping you. I see you won't turn back until you hit a wall. Today, I shall let you experience that. Mother and father, so you have agreed, yes? A gentleman's word is his bond. Liu Xiaochuan smiled as he placed the scissors down. Lu Jinyu glared, refusing to meet his gaze, while Zhao Zuiping, relieved to see Xiaochuan set aside the scissors, said, Your father has consented. During dinner that evening, Lu Jinyu uttered not a single word, and Liu Xiaoning and Liu Xiaochuan dared not provoke his ire. The Liu household comprised 3 main rooms, the kitchen in the center, flanked by bedrooms, epitomizing the characteristics of northern rural life. The parents resided in the eastern room. Liu Xiaochuan occupied the western room, and Liu Xiaoning dwelled in a small room off to the side. As she lay on the Kong, Zhao Zuiping could not suppress her curiosity. Are you truly at ease with allowing Xiaochuan to work? Since we have given him our word, let him venture forth. A young man ought to explore the world. If he perseveres, it will pave a path for him. Should he falter, he can return before school begins, treating it as an excursion to broaden his horizons. Should he truly hit a wall, he can return and focus on his studies. You are right. If we were to support both children through school, our aging bodies would surely struggle. By the way, isn't your nephew working as a chef in the provincial capital? You should inquire with your brother at your family home for his restaurant's contact information and address, so Xiaochuan can seek him out for guidance, suggested Lu Jinyu. Very well. I shall visit my family tomorrow. Coincidentally, it's the market day in Shida town. Since he is heading out, let us purchase him some clothes to avoid the embarrassment of entering the city in tattered attire. All right, I will harness the donkey cart tomorrow, sell some corn at the supply and marketing cooperative, and ensure he has some travel funds prepared. Liu Xiaochuan lay on the Kong, staring at the ceiling in a daze, completely oblivious to his parents' concerns about his journey. His mind was occupied with plans to earn money. He recalled having read online in his previous life that anything that could be resolved with money is not truly a problem. Unbeknownst to many ordinary folk, all troubles can indeed be settled with sufficient funds. If they cannot be resolved, it is undoubtedly a matter of insufficient money. Once he secures his first pot of gold, the path ahead will become considerably easier. Of course, one must not view everything through the lens of monetary gain. Liu Xiaochuan remembered having told his students on more than one occasion in his previous life that he regretted not studying diligently. If given the chance to return to the past, he would devote himself to his studies. Now, he genuinely possessed an opportunity to start anew, hoping to fulfill the promise he made to himself and to retain that initial aspiration once he achieves great wealth in the future. He could not help but silently vow, apart from earning money, he must diligently pursue his studies and engage in meaningful endeavors. In times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. Chapter 3. Departure for the provincial city. The next day, Liu Xiaochuan rose early. His father, Lu Jinyu, was loading corn onto their donkey cart, and Liu Xiaochuan hurried to assist him. The father and son exchanged no words, merely working in silent harmony as they lifted the burlap sacks. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative in town, they sold the corn. After which Lu Jinyu drove the donkey cart to Liu Xiaochuan's uncle's home, while Zhao Cuiping took Liu Xiaochuan to the market to buy clothes. As he prepared to work away from home, Liu Xiaochuan was determined to present himself as more mature. He purchased a pair of long cotton trousers, a checkered shirt, and a pair of QE shoes, spending a total of 15 yuan. On the way back, he encountered his brother Liu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao. Liu Xiaolong, a sophomore in high school and in the same class as Liu Xiaochuan, noted that their town's high school only had 2 classes per grade, one for arts and one for sciences. Liu Xiaohu was in the 3rd year of junior high school, and Shida Town Middle School was a complete school, accommodating both junior and senior high students. Zhang Chao had dropped out and was already at home. They envied Liu Xiaochuan's new attire, and upon inquiry, learned of his intention to work in the provincial city. Liu Xiaolong exclaimed, "With just over a month of summer vacation, you are going to work?" Liu Xiaochuan replied, "Yes. If I find a good job, I might not return to school when classes resume. I'll have your uncle speak to the principal for me, and I'll return for the final exams." Liu Xiaolong's uncle was a teacher at the town's middle school, and he had previously assisted Liu Xiaochuan in transferring back from the county high school. "When are you leaving?" Liu Xiaolong asked. "You go first. Once you secure a good job, I will join you in the provincial city," Zhang Chao chimed in, feeling invigorated by the prospect. "Time is of the essence. I plan to leave tomorrow. Once I find my footing, I will call the village office to have someone inform you," Liu Xiaochuan replied. Zhang Chao was a childhood friend of Liu Xiaochuan, and their bond was quite strong. In the afternoon, Lu Jinyu returned from his brother-in-law's home, handing Liu Xiaochuan a note with the address and phone number of his cousin, Zhao Lijun. Zhao Cuiping had specifically called the village office to inform her nephew about Liu Xiaochuan's plans to work in the provincial city. Zhao Lijun readily agreed to meet Liu Xiaochuan upon his arrival at the train station. With her nephew's assurance, Zhao Cuiping felt a bit more at ease and began preparing Liu Xiaochuan's belongings for his departure. Naturally, the new clothes were to be packed away. The train would be crowded and dirty, and it would be wiser to wear older clothes. He needed to bring his textbooks as well, as Liu Xiaochuan had promised to continue his studies alongside his work. Before dawn had fully arrived, Liu Xiaochuan finished his breakfast, shouldered a large backpack, and set off with a cloth bag in hand containing boiled eggs, steamed buns, and a small enamel teacup. He declined his parents' and sister's offer to accompany him to town, and the young Liu Xiaochuan embarked on his journey alone, taking a bus from the town to the Xinping train station. The Xinping train station was modest in size, yet frequented by numerous trains. Fortunately, there was a train to the provincial city scheduled for 9 o'clock. Liu Xiaochuan, familiar with this route from his previous life, promptly purchased a ticket and settled in the waiting room. At this time, few travelers were present, with only 5 or 6 individuals waiting in the room. At 9:20, Liu Xiaochuan finally boarded the green train, having only been delayed by 20 minutes, which was considered rather fortunate. The train was relatively empty, and at this hour, seating arrangements were quite casual, with no strict adherence to ticketed seats. He chose a window seat, and across from him sat a mother and her son. The mother, in her 30s, was stylishly dressed and donned glasses, clearly an intellectual. Her son, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, wore sporty shorts and a tank top. The little boy was quite excited and hummed a familiar tune. "You carry the load, I lead the horse," welcoming the sunrise and bidding farewell to the evening glow. The 1986 adaptation of Journey to the West is a classic program, rebroadcast every summer, and its closing theme is well known to all. Noticing Liu Xiaochuan's gaze, the boy became slightly shy, stopping his singing to inquire, "Big brother, have you seen Journey to the West?" "Of course, it's replayed every year," Liu Xiaochuan replied. "Yes, I've watched it several times too." The boy then mimicked Tang's song, clasping his hands together, and declared, "The humble monk comes from the eastern Tang, seeking scriptures from the western heavens. Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted in the carriage, enlivening the atmosphere as the train chugged along, and conversations began to flow. "Big brother, let me test you. Are we in the Tang dynasty?" the little boy mischievously asked. "Indeed we are, but if we travel further east, past the provincial capital, we would enter the territory of Goguryeo." Naturally, Goguryeo was eventually defeated by the Tang dynasty, thus becoming our domain. The boy's mother glanced at Liu Xiaochuan before returning her gaze downward. A middle-aged man beside Liu Xiaochuan interjected, "Goguryeo refers to the present-day Koreans." Liu Xiaochuan responded, "Goguryeo is not the same as Koreans. It is a Chinese ethnic minority." The state established by the Koreans is called Goryeo. Although the names are similar, they are distinct. Goguryeo, also known as the Goryeo of the Gao clan, was founded by the Bio people. The later Goryeo was established by the Koreans, who originated from the southern part of the Korean peninsula, known as the three Han tribes, namely Meihan, Jinhan, and Bayanhan. Baek and Silla, which were established during the Tang dynasty, were their creations. Bai Ling raised her head in surprise. Liu Xiaochuan, not yet 20, clad in worn sports pants and a faded blue t-shirt, possessed such extensive knowledge of history. It was important to note that at that time, without the internet, knowledge could only be derived from books, and few were acquainted with such obscure historical facts. She asked, "Are you a university student?" Liu Xiaochuan hesitated to admit he was a high school student, as that would complicate explanations, and thus he fibbed. "Yes, Auntie, I am a student at a normal university." In retrospect, it wasn't entirely a lie, as he had indeed been a student there in his past life, albeit now having entered a few years earlier. "Are you in the history department?" "No, I'm in the physics department. I merely enjoy reading history books," Liu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Then we are still alumni. You needn't call me Auntie. You should address me as senior sister. I graduated from the history department of the normal university and am now a middle school history teacher." "Oh, so you are from the history department. No wonder the little one wanted to test me. It's a family tradition. Here I am, trying to showcase my limited knowledge." Liu Xiaochuan chuckled awkwardly. Subsequently, Bai Ling and Liu Xiaochuan engaged in an extensive conversation, traversing the epochs from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties to the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, discussing the Western Rong and Eastern Hu, and delving into the Turkic tribes and Nanzhao. Liu Xiaochuan exhibited a remarkable breadth of knowledge, offering insights that left Bai Ling utterly astounded. She had not anticipated such erudition from him. Liu Xiaochuan mused to himself, "I stand behind the vast expanse of the internet, enriched by countless history enthusiasts who contribute to online education. With platforms such as Douyin and Weibo, the avenues for acquiring knowledge have expanded immensely, far surpassing what is available today. I could engage in conversation for 3 days and nights without issue." Chapter 4. Cousin and cousin-in-law. As noon approached, Bai Ling offered to treat Liu Xiaochuan to a boxed meal from the train, but he declined, opting instead for the steamed bun and boiled egg he had brought along for lunch. Bai Ling then handed him an apple, which he graciously accepted after initially refusing. Their lively discourse made time fly, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the train, after a series of stops, finally arrived in the provincial capital. As they conversed animatedly, just before disembarking, Bai Ling provided Liu Xiaochuan with her office telephone number, which he solemnly noted down. Upon exiting the station with his large backpack, Liu Xiaochuan gazed at the low-rise buildings and desolate streets, contemplating that in a decade, this area would be transformed into a bustling metropolis filled with towering skyscrapers. He felt that this was indeed a time of abundant opportunities. Liu Xiaochuan had set his sights on his first fortune, recognizing that the current phase required him to toil diligently to amass some capital for the impending opportunity. Once outside the station, he located the renowned Bus 217, aptly nicknamed the fighter jet in the sky, the 27 on the ground. After purchasing a ticket and boarding, he found the bus nearly empty at the starting point. True to its reputation for speed, Bus 217 covered the 6-stop distance in just over 10 minutes. After alighting, he walked several hundred meters and finally arrived at the entrance of Taoli Restaurant. At that hour, the restaurant was devoid of patrons. A female server, leaning against the entrance while trimming her nails, hesitated upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan's modest attire, unsure whether to greet him. Liu Xiaochuan broke the silence, saying, "Hello. Could you please help me find Zhao Lijun? I am his cousin." The server called out, "Master Zhao, your cousin has arrived." Soon, Liu Xiaochuan saw his cousin Zhao Lijun, dressed in a white uniform and sporting a chef's hat, emerge with a cigarette in his mouth. Zhao Lijun invited him inside, where several individuals were gathered around a table playing mahjong. An empty chair was evidently reserved for Zhao Lijun. Seated deeper in the room was the restaurant owner, whom Zhao Lijun instructed Liu Xiaochuan to address as Brother Wang. Liu Xiaochuan acknowledged him, and the owner nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat at his leisure. Zhao Lijun proceeded to introduce the others to Liu Xiaochuan, and he recognized one of the fair-skinned, slightly plump young women as his cousin-in-law, Wang Jing, who was evidently in a budding relationship with Zhao Lijun. Zhao Lijun encouraged Liu Xiaochuan to refer to her as Sister Wang, prompting the other restaurant staff to tease. "Shouldn't you be calling her sister-in-law?" Liu Xiaochuan, somewhat caught up in the moment, exclaimed, "Hello, sister-in-law." The room erupted in laughter, with some offering Liu Xiaochuan a thumbs up. Wang Jing's face flushed bright red as she quickly retreated into the kitchen. Zhao Lijun chuckled, "Don't tease her like that. Your sister-in-law is shy," though he too was smiling. Wang Jing soon returned from the kitchen, carrying a glass of water for Liu Xiaochuan, admonishing gently, "Don't call me that indiscriminately, or Sister Wang might get upset." Liu Xiaochuan nodded obediently, responding, "All right, sister-in-law." The room erupted in laughter once more, as the proprietor remarked to Zhao Lijun, "Your cousin is quite amusing indeed." In a previous life, Liu Xiaochuan frequently jested with his cousin-in-law, Wang Jing, who possessed a fiery temperament and a sharp tongue, yet harbored a kind heart and treated Liu Xiaochuan well. He recalled the time when he first arrived in the provincial capital to pursue his university studies. His cousin and cousin-in-law visited him at school. Noticing that he was clad only in a school uniform over a sweater, without even a cotton coat during the frigid winter, they promptly took him to the market and purchased a down jacket for him, spending over 80 yuan, an amount that equated to nearly a month's worth of his living expenses. This down jacket was the first he ever owned, and he wore it until graduation. Thus he held a deep sense of gratitude towards his cousin and cousin-in-law. Zhao Lijun, the head chef at the restaurant, was well regarded by the owner. Upon seeing his cousin, the owner instructed Zhao Lijun to prepare an extra meat dish for the evening staff meal. After enjoying the staff meal, dinner service commenced, and the restaurant began to bustle with activity. Liu Xiaochuan took the initiative to assist in serving dishes and performing various tasks. The owner complimented Zhao Lijun, saying, "Your cousin is quite capable and observant. Isn't he here to work? He could start as a waiter in my establishment. The restaurant industry is busiest in the evening." And the two were occupied until after 9 o'clock, completing all the dishes before Zhao Lijun escorted Liu Xiaochuan back to their dormitory. The so-called dormitory was a rented tenement building with several rooms designated for male and female occupants. As the head chef, Zhao Lijun had his own small room. He relayed the owner's comments to Liu Xiaochuan and inquired whether he preferred to work as a waiter or in the kitchen. Liu Xiaochuan scratched his head and replied, "Cousin, I would actually like to seek other employment. I still need to self-study while working, so I hope to find a tutoring class where I can serve as a teaching assistant. This way, I can earn a little money while also attending classes. If I cannot find a job within 3 days, I will return to the restaurant to work. How does that sound?" Zhao Lijun considered this and agreed, "That makes sense. You can certainly look for other work first, as the restaurant is busy every evening, leaving you little time to study. By the way, do you have any money? If you're short, don't hesitate to ask me." Liu Xiaochuan replied, "My mother gave me over 100 yuan for expenses. It should suffice. Also, cousin, may I borrow the leather shoes under your bed tomorrow? Wearing leather shoes will make me appear more mature, which might help when job hunting." Liu Xiaochuan had immediately noticed Zhao Lijun's leather shoes upon entering. "Of course, wear them. I'm in the restaurant every day and don't need them," Zhao Lijun replied. "It's getting late. Go wash up and get some rest." With that, he took a towel and headed to the bathroom. The restroom in the tenement was communal, with several faucets in the kitchen. Liu Xiaochuan retrieved his toothbrush and towel from his backpack and washed up quickly. The small room contained only a single bed, making it impossible for both cousins to sleep comfortably. Hence, Liu Xiaochuan made a makeshift bed on the floor, and soon, the sounds of their slumber filled the air. The following morning, Liu Xiaochuan rose early, washed up, donned his new clothes from his backpack, slipped into his cousin Zhao Lijun's leather shoes, and put on a pair of black plastic-framed glasses. This ensemble indeed lent him a more mature appearance, and one might easily believe he was in his early 20s. Since he needed to impersonate a student from the normal university while seeking employment, Liu Xiaochuan deliberately avoided the northern part of Fengyang City, opting instead to search for opportunities near the municipal government. After more than half an hour on the bus, he finally arrived at the vicinity of the government square. Upon disembarking, he ambled along until he reached a quaint 3-story building. The first floor housed a police station, and an external iron staircase led up to the second and third floors. A large sign on the third floor proclaimed Chunfeng Education in bold letters. Liu Xiaochuan smiled. In his previous life, he had worked here as a part-time teacher during his sophomore year, earning enough for his living expenses. Now he returned, albeit 3 years earlier. After calming himself, he ascended the staircase. Chapter 5. The interview. Wang Tongwang stood in the corridor on the third floor, gazing out the window with a beaming smile. Brimming with ambition. Amidst the wave of entrepreneurial spirit sweeping the nation, He had resolutely resigned from his teaching position the previous year to establish this tutoring center. And it turned out to be a fortuitous decision. Currently, the going rate for university student tutors is typically around 5 yuan per hour, whereas the teachers he employed were either former teachers who had left their positions or graduate students. For a 1.5-hour one-on-one session, the introductory price was set at 30 to 50 yuan, several times higher than that of regular university tutors. Targeting affluent families, he took a high-end approach, and to his surprise, the enrollment was remarkably successful. While he couldn't claim to be raking in gold daily, his earnings during this summer had already surpassed his previous monthly salary. However, he faced a delightful dilemma. There weren't enough teachers to accommodate the demand, and it seemed he would need to recruit another batch of excellent educators. Just as he was pondering this, the receptionist called out to him, "Principal Wang, there's a young man outside who says he is here for an interview." Wang Tongwang hurried to the front desk and saw a young man in a crisp white shirt and glasses, his polished shoes gleaming. He appeared very youthful, likely not over 20. The young man smiled and said, "Hello, Principal Wang. May I inquire if you are still in need of teachers?" Wang Tongwang looked at Liu Xiaochuan and asked, "Are you a university student?" "Yes, my name is Liu Xiaochuan. I am a student at the Normal University and will be entering my sophomore year. Indeed, we are in need of teachers. But our part-time instructors are typically graduate students with considerable teaching experience, whereas you are only entering your second year. Principal Wang, although I am an undergraduate, I possess ample teaching experience. I tutored for a year during my freshman year. Furthermore, the quality of teaching is paramount. Being an undergraduate does not necessarily mean I am inferior to a graduate student. I have inquired about your salary structure. It consists of a base salary plus commission. I do not require a base salary, just the commission." "Ah, you are quite confident. But why not pursue tutoring independently instead of coming here?" Wang Tongwang inquired further. "Quite simply, to earn more money. Even if I excel as a private tutor, I can only make a maximum of 10 yuan an hour, and I must travel to the students' locations. However, your establishment serves as a high-end platform with higher rates, and I need not travel, thus saving time and allowing me to conduct more sessions daily. Hence, no matter how skilled one is, without a suitable platform, it is all in vain. Wouldn't you agree?" Liu Xiaochuan spoke eloquently. "I concur with your statement. Here, we represent a prestigious platform for educational training, and it is essential that our pricing remains elevated, devoid of negotiation or discounts, so as to enhance our esteemed reputation. Naturally, the quality of instruction must align with our pricing." Wang Tongwang privately acknowledged the young man's perceptiveness. "It is easy to speak without action. Therefore, Principal Wang, I propose you first observe my teaching. Should you find my performance lacking, I shall depart immediately. If you deem it satisfactory and worthy of our esteemed platform, we may then discuss further matters." "Very well. Please share which subject you excel in teaching." "I am proficient in both physics and mathematics. However, at our prestigious platform, each instructor is required to specialize in a singular subject to truly reflect professionalism." "I understand. Then I shall teach physics, as I excel in it." "Excellent. Follow me, and consider me your student." With that, Wang Tongwang led Liu Xiaochuan to a small classroom, partitioned from a larger space, measuring merely 5 square meters, furnished with 2 desks and chairs, and adorned with a modest blackboard. "Please select a segment to teach. Can you cover content from middle school, or are you capable of high school material?" Wang Tongwang inquired. "To speak candidly, I am equipped to teach the senior year of high school, and I particularly enjoy instructing this level. As for the specific content, I fear selecting a topic that may not showcase my abilities. Thus, Principal, please designate a segment of your choosing, whether it be new material or problem solving." Liu Xiaochuan exuded confidence. "Very well, since you are so assured, I shall select a passage." Wang Tongwang retrieved a physics textbook and casually flipped through its pages, stating, "Let us discuss Coulomb's law." Without referring to a book, Liu Xiaochuan positioned himself before the blackboard and commenced his lecture. "Students, in the previous lesson, we learned that like charges repel each other while unlike charges attract. This indicates the existence of a force between charges, which we term electric field force. Now, what influences the magnitude of this electric field force between charges? Let us hypothesize. If one charge is in China and the other in a distant country, do they exert an electric field force upon one another? Certainly not, for the distance is far too great. Even if one is situated in the northern part of the city and the other in the southern part, the force becomes negligible. Therefore, the closer the charges, the greater the force. Thus, the force is inversely related to the distance between the charges. Wang Tongwang nodded discreetly, appreciating the aptness of this illustration. Continuing, Liu Xiaochuan stated, regarding the interaction between charges, without charge, there can be no force. The greater the charge, the larger the force. The relationship between force and the magnitudes of the two charges is directly proportional. What is the nature of this relationship? Coulomb, through his torsion balance experiment, derived the conclusion represented by the formula on the blackboard, known as Coulomb's law. Observe this formula. It bears a striking resemblance to the universal gravitation formula we studied last semester, as they share a similar structure. The universal gravitation formula contains a gravitational constant, a value determined by Cavendish using a torsion balance. In contrast, the constant within Coulomb's law is referred to as the electrostatic force constant, which was not measured but rather deduced by Maxwell. Allow me to share another intriguing fact. Both Cavendish and Coulomb utilized a torsion balance for their experiments. One must wonder, who was the original inventor of this device? Did one draw inspiration from the other? The answer is that the two individuals invented the torsion balance within a few years of each other. One hails from England while the other is from France. And they were entirely unacquainted with one another. All right, we shall conclude our discussion on Coulomb's law here. Subsequently, we will engage in some exercises based on the formula. Students, do you comprehend? Wang Tongwang had to concede that Liu Xiaochuan was not exaggerating. His explanations were indeed quite impressive, as he understood them very clearly. Next, Wang Tongwang retrieved a mock college entrance examination paper and pointed out 2 questions for Liu Xiaochuan to elucidate. Liu Xiaochuan merely read the questions briefly and, without the slightest pause, inscribed the solution process on the blackboard, articulating as he wrote, making it vivid and comprehensible. At that moment, a tall, slender teacher stood at the doorway of the small classroom, holding a book, having eavesdropped for a while. Upon Liu Xiaochuan finishing his explanation, he walked in and applauded, saying, "Young man, you did splendidly." Liu Xiaochuan recognized this individual. It was Liao Hongwan, the mathematics teacher, who had been present during his previous tenure here. A veteran of the Chunfeng tutoring program. You also find his explanations commendable, don't you, Teacher Liao? Young Teacher Liu's proficiency is indeed exceptional, Wang Tongwang remarked, having already begun to refer to Liu Xiaochuan as Young Teacher Liu. Chapter 6. Young Teacher Liu's dazzling debut. Wang Tongwang was thoroughly pleased with Liu Xiaochuan's teaching abilities and promptly decided to hire him. Chunfeng Education employed both full-time and part-time instructors. Full-time teachers received a salary structure comprising a base pay plus commission, while part-time instructors had a lower base pay, earning commissions ranging from 40 to 45 of the tuition fees based on performance. Liu Xiaochuan requested to forego the base salary, preferring instead to receive a 45 commission. After some contemplation, Wang Tongwang acquiesced, as he was the proprietor and could make the final decision. Liu Xiaochuan filled out a simple employment application form, and without a contract, he became a member of Chunfeng Education. Wang Tongwang felt that Liu Xiaochuan was too youthful and feared he might struggle to manage high school students. Thus, he assigned him to teach middle school students first. Should Liu Xiaochuan find high school students too challenging, he could step in later. Although Liu Xiaochuan was reluctant, he acquiesced to the arrangement. At this time, the tutoring classes were far less competitive than in later years, with students primarily focusing on mathematics, physics, chemistry, English, and Chinese. Chunfeng Education had only teachers for these subjects, including a renowned mathematics and English instructor, with 2 teachers each for physics and chemistry. Wang Tongwang, being a chemistry teacher himself, occasionally stepped in when overwhelmed. In addition to the teaching staff, there was a receptionist and a cleaning lady, comprising the entirety of Chunfeng Education's personnel. Liu Xiaochuan familiarized himself with the environment and met several teachers who were taking a break. The 2 physics instructors included a male teacher who had resigned from a rural high school to come to the provincial capital, surnamed Qian, who was full-time, and a female graduate student, surnamed Zhang. Liu Xiaochuan had not heard of these 2 during his previous life, likely because they left within 3 years. Both were heavily scheduled, teaching 5 major classes daily. By noon, Liu Xiaochuan descended to find a small eatery where he spent 2 yuan on lunch, then purchased 2 ice creams to take upstairs, offering one to the receptionist. "Li Jie, it's scorching outside. Please enjoy this ice cream to cool down." "Oh, thank you." Li Jie was pleasantly surprised by Liu Xiaochuan's thoughtfulness, as he had just arrived and already treated her to ice cream. Liu Xiaochuan understood that the front desk of the tutoring center was responsible for reception, and when parents arrived, they could decide which teacher to recommend. Hence, cultivating a good relationship with the front desk was advantageous. Just past 1 in the afternoon. As most teachers had begun their classes, a mother and daughter arrived. The mother appeared to be in her 30s, elegantly dressed, and navigating the stairs in high heels. Following her was a young girl clad in a white dress, who was quite beautiful. Sister Lee at the front desk promptly greeted them. The mother expressed that her child was about to enter the 3rd year of junior high and had struggled with physics in the 2nd year, particularly with the section on pulleys, and wished to receive tutoring, preferably from a female teacher. Unfortunately, there was only one female physics teacher, Ms. Zhang, a graduate student who was currently engaged in teaching. Sister Lee had no choice but to ask Ms. Zhang to come out for a brief 10-minute trial lecture during the intermission. Perhaps Ms. Zhang was too hurried in her explanation, or perhaps the girl was not particularly quick-witted, for she indicated that she did not comprehend the material well. The mother, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Your fees are so high, yet the quality of the teaching seems lacking." Sister Lee thought to herself, no matter how skilled the teacher, if the child is not bright, it makes little difference. Of course, she could not voice such sentiments. "Madam, you specifically requested a female teacher, but for science subjects, male teachers often excel. We currently have a male teacher who, despite his youth, teaches exceptionally well. Would you allow him to give it a try?" As the front desk staff, retaining students was her primary responsibility, as her salary largely depended on recruitment commissions. "Very well. Since we are here, if this does not work out, we shall consider other tutoring centers." In truth, the mother and daughter had already visited 2 other tutoring centers. This was their 3rd stop. Sister Lee quickly summoned Liu Xiaochuan to take the stage. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, the mother skeptically inquired, "Is this teacher fresh from university? Can he manage?" Sister Lee quickly interjected, "You will see. It is merely 10 minutes after all." The mother nodded, indicating that Liu Xiaochuan could begin. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "It is time to showcase my true skills." The young girl, named Wu Han, expressed her confusion about how pulleys could make work easier. "This is simple," he replied. "Let us use your backpack as an example. With all those books, carrying it by yourself must feel quite heavy, correct? Imagine there is a pulley. If we each grasp one end of a string and suspend the backpack from the pulley, would you not feel that I am assisting you, thereby making it easier? Indeed, that would surely reduce the effort by half, but the pulley is affixed to the ceiling, which differs from our current situation." Liu Xiaochuan continued, "Now, if I stand up, keeping my arms still while holding one end of the rope, and you pull the other end upward, am I not still helping you? Would that not also reduce the effort by half?" "Yes, but so what?" Wu Han asked. Liu Xiaochuan elaborated, "If my arm remains stationary, you can think of it as a beam. So, whether it is attached to a beam or the ceiling, the effect remains the same. When I assist you, or when the ceiling does, as long as there is something providing help, it becomes easier, does it not?" "I understand now, teacher. I truly comprehend," Wu Han exclaimed, her realization evident. The parents, after persistent confirmation, were assured by Wu Han that he indeed comprehended the material and fervently insisted on studying under Liu Xiaochuan. Seizing the moment, Sister Lee suggested, "Look, the child seems quite satisfied. Shall we proceed with the payment and finalize the class schedule?" The parents nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us proceed with the payment. Additionally, we should confirm the class timings. It is summer vacation. We shouldn't overburden the child. So let us have classes every other day." "Excellent. Each session here comprises 2 academic hours, with payment for 10 classes amounting to 20 academic hours. Here, take your receipt. Should you find any dissatisfaction during the classes, you may request a refund for the remaining sessions at any time." As Sister Lee skillfully issued the receipt after receiving the cash from the parents, it was noteworthy that this took place in 1991, in the provincial capital of Fengyang. The salary for most wage earners was merely around 200 yuan a month. Wu Han's parents, however, promptly produced a 100 yuan bill with ease, akin to retrieving a 10 yuan note, indicating their family's favorable financial situation. Having arranged to commence classes the following afternoon, Wu Han departed with his mother. Sister Lee gave Liu Xiaochuan a thumbs up, to which he responded, "It is primarily due to your excellent cooperation, Sister Lee." He assured her, "In the future, we will collaborate even more effectively. I will recommend you for new students." Liu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude once again and suggested treating Sister Lee to a meal. She graciously declined, saying, "It's not customary for a new colleague to treat. Wait until you receive your salary, then you can take me out. I want KFC." "Is that so?" "No problem. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, realizing that Sister Li was quite bold in her request, especially considering that KFC was rather expensive at that time. However, nurturing a good rapport with the front desk was worth the expense. Chapter 7. The cousin's suspicion. Throughout the afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan engaged in conversation with Sister Li, whose full name was Li Yan. At the age of 26, she remained unmarried, which, in that era, classified her as a leftover woman. As a seasoned gossip, Li Yan had nearly introduced Liu Xiaochuan to the entire personnel of Chunfeng Education. As several new students arrived for trial classes, Liu Xiaochuan assisted Li Yan by pouring water for the parents and handing out registration forms. He successfully retained 3 new students, although some departed, deeming the fees too high, which was indeed a considerable burden for typical families. Teachers without classes could finish work by 3:30 in the afternoon, while those with classes might find themselves occupied until past 9 in the evening. After work, Liu Xiaochuan dined at a small restaurant and chose to walk back leisurely, considering it a form of exercise. This also allowed him to skip the staff meal at Taoli restaurant. After all, he was no longer employed there, and it would be inappropriate to mooch meals, despite Zhao Lijun's considerable influence and the restaurant owner's willingness to accommodate him. Not until close to 7 did he return to Taoli restaurant, where his cousin Zhao Lijun was busy cooking in the kitchen. Taking advantage of a moment of respite, Liu Xiaochuan requested the keys and returned to Zhao Lijun's dormitory. Once in the dormitory, he took out his English book and studied vocabulary for a while before beginning to devise a study plan. He concluded that physics required no additional study. As with a stroke of good luck, he could achieve a perfect score on the college entrance examination. Mathematics, too, was manageable. He needed only to complete fewer exercises regularly to score between 100 and 123 points without issue. In the 1990s, high school mathematics was relatively straightforward. Yet over the course of more than 2 decades, it has become increasingly complex, with subjects such as derivatives and calculus now included in the high school curriculum, whereas previously these topics were reserved for university-level mathematics. Chemistry has long been cast aside, and I have nearly forgotten it. However, the foundational knowledge in mathematics and physics remains intact, making self-study quite feasible. With diligent practice, I anticipate achieving a score of around 120 to 130 in the college entrance examination. The Chinese language requires long-term accumulation of knowledge. Liu Xiaochuan has a commendable grasp of it, enriched by the experiences of middle age, and I estimate that scoring just above 100 in this subject poses little challenge. The greatest hurdle is English. In my previous life, Liu Xiaochuan scored merely in the 60s, losing over 80 points, which severely impacted my overall performance. Consequently, I lacked the confidence to entertain the thought of pursuing a master's degree due to my poor English. In this lifetime, determined to excel in English, I have devoted myself to intensive study over the past 2 years. After much contemplation, I have set a target score of 580 to 600 for the college entrance examination. While this score may not be remarkable in the future, it would undoubtedly be considered high in the present context, allowing me admission to a prestigious university. After all, at this time, a score just above 600 could potentially secure a place in a top-tier institution. Faced with the reality of future scores often exceeding 700, I once believed that the examination questions had become increasingly simplistic, resulting in inflated scores. However, after years of teaching and discussions with educators from other subjects, I have come to acknowledge that the students of later generations, particularly those born in the 1990s and 2000s, are indeed studying more effectively, benefiting from superior resources and advanced learning methods, and demonstrating remarkable diligence. Now that I have returned to the 1990s to take the college entrance examination, I find myself in a dimension of reduced competition. If I fail to gain admission to a key university, I might as well seek solace in oblivion. While lost in these thoughts, my cousin Zhao Lijun entered the room and inquired, "How was your job search today? Why didn't you return to the restaurant for a meal?" "Oh, I found a job today and have already eaten outside. It wouldn't be appropriate to return to the restaurant for a free meal," I replied. "That's no issue. I can easily arrange for a couple of extra chopsticks. I have a solid relationship with our boss. By the way, what kind of job did you find?" I knew that my cousin was not boasting. His rapport with the restaurant owner was indeed strong, as the owner was the son of Wang Jing's uncle, making him a distant relative of Zhao Lijun. I secured a position at a tutoring center as a teaching assistant, where I will help prepare teaching materials and grade assignments, and I can also attend the classes. The owner mentioned a monthly salary of 150. Additionally, if I tutor middle school or elementary students, I'll receive a commission. So I estimate I could earn around 300 a month. I refrained from disclosing my pretense of being a university student to teach at the tutoring center, as I was still a high school student, and even if I dared to say it, Zhao Lijun would likely not believe me. That truly sounds promising. Certainly better than working in the restaurant, and it won't interfere with your studies. Zhao Lijun expressed skepticism regarding my claim of earning 300 a month, considering 150 a generous wage. As a chef, his monthly salary was only 350, already considered a decent income among workers, surpassing that of many employees in state-owned enterprises. Wang Jing is the cousin of the boss, earning a modest salary of 180 yuan each month, while most other waitstaff receive merely 150. Thus, Zhao Lijun regarded Liu Xiaochuan's assertions with a degree of skepticism and inquired about the location of the tutoring center, as well as which bus route could take him there. Liu Xiaochuan answered each question in turn, making his story appear credible. Concealing his thoughts, Zhao Lijun pondered that he ought to find time to verify the situation in person, especially since his aunt had entrusted Liu Xiaochuan to him. Any mishap would be difficult to explain. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiaochuan, Zhao Lijun was deeply contemplating the matter. The two friends exchanged a few more words before retiring for the night. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan opted not to wear his cousin's leather shoes, but instead donned his own canvas sneakers. Having successfully passed the interview, there was no need to dress up in formal shoes, especially in the sweltering summer heat. By 8 in the morning, the teachers began to arrive at the training center. Sister Li enthusiastically introduced Liu Xiaochuan to everyone, and he greeted each colleague in turn. The relationships among the staff at the training institution were uncomplicated and amicable. In an environment with ample student enrollment, there was little competition among teachers of the same subject. Even where competition existed, it was based on individual merit. Furthermore, teachers of different subjects often referred students to one another, fostering a spirit of mutual benefit, which contributed to a friendly atmosphere. As the teachers settled into their routines, the students began to arrive for their tutoring sessions, each entering their respective classrooms. Only 2 teachers without morning classes gathered at the front desk to chat. Shortly thereafter, a mother and her son walked in. The young man, over 6 feet tall and robustly built, appeared more mature than Liu Xiaochuan. Sister Li promptly attended to them. The mother explained that her son would be starting his senior year in high school and wished to begin comprehensive review of physics as the school year approached. She hoped he could self-study the material he struggled with during the break to keep pace with the upcoming curriculum. Since Principal Wang Tongwang had instructed that Liu Xiaochuan should primarily teach middle school students, Sister Li had no choice but to ask the mother and son to wait a moment while she checked if Teacher Qian could spare a few minutes for a trial lesson. The diligent young man pulled out a set of exercises and began working on them at the desk. He spent 6 or 7 minutes contemplating a celestial mechanics question, scribbling notes on scrap paper without arriving at an answer. Liu Xiaochuan cast a glance over and, unable to restrain himself, softly suggested, "Choose." The young man looked up at Liu Xiaochuan, mistakenly assuming he was another student seeking tutoring. "Hey, do you know the answer?" he asked quietly. Liu Xiaochuan merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Chapter 8. Another victory. Sister Li stood outside Teacher Qian's classroom for a while, observing as he energetically conducted a lesson for a small group. It was not an opportune moment to interrupt, so she returned to the parents and said, "The teacher is currently engaged in a lesson. Would you mind waiting a little longer?" The parent nodded in resignation. At that moment, the young man glanced at the answer key in the back of the exercise set and, to his surprise, chose the correct option. He turned to Liu Xiaochuan and exclaimed, "Impressive. You figured it out just by glancing at it. Which school do you attend?" Sister Li quickly interjected, "This is our new teacher Liu, a university student from the normal university, and he teaches exceptionally well." Realizing that Liu Xiaochuan was also a teacher, the young man felt slightly embarrassed and remarked, "No wonder you're so knowledgeable." In truth, Liu Xiaochuan was actually a year his junior. The parent, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Since teacher Liu delivers excellent lectures, why not arrange for him to give us a trial lesson?" Li Yin responded, "Is it not that you might find teacher Liu too young? Therefore, we plan to assign you a more experienced instructor." The parent chuckled, "Oh, what does youth matter? In the realm of learning, merit prevails. As long as the teaching is effective and the children enjoy the lessons, everything else pales in comparison." Hearing this, Liu Xiaochuan could not help but silently commend her, thinking how remarkably open-minded this lady was, possessing an extraordinary perspective. No wonder she is wealthy. Since the parent had no objections, Li Yin promptly approached Principal Wang Tongguan for approval, which he readily granted, allowing her to arrange for Liu Xiaochuan to conduct the trial lesson. A boy named Su Ming sheepishly remarked to Liu Xiaochuan, "My apologies, teacher. I genuinely thought you were here for remedial classes, just like me, which is why I referred to you as buddy. Not a problem. In fact, our ages are quite similar. Calling each other buddy is perfectly fine. Now, let me explain how I approached that question we just tackled. What do you think? Sounds good. I'm curious about how you managed to solve it so swiftly," Su Ming replied, his face alight with curiosity. "Well, during exams, not every question requires extensive calculation, especially multiple-choice questions. We must learn to make educated guesses, you see? There are numerous techniques involved," Liu Xiaochuan explained. "Ah, is it based on guessing?" Su Ming asked. "First, one must possess a foundational understanding before attempting to guess. For instance, this particular question is multiple choice, correct? It provides a plethora of conditions, primarily describing the orbit of planets around stars. We can only calculate the mass of the central celestial body, as the mass of the planet will cancel out in the equations. Thus, we cannot compute it, which means any options regarding the planet's mass must inevitably be incorrect. So we can eliminate those first." After a brief pause, Liu Xiaochuan continued, "Furthermore, regarding the options, to determine the planet's rotation period, we first need to know if the planet even rotates. Otherwise, how can we compute its rotation period? Therefore, those options can also be disregarded. Once we eliminate the incorrect choices, only the correct ones remain." Su Ming nodded repeatedly, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Don't rush. While this is our approach during exams, we are practicing now, and our goal is to master the concepts, so we should also calculate the options. The celestial mechanics section can be daunting due to the extensive calculations, primarily involving variables that are prone to error. However, it is rather simple, as most questions rely on a single formula, gravitational force acting as centripetal force." Pausing once more, Liu Xiaochuan elaborated, "Though it employs just this one formula, the centripetal force must be expressed in various forms depending on the calculation's intent. Thus, as long as you grasp circular motion well and possess strong mathematical skills, you will nearly master this chapter without extensive study." Under Liu Xiaochuan's guidance, Su Ming diligently calculated the results on scrap paper, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Liu Xiaochuan pointed out that Su Ming's calculation skills and speed were lacking, emphasizing the need for further practice. Otherwise, he would struggle to complete the exam. In Su Ming's heart, he had already inscribed a resounding admiration for teacher Liu. Su's mother, listening from the sidelines, though unable to fully comprehend, could sense the prowess of this young teacher from her son's expressions. Seizing the moment, Li Yin asked Su's mother if she would like to secure the lessons. Su's mother was resolute, promptly paying the tuition and committing to daily classes starting today. Given that the third year of high school commenced earlier, and the child had numerous academic deficiencies, it was imperative to commence immediately. Li Yin thought to herself, "This is yet another significant client." Subsequently, Liu Xiaochuan elaborated on Kepler's laws and the binary star problem, guiding Su Ming through various exercises, leaving him with a profound sense of accomplishment. In the afternoon, the young girl Wu Han arrived for her class as scheduled, indicating that Liu Xiaochuan's endeavors were off to a commendable start. Shortly after 2 o'clock, after the lunch rush at the Taoli residence restaurant, Zhao Lijun, having refrained from playing mahjong that afternoon, borrowed the boss's bicycle and inquired his way to the Yuchuan Street police station. Upon arriving, he noticed the large sign for Chunfeng Education next door, and with a flutter of apprehension, ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing Zhao Lijun, Li Yin was puzzled. He neither resembled a student nor a parent. Could he be here for an interview? Yet, he did not appear to be an intellectual, so she inquired, "Excuse me, who are you? Is Liu Xiaochuan working here?" "Indeed. Teacher Xiaochuan is currently in class. May I ask who you are?" Zhao Lijun sighed in relief. It seemed his cousin had not deceived him. "Oh, I am his cousin. Just here to check on him. No need for concern. I shall take my leave." As Liu Xiaochuan concluded his class, he overheard the exchange between Zhao Lijun and Li Yin and stepped outside to find his cousin waiting at the door. Zhao Lijun spoke first. "I was merely passing by and thought I would drop in to see you." Liu Xiaochuan understood clearly that Zhao Lijun was somewhat skeptical and had come to verify his claims, indicating his cousin's genuine concern for him. At that moment, Wu Han emerged, having packed her bag, and waved to Liu Xiaochuan, saying, "Goodbye, teacher. All right, see you the day after tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Wuhan, he turned to Zhao Lijun and urged, "Brother, don't linger at the door. Come in and take a look." Zhao Lijun quickly waved his hand, disinterested in the learning environment. Scratching his head as he said, "I just wanted to see you. It's fine. I shall head back. By the way, don't dine out tonight. Return to the restaurant for your meal. There's no need to see me off. I'm leaving now." With that, he hurried downstairs. On his way back, Zhao Lijun pedaled swiftly, finally at ease, realizing that Liu Xiaochuan had indeed been truthful and was engaged in teaching. He resolved to call his aunt in the village to reassure her. With no classes that evening, Liu Xiaochuan intended to return to the Taoli residence for dinner, not wanting to offend his cousin. Passing through a small market, he spent 2 yuan on a 15-kilogram watermelon and purchased several pounds of apples, bringing them into the restaurant. Boss Wang was straightforward, yet his wife, while not voicing her discomfort about Liu Xiaochuan's frequent visits for meals, felt a twinge of annoyance. However, upon seeing the fruits he had brought, her irritation dissipated immediately. "This child is so polite, why bring fruit?" "Boss Wang, sister-in-law, it's quite hot, so I thought a watermelon would quench everyone's thirst," he replied, handing the fruits to the boss's wife. Zhao Lijun mused to himself, "Last year, this boy was quite reckless, getting into fights and costing a lot of money. This year, he has matured significantly, finding his own job and showing such thoughtfulness. He has indeed transformed into a different person." Chapter 9. Getting back on track after enjoying dinner at the Taoli restaurant, Liu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity, while the restroom was unoccupied, to change his clothes and wash them hurriedly. This way, he would be prepared for the following morning, as he had only this one suit. It was hardly appropriate to don his high school uniform while teaching. In the ensuing days, the spring breeze tutoring class saw a surge in enrollment, particularly as Su Ming's parents referred several French children, specifically requesting to have teacher Liu for physics. Liu Xiaochuan quickly became quite sought after, eliciting a tinge of envy from his fellow physics teachers. Nevertheless, their schedules were nearing capacity, which mitigated any significant impact on their earnings. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry have always been interconnected. Students struggling academically often require tutoring across all subjects. Those who can study at a single institution prefer not to disperse, as a one-stop service is undeniably more advantageous. Consequently, not only did Liu Xiaochuan's student count increase, but it also attracted new pupils to other subject teachers, leading to a more amicable atmosphere among colleagues. Additionally, due to his youth and affable nature, frequently addressing his colleagues as brother or sister, he quickly integrated into the team, even changing his reference for Wang Tong Wang from Principal Wang to Brother Guang, like the others. Wang Tong Wang, observing the burgeoning popularity of the tutoring class, felt elated. Recognizing the need for more instructors, he thought it prudent to recruit some university students for part-time positions, personally visiting the tutoring center in the bookstore to conduct interviews. Unfortunately, after the interviews, he found the candidates' qualifications to be lacking and reluctantly hired two who could only assist with queries, as their teaching lacked coherence. He planned to provide training for a few days before they commenced work. Liu Xiaochuan's schedule gradually filled up, in addition to one-on-one lessons. He also led a small group class, spending nearly the entire day teaching, sometimes even adding evening classes. One afternoon, after finishing his lessons, Liu Xiaochuan arrived at Wang Tongwang's office. "Is there something you need, Xiaochuan?" Wang Tongwang inquired. "Yes, I have 2 matters I wish to discuss with you, Brother Guang." Liu Xiaochuan feigned a hesitant demeanor. "Go ahead, don't hold back," Wang Tongwang said, lighting a cigarette. "The first matter is whether I might receive an advance on my salary. I worked during the summer and did not bring much money with me, and I am running low. The second matter is that I live rather far away, and it can be inconvenient returning home late at night. Would it be possible for me to stay at the tutoring center? I could simply arrange 2 desks to make a bed. After all, it's summer, so I'm not concerned about the cold." Wang Tongwang nodded. "An advance on your salary is certainly feasible. As for staying at the tutoring center, that is not out of the question, but the conditions are quite rudimentary. I worry that you might not rest well, which could affect your teaching. Teacher Wang Dong and some students rent nearby. I've heard his roommate has moved out, and he is currently seeking a new one. Perhaps you could consider co-renting with him. Of course, if you insist on staying here, I would agree. Then I shall inquire about co-renting with teacher Wang Dong. Thank you, Brother Guang." After receiving the 200 yuan advance from Wang Tongwang, Liu Xiaochuan headed to the main office to find Wang Dong, who happened to be free and was sitting there enjoying tea. Stating his intentions, Wang Dong hesitated before asking, Xiaochuan, you will be starting school in September, right? Are you planning to return to the school dormitory? Will you rent for a month, or are you considering a longer lease? Rest assured, Brother Dong, I intend to rent long-term. After all, with the new semester approaching, I will still need to come to work on weekends. And I may also have evening classes at times. Residing in this vicinity would be far more convenient. Upon learning of my long-term rental plans, Wang Dong felt reassured, as it spared him the hassle of searching for a new roommate a month later. Elated, he remarked, "That's splendid. My classmate and I have a 2-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 70 yuan. How about we split it?" He added, "My classmate has already paid this month's rent and moved out, so you need not worry about rent for the remaining days of this month. You can move in at your convenience." "Thank you, Brother Dong. I will move in tomorrow. Do you need any assistance with moving my belongings?" Wang Dong, having found a new roommate to share the rent, was quite enthusiastic. No, I only have a backpack. Nothing more," I chuckled. "All right then, let us return together after work tomorrow, and I shall give you the keys." After discussing the arrangements for cohabitation, Wang Dong's students arrived, prompting him to head to class. Having secured accommodation, Liu Xiaochuan felt a wave of happiness, particularly since Wang Dong was a chemistry teacher. He could now self-study chemistry and seek his guidance whenever he encountered difficulties. Through Li Yin, Liu Xiaochuan had already gleaned some insights into Wang Dong's background. After graduating, he was assigned to teach at a rural middle school, only to part ways with his girlfriend. After 2 years in that position, feeling disillusioned with the lack of prospects and unwilling to pursue a romantic partner in the countryside, he resolutely resigned and returned to the city. Presently, he is a full-time teacher at Chunfeng Education, dedicating his spare time to self-study in preparation for the graduate entrance examination. Wang Dong's experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of Liu Xiaochuan in his previous life, evoking a sense of familiarity as Liu Xiaochuan perceived another version of himself. Both had traversed similar paths. The difference lay in Wang Dong's greater ambition compared to Liu Xiaochuan of the past, as he had set his sights on pursuing graduate studies. The fact that Liu Xiaochuan had not encountered Wang Dong during his tenure at Chunfeng Education indicated that Wang Dong would likely depart within 3 years, possibly having gained admission to a graduate program. Upon returning to his cousin Zhao Lijun's dormitory that evening, Liu Xiaochuan broached the topic of his impending move. Zhao Lijun reacted with irritation, exclaiming, "Why not just stay here? Finding another place would only waste money." Liu Xiaochuan resorted to fabricating a story, claiming that the tutoring center's owner had rented an apartment for staff accommodations, and that he had been permitted to stay only after demonstrating job stability. Zhao Lijun could not help but express his admiration for the favorable conditions at the tutoring center, remarking on the distinct advantages of employment for educated individuals. Upon learning of Liu Xiaochuan's decision to move, Wang Jing, aware of his lack of belongings, kindly offered him Zhao Lijun's mattress and blanket to spare him the expense of purchasing new ones. Liu Xiaochuan recognized that moving out sooner was indeed the right choice, especially since Wang Jing was eager for him to vacate the space, given that she and Zhao Lijun were in the throes of romance. It was only reasonable for Liu Xiaochuan to make way for them. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan bundled the blanket and slung his backpack over his shoulder as he made his way to work. Upon arriving at the tutoring center, he coincidentally encountered the English teacher, Zhao Dongmei. Observing his makeshift bundle, Zhao Dongmei playfully teased, "Little brother Xiaochuan, are you off to escape the famine?" "Haha, I am moving today. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Sister Dongmei. By the way, may I audit your large class this morning? My English skills are lacking, and I wish to study diligently, starting anew from the high school level. Of course, you can always come to me with any questions about learning English. I will ensure you grasp it thoroughly. However, are you truly starting from high school? Just how poor is your English?" Zhao Dongmei inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Alas, how dismal it is. To put it plainly, dear sister, my proficiency in English must be far worse than you anticipate." Liu Xiaochuan wore a bitter smile. "Very well. I shall cease my conjectures and assume you are utterly inept. Whenever you are free and I have a class, you are welcome to join me," Zhao Dongmei readily agreed. Besides Zhao Dongmei, the other English instructors also consented to Liu Xiaochuan's request to audit their classes. During his self-study of English, he would approach them individually with his queries, of course, alternating between them daily to avoid overburdening a single person. Chapter 10. Accompanying Li Yin on a blind date after work that day, Wang Dong took Liu Xiaochuan back to the rented apartment, which was indeed quite close, merely a 10-minute walk away. Situated on the 5th floor of the mechanical factory's staff quarters, The interior was simple, featuring 2 bedrooms and a modest living area that also served as a dining room. Furnished with a foldable dining table, Liu Xiaochuan's room was the northern bedroom, measuring over 10 square meters, in addition to a single bed. It contained an old wardrobe and a writing desk. Although the floor was worn, it was clean and tidy, which pleased Liu Xiaochuan immensely. Wang Dong handed over the keys, and Liu Xiaochuan offered to treat him to dinner, which Wang Dong accepted. They dined simply at a roadside eatery, but in the end, Wang Dong insisted on paying the bill. Liu Xiaochuan did not contest this too vehemently, as there would be ample opportunities to reciprocate in the future. As the tutoring class's operations gradually stabilized, August 10th finally marked the day of receiving wages. In July, Liu Xiaochuan had worked only a few days yet conducted over 30 classes, accruing tuition fees exceeding 1,500 yuan and earning a commission of over 700 yuan. After deducting the 200 yuan he had advanced, he was left with over 500 yuan, which was indeed a substantial sum for him at that moment, especially considering that the average salary for workers in Fengyang was less than 300 yuan. Stealing a glance at the payroll, Liu Xiaochuan noted that others earned over 1,000, with some exceeding 2,000 yuan, an astonishing income by external standards. However, Liu Xiaochuan understood that this was merely a fraction, as the summer break was a peak earning season in the education and training industry, and once the school year commenced, the income would likely diminish by more than half. Nevertheless, it would still surpass that of ordinary jobs significantly. Reflecting on this, he realized that compared to decades later, it was not insubstantial. After all, during the peak of the education and training industry, some teachers could earn enough in a summer to purchase a house through tutoring. With his salary in hand, Liu Xiaochuan was determined to fulfill his promise of treating others. Seizing a moment to speak with Li Yin, he said, "Sisterly, when are you free? Let's head to KFC." Li Yin replied softly, "Let us not go to KFC. Can you do me a favor? It's more valuable than treating me to a meal." "What favor?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. Are you free on Sunday afternoon?" Li Yin hesitantly asked. "I am free. I don't have class until 1:30. I have 2 hours to spare." "What is it?" "My aunt has introduced a suitor for me, and I have to go on a blind date this Sunday afternoon. I can't decline, so." Liu Xiaochuan interrupted. "Sisterly, you're not asking me to pose as your boyfriend to serve as a shield, are you?" "What nonsense. You're just a young lad. Who would believe I'd use you as a shield?" Li Yin retorted playfully. Continuing, he said, "On Sunday, I have arranged to meet the other party at a nearby CAF. You should go there first, find a cozy corner, and order a cup of coffee. If you observe that my conversation is not progressing well, you can make an excuse to call me away. Don't worry, the coffee is on me." Liu Xiaochuan smiled as he spoke. The two then discussed the details further and established a secret code. On Sunday morning, after attending class, Liu Xiaochuan skipped lunch and headed directly to the CAF known as Xin, as suggested by Li Yin. He ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a corner, pulling out an English book to study vocabulary, which also served to shield him from prying eyes. Shortly after, at around 10:50, Li Yin arrived, dressed in a stylish dress. After scanning the room without spotting the young man clad in blue pants and a white shirt, she reluctantly chose a table to sit at. Liu Xiaochuan hastily set his English book aside. Upon seeing him, Li Yin winked, and they appeared as if they were clandestine operatives meeting in secret. The agreed-upon meeting time was noon, but when the suitor did not appear, Li Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. At last, 10 minutes past 12, a young man in blue pants and a white shirt entered the CAF. Li Yin, facing the entrance, immediately noticed him. He was fairly tall and quite handsome, causing her previous displeasure to dissipate almost instantly. However, her joy was short-lived when she noticed a woman in her 50s with curly hair following closely behind him. What was this? They had agreed on a private meeting, yet he had brought his mother along. Upon entering, the young man spotted Li Yin in her white dress and approached her, saying, "Hello, you must be Li Yin. I apologize for being late. The bus was quite congested. My mother insisted on coming along. I hope that's all right with you." What could Li Yin say, since he was already there? She had no choice but to respond graciously. "Hello, Ma, I am. Please have a seat." They then called the waiter to order 3 cups of coffee. The curly-haired woman interjected, "No need for that. Just 2 cups will suffice. You young people can drink. I can't quite handle this stuff, and it's rather expensive." Li Yin felt somewhat flustered, unsure whether to order 2 or 3 cups. Ultimately, she disregarded the woman's objections and ordered 3 cups. The curly-haired woman was displeased. thinking to herself that it would be her son footing the bill, and this girl had no sense of propriety. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Li Yan had initially held a favorable impression of the young man, but it had already diminished considerably. He introduced himself as an employee at a farming machinery factory. The curly-haired woman promptly added, "My son is a formal employee at the farming machinery factory, not one of those collective workers. He earns nearly 300 a month." She then transitioned into an interrogation mode, questioning Li Yan extensively, despite the fact that Li Yan's aunt had already provided her with sufficient background information. The young man, observing his mother's interrogation of Li Yan, remained silent. Liu Xiaochuan, from his corner, thought to himself, this is a classic case of a mama's boy. Faced with the curly-haired woman's inquiries, Li Yan could only respond to each question. When the topic shifted to her job, the woman remarked, "Your tutoring job seems rather unstable. You should really seek a more secure position. Never mind, if you two truly become an item, I can pull some strings to secure you a temporary position at the factory. In the future, we may find an opportunity for you to transition into a permanent role. However, the expenses incurred in finding someone must be covered by your family." Liu Xiaochuan, eavesdropping from the corner, nearly burst into laughter. The aunt's overwhelming sense of superiority regarding her stable job was amusing. One could only wonder how she would fare when the wave of layoffs began in a few years. Meanwhile, Li Yan was signaling discreetly to herself under the table. Liu Xiaochuan realized it was his moment to step in. He approached the front desk, settled the bill for Li Yan's table, and then pretended to have just come in from outside. He hurried over to Li Yan, exclaiming, "Principal Li, I finally found you. A significant client has come to our tutoring class, wishing to pay for 100 class hours and seeking a discount. The team felt hesitant to make a decision without consulting you, so they sent me to find you." Li Yan frowned, taken aback by the unexpected title of Principal Li, which had not been mentioned beforehand. With no choice left, she steeled herself and replied, "All right, I understand. I'll head back immediately. You all are incapable of handling even this minor issue without my approval." Turning to the curly-haired aunt, she continued, "I sincerely apologize, Auntie. Shall we call it a day?" Upon seeing Li Yan's urgency to leave, the curly-haired aunt became visibly displeased. "Look at you, dear. We haven't even chatted for long, and this coffee is rather expensive. You haven't finished it yet." Li Yan, feeling exasperated, was eager to conclude the awkward blind date and had already prepared for the possibility of the other party reporting her to her second aunt. Liu Xiaochuan, noticing the situation, interjected, "No worries. Auntie, please take your time with the coffee. I already settled the bill earlier. It's just that Principal Li has an urgent matter to attend to. If you're curious about her work, feel free to ask me. I am her colleague." With that, he gently nudged Li Yan towards the exit. To his surprise, the curly-haired aunt seized Liu Xiaochuan's arm and inquired, "Young man, did you just refer to her as principal? Is she indeed a principal? Shouldn't a principal be the boss?" "Oh, Li Jie is the vice principal. I cannot call her vice principal. That would be disrespectful to her position. Besides, the owner is soon opening a branch school. And then Li Jie will be the principal of that branch, without the vice designation. She is already a vice principal. How much could she possibly earn in a month?" Liu Xiaochuan scratched his head in uncertainty. "Auntie, I really don't know. I wouldn't dare pry into my superior's affairs. I assume it must be more than what I earn. And how much do you earn monthly?" The curly-haired aunt pressed, while the young man beside her awkwardly tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Don't ask, Mom. Why not inquire? We must understand clearly, right? It's not a big deal, Annie." Liu Xiaochuan chuckled. "See, the young man says it's not a big deal." The curly-haired aunt remained undeterred, leaving her son helplessly sipping his coffee in silence. "I just started, so I don't earn much. Last month, I made just over 1,500 yuan." Liu Xiaochuan had only been working for half a month in July, earning over 700, so claiming a monthly income of over 1,500 was not an exaggeration. "Oh, you're young. Earning less is acceptable. But wait, how much did you say you earned last month?" "Just over 1,500. "What?" The curly-haired aunt nearly spilled her coffee. Astonished, he exclaimed, "You earn 1,500 a month?" The aunt replied, "Isn't it summer vacation now? During regular months, I barely make 700 or 800. A young man nearby, overhearing this, mused to himself, 700 or 800 is not insignificant. It exceeds my earnings over 3 months. Suddenly, his job at the agricultural machinery factory felt less appealing. The curly-haired aunt paused momentarily before asserting, "Though your work seems to pay well, it lacks stability. Nothing compares to a secure job." Regaining her confidence, she continued, "You are absolutely right, Auntie. Our work is indeed quite unstable. Our salaries fluctuate monthly. And who knows when the boss might decide to let us go. Your brother's job is far superior. A stable position is essential when seeking a partner. That truly is a match. You possess great insight, young man. A secure job guarantees consistent income, and I would never trade it for gold. Next time, when you arrange a match for my son, he must not meet anyone without a stable job. Indeed, I shall inform our principal Li that your brother is not interested in her, to spare her from false hopes. Please, do relay that message. And, young man, I advise you to seek a respectable job in the future. Otherwise, finding a partner will be challenging." "Understood. Thank you, Auntie. I shall take my leave now." With that, Liu Xiaochuan exited the CAF and, upon reaching the street corner, could not help but laugh aloud. Li Yin awaited him at the corner, inquiring, "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Liu Xiaochuan quickly pulled her along, saying, "Hurry, let us return to the office. Otherwise, I fear I might laugh to the point of immobility." Upon returning to Chunfeng Education, the teachers, aware of Li Yin's matchmaking outing, gathered around to inquire. Liu Xiaochuan recounted the events succinctly, and laughter erupted as they learned that Li Yin had encountered a mama's boy who looked down upon her job. Several teachers, having resigned from the school, understood the deep-rooted obsession of older generations, particularly in the North, with secure jobs. When they left, it had caused quite a commotion at home. The younger generation, however, had entirely different mindsets, seamlessly adapting to the tides of change. With over a decade of reform and opening up behind them, clinging to the notion of an iron rice bowl seemed utterly foolish. No matter how secure, a single dollar earned does not equate to two spent. Liu Xiaochuan was aware that by the following year, the esteemed leader would once again draw a circle in the South China Sea, heralding an even more intense wave of reform and the dawn of a new era. After more than half a month immersed in the tutoring class environment, Liu Xiaochuan felt completely at home, dedicating his days to teaching and self-study, living a fulfilling life. By the end of August, he called the village office, where his mother, Zhao Zuaping, answered. She informed him that his sister, Liu Xiaoning, had been accepted into Shuzhou Medical College for a nursing program, a diploma course. In a few days, their father, Liu Jinyu, would accompany her to school. Furthermore, his childhood friend, Zhang Chao, had also come to the provincial capital to work with a construction team from a neighboring village, though the specific site remained unknown. Finally, his mother reminded him to take care of himself while away, encouraging him to write, but discouraging long-distance calls due to their high cost. After completing a phone call on the street, Liu Xiaochuan returned downstairs and encountered a familiar face, Bai Ling, whom he had previously met on the train. Bai Ling was conversing with a police officer in his 30s outside the police station. Liu Xiaochuan promptly greeted her, "Sister Bai, what a surprise to see you here." Upon closer inspection, Bai Ling recognized Liu Xiaochuan. After more than a month apart, he was now clad in a white shirt and sporting glasses, looking quite different from their meeting on the train. Bai Ling, astonished, inquired, "Xiaochuan, what brings you here?" Liu Xiaochuan gestured towards the sign for the tutoring center above and replied, "Sister, I found a part-time job teaching here." Bai Ling couldn't help but express her admiration, saying, "I thought you were just working odd jobs during the summer, perhaps tutoring some students, but here you are, teaching at an institution. Impressive." She then introduced the officer beside her, her husband Yu Qingjun, who served as the deputy director at the Yuchuan Street police station. Liu Xiaochuan quickly greeted him, calling out, "Brother Yu." He felt a sense of familiarity with the name Yu Qingjun, suddenly recalling that he had heard it in the news before his rebirth. Yu was the deputy mayor and director of the Public Security Bureau in Fengyang City. Yu Qingjun had heard from Bai Ling about Liu Xiaochuan's encounter on the train, where she had praised her junior for his extensive knowledge and passion for history. Curious, he asked. "I've heard from your sister that your knowledge of history is quite profound. Do they offer history classes at the tutoring center now?" "Ah, brother Yu. I merely skimmed through a few books," Liu Xiaochuan modestly replied. "My knowledge is merely that of a history enthusiast, hardly comparable to a professional like Sister Bai. I wouldn't dare to show off. I teach physics here, which is somewhat more in my realm of expertise." Impressed by his humility, Yu Qingjun formed a favorable impression of Liu Xiaochuan. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Liu Xiaochuan bid farewell, not wishing to interrupt the couple's serious conversation. The tutoring center and police station were situated one above the other, and in the following days, Liu Xiaochuan frequently encountered Yu Qingjun during his commutes. each time exchanging polite greetings and gradually becoming more familiar. However, after 2 weeks, he no longer saw him. Upon inquiring with other officers, he learned that Yu Qingjun had returned to the city bureau after his temporary assignment. Chapter 12. Tutoring Center Gathering in early September. As middle and high schools began to open, the Spring Breeze Tutoring Center finally became less hectic, holding classes only on Saturday afternoons and Sundays. On weekdays, the full-time teachers were engaged in research activities, while Liu Xiaochuan, posing as a part-time university student, naturally did not need to attend. Liu Xiaochuan did not return to his hometown to request leave. Instead, he entrusted Liu Xiaolong's uncle to explain his situation to the high school in town. The high school in Shida town had a low graduation rate, with most students merely seeking a diploma and many dropping out along the way. Therefore, the school leaders and teachers had grown accustomed to such situations, assuming Liu Xiaochuan would eventually follow the same path, lamenting the potential waste of a promising student like him. His colleagues knew Liu Xiaochuan was a university student from a normal university, so he pretended to report back to school while, in reality, he spent several days at the library, engrossed in his studies. On the 10th of September, the long-awaited salary was finally disbursed, rewarding a month of arduous toil. To Liu Xiaochuan's surprise, he received over 2,000 yuan. With their pay in hand, the female teachers from the tutoring class decided to embark on a shopping excursion, inviting Liu Xiaochuan along, for he was needed to carry their purchases. Faced with the allure of these charming ladies, he could not refuse. And thus the group ventured to East Street, trying on and purchasing various items, soon filling Liu Xiaochuan's hands to the brim. Under the guidance of the ladies, he acquired 2 sets of clothing, as the weather was turning cooler, necessitating a refresh of his autumn wardrobe. Adorned in his new attire, Liu Xiaochuan appeared dashing, drawing glances of admiration from the female teachers, who clamored to introduce him to potential girlfriends and inquired if he was open to relationships with older women. In a flustered panic, Liu Xiaochuan quickly waved his hands in rejection, stating that at this juncture, his sole focus was on earning money and studying. After all, first love should be reserved for the university campus, where it blossoms beautifully. Despite possessing a youthful spirit akin to someone in their 20s, he was merely 17. And faced with a bevy of 25-year-old beauties, he could only swallow hard and refrain from entertaining any inappropriate thoughts. During the summer vacation, the tutoring class flourished, leading the owner, Wang Tongwang, to reap significant profits. In celebration, he decided to host a gathering. On Tuesday evening, all employees of the Chunfeng tutoring class gathered at Donglishan, filling 2 tables. In addition to Liu Xiaochuan, Wang Tongwang had hired 3 undergraduate part-time teachers, English instructor Yishan, a third-year student from a normal university, and 2 male students from the provincial university who taught mathematics and chemistry, respectively. Naturally, these 3 found themselves seated with Liu Xiaochuan. As the feast commenced, Wang Tongwang delivered a spirited speech, painting grand visions and encouraging everyone to work diligently and earn substantial profits. Liu Xiaochuan was aware of Wang Tongwang's fate in his past life. Indeed, he had earned quite a fortune for a few years before becoming complacent, engaging in an extramarital affair with an English teacher. This ultimately led to the dissolution of his marriage and the downfall of the tutoring class, which missed its prime opportunity for growth. When capital began to flood the education and training sector, Chunfeng education, lacking scale, was left to struggle for survival. However, the English teacher in question had not yet joined the staff and was likely still studying. It is worth noting that at present, there were only a few tutoring classes on the market, as the industry was still in its infancy. Notably, the well-known new educational entity had yet to be established. In the years to come, as competition intensified, the number of training institutions in the provincial capital would soar into the thousands, not counting the numerous clandestine classes hidden within residential buildings. It could be said that new educational institutions emerged daily, just as many shuttered their doors. Returning to the present, Liu Xiaochuan raised his glass as Wang Tongwang began to toast. After several rounds of toasting, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Liu Xiaochuan and his companions approached the neighboring table to raise their glasses to Wang Tongwang. The latter, patting Liu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, praised him as a promising young man and encouraged the other 3 to learn from him. Sneaking a glance at the reactions of the 3, Liu Xiaochuan noted that while Yishan and Su Cheng were relatively composed, Sun Yucheng's jealousy and disdain were glaringly evident. After all, he was from the provincial university and held a certain pride. How could he possibly respect a junior from a normal university? Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, Brother Guang, you are inciting resentment towards me. He humbly replied, I merely arrived a few days earlier, fortunate enough to coincide with the summer holiday. These 3 senior brothers and sisters are indeed more capable than I. They will soon become the pillars of our tutoring class. Upon returning to his table, Liu Xiaochuan discovered that Sun Yuqiang had taken his previous seat, positioning himself next to Yishan. It appeared that this fellow had taken a liking to Yishan. Liu Xiaochuan, wishing to be accommodating, took Sun Yuqiang's place but teased, Brother Chang, that's rather underhanded of you to steal my seat. I had hoped to sit beside my sister Yi. How about this? If you drink 3 cups, I shall have no objections. Su Cheng, seated to the right of Yishan, joined in the banter. Indeed, a penalty drink is in order. Otherwise, we could swap seats with Xiaochuan. Su Cheng also seemed to harbor feelings for Yishan, having hurriedly taken the seat next to her upon arrival. Hearing this, Yishan's face flushed crimson as she shot Liu Xiaochuan a glare and buried herself in her food. Sun Yuqiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, raised his glass and proposed, how about I drink 3 cups, and you 2 each accompany me with 1? Liu Xiaochuan readily agreed, filling his glass to the brim. And Su Cheng had no objections either. After downing 3 cups, Sun Yuqiang quickly took a couple of bites of food. Liu Xiaochuan poured a glass of wine. Toasting to Li Yan, Zhao Dongmei, and several other slightly older female teachers, before raising his glass to Sun Yuqiang and Su Cheng. Though we are not from the same school, sharing this tutoring class is a stroke of fate. Our school may not be as prestigious as Provincial University, but I still call you brothers in respect. Su Cheng replied, what does prestige matter after graduation? Provincial University isn't all that exceptional. Indeed, Sun Yuqiang chimed in. Though his words felt insincere, he shifted the topic, saying, Xiaochuan, you toast us but neglect to toast your sister Yi? Liu Xiaochuan responded, I will first toast to the 2 senior brothers, and then I shall toast to my sister separately. Sun Yuqiang protested, that's rather unfair. To toast us together and your sister alone seems inappropriate. Su Cheng interjected, no worries, let us toast together then. How about Yishan joins us for a drink? Liu Xiaochuan waved his hand, conceding, all right, I was in the wrong. Brother Chang, I shall self-impose a drink first, and then I will toast separately. He poured himself a cup of beer and downed it in 1 gulp. Then, he poured another cup, addressing Su Cheng, Brother Su, I first toast you. Before they could drink, Sun Yuqiang chimed in with a mischievous tone. It seems Xiaochuan has a grievance against me, toasting Su Cheng first. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, what an absurd criticism. Nevertheless, he first shared a drink with Su Cheng. Then, opening a new bottle, he smiled at Sun Yuqiang and said, surely there must be an order to things? Brother Su is closer, hence I toasted him first. Since Brother Chang has raised an issue, let me pour you a bottle as well. At this point, the conversation at the table among the female teachers ceased, and they began to pay attention. Sun Yuqiang, confident in his drinking capacity, also opened a bottle, challenging Liu Xiaochuan to a drinking contest. The 2 almost simultaneously drained a bottle of beer, prompting applause from the female teachers. Xiaochuan, well done. Sun Yuqiang felt increasingly disgruntled. It was evident that they had both consumed an entire bottle together. So why was he the only one being hailed as the champion? After all, he had merely arrived a few days earlier. How was it that he had so easily integrated with the beautiful ladies? Casting a glance at Yishan, who was also fixated on Liu Xiaochuan, a wave of jealousy surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, Liu Xiaochuan, dare you to challenge me to another bottle? Chapter 13. Sun Yuqiang's self-inflicted misery upon noticing Sun Yuqiang's intent to confront him. Liu Xiaochuan was unfazed. He had no fear when it came to drinking. In his previous life, he had faced many trials in drinking contests and had developed a commendable tolerance. Now, in his youthful body, he was emboldened. Yet he understood the importance of not being reckless, for he was not a mere country bumpkin. Brother Chang, hold your horses. I have yet to toast Sister Yi. He replied, pouring a glass and raising it. Sister Yi, this is for you. Yishan finished her drink and poured herself some beer. Just as she was about to take a sip, Sun Yuqiang interjected, Xiaochuan, if you're to toast your sister, shouldn't you be downing a whole bottle? Are you suggesting that my sister should also drink an entire bottle? Liu Xiaochuan countered. No need for that. She can have a glass, and I will drink on her behalf. Sun Yuqiang boisterously declared, I'll take a bottle, no problem. But you'll be drinking for your sister, right? That was never my intention. I never said I would drink for her. Sister can drink as she pleases, Liu Xiaochuan clarified. Just as Sun Yuqiang was about to voice his discontent, Su Cheng interjected, I'll drink this bottle for Yishan. Wait, we're from the same school. Are you backstabbing me, Su Cheng? Sun Yuqiang was taken aback by Su Cheng's unexpected support. That is a bit harsh, Brother Chang. Look at you and Su sitting beside Sister Yi. You're her guardians. The bottle I drank earlier was one from your left guardian, and now Su Cheng, as the right guardian, is drinking another. It's only fair. A protector of flowers cannot bear the burden alone, Liu Xiaochuan reasoned. Indeed, Xiaochuan makes a valid point. Sun Yuqiang, are you up to the challenge or not? Li Yin and Zhao Dongmei egged him on, reveling in the excitement. As the lively atmosphere drew attention from Wang Tongwang's table, he too reminisced about his own youthful days of drinking contests. With all eyes upon him, Sun Yuqiang found himself in a predicament. A man cannot back down. With a resolute heart, he steeled himself and downed a bottle with Su Cheng. After 3 bottles and a few more scattered drinks, he had already consumed more than enough. The beer they were drinking was the potent Liu Xiaochuan, which packed quite a punch. Wang Tongwang raised his thumb in approval. Young men, well done. Truly, you are in the prime of your youth. Be sure to eat some more food to balance it out. Brother Guang, you're still young yourself. Care to join us for a couple of bottles? Liu Xiaochuan jested. A few female teachers joined in the commotion, further intensifying the atmosphere. Enough already, I won't drink with you. I concede, is that satisfactory? Wang Tongwang turned to drink with the female teachers. After allowing Sun Yuqiang to have a few bites of food, Liu Xiaochuan opened a bottle of liquor and remarked, Brother Chang, I see you've had your share. You must be feeling the effects. Just raise a glass to me for courtesy's sake. Sun Yuqiang, indeed feeling the strain, refused to back down in front of Yishan, boldly declaring, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. I must toast Liu Xiaochuan with another bottle. Seeing Sun Yuqiang was clearly overindulging, everyone urged him to stop, but the more they insisted, the more determined he became to down another bottle with Liu Xiaochuan. Despite their good intentions, Sun Yuqiang was determined to make a spectacle of himself, and Liu Xiaochuan, left with no choice, lifted the beer bottle and gulped it down. Naturally, Sun Yuqiang was unwilling to show weakness, yet he choked after only half, and then, with a sudden retch, he vomited. Fortunately, Yishan swiftly dodged, or she would have been drenched. Although she avoided the mess on her clothes, her white shoes were not so fortunate, prompting her to rush to the restroom for some tissue. Sun Yuqiang, realizing the predicament, quickly covered his mouth and dashed to the restroom, with Su Cheng and Liu Xiaochuan following closely behind, fearing he might stumble and fall. Once in the restroom, Sun Yuqiang unleashed the contents of his stomach. After expelling everything, he felt weak, and Su Cheng and Liu Xiaochuan had to support him on either side as they returned. Upon their return, they noticed Yishan was no longer at her seat. After inquiring, they learned she had left early to return to campus. As everyone had nearly finished drinking, Wang Tongwang instructed Liu Xiaochuan to escort Yishan back to school, while Su Cheng would take Sun Yuqiang home. Upon exiting the restaurant and attempting to hail a taxi, they found the cab scarce. Liu Xiaochuan proposed they share a ride, first dropping off Sun Yuqiang, then Yishan, as it was convenient. Yishan cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yuqiang, but reluctantly agreed due to the difficulty in finding a taxi. She took the front passenger seat, while Liu Xiaochuan and Su Cheng helped Sun Yuqiang into the back seat. The driver, detecting the scent of alcohol, was initially reluctant to take them. But after Liu Xiaochuan sweetened the deal with an extra 5 yuan, the driver consented, promptly rolling down the windows. Fortunately, Sun Yuqiang did not vomit again. The evening breeze was somewhat cool, and as the air wafted through the car, he gradually regained his composure, quickly apologizing to Yishan, who, however, ignored him. Upon reaching the provincial university, they assisted Sun Yuqiang out of the car, and upon entering the campus, they fortuitously encountered his classmates, whom they entrusted him to. Su Cheng should have returned to his dormitory, yet he insisted on accompanying Liu Xiaochuan to see Yishan home. Liu Xiaochuan was apprehensive. Being an imposter from a teacher's college, he feared that if they engaged in conversation about school, his FAAD would crumble. He discreetly signaled to Su Cheng, saying, Brother Su, I've had a bit too much to drink today and would prefer to rest at my rental instead of returning to school. Besides, we don't have any formal classes tomorrow, so it's not a loss. Could I trouble you to see Sister Yi home? For Su Cheng, this was an ideal opportunity. He quickly responded, Of course, you head back safely. I'll ensure Yishan gets home without a hitch. He then discreetly gave Liu Xiaochuan a thumbs up. Yishan glanced at Liu Xiaochuan, roughly aware of his intentions. However, she held a favorable impression of Su Cheng, considering him far superior to Sun Yuqi, and thus agreed. Upon returning to their rented apartment, they encountered Yu Qingjun, who emerged from the neighboring unit after a hiatus of over 2 weeks. Brother Yu, do you live here as well? In the dim evening light, Yu Qingjun scrutinized Liu Xiaochuan before recognizing him. Oh, it's young brother Xiaochuan. My sister lives on the first floor of this unit. I came to deliver something to her. What about you? Do you reside here? Yes, brother Yu. My colleagues and I are renting on the 5th floor. We had a gathering for our supplementary classes today, drank a bit, so I didn't return to school. I noticed an aunt on the 1st floor frequently taking her child out to play. That child is quite adorable. Is that your sister's child? Indeed. That is my sister's son. During the day, she is at work. It's her mother-in-law who looks after the child. All right then, Xiaochuan, I'm off. See you later. Goodbye. Brother Yu. Liu Xiaochuan watched as Yu Qingjun rode away on his bicycle. Chapter 14. Learning to spar. Upon returning to the apartment, Wang Dong had already arrived. The two exchanged a few words before washing up and resting. During dinner, Liu Xiaochuan discerned Wang Dong's interest in Zhao Dongmei. He was uncertain whether the two would eventually end up together. According to the trajectory of his previous life, both would resign within 3 years, though there remained the possibility of them being a couple. From Monday to Wednesday, the supplementary classes were on break, and Wang Dong typically remained at home studying for the entrance exam. Consequently, Liu Xiaochuan had to leave early and return late, creating the illusion of attending classes. He felt troubled, as he would rise early to jog in the park and spend his days either studying in the library or wandering aimlessly. The warmth of summer was manageable, but he pondered what he would do come winter. It seemed necessary to find additional activities. One day, after finishing his studies at the library, Liu Xiaochuan chose not to take the bus and instead strolled home. While walking along Fengxi Street, he spotted a gym and sauntered inside. At that time, the fitness industry was in its infancy, not yet flourishing as it would in the future. Upon entering, Liu Xiaochuan discovered the gym was modest in size and not crowded. They offered pay-per-use options, so he purchased a ticket to enter. Dressed in athletic wear, he needed no change of clothes. He made his way to the equipment area, which, although limited, had an abundance of dumbbells and barbells. Liu Xiaochuan, whose physique appeared somewhat slender, was eager to engage in exercise. Fortunately, he had been a regular at gyms in his previous life, familiar with various equipment. And while his form might not have been exemplary, it was passable. In his previous life, Liu Xiaochuan only began working out in his 30s. At a time when the fitness industry was booming, with numerous gyms available, he had even hired trainers for a few sessions, only to realize many trainers were not markedly better than the seasoned gym-goers. Those muscular individuals in the gym often took pleasure in mentoring newcomers. Particularly if there were attractive women present, they would gather around to offer guidance. Liu Xiaochuan frequently learned from these interactions, sometimes treating the seasoned gym-goers to a bottle of soda water, quickly mastering various exercises, far more efficient than spending money on a trainer. From that point on, Liu Xiaochuan frequented the Yudong Fitness Center for his workouts. He was cautious not to overexert himself in muscle training, fearing it might hinder his growth. In his previous life, his height had plateaued at 175 centimeters, having experienced a late growth spurt. He was currently 17 years old and measured only 173 centimeters. It appeared he could still grow for another year, and he hoped that with more exercise and a better diet, he might gain an additional 1 or 2 centimeters. After more than half a month of training, Liu Xiaochuan began to notice some definition in his muscles and felt he had become somewhat stronger. One day, upon entering the gym, the owner stopped him. "Young man, I've noticed you come here every day. Do you not attend school or work?" "Why, boss? Does working out at the gym require a job check?" Liu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Not at all. I simply noticed you're quite adept with the equipment. Have you had any prior training? Would you be interested in becoming a fitness coach here?" "Well, I have trained a bit, but I'm not very skilled." "Can I really be a coach?" "Absolutely. Have you seen how few people know how to work out properly in this gym? I had a very professional coach who left for opportunities in the South, and now I only have one full-time coach who is overwhelmed. With your familiarity with the equipment, you would be more than capable." "All right then, let us find a place to discuss this in detail." Liu Xiaochuan couldn't afford to neglect his tutoring classes, so he could only work part-time during the weekdays. Eventually, he and the owner agreed on a part-time salary of 80 yuan per month, significantly lower than the other coaches. Liu Xiaochuan would primarily be responsible for guiding new members on how to use the equipment. If any private training sessions were booked, the commission would be calculated separately. Most importantly, his own workouts would be free from then on. Another coach, surnamed Xing, was very muscular with considerable muscle mass and prioritized all private training sessions. Liu Xiaochuan did not compete for these sessions. He merely provided simple guidance to new members when they used the equipment. Coach Xing was quite pleased, relishing the ease of focusing on private lessons to earn commissions, and sometimes discreetly corrected Liu Xiaochuan's form when he noticed something amiss. After the National Day holiday, the owner hired another coach named Bai, who designated a space for teaching elementary and middle school students about Sanda. Liu Xiaochuan became very interested and spent his free time observing the lessons. He wished to participate but felt reluctant to pay for the class and was embarrassed to attend without contributing. Within a week, Coach Bai discerned his intentions. Liu, would you like to learn Sanda with me? Yes, but this is a paid course, and I feel uncomfortable attending without paying. I can't afford the tuition. Liu Xiaochuan admitted bashfully. Don't worry about it. Come and learn alongside me. You can assist with the children's foundational strength training and stretching exercises while I take a break. Coach Bai said with a smile. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Coach Bai, Liu Xiaochuan exclaimed joyfully. From then on, he trained in Sanda with Coach Bai daily. Liu Xiaochuan actually had some martial arts background. As a child, he would climb mountains and swim with his friends, making him quite agile. Moreover, his childhood friend Zhang Chao's uncle was a veteran who had participated in the counteroffensive against Vietnam, and Liu Xiaochuan had learned some wrestling and combat techniques from him when he was younger. Liu Xiaochuan picked up Sanda quickly, and Coach Bai recognized his talent. Unfortunately, he felt that he had started too late. Had he trained from a young age, he might have even participated in competitions. Liu Xiaochuan's weakness lies in his inability to execute high kicks. He dedicates considerable time each day to stretching his ligaments, grimacing through the pain. Yet he remains far from achieving the full split. On his way home in the afternoon, his legs trembled with fatigue. Upon reaching the ground floor, he unexpectedly encountered Yu Qingjuan's sister, Yu Xiaomei, who was outside with her mother-in-law, basking in the sun while tending to a spirited child who dashed about playfully. Both women keeping a watchful eye on him. Liu Xiaochuan perceived their relationship to be remarkably harmonious, akin to that of a mother and daughter. However, he had never met Yu Xiaomei's husband or father-in-law. He had crossed paths with Yu Qingjun on 2 separate occasions, which also led to an acquaintance with Yu Xiaomei. Liu Xiaochuan greeted her. Sister Xiaomei, are you playing with the child? Ah, Hao has grown taller, hasn't he? Come, let uncle give you a hug. I have some white rabbit candy. School's out, Xiaochuan. University dismisses so early. Oh, we typically have no classes in the afternoon, so I returned earlier. He continued. I'll head upstairs now. Goodbye, Aunt Wang, Sister Xiaomei. Once back at his rented apartment, he found Wang Dong slicing vegetables. Liu Xiaochuan hurried to assist, igniting the gas stove to begin cooking. To maintain a healthy diet, the two of them had long since started preparing their own dinners, opting to dine out only for breakfast and lunch. In his previous life, Liu Xiaochuan relied on his wife, Liu Linlin, for meals. After his wife took a year off to further her studies in Yanjing, he could no longer subsist solely on takeout and was compelled to learn a few home-cooked dishes. Although his culinary skills were modest, they surpassed Wang Dong's. After dinner, they each engaged in their studies, and Liu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to ask Wang Dong about several chemistry problems. Wang Dong, intrigued, inquired why Liu Xiaochuan was studying chemistry. Liu Xiaochuan explained that he felt discontented with his teacher training college and was contemplating whether to return to high school for a second attempt to gain admission to a better university. In the 1990s, it was not uncommon for students to repeat high school for several years, but it was relatively rare for someone to drop out of college to retake the entrance exam. While Wang Dong did not fully understand, he refrained from probing further, recognizing that this was Liu Xiaochuan's personal journey. Chapter 15. The brutal confrontation with traffickers after the summer break. The number of classes in the tutoring program significantly dwindled, leading to a sharp decline in income. In September and October, Liu Xiaochuan's earnings did not exceed 1,000, leaving him somewhat anxious, as he required a substantial sum by the year's end, which only heightened his sense of unease. Reborn into the 1990s, one could indeed find opportunities everywhere. Yet one first needed capital to cultivate a fortune. A few days prior, he received a letter from home, wherein his mother informed him that the paperwork for his school suspension had been finalized, and he merely needed to return for the final exams. She also mentioned that his cousin from his aunt's family was getting married during the November holiday, but did not extend an invitation for Liu Jinyu to attend the festivities. Liu Xiaochuan reminisced that in his past life, when his cousin from his aunt's family wed, his father had also not attended the wedding. His aunt, Liu Xiaochuan, resided in the county town, and his uncle held a minor leadership position at the local ceramic factory, often looking down upon their impoverished rural relatives. After Liu Xiaochuan's incident, when financial compensation was required, Liu Jinyu sought to borrow money from his elder sister's family. However, she declined, citing her son's wedding expenses as a reason for her inability to lend a single penny. Ultimately, he borrowed small amounts from Liu Xiaochuan's maternal uncles and aunts, and even deducted from Liu Xiaoyun's dowry to gather sufficient funds for compensation. When Liu Xiaochuan's cousin from his aunt's family got married, they failed to notify Liu Jinyu. Liu Jinyu naively believed that his elder sister's family would send a vehicle to take the two brothers to the wedding banquet. However, a car indeed arrived, but it only took away Liu Xiaochuan's second uncle, Liu Jinsheng, and his family, completely disregarding Liu Jinyu. It was likely that they feared he might ask for money at the celebration. From that moment on, the Liu Xiaochuan family essentially severed ties with their aunt's family. When Liu Xiaochuan's grandmother passed away later, his aunt returned to her maternal home to mourn, to avoid ridicule from outsiders. Liu Jinhong and her brother Liu Jinyu exchanged a few superficial pleasantries, yet the familial bond had already eroded. Having witnessed the disdain for the poor and favoritism towards the wealthy in rural life, Liu Xiaochuan could understand his aunt's refusal to lend money. After all, lending is a matter of goodwill, while refusal is merely a matter of principle. However, to exclude Liu Jinyu from the wedding invitation was a grievous blow to his dignity. Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that his father's plight stemmed primarily from his own actions. Had he not caused that incident, his father would not have been looked down upon. On Saturday morning, with no classes and no gym sessions, Liu Xiaochuan strolled to East Street. The weather had begun to cool, prompting the need for warmer clothing. After purchasing some clothes, he spotted someone in the distance who resembled his childhood friend, Zhang Chao. As he approached, he confirmed it was indeed Zhang Chao, and both were thrilled to encounter each other in the provincial city. Zhang Chao had been working as a laborer at a construction site in the Taidong district, and today, having finally secured a day off, he had come out to shop with his co-workers, not expecting to run into Liu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan refrained from taking Zhang Chao to the tutoring classes, primarily out of concern that his high school status might be revealed. Instead, he invited Zhang Chao to his rented apartment and encouraged him to visit whenever he had the time. Zhang Chao expressed his desire to hang out, but with the construction site offering little time off and no convenient public transport in the evenings, they agreed to return home together during the spring festival. In November, as the weather turned colder, many schools canceled evening study sessions, leading numerous students to begin attending evening tutoring classes, which became increasingly busy. Liu Xiaochuan's own classes multiplied, leaving little time for self-study amidst his morning runs, daytime workouts, and evening and weekend classes. On Wednesday afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan returned to his rented apartment early. It was still before closing time, and the streets were notably sparse with pedestrians. Upon reaching the entrance of the Anha community where he lived, he noticed a stout woman in her 30s hurrying towards him, cradling a child whose clothes were bunched up, exposing his lower back. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself that the woman was quite reckless, allowing the child to be exposed to the cold. Just as he was about to intervene, he recognized the child's face. It was Hao Hao, the son of Yu Xiaomei. Hao Hao appeared to be asleep in the woman's arms, not crying or making a sound. Just as he was about to inquire further, he spotted Aunt Wang, Yu Xiaomei's mother-in-law, emerging at the end of the street. Running towards them and shouting something that was inaudible, Liu Xiaochuan quickly realized that the woman was likely a child trafficker. Pretending to look down and walk hurriedly, he collided with the woman. As she opened her mouth to scold him, Liu Xiaochuan seized the child, asking, "Who are you, and why are you holding Hao Hao?" As the woman realized her predicament, she fell silent and turned to flee, only to be tripped by Liu Xiaochuan, who extended his leg, causing her to tumble onto the curb, blood spilling from her mouth. A wiry man, resembling a monkey, leapt from the minivan, brandishing a switchblade. Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to place Hao Hao on the ground and stand up, just as the monkey man lunged at him with the knife. Liu Xiaochuan swiftly twisted his waist to evade the attack, but the blade tore through his shirt, leaving a gash on his side from which blood began to flow profusely. With a fierce shout, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel," and delivered a punch to the monkey man's jaw. His 2 months of training in Sanda had not been in vain. The assailant crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, the stout woman had regained her footing and managed to run a few steps before Liu Xiaochuan caught up with her, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling, too frightened to rise again. The commotion was so loud that the vendor at the nearby newsstand peeked out to investigate. Spotting the chaos, Liu Xiaochuan called out, "Auntie, please call the police." The vendor hurriedly dialed the emergency number. Observing the two fallen figures who showed no signs of getting up, Liu Xiaochuan quickly scooped Haohua into his arms, using his left hand to apply pressure to his wound, blood staining his hands. At that moment, Aunt Wang arrived, panting heavily. Liu Xiaochuan promptly handed Haohua to her, urging, "Aunt Wang, please call Sister Xiaomei and Brother Yu." Aunt Wang, trembling with fear, struggled to hold the child, prompting Liu Xiaochuan to take him back. Aunt Wang crossed the street to call from the newsstand. Before long, the police car arrived, dispatched from the Yuling police station. The officer recognized Liu Xiaochuan from the tutoring center upstairs and briefly inquired about the situation. Aunt Wang returned after completing her call. The story unfolded simply. Aunt Wang had been playing with her grandson downstairs, and during a moment of distraction, while fetching a glass of water, the child had vanished. By the time she emerged, the traffickers were almost at the corner, mere meters from escaping. Fortunately, Liu Xiaochuan had been there, and knowing Haohua made all the difference. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. The police apprehended the trafficker and prepared to escort Liu Xiaochuan to the hospital. He remarked, "While the sight may be alarming, the wound does not seem deep. Haohua is merely asleep, likely drugged by the trafficker. We must hasten to the hospital. By the way, Haohua is the nephew of Brother Yu Qingjun." The officers took the trafficker back to the station while another officer drove Aunt Wang, Haohua, and Liu Xiaochuan to the hospital. Upon arrival at the emergency room, the doctor assessed Liu Xiaochuan's injury, which, while lengthy, was not deep and had ceased bleeding. A few stitches were administered without anesthesia, and after applying a bandage, the doctor instructed him to return in 3 days for a dressing change and suture removal. He also received in 4 of antibiotics and a tetanus shot. Before long, Yu Qingjun, Bai Ling, and Yu Xiaomei arrived. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, Yu Qingjun grasped his hand tightly, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Xiaochuan, I cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for words. Had it not been for you, my nephew would have been abducted. If that had happened, my sister's family would have been devastated. Please, let me see how your wound fared." "It's just a superficial injury. I'm fine," Liu Xiaochuan replied. "Brother Yu, there is no need to take this to heart. Regardless of who encounters such a situation, they would act as I have, especially considering our acquaintance. I hold quite an affection for Haohua, often playing with him downstairs. By the way, how is Haohua?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired with concern. Haohua was rendered unconscious by that trafficker using ether, but he has since awakened. The doctor administered medication and assured that there are no significant issues, and his future brain development should remain unaffected. The wickedness of the trafficker, who would resort to using ether on such a young child, was not lost on Liu Xiaochuan. He knew that an overdose of ether could severely impair brain development. How dare they target my nephew? These traffickers must face the full extent of the law, although they cannot receive the death penalty. Given their attack on a police officer's family, Yu Qingjun must find a way to ensure they serve a lengthy sentence. Bai Ling and Yu Xiaomei proceeded to Haohua's hospital room, while Yu Qingjun remained in the emergency department with Liu Xiaochuan. "Xiaochuan, you cannot imagine the misfortunes my sister has faced. Thanks to you, if Haohua had truly been lost, she would have been unable to survive." Through Yu Qingjun's recounting, Liu Xiaochuan learned of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding his sister, Yu Xiaomei. Yu Xiaomei graduated with a specialization and was assigned as an accountant at a food factory, which has been struggling financially and has faced losses in recent years. Love, however, was a silver lining, as she married her high school sweetheart. Her husband, the only son in his family, lost his father early on, and after a year of marriage, Yu Xiaomei gave birth to their son, Haohua. The family was joyous, living harmoniously and thriving. Unfortunately, fate dealt a cruel blow. When Haohua turned 1, Yu Xiaomei's husband perished in a fire, leaving her a widow with an elderly mother-in-law and a young son. After the mourning period ended, family members encouraged Yu Xiaomei to remarry. Her mother-in-law, being open-minded, did not wish to see her daughter-in-law live in solitude and permitted her to remarry, provided she kept her grandson with her. Yu Xiaomei could not bear the thought of leaving her son with her mother-in-law while she pursued a new marriage. The idea of remarrying with her son and abandoning her mother-in-law was also out of the question, as it would betray her late husband's memory. Thus, she resolved that if she were to remarry, it would have to include both her son and her mother-in-law, a condition few men would accept. Consequently, she relinquished any thoughts of remarrying. choosing instead to support her mother-in-law and son. Her family, unable to offer more than emotional support, resolved to assist as much as possible until Hao Hao matured or until Liu Xiaomei encountered a suitable man who would not mind taking on a ready-made family. Liu Xiaochuan could not help but lament the trials faced by Sister Xiaomei. Had he not intervened as a butterfly flapping its wings, Hao Hao may have truly been lost. In a previous life, Hao Hao had indeed been abducted, leading Liu Xiaomei to despair and ultimately take an overdose of sleeping pills. After finishing the foredrip, the two proceeded to Hao Hao's room. Though awakened, he appeared somewhat listless, hiding beneath the covers and sobbing, clearly shaken. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, he sat up on his own. Liu Xiaochuan embraced him, assuring him that there was no need to be afraid. Before long, Hao Hao ceased his tears and drifted back to sleep. The family expressed their gratitude repeatedly, and Yu Qingjun arranged to treat Liu Xiaochuan to a meal once Hao Hao was discharged from the hospital as a gesture of appreciation. Liu Xiaochuan could not decline the invitation and readily agreed. On Saturday afternoon, while attending a supplementary class, Liu Xiaochuan received a certificate of commendation for his bravery from the Yichuan police station. This revelation of his heroic deeds stirred excitement within the entire class, and his colleagues felt a sense of pride. Some teachers even embellished the story while sharing it with their students. The police station initially intended to report Liu Xiaochuan's act of valor to the normal university, but Liu Xiaochuan managed to persuade the station's leadership, with Yu Qingjun's assistance, to refrain from doing so. Everyone admired Liu Xiaochuan for his humility despite his good deeds. Rather than announcing it to the school, he merely received a certificate of commendation. His students learned of his heroic act and regarded him with admiration during class, particularly a few young girls whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Sensing the potential complications this attention could bring, Liu Xiaochuan adopted a serious demeanor to maintain his authority as a teacher. On Monday, Hao Hao was discharged from the hospital, and Yu Qingjun hosted a celebratory meal at the Zui Xiang Lu, with the whole family in attendance to express their gratitude to Liu Xiaochuan. Bai Ling brought along her 7-year-old son, Pippi, the little boy Liu Xiaochuan had encountered on the train. Upon learning that Liu Xiaochuan had saved his cousin Hao Hao, Pippi immediately bowed in gratitude. The meal was simple, with only a few drinks, yet the conversation flowed joyously. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling were astonished by Liu Xiaochuan's eloquence. He engaged in discussions on various topics, offering insightful perspectives that demonstrated his broad knowledge and keen understanding. They could only wonder how many books this university student had read. Little did they know that Liu Xiaochuan possessed the experiences of a man in his 30s, bolstered by the vast resources of the internet. The meal's theme was gratitude, emphasizing that acts of kindness should not be expected to be repaid. Liu Xiaochuan encouraged them not to dwell on the matter. Bai Ling reflected on their encounter on the train, feeling a sense of fate in their subsequent meeting, especially since he had saved her nephew. From now on, we will consider you as a dear younger brother, she said to Liu Xiaochuan. Upon meeting Bai Ling and Yu Qingjun, Liu Xiaochuan felt an immediate warmth, and he responded, "If you do not mind, I shall regard you as my elder brother and sister as well." "What do you mean by sister? We are peers. There is no need for such formalities." Bai Ling laughed. "Very well, I shall heed your words, sister," Liu Xiaochuan replied without objection. "In the future, if you encounter any troubles in Fengyang, do not hesitate to reach out to your brother and sister. Oh, by the way, your brother Yu is now the deputy director at the Fenghe branch. He just received a new posting last week, so if anything arises in the Fenghe district, you can consult him. Is that so? Congratulations to brother Yu on his promotion," Liu Xiaochuan said in surprise, realizing that Yu Qingjun, having just returned to the city bureau, was already appointed as deputy director at the branch. While his rank might not have changed compared to his previous position at the city bureau, he was now a leader at the branch, which carried a different weight of authority. It's merely a casual arrangement. If there is anything happening in this area in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Of course, if matters arise in other districts, you may also consult me, as I still have some connections. Yu Qingjun takes on a lot of responsibilities. By the way, we are both from Xining County. My maternal family hails from there. If there are matters concerning my hometown, you can reach out to my senior sister, who has some connections in the county as well," Bai Ling remarked. It seems Bai Ling also belongs to the offspring of officials. However, the influence of Xining County's bureaucratic lineage is somewhat diminished in the provincial capital, yet it still holds some weight back home. "Well, if something arises, I won't hesitate to seek your assistance," but I will strive not to burden brother you and my senior sister too much. The meal passed swiftly, yet the atmosphere was joyful. Liu Xiaochuan spoke truthfully. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling were his first connections in Fengyang, and he would refrain from utilizing them lightly, as the currency of human relationships diminishes with frequent use. However, little did he anticipate that it would not be long before he would indeed trouble Yu Qingjun. Chapter 17. New Avenues for Profit. On Tuesday morning, Liu Xiaochuan returned to the Yedong gym. After several days of absence, he immediately immersed himself in practicing kickboxing, which drew some discontent from the gym owner. Considering he was paying Liu Xiaochuan an 80 yuan salary, Liu Xiaochuan felt somewhat embarrassed and proactively told the owner to forego his salary, stating that he merely wished to train and would take on the responsibility of assisting new members, considering it as his membership fee. The owner, upon hearing this, was naturally pleased and agreed. Since he did not require a salary, there was no need for him to linger in the gym all day. Liu Xiaochuan left early to stroll about the streets, searching for any new money-making ventures. Passing by an appliance repair shop, he noticed an elderly man engaged in a heated dispute with the shop owner. If you cannot repair it, you should have said so earlier. You've wasted several days of my time. My son's date is coming over soon, and if she sees that our television is broken, she might think my son is deceiving her. Just think of how much trouble you've caused. The elderly man's voice was filled with agitation. I never guaranteed that I could fix it. Besides, I haven't charged you anything, replied the young owner, who was in his 20s. He had inherited the repair shop from his father, but had yet to fully master the craft. He could manage minor repairs on radios and watches, but having only graduated from middle school, he found television circuit diagrams incomprehensible. He could only address obvious issues like loose wires or poor connections, while more complicated problems left him bewildered, especially since the television was a 20-inch color set rather than a black and white model. He was reluctant to open it and risked causing further damage, fearing he would have to compensate the elderly man. Liu Xiaochuan observed the scene from the doorway for a while. The owner, preoccupied with the argument, did not have time to attend to him. How about I give it a try and see if I can fix it? Liu Xiaochuan suggested. The sole appliance repair shop owner in Shida Town was the uncle of Liu Xiaochuan's classmate. During his university days, he frequently visited the repair shop during holidays. And the owner, aware of Liu Xiaochuan's physics background, had allowed him to assist with interpreting circuit diagrams. Eventually, he even let him help with repairs. Liu Xiaochuan was inherently interested in these matters, thus he was more than willing to lend a hand. He had previously repaired various devices such as televisions and radios. As the internal structure of appliances at that time was relatively simple, often plagued by minor issues that, with experience, became easy to resolve. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Liu Xiaochuan had assumed that, being a larger city, the standard of appliance repair would be considerably advanced, leading him to refrain from harboring aspirations in that direction. However, upon encountering a situation today, he decided to take a chance. When Liu Xiaochuan suddenly spoke, the two individuals who were arguing turned to him in unison, expressing their skepticism. You can repair it? Noting his youthfulness, their disbelief was palpable. I know a bit. I need to take a look to ascertain if it can be fixed, Liu Xiaochuan cautiously replied, not wanting to overstate his abilities. The elderly gentleman appeared doubtful, hesitating momentarily. The shop owner, eager to diffuse the situation, interjected, Sir, you've already been delayed for several days. What's another moment? Let the young man have a go. If he cannot fix it, you can always take it to another repair shop. After a moment's contemplation, the elder concurred. All right, let him try. Once the power was connected and the television switched on, it displayed nothing but static accompanied by a buzzing sound. Liu Xiaochuan surmised that the high-voltage transformer might be at fault. Upon removing the back cover, he indeed discovered faint arcing within. He carefully detached the transformer, opened it up, and identified the broken circuit. Requesting a soldering iron from the shop owner, he promptly repaired the connection, cleared out the dust, reassembled everything, and successfully completed the task. This minor malfunction was not particularly complex. However, the shop owner, being new to the business, lacked familiarity with the internal workings of color televisions and was somewhat hesitant to dismantle the components entirely. The elderly man was visibly pleased when he saw Liu Xiaochuan had fixed the television in less than half an hour and promptly inquired about the cost. Liu Xiaochuan, expecting the elder to haggle, initially requested 50 yuan, but to his surprise, the elder readily paid him and left with the repaired television. Holding the 50 yuan, Liu Xiaochuan turned to the shop owner and asked, How shall we split this? The owner generously replied, thanks to you, I was saved from a predicament. So I want to take a share. I didn't realize you were quite skilled. Where do you work? Oh, I'm a university student majoring in physics. I learned some appliance repair back in my hometown. No wonder. University students are certainly impressive, far surpassing those of us who ventured into this field later in life. Young man, would you be interested in collaborating? How would we collaborate? You want me to help you repair televisions? Precisely. If I cannot fix something, you can assist me. I'll provide the shop, tools, and parts, while you bring your expertise. We can split the earnings evenly. Collaboration sounds good. But splitting evenly isn't feasible since I'll be doing most of the work. I propose a 70-30 split in your favor, of course. Any parts used will be your responsibility. Additionally, you'll observe closely. In due time, you'll master this craft as well. Liu Xiaochuan raised his objections. Very well. Let us agree on your terms, a 70-30 split, with you receiving the larger share. However, you must not withhold any knowledge from me, understood? The shop owner's intention to secretly learn from Liu Xiaochuan was evident, yet he chose to be forthcoming. Rest assured, our collaboration will last at most 2 months. I will return home for the winter break, and I aim to teach you everything within that time. Liu Xiaochuan had not intended to stay for long. All right then. I will handle the client interactions, you will repair the televisions, and I will set the prices. For instance, regarding the elderly gentleman's television, you could take your time and ask for an additional 50. He would likely comply. Agreed. Let our collaboration be fruitful. The boss is Guiyenda, and Liu Xiaochuan has agreed with him to help with repairs from Monday to Friday afternoons. Liu Xiaochuan is quite pleased to have discovered a new avenue for earning money, hoping to save up a bit more before the winter break. Upon returning home in the evening, Liu Xiaochuan deliberately bought peanuts and beer, intending to celebrate with Wang Dong over a couple of bottles. To his delight, Wang Dong had also purchased beer and snacks. The two exchanged smiles, realizing they both had good news to share. Brother Dong, it seems we have reason to celebrate. Do tell. You go first. It seems you have something to be joyful about as well, Wang Dong replied with a broad smile. Very well, I shall begin. Today, I encountered an elderly man who needed his television repaired. The repair shop owner couldn't read the circuit diagram and was unable to fix it. Fortunately, my physics skills came into play, and I managed to assist him. I earned an extra 50 yuan. Hence, I bought us 2 bottles of beer to celebrate. Impressive, Xiaochuan. Applying what you've learned to repair a television. With such skills, you could easily make a living even without teaching. And what about you, Brother Dong? Your face is beaming with joy. It must be something significant. Indeed, Wang Dong had wonderful news. At noon, he had taken Zhao Dongmei out for lunch and had seized the opportunity to confess his feelings, which was met with success. He had planned to enjoy a romantic evening, but Zhao Dongmei had a class that night. Unable to contain his happiness, Wang Dong returned with beer to share his joy with Liu Xiaochuan, who, being younger, was regarded as a little brother by him and Zhao Dongmei. All right then, Brother Dong, you've successfully won over Sister Dongmei. We must celebrate with a few more drinks. By the way, am I overstaying my welcome? Should I make room for the two of you? Chapter 18. Wang Dong's ambitions. Wang Dong and Liu Xiaochuan each bought bottles of Western beer, intending to enjoy 2 each without disrupting their rest. Unexpectedly, their fortunes doubled, and they bought more than intended. Without using glasses, they began to drink directly from the bottles, though not in a manner of chugging. As they munched on snacks and peanuts, sipping on snowflake beer, their conversation flowed freely. What originally started as a plan for 2 bottles quickly turned into a third. Xiaochuan, you mentioned wanting to drop out and repeat a year. Is that true? Wouldn't that set you back several years? With your abilities? Even if you graduated from a normal college and didn't land a good job, you could still find something worthwhile. Why go through the trouble of repeating? Liu Xiaochuan couldn't reveal the truth. One line necessitated many more to maintain the fade, so he continued to weave his tale. Brother Dong, to be honest, my dream is to study medicine, to heal the sick and save lives. I didn't study diligently before, and my scores were too low to pursue medicine. So I settled for teacher training. Now, I want to earn some money first, and then pursue my dream of becoming a doctor. After all, one must have dreams in life, don't you think? Indeed, this was a reflection of Liu Xiaochuan's aspirations from his previous life. However, he lacked the means to realize them. For most, life revolves around mundane necessities, and when the weight of existence bears down, dreams often become mere sustenance. I too once had dreams, but now I aspire to earn more, establish a family, and repay my parents while supporting my siblings. ensuring that my family enjoys a better life. Xiaochuan, you cannot fathom the hardships we endure at home. Life in the countryside is fraught with difficulties. Indeed, Wang Dong once harbored dreams as well. Brother Dong, have you forgotten? I too hail from the countryside and have tasted its bitterness. This is indeed true. In the northeastern rural areas of the 1990s, although the issue of basic sustenance had been resolved, the standard of living remained woefully low. Cornmeal pancakes and cabbage constituted the staple diet, with rice and white flour being a rare treat, consumed only a handful of times each month. As for meat, one could only indulge during festive occasions. Meat, eggs, and milk were in severe scarcity, and those who could dine on eggs daily belonged to affluent families. Wang Dong lowered his voice and remarked, Xiaochuan, do you have any idea how much Principal Wang earns each month? I truly do not. In fact, Liu Xiaochuan had already calculated this. With nearly 20 teachers at the tutoring center, the monthly tuition fees amounted to approximately 30,000 yuan. Salaries consumed about 50%, while rent, utilities, taxes, and other expenses accounted for another 20%. Conservatively estimated, Wang Tongwang could net between 15 to 20,000 yuan monthly, with earnings doubling during the summer and winter breaks. Wang Dong then continued, it is said that during the summer vacation, he earned 30,000. It was no wonder Wang Dong felt envious. Had it been the previous Liu Xiaochuan, such staggering income would have inevitably stirred feelings of jealousy, albeit without hatred. After all, Wang Tongwang's fortune was the result of forsaking a stable job and venturing into the unknown, a risk that only a few possessed the courage to take. While most lack this valor, Wang Dong does not. He too had resigned from his teaching position. Before Liu Xiaochuan could respond, Wang Dong elaborated. The reason I left my position at the township school was due to the meager salary. If I were single, able to fill my own belly, it would be manageable. However, supporting my entire family to live well is simply impossible. After taking a hearty sip of his drink, Wang Dong continued, upon arriving in Fengyang, I sought employment at this tutoring center. Though it lacks the security of a traditional job, my income has increased several-fold. Yet, I still feel anxious, after all. The tutoring industry is not as stable as public education. It thrives on youthful vigor. Therefore, I plan to save some money and take things one step at a time. Having consumed alcohol, Wang Dong felt unguarded and revealed his innermost thoughts. Liu Xiaochuan understood his intent. He clearly wished to save some funds before embarking on his own venture. This is a natural inclination. The educational training sector differs from others as it is talent-intensive. Particularly at this stage, it has only recently emerged and has yet to attract significant capital. As long as there are competent teachers, one can assemble a team and secure a venue to operate. At least, it appears that way on the surface. Once capital enters the fray in the new century, larger organizations with superior marketing and management training will dominate, effectively overshadowing smaller institutions, though the latter may still manage to survive in the margins. Liu Xiaochuan, no longer holding back, clinked his bottle with Wang Dong's, finishing their third bottle, and said, Brother Dong, since you and Sister Dong may have become close, with one teaching chemistry and the other English, both highly skilled, you already constitute half a team. If you wish to venture out and establish your own tutoring center, I wholeheartedly support your endeavor. Really? Do you believe we can succeed? I have yet to discuss with Dongmei my intention to remain here until next summer, to guide this graduating class to completion. By then, I would have saved a modest sum, allowing me to seek a place of my own to establish a tutoring center. However, if I were to pursue this path, would it not be somewhat inconsiderate, perhaps even disrespectful to Principal Wang? Dong, feeling that departing from the Chunfeng Tutoring Center to venture independently would place him in direct competition with Wang Tongwang, harbored a sense of guilt. Dong, you are overthinking. The provincial city is vast, and the market for tutoring is immensely lucrative. We are merely scratching the surface. There is no need for you to carry such psychological burdens. If necessary, you could consider opening your center in a different district, I reassured him. In truth, as long as you do not establish your center directly across from Chunfeng, there is no competition to be concerned about, do you understand? Furthermore, even if you, Wang Dong, do not open a tutoring center, others like Zhang Dong and Li Dong will surely emerge. This industry is open to all, and soon it will attract a multitude of entrants. Xiaochuan, your words are worth more than years of study. Although you are young, your understanding is profound, and you articulate it well. Isn't it better to say 10 years of study? I quipped. I merely feared that claiming to surpass 10 years of study might seem exaggerated. And I did not want you to think I was being insincere. nor did I wish to inflate your ego. All right, I concede, you have a point. Come on, Dong. Let us toast. The two of us had already opened a bottle of Western liquor. This was initially to celebrate your successful confession, but we seem to have digressed. Truly, Dong, I am not joking. Whenever you need me to give way for Sister Dongmei, just let me know, or leave me a note, and I will find a place to hide. Forget it. You may be young, but you have quite the crafty mind. Our relationship remains wonderfully pure. Understood, Dong pure. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled mischievously. Wang Dong, his expression darkening, felt that the more he tried to clarify, the worse it became. After finishing 8 bottles of beer, both were slightly inebriated and left the mess unattended as they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Liu Xiaochuan indulged in a late slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed Wang Dong had already left, and the aftermath of their previous night's revelry had been tidied up. After practicing some sanda at the gym, Liu Xiaochuan sauntered over to Gui Yunda's repair shop, where 2 televisions were prominently displayed. Gui Yunda was diligently disassembling a black and white set. Chapter 19. Unexpectedly. Television repair is thriving upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan enter. Gui Yunda remarked, I'll fix this black and white set first. You can handle that 21-inch color television. Liu Xiaochuan nodded and approached the color TV, opening its back cover to assess the issue. It appeared manageable and reparable. The owner of the color TV was present, inquiring, Can it be fixed, and how much will it cost? Liu Xiaochuan replied, It can be repaired. 2 capacitors need replacement. As for the repair fee before he could finish, Gui Yunda interjected, It requires parts, which is quite troublesome. I estimate it will take about an hour and cost at least 150. Liu Xiaochuan had initially thought to charge 80, but was taken aback by Gui Yunda as higher demand, thinking to himself how shrewd this fellow was. The customer attempted to negotiate, and ultimately, Gui Yunda offered a discounted price of 120, urging the customer to promote their services further. The customer reluctantly agreed, realizing that 120 would consume half a month as salary. Nonetheless, the alternative of not repairing the television was unthinkable, as a color TV costs over 2,000, equivalent to nearly a year's wages. In this era, household appliances generally lack after-sales service. When they break down, one can only seek repair shops. Given the high prices charged, repairs tend to be prolonged, allowing customers to feel a sense of balance. Liu Xiaochuan dawdled for over an hour before finally completing the repairs. When the television displayed a normal image again, its owner joyfully paid the fee and took the color TV home. By 1991, television penetration had already reached a significant level. Liu Xiaochuan recalled that during his grandfather's lifetime, in 1988, he had purchased a 17-inch black and white Panda television, which had since been given to Liu Xiaochuan's uncle after his grandfather's passing, with his grandmother moving in with her youngest son for her retirement. Liu Xiaochuan's family had initially bought a black and white television last year, but after Liu Xiaochuan encountered difficulties and needed to compensate someone, he had to part with it. Nowadays, many rural households possess televisions, and cities have largely embraced their presence, though color TVs remain relatively scarce and are considered significant household items. The remaining black and white television, which Gui Yunda struggled with for quite some time, was eventually repaired by Liu Xiaochuan, who quickly identified the underlying issue. Shortly thereafter, the owner of the black and white television returned, and Gui Yunda charged a repair fee of 60 yuan. Liu Xiaochuan soon realized that there was no specific standard for such charges. The repair costs for color TVs were invariably higher than those for black and white sets. Over the next month, the television repair business flourished, and Liu Xiaochuan earned over 600 yuan from Gui Yunda's shop in just over a month. Had he known that repairing televisions was so lucrative, he would have started months earlier. Liu Xiaochuan was perplexed, but later understood that in his previous life, he had only learned to repair televisions in 1996, while now it was 1991, a time when televisions were just becoming widespread and malfunction rates were still high, with relatively few places capable of repairs. Thus, as long as one possessed the skill, there was a substantial market. Liu Xiaochuan's proficiency was not exceptionally high, and there were several sets he failed to repair, particularly those requiring component replacements, which Gui Yunda did not have on hand. Gui Yunda learned quickly, by December, he could resolve many minor issues on his own and had gained the confidence to attempt repairs on color TVs as well, resulting in fewer opportunities for Liu Xiaochuan. Consequently, his income began to decline. In December, Liu Xiaochuan earned just over 500 yuan from Gui Yunda, and there were days when he had no work at all. After the new year, Liu Xiaochuan informed Guiyenda. It seems you've become quite adept at repairs. I want be coming in next week. Guiyenda, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, despite your youth, you have become my mentor. Ever since I learned to repair televisions from you, my monthly earnings have significantly increased. Since I have some free time today, let me treat you to a drink. Liu Xiaochuan was tempted to ask if he could exchange the meal for cash. But he accompanied Guiyenda to a small eatery, where they shared 2 bottles of beer, and Guiyenda expressed his gratitude profusely. In the end, he unexpectedly handed Liu Xiaochuan 500 yuan as a token of appreciation. Although Liu Xiaochuan initially hesitated to accept, he considered his financial constraints and ultimately took it, saying, I am indeed in need of funds. Consider this 500 as a loan. I will repay you double before summer. Guiyenda thought he was merely making a casual remark, not taking it to heart, as he genuinely wished to offer assistance. However, he found Liu Xiaochuan's response somewhat insincere. Liu Xiaochuan, unfazed by Guiyenda's thoughts, took his leave and, on his way back, remembered that he had an evening class that day. He hurried to the tutoring center, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. Fortunately, he had consumed little alcohol, so it was not evident on his face. Upon entering the classroom, he found the students already waiting. Today, we shall engage in a comprehensive exercise on the principles of momentum and electromagnetism. In problems involving the ampere force in a magnetic field, what should we consider using to determine displacement? He asked. A student timidly queried, using the work-energy theorem, right, teacher? Are you not paying attention? I stated at the outset that today's focus is on momentum and electromagnetism. Why divert to the work-energy theorem? Liu Xiaochuan paused, then continued his self-dialogue. However, in displacement problems, it is indeed common to first think of the work-energy theorem. Yet, there is a complication. The work-energy theorem requires the force multiplied by displacement to express work done, and in such scenarios, the ampere force is variable and cannot be used in this manner, rendering the work-energy theorem inapplicable. What should we do then, teacher? Use the momentum theorem? Another student inquired. Precisely. Employ momentum, transforming the product of current and time into charge. Then, utilizing another formula, where charge equals the change in magnetic flux divided by the total resistance of the circuit, we establish a connection between the momentum theorem and the magnetic field. If the magnetic field strength remains constant, we can determine the change in area formed by the conductor and the loop, thus calculating displacement and arriving at the solution. I understand now, teacher. These problems are indeed a bit convoluted. Exactly. Hence, practice is essential for mastery. Now, let us proceed with the exercises. After discussing several complex problems, class concluded. Science teachers, especially at the high school level, often find their classes less demanding than those of the humanities. They do not need to recite extensively, although engaging the mind can be somewhat tiring. While students practice, teachers can seize the opportunity to rest. A harmonious cycle of teaching knowledge, practicing, correcting errors, and further practicing yields excellent learning outcomes. Once class was dismissed, Liu Xiaochuan left the tutoring center and was greeted by the sight of snow falling outside. It was the first snowfall of 1992, and the ground was already blanketed with a thick layer. As he returned to the entrance of his rented accommodation, he noticed a figure standing in the dimly lit hallway, tall and indistinct. Before Liu Xiaochuan could discern who it was, the person spoke. Their voice laced with a hint of tears. Xiaochuan, you have finally returned. Chapter 20. The plight of Zhang Chao upon hearing the voice, which resembled that of Zhang Chao. Liu Xiaochuan asked, Chaozi, is that you? As he approached, he confirmed it was indeed Zhang Chao. At that moment, Zhang Chao appeared battered, his face bruised, his left arm hanging limply, while he clutched a piece of luggage in his right hand, looking quite disheveled. What happened to you, Chaozi? Liu Xiaochuan inquired in astonishment. Xiaochuan, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten all day. All right, wait here for a moment. Liu Xiaochuan promptly dashed to the convenience store to purchase 2 packets of instant noodles and a few sausages, and after a moment's thought, he also bought a bag of bread. Returning downstairs, I first escorted Zhang Chao to the 5th floor. Wang Dong had not yet returned, presumably off on a date with Zhao Dongmei. I poured Zhang Chao a glass of water and urged him to eat some bread while Liu Xiaochuan went to prepare instant noodles for him. By the time the noodles were ready, only half a bag of bread remained. Zhang Chao devoured the noodles with remarkable speed, even drinking the broth, before finally speaking with reddened eyes. Zhang Chao worked as a laborer on a construction site, earning 10 yuan a day. He had only received his first month's wages, which he had long since exhausted. while the foreman had delayed the subsequent payments. Fortunately, the site provided meals and accommodations, allowing him to get by despite his financial constraints. As the year drew to a close and the spring festival approached, he needed to return home with money, along with several others. He sought out the foreman to demand his wages. The foreman merely made excuses and postponed the payments, which ignited Zhang Chao's youthful fervor, leading to a heated argument. When the foreman's subordinates shoved him, Zhang Chao, relying on his height and strength, engaged in a physical confrontation. However, as the saying goes, two fists cannot fight against many hands. Despite his imposing stature, Zhang Chao lacked experience in fighting. The foreman's men swiftly overpowered him, and the fellow workers, hesitant to intervene, stepped back. Ultimately, Zhang Chao was subdued and pressed to the ground, suffering a blow to his left arm, which he could no longer lift. The foreman, having struck Zhang Chao, did not offer to take him to the hospital. In a further act of cruelty, he expelled Zhang Chao from the workers' quarters, tossing out his belongings and threatening his co-workers not to assist him, lest they forfeit their own unpaid wages. The comrades who had accompanied him displayed a lack of camaraderie, leaving him to fend for himself. That night, Zhang Chao spent a frigid evening beneath a bridge, fortunate that it had not yet snowed and that the temperature was bearable, with his cotton clothing providing some protection against the wind. Otherwise, he might have frozen solid. Early the next morning, Zhang Chao rose and, inquiring for directions, walked from Taidong District to Fenghe District. After a long search, he finally located Liu Xiaochuan's rented apartment, standing outside for several hours before Liu Xiaochuan returned home. Enraged upon hearing about Zhang Chao's plight, Liu Xiaochuan was taken aback by the audacity of the foreman. Having been friends since childhood, Zhang Chao was even closer to him than to Liu Xiaolong. In a past life, while Liu Xiaochuan was studying away from home, Zhang Chao had always assisted with family chores. After Liu Xiaochuan had prospered in cattle farming and needed funds to purchase a house in the city, Zhang Chao had willingly lent him money. Liu Xiaochuan urged Zhang Chao to remove his shirt and roll up his sleeves. Indeed, his left forearm was severely swollen and painful to the touch, likely indicating a bone injury. Liu Xiaochuan hurried downstairs to fetch some snow in a plastic bag to apply as a cold compress. It was too late to seek medical attention that day, so Zhang Chao had no choice but to endure the pain until the morrow. That evening, Wang Dong returned and was equally shocked upon learning of Zhang Chao's ordeal. Unable to fathom the audacity of contemporary foremen, Liu Xiaochuan informed him that Zhang Chao would be staying with them for a while, to which Wang Dong readily agreed. Liu Xiaochuan had already advised Zhang Chao to present himself as a university student from a teacher's college and to speak sparingly to avoid revealing his true identity, a secret Zhang Chao vowed to keep. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan took Zhang Chao by taxi to the Third People's Hospital. Liu Xiaochuan's student, Wuhan's father, was the head of orthopedics, and they had met a few times before. He had always been polite to Liu Xiaochuan, and today his connections would prove useful. The registration line was lengthy, but Liu Xiaochuan bypassed it, quickly ascertaining the location of the orthopedic department and leading Zhang Chao upstairs. It is quite a coincidence that Liu Xiaochuan happened to encounter Wuhan's father as he exited the restroom. Liu Xiaochuan quickly called out to him, "Director Wu, greetings." Upon recognizing his daughter's tutoring teacher, Director Wu promptly smiled and inquired, "Ah, Teacher Liu, what brings you here?" "Oh, a friend of mine has sustained an injury, so I brought him along, hoping to see if you were available." "If you are, I would like to register for a consultation." "Register for what?" "Come over here. Let me take a look." Director Wu's eyes were filled with concern as he examined the severity of the injury. He feared that Zhang Chao might be some sort of troublemaker, and he certainly did not want his daughter to associate with such individuals, lest she be led astray. Liu Xiaochuan briefly explained Zhang Chao's condition, which incited Director Wu's indignation. He offered assistance, stating that he knew people in both the Public Security Bureau and the Urban Construction Bureau. "Thank you, Director Wu, but I only require you to examine his injury. I wouldn't want to trouble you further. I have a friend in the Public Security Bureau as well who can assist." Seeing that Liu Xiaochuan did not require additional help, Director Wu refrained from insisting, recognizing that their relationship was not particularly deep. Sympathy was one thing, but leveraging connections was another matter altogether. "This must be a fracture. I cannot ascertain if it's a complete break or a crack. Allow me to take you both for an X-ray. The head of the imaging department happens to be my classmate, so there's no need for a formal registration." After accompanying Zhang Chao for the X-ray, they viewed the results on the physician's computer, ultimately confirming it to be a hairline fracture. Fortunately, it was merely a crack, requiring a cast for 2 months of healing. I am immensely grateful to you, Director Wu. There's no need for such formality. My daughter has made remarkable progress in her physics studies since learning from you. So I should be the one thanking you. After exchanging a few more words about the children's education, Liu Xiaochuan felt it prudent to take his leave. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhang Chao observed that his arm was now slung around his neck, while in his other hand he clutched medication for promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruising. He was profoundly astonished. Liu Xiaochuan was still just a high school student and had already established connections with so many people. Within just half a year, he had even befriended the director of a major hospital. It was truly impressive. How regrettable it was that he had not applied himself to his studies in the past. What further astonished Zhang Chao was yet to come. After leaving the hospital, Liu Xiaochuan sought a public phone to contact Yu Qingjun, realizing that he truly needed to trouble him this time. Yu Qingjun, who had just finished a meeting at the precinct, agreed to meet Liu Xiaochuan downstairs shortly. Liu Xiaochuan then took a taxi with Zhang Chao to the Fenghua police station. Upon arriving at the station, Yu Qingjun was already waiting. Noticing Zhang Chao's condition, he immediately inquired about what had transpired. Liu Xiaochuan recounted Zhang Chao's ordeal in detail, saying, "Brother Yu, I understand that wage disputes do not fall under our jurisdiction, but my friend has been assaulted and is quite seriously injured. We would like to file a report, but we are unsure if it is appropriate, nor do we understand the procedures. Thus, we seek your guidance." Yu Qingjun, the deputy director of the Fenghua police station, recognized that matters concerning Taidong district were beyond his purview. However, given the familiarity he had within the system, Liu Xiaochuan's earnest request could not be dismissed. After all, they were indeed the aggrieved party, and their plea was justifiable. Yu Qingjun, having changed into civilian attire, borrowed a Santana from a colleague and drove Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao to the Minnan Road police station in the Taidong district, located near the construction site. There, he found Director Qin, a former classmate from the police academy. He accompanied Zhang Chao to file a report, adhering to the necessary procedures. Chapter 21. The Pursuit of Compensation. Director Qin, upon recognizing his old friend Yu Qingjun bringing someone to report a case, naturally accorded it due importance. They exchanged pleasantries. "Old Yu, I heard you've been promoted. You haven't invited me to celebrate yet." Yu replied, "What promotion? I'm still at the same rank." Qin retorted, "That is not the same at all. You can't escape this round of drinks. Let us not call it a celebration. It's been ages since we gathered. We should reach out to Lao Li, Lao Zhang, and the others for a reunion. However, my little brother's friend has been wronged in your jurisdiction, so you must resolve this." He gestured towards Liu Xiaochuan, saying, "Liu Xiaochuan, a brilliant graduate from the Normal University, is like a brother to me. The injured one is his close friend." Director Qin inquired about the situation, expressing his indignation. While incidents of wage disputes and violence on construction sites were commonplace, such egregious behavior was rare. He dispatched 2 officers to summon the relevant personnel at the site. As the police vehicle entered the construction area, the foreman remained unfazed. They had often dealt with altercations without consequence. The social order in the 1990s was far less stable than in later years. Fights were frequent, and few bothered to report them. Minor injuries were often swallowed in silence, while serious cases were typically settled privately, unlike the present day where law enforcement is respected and citizens are well versed in their rights. The foreman had not anticipated Zhang Chao would report the incident. Those involved in real estate often had connections across various sectors. However, when the police came to summon him, he complied without protest, opting to see the situation for himself. The officers informed him that a deputy director from the precinct was personally involved in this case, and despite his connections, he dared not offend anyone. Upon arriving at the police station, the foreman did not deny his involvement, but claimed Zhang Chao had struck first. Director Qin directly engaged him. "Manager Liu, you assert the workers initiated the confrontation, while he contends the opposite. It is difficult to ascertain who struck first, but you do have outstanding wages owed, correct? While wage disputes fall outside our jurisdiction, it is clear that injuries were inflicted, resulting in fractures, and the victim's arm is now immobilized. Should a formal injury assessment be conducted, those who wielded weapons could face serious consequences. Since a report has been filed, we must investigate. Should this delay your work schedule, do not say I did not warn you." "Please, Director Qin, it was merely youthful exuberance that led to the altercation. They lost control and inadvertently injured the individual. Could you assist in mediating this? We are willing to compensate him to avoid further complications for you." despite the foreman's connections. He recognized that seeking assistance for every issue was impractical, and resolving the matter with a reasonable payment was preferable. Ultimately, with Director Qin's mediation, the foreman agreed to settle Zhang Chao's wages of 200 yuan and an additional 4,000 yuan as compensation for medical and nutritional expenses. Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to acquiesce. He presently lacked the means to contend with these nefarious individuals. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Yu Qingjun, Zhang Chao's beating would have been entirely in vain. For a contractor, spending a few thousand yuan was no trivial matter, whereas for Zhang Chao, over 5,000 was indeed a substantial sum, one he could scarcely earn in a year, yet he could accept it. Liu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude and attempted to treat Director Qin and Yu Qingjun to a meal, but they politely declined. He then took the opportunity to purchase 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes from a nearby supermarket. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan buy cigarettes, Yu Qingjun remarked with slight displeasure, "Xiaochuan, why be so formal with Brother Yu?" Liu Xiaochuan responded with a smile, "Brother Yu, I certainly want to be formal with you, but I must show some appreciation to Director Qin, right? If you refuse, Director Qin would surely feel awkward accepting them." Yu Qingjun understood his intention, nodded, and accepted a pack, feeling that Liu Xiaochuan indeed knew how to handle matters. Seeing him accept the gift, Director Qin also graciously accepted his share. Yu Qingjun then drove Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao back to Anha Community before heading back to the office, leaving 2 packs of cigarettes for a colleague who had borrowed his car. Throughout the journey, Zhang Chao remained largely silent, merely uttering thanks, with Liu Xiaochuan taking the lead in all matters. He thought to himself, it has only been 6 months, yet Xiaochuan has transformed remarkably, resembling an adult, while he himself, at a height of 1.8 meters, still felt like a child. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Zhang Chao insisted on splitting the money with Liu Xiaochuan, who firmly declined, saying, "If one day I truly need money, I would appreciate it if you could lend it to me." Zhang Chao naturally agreed. Liu Xiaochuan inquired about Zhang Chao's plans, to which Zhang Chao expressed his reluctance to return home for the new year, fearing his family's worry upon seeing him. Liu Xiaochuan, too, did not intend to return home for the festivities, so they decided to keep each other company. When discussing Zhang Chao's plans for recovery, he mentioned he did not wish to seek work on other construction sites, feeling disinclined towards such labor. He believed that returning home to raise cattle would be preferable, as it would spare him from being bullied by outsiders. Despite his considerable physique, Zhang Chao was timid, having always followed Liu Xiaochuan since childhood. Liu Xiaochuan thought it would be a good idea for Zhang Chao to pursue livestock farming, recalling that in a previous life, Zhang Chao had prospered through cattle rearing. "Rest easy and recover. I will borrow a few books on farming from the library for you. You have nothing to do while you heal, so it's a perfect opportunity to learn. In a few days, I must return to my hometown for an exam. If your family inquires about you, I shall say I found you a security job at a tutoring center. The center will only be closed for 2 days during the new year, and we need to be on duty here, so we want to be going home. How does that sound? Xiaochuan, you are truly remarkable. You can lie so effortlessly. Let us do it that way. I genuinely need to study some farming books. It's impressive how educated you are. Your arm doesn't hurt anymore, does it? You dare to mock me now. Once I return, I shall inform your father that you got into a fight and had your arm broken. Stop. Xiaochuan, all right. Just say we are working overtime and want to be going home for the new year." Zhang Chao understood this was all in jest, knowing Liu Xiaochuan was his close friend of many years. On the morning of January 14th, Liu Xiaochuan boarded a train back to Xinping County. After 6 hours of clattering along the tracks, he finally arrived at Xinping Railway Station. He spent 2 yuan to share a tricycle ride back to Shida Town with others. Lutan is merely a little over 2 kilometers away from Shida Town, a distance that can be traversed on foot in just over half an hour. Liu Xiaochuan carries little luggage, merely a worn backpack with only a few books inside. The winter rural landscape presents a desolate sight. The fields are blanketed in a thick layer of snow, with some straw scattered on the ground, and the trees on the mountains stand sparse, allowing for an expansive view. As winter days are short, it is nearly dusk by the time the clock strikes 5, with tendrils of smoke rising from the village chimneys, signaling the approach of dinner time. The streets of the village are deserted. The biting cold keeps everyone tucked away in their homes. Upon arriving home, Liu Xiaochuan finds his mother, Zhao Zuaping, busy in the kitchen, while his father is in the yard feeding the cattle. Seeing Liu Xiaochuan return, Liu Jinyu feels a sense of relief. He had been concerned that Liu Xiaochuan might not return to take the exam, which would have posed difficulties in reporting to the teacher. Chapter 22. Returning home. Dad. Mom. I'm back, Liu Xiaochuan called out. Lu Jinyu nodded slightly. It's good you're back. Come inside quickly. Zhao Zuiping emerged with a spoon in hand, expressing her concern and warmth. Upon seeing her son dressed well, with a rosy complexion and seemingly taller, her heart swelled with joy. Regardless of financial matters, at least her son appeared not to have suffered while away. Once inside, Lu Jinyu inquired, I heard from your cousin Li Jun that you found a tutoring job while continuing your studies. You haven't fallen behind, have you? Don't worry, Dad. Once I finish my exams and receive my results, you'll see. I'll ensure you are satisfied. I've also earned some money at the tutoring center. I've saved nearly 2,000, but I have significant plans for the new year, so I won't hand it over just yet. In truth, Liu Xiaochuan had earned nearly 7,000 at the tutoring center over the past 6 months, and over 1,000 at Guiyunda's repair shop, having spent less than 2,000, leaving him with over 9,000. However, he refrained from mentioning these figures, fearing his parents would not believe him. All right, keep it for yourself. Lu Jinyu, however, remained skeptical. He could hardly fathom that Liu Xiaochuan could earn substantial sums, especially after purchasing several new outfits for autumn and winter. He thought it would be commendable if Liu Xiaochuan managed to save a couple of hundred, dismissing the notion of 2,000 as mere boasting. Yet he chose not to confront him about it. Liu Xiaoning, the second sister, had yet to begin her winter vacation, leaving only their parents at home. With Liu Xiaochuan's return, Zhao Zuiping joyfully prepared several extra eggs for dinner. After the three of them finished their meal, Lu Jinyu suggested, why not visit your grandmother? It's been half a year since you last saw her. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan went to his uncle's house, where his grandmother, over 70 years old, was tidying up the dishes while his aunt remained inside watching television. Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of discontent, but felt powerless to change the situation. In the rural customs of Xinping County, it is traditionally the eldest son who cares for the elderly. Following his grandfather's passing, the remaining family assets were inherited by his uncle, and his grandmother now lived with them. His aunt, both lazy and miserly, harbored a strong sense of jealousy, and his uncle was somewhat henpecked, resulting in a strained relationship between the two households. Fortunately, his cousins had not inherited their mother's traits and maintained a cordial rapport with Liu Xiaochuan. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan enter, his grandmother exclaimed with delight, Ah, my eldest grandson has returned. Have you eaten? I've had my meal, Grandma, he replied, before proceeding to greet the others in the room. Noticing Liu Xiaochuan's empty hands, his aunt felt displeased that he had returned from the provincial capital without any gifts. She merely stated, Oh, Xiaochuan is back, before turning her full attention back to the television. Uncle Liu Jinsheng exchanged a few words with Liu Xiaochuan, while his younger cousin and sister surrounded Liu Xiaochuan, peppering him with questions. Liu Xiaojian, a second-year junior high student, and Liu Xiaorong, still in elementary school, had never ventured far from home and were filled with curiosity about the world beyond. Liu Xiaochuan produced 2 tinyuan notes, handing one to each of them, saying, I was in a hurry to return and didn't buy anything, so take this to purchase some pens and notebooks. The two joyfully accepted the money, and upon witnessing this, Aunt Liu displayed a smile and went to fetch Liu Xiaochuan a glass of water. Liu Xiaochuan, indifferent to her actions and harboring a dislike for her character, chose not to confront her, considering the feelings of his younger cousins. After Grandma finished tidying up the dishes, she joined him on the Kong to sip tea. Liu Xiaochuan engaged in conversation with her for a while, and before leaving, discreetly slipped her 50 yuan. He understood that this money would eventually end up in Aunt Liu's hands, a matter beyond his control. Upon returning home, he informed his parents about his experiences in the provincial capital before retreating to his room for rest, feeling fatigued after a long day on the train. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, he called Liu Xiaolong to accompany him to school. They rode their family's durable bicycle, which, apart from a silent bell, resonated with sounds at every turn. Liu Xiaolong sat on the back seat, sharing updates about school life. Shida Town High School was a regular institution with a small population and generally poor academic performance, offering only one science class. Thus Liu Xiaolong and he were in the same class. Liu Xiaolong struggled academically and was studying art with aspirations to enter an art university. Xiaochuan, you wouldn't believe it, but several students from our class have dropped out this semester, and everyone thought you would too. By the way, Chinsume has asked about you several times, he continued. Qiu Mingwei is quite popular at school now. He has been pursuing Chen Sumei, but she hardly pays him any attention. Chen Sumei and Liu Xiaochuan were former classmates in middle school, and despite his admission to a key high school in the county, he had returned midway. In their previous lives, there had been mutual feelings between them during high school, but Liu Xiaochuan was solely focused on his studies, leaving no room for distractions, while Chen Sumei dropped out shortly after the start of her senior year. As for Qiu Mingwei, Liu Xiaochuan recalled him as a sports student from another town who lived on campus and had a bit of money. He had gained admission to a college through sports. But Liu Xiaochuan had lost track of him afterward. The school was a mere bike ride of 10 minutes away. Upon entering the gates of Shida Middle School for the first time since his rebirth, Liu Xiaochuan was struck by the dilapidated state of the campus, filled with nostalgia. The grounds were barren, lacking any proper teaching buildings, only a few rows of tiled houses and single-story structures. The classrooms were unheated, relying solely on stoves for warmth. Upon entering the school, Liu Xiaochuan first sought out his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, to report his return. Mr. Du expressed his astonishment at seeing him back for exams, exclaiming, "It's great to have you back." As they reached the classroom door, Liu Xiaolong rushed in first, shouting, "Classmates, come see who has returned." Liu Xiaochuan followed suit, declaring, "I, Hu Han-san, have returned." A few students gasped in surprise, and Chen Sumei turned her gaze toward him, nodding in acknowledgement. Most of the other students were unfamiliar with Liu Xiaochuan, as he had only recently transferred back from the county town and had attended school for just a few days before leaving to work at the start of the new semester. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Du, elegantly entered the classroom in her high-heeled shoes, directing Liu Xiaochuan to sit in a corner. She briefly emphasized a few points before informing everyone to prepare for the upcoming examination. Shida Town High School is a comprehensive institution, combining junior and senior high under one roof. Thus, during the final exams, students switch classrooms and intermingle for seating arrangements. Liu Xiaochuan found himself seated beside a second-year junior girl who frequently stole glances at him. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "Am I really that handsome now? Even a junior high girl has become my little admirer." Chen Sumei, who sat in front of him, turned around and whispered, "Liu Xiaochuan, you have ink on your face," before stifling a laugh. "Oh no, how embarrassing," he mused, having initially believed that his looks had captivated the young girl. In the midst of his self-deprecation, he noticed Qiu Mingwei's unfriendly gaze directed at him. Liu Xiaochuan wondered, "What is this? Is he already envious of my charm?" The invigilator promptly interrupted Liu Xiaochuan's daydreaming, commencing the distribution of exam papers. The first subject was Chinese, and since Liu Xiaochuan had not reviewed the material for quite some time, he found himself somewhat out of practice, particularly with the foundational knowledge. Fortunately, he excelled in classical literature and composition, completing the exam with confidence. Certain he'd at least pass, and potentially even score over 100. Chapter 23. The challenge having completed only one exam in the morning. Many familiar classmates gathered around during the lunch break, bombarding him with questions. Liu Xiaochuan spoke eloquently, causing the group to erupt in laughter, drawing even some less acquainted students closer. In truth, he recognized all of them, as he had been genuine classmates in a previous life. He called out their names one by one, leaving them astonished and marveling at his remarkable memory. "How did you perform on the exam? After not attending school for a semester, are you familiar with the new curriculum?" Chen Sumei inquired with concern. "I have been self-studying outside and feel confident, though I'm uncertain of my current standing. We shall see once the exams are concluded," he replied. Qiu Mingwei, however, remained distant, watching from afar and feeling increasingly uncomfortable. The afternoon commenced with a physics exam, Liu Xiaochuan's strongest subject. He glanced at the test paper and found the questions to be quite manageable. Considering that a perfect score might raise eyebrows, he decided to intentionally answer a few multiple-choice questions incorrectly and left one major question blank, aiming to keep his score around 120. This score would surely astonish the teachers, as it was uncommon for students in this school to even pass. Following physics was chemistry. Having self-studied the subject and occasionally sought advice from Wang Dong, Liu Xiaochuan had also completed an entire practice workbook. He diligently answered the chemistry exam, confident that scoring over 100 would pose no challenge. As the first day of exams concluded, the papers were promptly returned to the research office of the second-year cohort. The student population at Shida Town High School was indeed sparse. In the first year, only a little over 100 students had enrolled, divided into 2 classes, and by the second year, fewer than 90 remained. The science class fared slightly better, with over 50 students, while the arts class dwindled to a mere dozen. Consequently, the teachers of the second year convened collectively for their administrative duties, unlike the junior high division, which was organized by subject. The teachers of various subjects first examined the exam papers of the few students who excelled academically, while the rest of the students were merely an afterthought. Liu Xiaochuan, having transferred back from a prestigious high school and having not attended school for an entire semester, piqued the curiosity of all the teachers regarding his current capabilities. His exam results were swiftly graded: 107 in Chinese, 128 in physics, and 104 in chemistry. In the context of a modern elite high school, these scores could be deemed average. However, in the ordinary high schools of the 1990s, such results were nothing short of remarkable. How could a student, absent for a semester, achieve such proficiency through self-study? These scores could place him in the mid-range, even within a prestigious high school. Could it be that he cheated? Doubts were raised. Impossible. Someone retorted. There were only a few students in the examination room. It was evident. Moreover, rote learning in the sciences is futile. If he were copying someone else's work, who among them would possess such capability? Truly, a student who could gain admission to a top high school must possess a sharp mind. It was a pity. Had he remained in the county, his performance might have been even better. Returning might not be a misfortune. During his time in the county high school, he had not been particularly diligent, and it was rumored that his grades were subpar. Perhaps after experiencing certain events, he had come to a realization. Understanding that effort was key. As long as one genuinely desires to learn, self-study can indeed lead to success. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiaochuan, he had sparked this discussion among the teachers. After completing the exam, he called Liu Xiaolong and prepared to leave swiftly. On their way home, with Liu Xiaolong riding the bicycle and Liu Xiaochuan seated behind, they had just exited the school gate when Liu Xiaolong suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Xiaolong, what are you doing?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. In a hushed tone, Liu Xiaolong replied, "Xiaochuan, it's Qiu Mingwei." "What about Qiu Mingwei?" Before he could finish, they noticed Qiu Mingwei blocking their path with two companions. Liu Xiaolong put his left foot down to halt the bicycle. Liu Xiaochuan dismounted from the back seat and asked, "Is there something you need, Qiu Mingwei?" "Yes, there is," Qiu Mingwei said with an unfriendly tone. "You'd best keep your distance from Chen Sume." "What? This is utterly baffling." Liu Xiaochuan was taken aback. "I've been absent for an entire semester, just returned to take an exam, and you already consider me a rival? How insecure can you be?" "Humph, Chen Sume looks at you differently than she does at others," Qiu Mingwei asserted. "We were classmates in middle school. Is it not normal to exchange a few words after half a year apart? Should I label Chen Sume and affix a do not approach sign on her? Furthermore, if she gazes at me differently, that is her concern, not mine. This is simply absurd. I don't care. You must not speak to her again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Qiu Mingwei declared, and his two companions stepped forward slightly. Liu Xiaochuan had never seen these two before. They did not appear to be students, but rather potential troublemakers from Shida Town. Rude? Based on these two? Frankly, I'm not invested in your relationship with Chen Sume. It's none of my business. However, I take great issue with your tone just now, Liu Xiaochuan retorted. At that moment, Liu Xiaolong's younger brother, Liu Xiaohu, arrived at the school gate, accompanied by several third-year students. Liu Xiaolong, emboldened by the arrival of his brother accompanied by several others, stepped forward and said, "Qiu Mingwei, I am aware that you have been making quite a name for yourself both within and outside the school recently. Coming from a distant town, you may not have inquired about Liu Tan. To have the audacity to bully the Liu family is indeed quite brazen of you." Upon hearing the name Liu Tan, the two ruffians instinctively took a step back. The people of Liu Tan are united in their solidarity. They fight together against outsiders, earning a formidable reputation. There is a saying in Shida Town: the bold of the town, the fierce of Shuangou, and the reckless fighters of Liu Tan. Liu Xiaochuan quickly intervened, addressing Qiu Mingwei. It would be unwise to escalate this conflict with so many witnesses present. Qiu Mingwei, being an athlete, you are taller and stronger than I. If you find me displeasing, let us settle this after the exams tomorrow. We can engage in a fair duel, refraining from excessive violence. Whoever falls first loses. Should you win, I shall avoid Chen Sume in the future. Conversely, if I win, you must cease your pursuit of her, for a fruit forcibly plucked is never sweet. Of course, if she genuinely has feelings for you, then disregard my words. Why wait until tomorrow? Let us duel now," Qiu Mingwei retorted, showing his boldness. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled. "You may not care about the exam, but I have traveled a long way from the provincial capital and wish to perform well. After the exams tomorrow, those who do not show up will be deemed the losers. The onlookers here can bear witness. Agreed, tomorrow we shall meet. On their way home, Xiaolong inquired, Xiaochuan. Xiao Mingwei is an athlete and seems quite formidable. Do you think you'll manage tomorrow? Oh, after the exams, I will return to the provincial capital. Who would challenge him? Liu Xiaochuan jested. Come on, you can't be serious. You'd be better off losing. I was merely teasing. I am confident in my abilities. After tomorrow, you shall see that I would never bring shame upon Liu Tan. Now, hurry and ride back, lest we miss dinner. Chapter 24. The Duel on Sunday Morning. Liu Xiaochuan took the math exam, a subject in which he excelled, as physics and mathematics are closely intertwined. Despite not having studied for many years, achieving a score above 100 was still within his grasp. The nature of mathematics is such that it typically involves a large volume of problems and calculations, leaving most students unable to complete the test. Many students, upon finishing, feel that with ample time, they could easily score an additional 10 points or more. However, not all struggle to finish. Only two types of students tend to submit their papers early: the true academic elites, who are proficient and exceptionally quick at calculations, and those who are less capable, skipping most questions and answering the few they attempt with remarkable speed. At Shida Town High School, it is rare for students to not finish the math paper. Liu Xiaochuan's abilities were such that he could not claim to have submitted early, but completing the exam was certainly within his capacity. Most of his classmates, however, fell into the category of struggling with mathematics, with many finishing in a rush and achieving scores of 50 or even less. Those who managed to pass were considered to be among the better students. After the math exam, the students enjoyed a lunch break. Most brought meals from home, typically consisting of simple provisions like pickled vegetables. Liu Xiaochuan also brought along 2 steamed buns and a few strips of pickled vegetables, as the classmates gathered together to dine and converse. The topic of Liu Xiaochuan and Xiao Mingwei's impending duel arose, allegedly over Chen Sumei. Naturally, these words reached Chen Sumei's ears. Just after Liu Xiaochuan finished his meal, Chen Sumei returned to her seat and, blushing, turned to Liu Xiaochuan, asking, "Are you really going to fight Xiao Mingwei for my sake? Can't you both refrain from fighting?" Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "This has turned into a misunderstanding. Although Chen Sumei is quite attractive, I have no such intentions. My sole focus now is to earn money and study diligently for university. Matters of romance can wait until then." He replied calmly, "Xiao Mingwei and I are merely engaging in some friendly sparring, not a fight, and it truly has nothing to do with you, so please don't overthink it." "Fine. Even if you deny it, I want to allow you to fight. Once class begins, I shall inform our homeroom teacher, Mr. Du," Chen Sumei said, her eyes glistening with emotion. While Liu Xiaochuan and Chen Sumei conversed, Xiao Mingwei glared at them from across the classroom, filled with resentment. Liu Xiaochuan mused, "If Chen Sumei intends to report this to the teacher, she might genuinely do so. Xiao Mingwei might think I am afraid of him, prompting Chen Sumei to tell on me. What a hassle. I had planned to resolve this matter after the exams, but with the atmosphere escalating, I must address it sooner." He rose and exited the classroom, beckoning Xiao Mingwei with a gesture. Xiao Mingwei immediately stood up, followed by several other boys from the class, some eager for a spectacle, others inclined to mediate. "You called me out. What do you wish to say?" Xiao Mingwei sneered. "Well, I've changed my mind. Are you frightened? I see you also lack courage. From now on, avoid Chen Sumei when you see her. Let us switch seats shortly," he retorted disdainfully. The other students displayed expressions of mockery, surprised that Liu Xiaochuan, who had boasted grandly the previous day, appeared to falter so quickly. "No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to alter the timing. We had originally agreed to meet after school, but since Chen Sumei might report to the homeroom teacher this afternoon, I fear we may not be able to proceed. Thus, it would be better to do it now," Liu Xiaochuan stated with composure. Thought he had backed down. Turns out he does possess some guts, a few classmates whispered to one another. Xiao Mingwei said nothing further and strode toward the playground, with Liu Xiaochuan following swiftly behind, as other classmates swarmed around them. Upon reaching the playground, they stood a few meters apart. Liu Xiaochuan addressed the class monitor. "Could you please call for the start? After all, this is a duel and should be conducted with formality." "Very well, are you ready?" the class monitor, Sun Hongwei, inquired. Liu Xiaochuan and Xiao Mingwei each assumed stances reminiscent of martial arts dramas, making it seem as though unparalleled masters were about to engage in a duel atop Mount Hua. "All right, on my command, begin." Sun Hongwei announced. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Mingwei charged forward with a wild swing. While several classmates cheered him on, Xiao Mingwei, take him down. Given that the classmates were not well acquainted with Liu Xiaochuan, they felt a stronger camaraderie with Xiao Mingwei. Although they did not dare to overtly take sides, they still lent their support vocally. Only Liu Xiaochuan and a few friends from middle school offered encouragement, rendering the atmosphere decidedly lopsided. Xiao Mingwei, a student-athlete specializing in triathlons, possessed remarkable explosive strength and was more robust than Liu Xiaochuan. If Liu were to receive a couple of his punches, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation, relying on his nimble footwork. He dodged to the side or raised his arms to shield his head, using his elbows to deflect Xiao's blows. The surrounding classmates expressed their disapproval with jeers. Yet Liu Xiaochuan remained unfazed. Despite Xiao's formidable power, his fighting lacked strategy, leading to frantic swings that missed their mark. As his energy waned, Liu seized the opportunity to evade his punches, deftly grasping Xiao's forearm and sweeping his right foot out to trip him. Xiao reacted swiftly, bracing himself on the ground to avoid a fall, though he ended up sitting in the snow, which cushioned his descent. Liu chuckled and declared, "You've fallen. Thus, you have lost." Xiao, irate, retorted, "You lack the courage to confront me head-on. Resorting to trickery is no true skill. I refuse to accept defeat." The other classmates shared his sentiment, believing Liu's victory lacked honor, given that he hadn't engaged in a direct confrontation. "Are you intending to be dishonest then? Even if I were to lose, I would still not concede," Xiao challenged. "Very well, let us continue. I shall ensure you acknowledge my superiority," Liu replied. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, rise." The two resumed their stances, and at Sun Hongwei's command, the duel commenced anew. This time, Xiao did not launch an indiscriminate assault. Instead, he maneuvered around Liu. Liu chose to take the initiative, unleashing a flurry of punches that caught Xiao off guard, forcing him to protect his head defensively. Xiao's defense, however, was riddled with openings. Liu refrained from striking him directly in the head, mindful of their camaraderie. There was no need for excessive force, as a bare-knuckle blow could lead to injuries and complications with the school authorities, a predicament Liu had previously encountered during his time at the county high school, and he was unwilling to bear such financial burdens again. Seizing the moment while Xiao shielded his head, Liu landed several punches to Xiao's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Liu, recognizing the opportunity, utilized his wrestling skills to bring Xiao down into a pile of snow. "Are you ready to concede now?" Liu inquired. Xiao stood up, brushing off the snow and mud from his clothes, and asked, "Have you trained before?" "Indeed, I have practiced for a few days," Liu admitted. "Very well, I acknowledge my defeat. I shall honor my word, but I will seek a rematch in the future, and I will emerge victorious," Xiao vowed. "Sure, I await your challenge, although the earliest possibility will be at the end of the next term. After tomorrow's exams, I will be leaving," Liu replied nonchalantly. "What are you two doing? Aren't you too old for such antics?" A commanding voice echoed, as Teacher Du approached in her high heels. Upon her arrival, the students immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. "Xiao Mingwei, you are inciting a brawl, and you too, Liu Xiaochuan. After an entire semester away, you return for merely 2 days and already engage in fighting? Have you forgotten how you left the county high school?" Teacher Du had a knack for targeting the right issues. Liu quickly donned a smile. "Teacher, we weren't fighting. We were merely catching up and practicing wrestling." "Yes, teacher. We were just practicing wrestling. Look, neither of us is injured. We merely have a bit of dirt on our clothes," Xiao chimed in, eager to mitigate the situation. "How old are you? Still wrestling like a child? It's time to get serious. Hurry back to the classroom, as the exam is about to commence." The students scattered like birds, hastily returning to their seats. Eager to avoid the watchful eye of Teacher Du, a throng of them rushed into the classroom and settled down. While Chen Sumei noticed that Xiao Mingwei was merely dusted with dirt, and Liu Xiaochuan appeared unscathed, which eased her anxious heart. As Liu Xiaolong entered, he began recounting the events that had just unfolded to several female classmates, but promptly fell silent when Teacher Du arrived. Teacher Du entered the classroom, surveying the scene where everyone feigned immersion in their books and vocabulary. Shortly thereafter, the invigilator arrived, exchanged greetings with Teacher Du, and then departed. As the English examination commenced, Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, his command of English had been abysmal, yet now, reborn. He had been self-studying and was eager to assess his progress. Conditions at Shida High School were modest, and listening comprehension was not tested until after the third year. The English exam comprised numerous multiple-choice questions, which Liu Xiaochuan navigated swiftly. In the end, he poured his heart into composing an essay, meticulously reviewing it twice, making only a few minor corrections, and remained seated until the exam concluded before submitting his paper. The news of Liu Xiaochuan's confrontation with Qiu Mingwei spread rapidly throughout the class. Many were astonished that Liu Xiaochuan, who appeared rather slender, could easily topple the robust Qiu Mingwei. Rumors circulated that he had trained in martial arts in the provincial capital, with some embellishing tales of him mastering Qigong. The 1990s marked the peak of Qigong's popularity, with masters emerging everywhere, often deceiving the unsuspecting public, leading to a plethora of victims. Qiu Mingwei, having been bested by Liu Xiaochuan, felt a sense of frustration and silently vowed to seek out a Qigong master to hone his skills. The following morning, political science and history exams were held. As a science class, their curriculum would conclude these subjects after the second semester of the second year. Although they were still being tested, no one paid them much heed, and Liu Xiaochuan had not studied at all, relying instead on his own understanding to fill the paper, which was abundantly written, but the score remained uncertain. After the morning exams, Liu Xiaochuan approached teacher Du to request a leave of absence, explaining that he would be working next semester and would return for the final exams. Teacher Du offered some advice, but, sensing futility, acquiesced. Upon returning to the classroom, Liu Xiaochuan packed his bag, preparing to leave. After much hesitation, Chen Sumei gathered her courage to call out to him. Liu Xiaochuan, will you be coming back to school next semester? I won't be returning. I've already discussed it with the teacher. I'll wait until the final exams to come back. Oh, in that case, may I write to you? Please provide me with an address. Her voice grew softer, and her cheeks flushed red. Liu Xiaochuan felt a surge of vanity. I never intended to attract attention, yet my charm is overwhelming. What am I to do? With a gentle refusal, he replied. The place where I work isn't convenient for receiving letters. Oh, then never mind. Chen Sumei's face fell, disappointment etched across her features. Liu Xiaochuan felt a pang of sympathy and, after a moment's thought, wrote down the number for a tutoring class on a scrap of paper. He handed it to Chen Sumei, saying, if you need to reach me, you can call this number, and you will be able to contact me. He thought to himself that Chen Sumei likely wouldn't actually call him, as making a public phone call in Shida Town required a trip to the post office, and the cost was quite steep. Chen Sumei received a note, watching Liu Xiaochuan leave the classroom without a backward glance. Feeling as though her heart had been taken along with him, her eyes inevitably reddening. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaochuan informed his parents that he would be returning to the provincial capital the next day. The winter break was the busiest time for tutoring classes, and with only 2 or 3 days off for the new year, he had decided not to return home for the holiday. Naturally, Zhao Cuiping was reluctant, but unable to sway her son, she could only repeatedly implore him to take care of his health and not to skimp on food and clothing. Liu Xiaochuan, however, had no intention of depriving himself, particularly when it came to food. Having spent 6 months in the provincial capital, he had been enjoying a much better diet than at home, consuming milk daily, which enhanced his nutrition. Consequently, his height had indeed surged, measuring 176 centimeters during his last check, surpassing his previous lifetime's ultimate height. With his 18th birthday approaching, he held a glimmer of hope for growing another 1 or 2 centimeters. After a few days back home, he had been preoccupied with exams and had yet to visit Zhang Chao's home to reassure him. Following dinner, Liu Xiaochuan made his way to the back of the village, where Zhang Chao's house stood at the last row, adjacent to a small hill at the village's rear. Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Moncong, was chopping firewood in the yard and greeted Liu Xiaochuan's arrival. Xiaochuan, you're back. Come inside. Liu Xiaochuan noticed Zhang Chao's mother steaming bean buns, with steam filling the room, and replied, no need to go in, Uncle Moncong. I'll just say a few words and leave. I have to return to the provincial capital tomorrow. Chaozi is staying with me now. You started working at his construction site too? Not at all. I'm assisting at a tutoring class. Chaozi is no longer at the site either. They're withholding wages, so he quit. It just so happened that we got in touch, and I spoke to our boss about him. He is now working as a security guard at the tutoring class. Though the pay isn't high, it's relatively easy. What size of tutoring class requires a security guard? Zhang Moncong inquired, puzzled. There are over 100 students. City kids are quite delicate, and they need protection. In truth, the number of students enrolled surpassed 100, although classes were conducted in smaller groups. Then I truly owe you one. I must thank you, for despite Chaozi's robust appearance, he is rather naive. I worry about him being taken advantage of outside. But with you around, I feel at ease. Liu Xiaochuan had a reputation in Liutuan for his mischievousness, not being one to easily suffer wrongs. Liu Xiaochuan then mentioned that he would not be returning home for the new year, and while Zhang Monsong was not pleased, he understood that Zhang Chao was in a situation where he could not impose restrictions. After leaving Zhang Chao's home, Liu Xiaochuan quickly packed his belongings, deliberately bringing along his identification card, which he had applied for during the summer and had only recently received. He also packed the cotton vest that his mother, Zhao Zuiping, had specially made for him. The following day, he arose early and boarded a train back to the provincial capital. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and he taught a few classes for the third-year students. After the exams the following week, the winter break would commence in full. During the first week of winter break, Liu Xiaochuan took a leave of absence, not scheduling any classes, as he needed to hasten to the Magic City to realize his first plan for wealth, which involved purchasing stock subscription certificates from the Magic City. Chapter 26. Raising funds. The most significant opportunity for wealth in 1992 was none other than the stock subscription certificates. Commencing on January 19th, these certificates were simultaneously offered to the public through various securities firms, banks, and trust companies, priced at 30 yuan each. The certificates were issued once and remained valid throughout the year, allowing for multiple lottery draws. Thus, with a stroke of fortune, a single certificate could yield multiple successful draws. While conversely, it was also conceivable that one might not succeed even once. Initially, acquiring a stock subscription certificate required a Shanghai identification card, but this restriction was later lifted. Liu Xiaochuan had never had the chance to partake in this opportunity in his previous life. Although he had come across numerous tales online of individuals who became immensely wealthy through these certificates, he recalled certain aspects of those narratives, albeit not in great detail. Yet he recognized that this was undoubtedly a remarkable opportunity for wealth that should not be overlooked. For half a year, Liu Xiaochuan had diligently saved money in anticipation of this day, but regrettably, his savings amounted to only a little over 9,000 yuan. Determined not to miss this chance for prosperity, he resolved to borrow money and travel to Shanghai, ideally with as much capital as possible. His first thought for borrowing was Wang Tongwang, who had amassed considerable earnings in recent years. Liu Xiaochuan initially approached him under the pretense of a family emergency, seeking to request an advance on his winter holiday salary. However, Wang Tongwang resolutely declined, rendering any future requests for loans even more daunting. It was entirely reasonable for Liu Xiaochuan to be refused. He could not fault Wang Tongwang, as lending money is a matter of personal favor, while refusing is merely a matter of principle. If everyone were to request salary advances, it would disrupt the established order. The initial advance of 200 yuan had been to ensure Liu Xiaochuan could afford meals, a relatively modest sum, but this time was different. Feeling dejected as he exited Wang Tongwang's office, he was unexpectedly called back by Li Yan. Xiaochuan, I happened to pass by Principal Wang's office and overheard your conversation. Do you need money? I have 1,000 yuan you can take for now. Liu Xiaochuan was taken aback by Li Yan's willingness to lend him money. He was aware that, as a receptionist, her salary was not significantly higher than that of a substitute teacher, amounting to merely 300 yuan per month, with slightly more during the holidays. Her initiative to lend him money touched him deeply. Accepting Li Yan's generosity, he promised himself he would repay her double once he struck it rich. Regarding the stock subscription certificates, Liu Xiaochuan did not intend to disclose this information to many, as widespread knowledge would jeopardize the opportunity for profit. Moreover, even if he shared it, others might not believe him. However, there were two individuals he was determined to involve, his cousin Zhao Lijun and his childhood friend Zhang Chao. In the days following Liu Xiaochuan's return home, Zhang Chao was recuperating from his injuries, enjoying decent meals out daily, as he still had over 5,000 yuan in his pocket. One night, before going to bed, Liu Xiaochuan quietly confided to Zhang Chao about his plans to venture to Shanghai for wealth. He had anticipated Zhang Chao would be eager to join him. But to his surprise, Zhang Chao was too fearful to take risks, especially after his recent experience at the construction site. The thought of traveling to a distant city like Shanghai, a place none of them had ever visited, filled him with trepidation. The prospect of wealth was uncertain, and the fear of losing one's life was far too daunting. Liu Xiaochuan could not simply say, "Brother, come with me. Together we shall become wealthy." If he were not reborn, He too would not have believed such a claim from anyone else. Zhao, since you are unwilling to go, might you lend me some money? I promise to repay you double upon my return. Although Zhang Chao may not venture forth, his funds must certainly accompany me. Xiaochuan, I fail to comprehend your relentless desire to embark on such a perilous journey to the far-off metropolis. I suspect my counsel will be in vain. Take the money, but kindly leave me 200 for sustenance. Truth be told, without your extensive network, I would never have secured these funds and would have endured a beating in vain. Therefore, do not hesitate to take it. Zhang Chao demonstrates unwavering loyalty to Liu Xiaochuan, just as Liu Xiaochuan reciprocates. If Zhang Chao declines, I shall inquire with my cousin Zhao Lijun, though I doubt he will acquiesce. As Liu Xiaochuan makes his way to the Taoliju restaurant, he ponders these matters. As anticipated, upon returning to Zhao Lijun's dormitory that evening, Liu Xiaochuan broached the subject of taking him to the metropolis to procure stock subscription certificates. Zhao Lijun initially rebuffed him and proceeded to lecture Liu Xiaochuan. Such admonitions were futile, for Zhao Lijun could discern from Liu Xiaochuan's demeanor that he could not be dissuaded. When Liu Xiaochuan requested a loan, Zhao Lijun firmly declined, stating, "When you gain admission to university and find yourself in need, I will surely lend you money, but now you are merely throwing money away. If I lend you this, my aunt will surely reprimand me." Liu Xiaochuan, undeterred by his cousin's reluctance, revealed the 9,000 yuan he had saved over 6 months, saying, "Cousin, do you think I am a fool or has my brain been kicked by a donkey? This journey to the metropolis is undoubtedly an opportunity with a high probability of profit. Of course, I understand if you are hesitant to take risks. However, if you lend me some, even if it turns out to be a waste, I will earn it back upon my return." Zhao Lijun was indeed taken aback by Liu Xiaochuan's 9,000 yuan. He had not anticipated that Liu Xiaochuan could amass such a sum, and more importantly, he recognized Liu Xiaochuan's ability to repay, which was crucial. After much deliberation, Zhao Lijun retrieved 3,000 yuan from beneath his bed and handed it to Liu Xiaochuan, saying, "This is your brother's dowry. I plan to propose to Wang Jing this summer, so do not let me find myself unable to present the bridal price. Rest assured, cousin, I will not let you down. I shall repay you by June at the latest," Liu Xiaochuan promised as he accepted the money, additionally urging Zhao Lijun to keep the matter of the stock subscription certificates confidential. "You needn't worry. Even if I were to speak of it, who would believe me? Besides, look at the garlic we have at our restaurant. Who amongst us understands such matters?" Zhao Lijun, albeit apprehensive, lent the money, feeling somewhat uneasy about his cousin's audacity. Liu Xiaochuan disregarded his cousin's thoughts and hastily departed. With the borrowed funds, he amassed over 18,000 yuan, sufficient to purchase 6 subscription certificates. Naturally, more money was always welcome. After contemplating, he realized that no one else could be approached for loans. The acquaintances from his tutoring class were not close enough for such favors. Furthermore, borrowing money within the tutoring class would not reflect well on him. As for someone like Li Yin who would readily lend, he had taken what he could, and it would be improper to approach others. Regarding Yu Qingjun, if Liu Xiaochuan were to ask, he would undoubtedly lend a substantial amount, but initiating such a request would alter their relationship. Sighing, he resolved to be content with the amount he had. One must not be overly greedy. After all, how much is truly enough? With this thought, Liu Xiaochuan decided to set forth with over 18,000 yuan in hand. In addition to financial considerations, there were other preparations to undertake. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan first ventured to the small commodity market to procure several essential items. Having earned money in the vibrant metropolis, the challenge lay in how to safely transport it back. Carrying over 1 million in cash was hardly feasible, as he would likely be robbed within mere steps. Should there exist a bank in the bustling city and a corresponding bank book, withdrawing funds upon returning to Fengyang would prove impossible. However, by first obtaining a bank book in Fengyang, he could acquire an account to facilitate remittances from the metropolis, albeit with considerable service fees, thus elegantly resolving the predicament. Consequently, Liu Xiaochuan proceeded to open accounts at the Industrial and Commercial Bank and the Construction Bank. Upon arriving at the Construction Bank and preparing to open an account, he was unexpectedly called out to, "Teacher Liu, are you here to deposit money?" Chapter 27, Loans. Zheng Yanhong emerged from the president's office and strolled downstairs, only to spot her daughter's tutor, Liu Xiaochuan, attending to his banking affairs. She hurried over to greet him. Despite his youth, her daughter's teacher delivered lessons exceptionally well. igniting a profound interest in physics within her daughter, which resulted in a remarkable improvement in her academic performance. Thus, Zheng Yanhong felt compelled to be courteous to this young instructor. Upon entering her domain, how could she not extend a greeting? Observing Zheng Yanhong, Liu Xiaochuan promptly returned the salutation. Sister Zheng, are you working here? Indeed. Are you here to deposit money? No, I'm merely opening a bank book for future use. Haha. The teller, noticing Zheng Yanhong's presence, eagerly remarked, President, is this your acquaintance? Ah, yes, he is my daughter's teacher. By the way, Teacher Liu, once you finish your business, do come to my office for a cup of tea. Certainly, Sister Zheng, I would be delighted. Zheng Yanhong had only intended to be polite, but was taken aback when Liu Xiaochuan genuinely accepted her invitation, pondering, why is this young man so practical? She could only wait nearby. Liu Xiaochuan swiftly completed his account setup and ascended the stairs with Zheng Yanhong. However, the smile that once adorned her face had vanished, and rather than leading him to the president's office, she directed him to the bank's reception area, turning to fetch him tea. Liu Xiaochuan halted her, saying, Sister Zheng, please do not pour me any water just yet. You must be wondering why I am so practical in seeking your assistance. It was a sudden thought that crossed my mind, and I would like to trouble you with a request. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yanhong felt somewhat embarrassed and curiously inquired, what do you need my help with? Liu Xiaochuan had only considered asking her for assistance upon realizing she was the bank's president, adhering to the principle of taking a chance when the opportunity presented itself. He asked, Sister Zheng, does your bank offer loans? You wish to apply for a loan? Do you have any collateral? Of course not. However, Sister Zheng, you should be aware that I earn a reasonable income from tutoring, and I am certainly capable of repayment. I am curious if it is possible to secure a personal loan without collateral. I am indeed in urgent need of funds. In the absence of collateral, a guarantor would be required. Zheng Yanhong pondered how to politely decline without offending this young teacher. Sister Zheng, I truly have no one to act as a guarantor. If you could assist me in facilitating a loan of 20,000, I could offer 10 complimentary lessons for Tong Tong when she next pays her tuition. Liu Xiaochuan presented his conditions, which held a certain allure, effectively serving as a covert form of kickback. Zheng Yanhong found herself somewhat swayed, primarily due to the desire to cultivate a positive rapport with the teacher. After all, wouldn't that ensure a more dedicated approach to educating her child? May I inquire what you require such a substantial sum for? Is there a matter at home? Liu Xiaochuan quietly asked. Sister Zheng, have you kept abreast of the recent news regarding the issuance of stock subscription certificates in the Magic City? With these certificates, one can enter a lottery for newly listed stocks. I perceive this as a lucrative opportunity, hence my intention to acquire some certificates in the Magic City. Unfortunately, my funds are rather limited. If I could secure a loan, wouldn't that yield even greater returns? Have you heard about this? Zheng Yanhong whispered back, intrigued. At such a young age, you're already interested in stocks? I frequently peruse the newspapers. I believe that acquiring knowledge is never a detriment. Upon analysis, I genuinely believe this venture could be profitable. If Sister Zheng has some spare funds, she might consider purchasing a few as well. Zheng Yanhong poured a glass of water for Liu Xiaochuan and said, Teacher Liu, please have a drink. I'll be right back. She returned to her office and called a classmate in the Magic City. Ah, the stunning Zheng. What brings you to call me? Her classmate's cheerful voice rang through the phone. I've missed you. What is keeping you busy, Sue? I can hardly believe it. I'm no handsome fellow for you to miss. By the way, are you currently issuing stock subscription certificates? Don't even mention it. Our bank has assigned us numerous tasks. Each subscription certificate costs 30 yuan, and if one doesn't win the lottery, it's akin to possessing worthless paper. Who in their right mind would purchase such a thing? They're not selling at all, and it's quite vexing. Is that so? I know someone who intends to buy in the Magic City. The analysis suggests a high probability of winning and potentially significant profits. A high probability of winning does imply profit, but the lottery hasn't been drawn yet. Who can say for certain? Currently, very few are inclined to buy. What sort of person would be interested in purchasing subscription certificates from your end? Have them reach out to me. It would help me fulfill my task. It's my daughter's teacher, who confidently asserts that it will be profitable. Should we not also purchase a few certificates? Just in case this truly is a lucrative opportunity? You make a valid point. How about I allocate a month's salary to buy 10 certificates as a trial? The classmates seemed to waver. Sounds good. Please also purchase 10 for me. I will transfer the funds to you shortly. Certainly, I'll procure 10 on your behalf. There's no rush for the money, but do ensure that your daughter's teacher comes to see me for the purchase. Please provide him with our bank's address. Rest assured, I will ensure he visits you." After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Liu Xiaochuan had finished his glass of water by the time Zheng Yanhong emerged from her office. This time, she invited Liu Xiaochuan into her office. Upon entering and taking a seat, Zheng Yanhong spoke first. "Teacher Liu, I just consulted with my classmate in the Magic City, and indeed, they are issuing stock subscription certificates. Therefore, I can lend you 10,000 yuan for a duration of 6 months, without requiring collateral or a guarantor. As for the interest, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. It will be at the standard rate. Regarding your offer of 10 complimentary lessons, let us forego that. Simply devote your efforts to teaching our Tong Tong well." Liu Xiaochuan was aware that Zheng Yanhong would assess his repayment capacity, and securing a loan of 10,000 yuan was quite commendable. He expressed his gratitude, stating that he was willing to accept a standard interest rate, or even a slightly higher one if necessary. "Very well, I shall assist you with the paperwork immediately, and you will be able to collect the funds today." However, Zheng Yanhong paused momentarily. "Is there anything else you require from me?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. "My classmate works at the construction bank in the metropolis, and they have a sales task for subscription certificates. If you find yourself in the city, could you purchase a certificate from her? It would aid her in completing her task." "Of course, that is no problem at all, Zheng Jia. Please provide me with your classmate's work address and contact details." Liu Xiaochuan readily agreed. "All right, I will write it down for you." Zheng Yanhong then scribbled a note for Liu Xiaochuan, detailing her classmate's name, Su Wei, along with the address and phone number. Zheng Yanhong personally assisted with the formalities, and Liu Xiaochuan quickly received the 10,000 yuan, filling him with immense joy. This sum would soon multiply into hundreds of thousands, or even millions, in just a few months. Chapter 28. Departure to the metropolis on January 22nd. Liu Xiaochuan finally boarded the train bound for the metropolis. The green train from Fengyang to the city required over 30 hours of travel, and Liu Xiaochuan dared not challenge the hard seat option. Instead, he begrudgingly spent a little extra to purchase a sleeper ticket. While opting for a hard seat could have saved him some money, enough to buy 2 additional subscription certificates, he deemed the hard seating uncomfortable, crowded, and fraught with safety concerns. He chose an upper berth, albeit narrow and cramped. It still allowed him to sleep, and it was relatively safer compared to the lower berth, which was often a target for thieves. Tickets to the metropolis were notoriously difficult to procure, but fortune favored him as it was the end of the year, when many workers were departing from major cities like Yanjing and the metropolis. Consequently, Liu Xiaochuan was fortunate enough to secure a sleeper ticket. He had purchased underwear with a zippered pocket to conceal his funds. However, with over 28,000 yuan, he could not fit it all. The bulging pocket would draw too much attention. Thus, he stowed only 10,000 yuan inside. The remaining 18,000 was tucked away in his socks, which he then placed inside his muddy, worn-out shoes. He added 2 pairs of long unwashed, odorous socks on top, and stuffed the shoes into a tattered backpack. A plastic bag on top contained various small items, including a tea thermos and a soup ladle. Additionally, there was another plastic bag filled with several baked pancakes and boiled eggs. Once aboard the train, Liu Xiaochuan retrieved the tea thermos and food, tossing his backpack onto the luggage rack without a second glance, hoping to avoid attracting any attention. As Fengyang was the starting station, all passengers had boarded and settled in, and the crew was busy checking tickets before departure. Opposite him in the upper berth was a female university student who promptly climbed into her berth and began reading. The middle berth was occupied by a mother and her son, the mother appearing to be under 40 but quite overweight, likely exceeding 160 pounds. Her son appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The lower berth was taken by 2 young men in their 30s. The talkative woman with the child initiated conversation as soon as she settled in the lower berth, asking everyone where they were headed and what their professions were. In the lower bunk, 2 young technicians from Shigong, Shihu City, a tall and a short one, were on a business trip to the bustling metropolis for a training session. Upon hearing this, a plump lady was filled with respect, for Shigong was a large state-owned enterprise with excellent salaries, and technicians were truly remarkable individuals. The 2 young men, displaying a modest demeanor, had their faces adorned with pride. The plump lady claimed that her husband worked in the metropolis and would be on duty during the new year, so she had brought her son along to spend the holiday with him, mentioning that her husband's salary there was significantly higher than in the Northeast. She then inquired about the young woman in the upper bunk, who introduced herself as a university student from Su Province, studying in Fengyang. Her demeanor was cold, and after a few exchanges, She turned her attention away from the plump lady. With a huff, the plump lady redirected her questions toward Liu Xiaochuan. Typically gregarious, Liu was now reluctant to draw attention, merely stating that he was going to work in the metropolis. The plump lady expressed her confusion. People usually return home for the spring festival. Why would a young man like you go to work during this time? Liu fabricated a story. Oh, I have a distant uncle who runs a repair shop in the metropolis. I've learned some electrical repairs. And he's busy during the holidays, so he asked me to help out. He promised to pay me double for the new year and will reimburse my travel expenses. Impressive. You're still so young and already know how to fix electrical appliances. The plump lady praised, although inwardly, she suspected he might be boasting. I can only assist with minor tasks. I've studied little, so I can't handle anything too complex. Why don't you pursue more education? It's important to be well educated. You have a good appearance. It would be a pity to waste it. Coming from a poor rural family, I didn't do well in school, so what is the point of continuing? Liu replied, settling into a seat by the corridor to gaze at the scenery. The train had left the station, rushing forth amidst the sounds of the journey. The plump lady then turned to admonish her son, urging him to study diligently, otherwise, he would find himself working menial jobs. Her son, lying in the middle bunk with a comic book, appeared bewildered, glancing at her with a look of confusion. Meanwhile, the two Qigong technicians were engrossed in their conversation. The plump lady occasionally interjected, but when they began discussing business matters, she could only listen in silence, feeling somewhat disheartened, leading her to lie down in the middle bunk and daydream. At noon, Liu Xiaochuan took out his enamel tea mug to fill with hot water. Enjoying some baked flatbread with pickles, the plump lady also produced snacks from home, such as fried dough twists and eggs, and sat with her son in the middle bunk to eat. The two technicians, appearing quite carefree, went to the dining car for a meal and returned with flushed faces. Evidently having indulged in some alcohol, the plump lady watched them with a look of envy. As Liu gazed out at the passing landscape, he contemplated his plans for the metropolis, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement. Finally, the evening arrived, and he climbed into the upper bunk to sleep early. The female university student devoted her time to reading and sleeping, while the two technicians continued their lively chatter. The plump lady, unable to join the conversation, abandoned her son to chat with others in the adjacent bunk, only returning to her own space when the attendant announced it was time to turn off the lights. The train ambled through the night, pausing intermittently. At the stroke of midnight, it was uncertain which station had been reached. As the train set off again, a shadowy figure materialized within the carriage, sifting through belongings under the dim light of a flashlight, amidst the fluctuating sounds of snoring. When the shadow reached Liu Xiaochuan's tattered backpack, it bypassed it initially, but after rummaging through another bag without success, hesitated before extending a hand toward the worn backpack. Unzipping it, a foul odor wafted out, and a pair of shoes was felt within. Hastily withdrawing the hand and zipping it back up, the figure muttered in frustration, "Damn. What bad luck. Why are these stinky shoes in here?" Liu Xiaochuan, in a deep slumber, remained blissfully unaware of the ordeal his backpack had just endured. With little to gain from the luggage rack, the shadow's gaze shifted to the sleeping berths, inspecting each one with an outstretched hand. A tall technician, deeply engrossed in sleep, felt a sudden jolt as his exposed foot was touched. Startled awake, he inquired, "Who is there? What do you want?" "My apologies, I mistook the berth," the shadow whispered, swiftly retreating and hurrying through the corridor into the next carriage. The tall technician, unfazed, returned to his slumber, and the carriage once again settled into tranquility, punctuated only by the sounds of breathing and the rhythmic chorus of snores. Chapter 29. Shopping around at dawn the following day, Liu Xiaochuan was roused by the voice of the tall technician. It turned out that his watch, which had been resting beneath his pillow, had vanished. After searching the lower berth with a colleague to no avail, he realized that the person who had claimed to have made a mistake in locating their berth was a thief. No wonder they had fled so quickly. Upon hearing about the lost item, the plump woman feigned concern, offering words of solace, yet her expression betrayed a sense of schadenfreude, thinking, "Serves you right for being so smug." The female university student maintained her indifferent demeanor. Glancing at his backpack, Liu Xiaochuan sensed a shift in its condition that sent a chill through him. He reached out to check, relieved to find the contents of the shoes still intact. Naturally, he retrieved his toiletries from the backpack, returned it to the luggage rack, and proceeded to the washroom to freshen up. The tall technician lamented his misfortune while his shorter colleague consoled him, promising to accompany him to buy a new watch upon their arrival in the metropolis. The tall technician realized that regret would not remedy the situation, so he resignedly headed off to wash up as well. After a day spent gazing out the window, Liu Xiaochuan's green train finally pulled into the bustling Shanghai station in the early afternoon. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he stepped onto the land of the metropolis, marking his first stride towards prosperity. In a previous life, Liu Xiaochuan had first visited Shanghai in his teens, by which time it had already blossomed into a thriving metropolis. Undoubtedly, the present-day Shanghai stands as the most prosperous city in China, yet it pales in comparison to what it would become 3 decades hence. Amidst the throngs at the train station, Liu Xiaochuan, carrying a considerable sum of money, was keen to avoid the crowds. He declined numerous offers from drivers and hotel proprietors, and after exiting the station, hailed a taxi bound for the Wangua Securities in Suwei. The driver, astonished, inquired as they drove, "Young man, are you here to buy stocks?" "No, I have no understanding of such matters, nor the funds to indulge in them. I am here to work, having made arrangements to meet someone near the Universal Securities. Would you not agree? You hardly seem like a stock trader yourself," the driver remarked with a hint of disdain. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "I am precisely the fool you speak of, indeed a grand fool. Once I strike it rich, it will be you who regrets your words." Aloud, he exclaimed, "Goodness, 30 yuan apiece, such an exorbitant price. What purpose does this subscription certificate serve? Is it merely a lottery ticket? If one wins, they can purchase stocks. If not, it is nothing but worthless paper. Isn't it akin to throwing money down the drain?" The driver replied, "Indeed. Very few people are purchasing such things nowadays." Seeing that Liu Xiaochuan resonated with his viewpoint, the driver continued to chatter throughout the journey. "Ah, my good man, I have arrived." "You may stop here," Liu Xiaochuan interrupted as he spotted the grand sign of Universal Securities. Universal Securities is still a few hundred meters away. The driver continued, oblivious to his passenger's urgency. "No need, I shall alight here." "Thank you," Liu Xiaochuan said, paying the fare and exiting with his backpack. The driver left, somewhat disgruntled. The metropolis was vast, and without navigation, Liu Xiaochuan felt utterly lost. He sought out a newsstand, spending 2 yuan on a map of the city, meticulously searching for his location. Without haste towards Universal Securities, Liu Xiaochuan wandered nearby to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After studying the map for a while, he noted that Su Wei's location was at the construction bank on Changle Road. He took a bus to Changle Road, but instead of heading directly to the bank, he first visited the nearby industrial and commercial bank, entering the establishment. Today marked the 10th day of the subscription certificate sale, yet the front of the bank remained desolate. The staff sat idly, their minds preoccupied with how to fulfill the sales quota for the certificates, lest their bonuses for the month be jeopardized. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan enter, the staff's eyes momentarily brightened, only to dim again as they realized this youth, seemingly under 20, was not their target demographic. Out of politeness, the lobby manager inquired, "Good day, sir. What service do you require?" "Oh, I wish to open a savings account," Liu Xiaochuan replied, confirming that he was not there to purchase a subscription certificate. The manager directed him to a window for account setup. The teller assisting Liu Xiaochuan, named Tian Tao, inquired while processing the account, "Young man, our bank is currently selling subscription certificates for stocks at 30 yuan each. Winning the draw enables you to buy new shares, which are sure to yield profit. Would you like to purchase a few?" A female teller at the adjacent window interjected with a teasing tone, Tian, seeing a young face. "You're trying to lure him in. Why don't you buy some yourself?" "I lack the funds, and besides, I have already purchased several myself." "What if this young man makes a fortune?" Tian Tao replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Can one truly make a profit by purchasing these certificates?" Liu Xiaochuan feigned ignorance. "Well, I cannot guarantee profits, as it depends on the draw. However, the probability of earning is quite high," Tian Tao stated, albeit reluctantly. "Very well, I trust your word. I shall buy." "Ah, truly buying it. How many tickets shall I purchase?" Tian Tao chuckled, surprised at how easily the young man could be deceived. "I shall buy 100 tickets." "What? 100 tickets?" Tian Tao initially thought Liu Xiaochuan was jesting, only to discover that Liu Xiaochuan had already produced a stack of cash, counting out 3,000 yuan in hand. Just as Tian Tao was about to take it, Liu Xiaochuan said, "I would like a complete set of 100 consecutive numbered subscription certificates, the kind without a name." At that moment, Tian Tao realized that Liu Xiaochuan was well prepared and knew to request 100 consecutive white bars. He promptly retrieved 100 white bards for Liu Xiaochuan and accepted the 3,000 yuan. As Liu Xiaochuan exited the industrial and commercial bank, Tian Tao remained in a daze. This young lad, not yet 20, had purchased 100 subscription certificates. Could this truly lead to wealth? It seemed prudent to return home and discuss with his wife about acquiring a few more, lest he miss the opportunity for prosperity. Liu Xiaochuan, oblivious to Tian Tao's thoughts, had already entered Wanghua Securities, armed with his freshly minted bankbook and identification, requesting to open an account. The clerk chuckled, explaining, "Young man, you may not understand. You must first purchase our stock subscription certificates. Only after winning the lottery can you return here to open an account. Why not buy a few subscription certificates and come back after winning? Can't I open an account in advance?" "Unfortunately, no. I shall buy 200 subscription certificates. Surely. I will win, right? You intend to buy 200? Without further ado, Liu Xiaochuan produced 6,000 yuan. "Very well. Please wait a moment, young brother. I shall seek approval." When Liu Xiaochuan exited Wanghua Securities, he held 2 additional sets of whiteboard subscription certificates and had successfully opened a stock account. Leaving the securities firm, Liu Xiaochuan traversed several streets until he found a modest inn, paying a 20 yuan deposit for a 5 yuan room. The inn also sold cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. Liu Xiaochuan bought a few packets of instant noodles, borrowed a small basin from the proprietress, and requested hot water, subsequently returning to his room with a basin of noodles. "Young man, there are restaurants outside. Why not dine there?" the proprietress inquired. "Ah, it's simply because I have no money. Restaurants are too expensive for me to afford." Liu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. "Yet, you cannot survive solely on instant noodles." The proprietress tossed a packet of pickled vegetables to Liu Xiaochuan. "This is a gift. No charge." "Then I shall not be polite. Thank you." Chapter 30. Su Wei's shock. A basin of noodles quickly vanished into Liu Xiaochuan's stomach. After 2 days of munching on baked cakes on the train, he was indeed famished, and the noodles provided much relief. Closing the door, Liu Xiaochuan removed the cotton vest his mother had sewn for him, using scissors to cut open a section of the fabric to extract the cotton inside. It was all new cotton, and as Liu Xiaochuan dismantled it, he silently apologized to his mother, Zhao Cuiping, for this was crafted stitch by her. He extracted the cotton, placed the stock subscription certificates inside, and sewed it up with needle and thread, repeating the process until all 3 sets of subscription certificates were safely tucked within the cotton vest. He also carefully collected the extracted cotton and, under the cover of night, disposed of it in a nearby trash bin. Having completed all of this, Liu Xiaochuan tossed his backpack onto the table in his room. He removed the money from his sneakers and placed it into the cotton shoes he was currently wearing, covering it with the recently discarded, pungent socks before retiring to bed. He believed that even if someone were to stealthily enter in the dead of night, they would not rummage through his shoes. Liu Xiaochuan, however, had clearly overthought the situation. He slept soundly through the night without incident. Despite the prevailing insecurity of the era, he, as a young man carrying an old backpack, was hardly conspicuous, easily mistaken for a struggling student or a laborer, making him an unlikely target for thieves. The next morning, Liu Xiaochuan ventured out to a small eatery, spending 3 yuan on breakfast. With a full stomach, he shouldered his backpack and first visited Shanghai Securities, where he fortuitously encountered a fellow Northeasterner among the staff. He successfully opened an account and purchased 2 subscription certificates. Naturally, he also encouraged his compatriot to acquire a few for himself, though whether the man believed him was beyond his concern. After leaving Shanghai Securities, Liu Xiaochuan made his way to Chonglu Road, transferring buses twice, and finally arrived at the construction bank, where Su Wei was working just before noon. Su Wei was engaged in a phone conversation with Zheng Yanhong. "Hey Zheng, you mentioned that little teacher, but he hasn't come here to purchase any subscription certificates. Are you sure he is not misleading you?" "Oh, that shouldn't be the case. It's been several days since he took out a loan from me. He ought to have arrived in the Magic City by now. Could something have happened? Perhaps he lost the money on the way? You are quite bold, lending to such a young individual and even guaranteeing it yourself. Aren't you concerned he might default?" "Not really. Although he is a part-time teacher, he delivers his lessons exceptionally well and earns a decent sum each month." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A voice from the entrance addressed Su Wei. "Director Su, there is a young man here specifically asking for you." Upon hearing this, Su Wei quickly informed Zheng Yanhong over the phone. "It seems the person you mentioned has arrived. I'll go check." After hanging up, She exited her office and entered the lobby, where she spotted a young man with an old backpack looking around. Are you looking for me? Are you a friend of Zheng Yanhong? Yes, that's me. Hello, Sister Su. Liu Xiaochuan greeted her with familiarity. At your age, you could call me Auntie instead. Oh no. Sister Su, you are even younger and more beautiful than I imagined. If I were just a few years younger, I would indeed call you sister. Such flattery from one so young. You possess quite the boldness, Su Wei chuckled, her smile radiant. Sister Su, shall we find a place to discuss serious matters? Certainly. Please follow me. Su Wei led Liu Xiaochuan into her office. Once seated, she inquired, I hear you came here because you took out a loan. You seem quite keen on the subscription certificates. How many do you intend to purchase? Oh, Zheng told you about my loan. Indeed. I borrowed 10,000 yuan and have saved a bit more, totaling over 13,000. I intend to use it all to buy subscription certificates. Liu Xiaochuan produced 13,200 yuan. Even with prior preparation, Su Wei was taken aback by Liu Xiaochuan's bold investment, perceiving it as a substantial gamble. Of course, since she dared to gamble, there was no need for further words. She stepped out to procure 10 subscription certificates from Westset and handed them to Liu Xiaochuan. Additionally, she acquired 10 subscription certificates from Westbuy. Liu Xiaochuan was left with less than 200 yuan in his pocket, needing to reserve over 100 for purchasing a ticket. You have truly aided me greatly. Selling so many means that even if the task remains unfinished, I can still provide an explanation to my superiors. Thus, she insisted on treating him to lunch as a token of her gratitude. As the president, Su Wei felt an immense weight of responsibility and sincerely appreciated Liu Xiaochuan's assistance. Let us forego the meal. I have a separate matter for which I require your help. Sister Su, do you have any acquaintances in the railway industry? Indeed, I do. I have a high school classmate who works at the train station. Are you looking to purchase a ticket? Su Wei inquired. That would be splendid. As you know, it is the end of the year, and securing a ticket back to Fengyang from the bustling metropolis is quite challenging. If possible, could you ask your classmate to assist me in obtaining a sleeper ticket? Either upper or middle berth would suffice, Liu Xiaochuan remarked, surprised that Su Wei indeed had connections within the railway sector. Buying a ticket? That should not pose a problem. Which day do you need the ticket for? Either today or tomorrow would be ideal. The sooner, the better, as I wish to return as quickly as possible. Having acquired the subscription certificates, Liu Xiaochuan was eager to leave the metropolis, wishing to avoid any prolonged delays. Very well, please wait while I make a phone call. Su Wei promptly dialed her classmate's number, exchanged pleasantries, and inquired about the tickets. After a brief discussion, she whispered to Liu Xiaochuan while covering the mouthpiece. There is a middle berth available for this afternoon around 1 o'clock. Would you like it? Liu Xiaochuan nodded eagerly in agreement. Su Wei then finalized the ticket details and ended the call. Liu Xiaochuan glanced at the wall clock. It was just past 11, and there was still over an hour left, which was just enough time. He decided not to return to the small inn, content to forego the 20 yuan deposit. Recalling the inn's phone number, he deemed it courteous to inform them of his departure to prevent the proprietress from holding his room. Thus, he borrowed Su Wei's phone to call. Hello, the proprietress answered. Hello, this is the guest from room 205. I am checking out as I am heading to the station. You may keep the deposit as a token of my gratitude for your pickled vegetables. Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. With no time to spare for lunch, Su Wei graciously purchased bread and instant noodles from a nearby supermarket to give to Liu Xiaochuan for his train journey. He accepted the provisions and finally said to Su Wei, Sister Su, I truly recommend that you acquire a few more subscription certificates for yourself. Do not miss out on a splendid opportunity. After saying this, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the train station. Chapter 31. A smooth return. Upon arriving at Hongqiao train station, he found Su Wei's classmate and, without the need to queue, purchased his ticket. With over half an hour remaining until the boarding time, Liu Xiaochuan entered the restroom of the waiting room, sought out a stall, and concealed his subscription certificate. It was too late to sew it into his cotton vest, apart from hiding one set in the pocket of his underwear. He had stashed the remaining sets inside his canvas shoes, stuffed alongside his worn socks. Liu Xiaochuan deemed this method relatively secure. After waiting in the waiting room for a while, he successfully boarded the train. He noticed a long queue at the entrance of the hard-seat carriage, with some individuals even climbing through the windows. He felt fortunate to have secured a sleeper ticket. Otherwise, enduring the lengthy journey of several thousand kilometers would have been quite unbearable. Upon boarding, he habitually tossed his backpack onto the luggage rack and promptly ascended to the middle bunk, reclining to rest. Conversations emerged on the train, and Liu Xiaochuan engaged in a few casual exchanges. The return journey proceeded smoothly without incidents of lost belongings. On the evening of January 26th, Liu Xiaochuan finally arrived back in Fengyang. With only a few dozen yuan left in his pocket, he certainly could not afford a taxi and opted not to take the bus either. The rented Anha community was not far from the station, so he carried his backpack and walked home. Upon returning to his rented room, he found Wang Dong and Zhang Chao present. Wang Dong was tucked away in the room reading, while Zhang Chao was engrossed in the television in the small living room. The 10-inch black and white TV, which had previously been broken, was now functioning thanks to Liu Xiaochuan's repairs, and Zhang Chao was thoroughly enjoying the show. Liu Xiaochuan glanced at the screen and recognized it as the currently popular The Fox of Snowy Mountain. Has it been nearly a week since you returned, Xiaochuan? Wang Dong inquired. Yes, Brother Dong. There were some matters at home, so I rested for a few days, which set me back several classes. I need to get back to class promptly tomorrow. Liu Xiaochuan had not disclosed his trip to the magical city to his colleagues. Only Zhang Chao was aware. Wang Dong engaged in brief conversation before returning to his book. Zhang Chao, too, turned off the television, pulling Liu Xiaochuan into the bedroom and whispering, Xiaochuan, how did it go? Did you manage to buy that subscription certificate? Liu Xiaochuan retrieved his canvas shoes from his backpack and produced the subscription certificate, revealing one to Zhang Chao. Wow, Xiaochuan, you don't mind the smell? Zhang Chao exclaimed with a scrunched nose. Smell? This is all money, you know. In a few months, you'll realize just how valuable it is. Liu Xiaochuan laid the certificate onto the bed as Zhang Chao held his breath in anticipation. The green design featured the bold characters Magic City Stock Subscription Certificate at its center, with 1992 inscribed above and 2 rows of smaller text below. Listing the underwriting institutions, Shenin Wanghua Securities Company, Haidong Securities Company, and the financial representative from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Magic City Branch. A red code adorned the lower right corner. Just this piece of paper, 30 yuan? What do you understand, Chaozi? After the new year, this piece of paper will fetch at least 60 yuan, or even more. Doubling in value is not out of the question. Had anyone else made such a claim, Zhang Chao would have dismissed it entirely. However, based on his trust in Liu Xiaochuan, he believed half of it. Isn't the magic city rather small? Xiaochuan, you're impressive. To travel such a long distance and return with a pile of these subscription certificates. If it were me, I wouldn't have made it back. Zhang Chao found himself increasingly admiring his childhood friend. In the 1990s, many people had never ventured far, especially farmers, who might have only traveled to the county seat. They often needed someone to accompany them for longer journeys, and some couldn't even grasp the process of buying tickets and boarding a train. Thus, for Zhang Chao, there lingered an unknown fear of the distant. All right, I will return to my tutoring class tomorrow. You must read more books at home and watch less television. Please take good care of my backpack, Liu Xiaochuan instructed. Rest assured, I hardly go downstairs anyway. I will certainly keep an eye on it, Zhang Chao promised. Thumping his chest, he was acutely aware that the pile of papers Liu Xiaochuan possessed was worth over 10,000 yuan, and more importantly, it contained 5,000 of his own, which he could ill afford to lose. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan attended his tutoring class and reported to Wang Tongguang. Wang said nothing, merely instructing Li Yin to promptly inform the students' parents and arrange classes for Liu Xiaochuan's students. On Tuesday, he was set to teach Fang Tongtong, and it was then that he encountered Zheng Yanhong. Unlike before, when she would leave after dropping off her daughter, she pulled Liu Xiaochuan into the corridor while Fang Tongtong worked on her exercises, whispering conspiratorially. I heard from Su Wei that you purchased numerous subscription certificates for Shibai. Are you truly optimistic about this investment? Aren't you afraid the money might go to waste? Liu Xiaochuan glanced around before responding quietly, Sister Zheng. You must keep my trip to the Magic City a secret. My colleagues are unaware. Su Wei must have informed you that the sales of the subscription certificates haven't been particularly favorable, but doesn't that indicate an opportunity? How so? Zheng Yanhong inquired softly. Fewer buyers means a higher chance of winning the lottery, right? Liu Xiaochuan felt he had made his point clear. Zheng Yanhong had been a benefactor to him, after all, lending him 10,000 yuan. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Liu, she replied gratefully. You're welcome, Sister Zheng. I should be the one thanking you for the loan, Liu Xiaochuan said before returning to his classroom to continue teaching. That evening, after work, Zheng Yanhong discussed with her husband Fang Ming the possibility of purchasing another set of subscription certificates. Although Fang Ming was skeptical, He was accustomed to his wife's authority in their household. Their conversation, framed as a discussion, was, in truth, a notification he could not oppose. Both of them earned decent salaries, 3,000 yuan each, and in less than half a year, they could save enough. The next day, Zheng Yanhong eagerly called Su Wei to transfer funds, requesting her to purchase another consecutive set of whiteboard subscription certificates. Unbeknownst to her, Su Wei not only assisted her, but also acquired a set for herself. After returning from the Magic City and enduring a week of consecutive classes, even Liu Xiaochuan, youthful and robust, began to feel the strain. On February 1st, after completing his lessons, the tutoring class finally went on holiday, coinciding with the eve of the Lunar New Year on February 3rd. Meanwhile, the sales of subscription certificates in the Magic City had concluded, with nearly 2.07 million certificates sold, a significant shortfall from the planned 5 million. Once the tutoring class closed for the holidays, Wang Dong left with Zhao Dongmei, reportedly to accompany her back to her hometown, an indication of meeting the parents. Only Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao remained in their rented accommodation, with a meager sum of just over 100 yuan between them. With little money and minimal provisions for the new year, they managed to buy only some vegetables, meat, and a variety of instant foods like biscuits and noodles, making for a rather bleak celebration. Chaozi, let's hold on for a few days. Once the new year is over and I receive my salary, I shall treat you to a grand feast. It is of little consequence, Xiaochuan. Celebrating the new year at home does not necessarily afford one any exceptional delicacies, merely a more vibrant atmosphere. This is my first time welcoming the new year away from home, and I must admit, I find myself yearning for my family. A sudden series of knocks at the door interrupts my reverie. Upon opening it, I am greeted by Yu Qingjun's sister, Yu Xiaomei. Chapter 32. In times of celebration. One Mrs. Holmes seeing Yu Xiaomei outside, Liu Xiaochuan quickly exclaimed, "Ah, Sister Xiaomei, please come in." However, Yu Xiaomei remained at the threshold, saying, "Xiaochuan, I noticed your lights were on, which led me to believe you had not returned home for the new year. My mother-in-law is making dumplings at our house. Why don't you both join us for a meal?" Since the last time Liu Xiaochuan had rescued Haohua, Aunt Wang, Yu Xiaomei's mother-in-law, had frequently invited him over for dinner, and he had indeed accepted several times. Having recently been busy with trips back to his hometown and to the metropolis, he had not had the pleasure of seeing Yu Xiaomei's family for nearly a month. It was a pleasant surprise to receive her invitation for dumplings on New Year's Eve. "Sister Xiaomei, it is New Year's Eve. Perhaps we should not intrude," Liu Xiaochuan suggested. After several attempts to persuade him to join, Yu Xiaomei finally relented, heading back downstairs. Before long, she returned with 2 steaming plates of dumplings. Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao expressed their gratitude and found a small bowl in the kitchen to transfer the dumplings, allowing Yu Xiaomei to reclaim the plates. As they savored the dumplings and sipped their beer while watching the Spring Festival Gala, a sense of nostalgia washed over Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao. They exchanged glances, each reflecting an unspoken longing for home. Meanwhile, at home in Lutan, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping mirrored their expressions, sighing in tandem. Initially, they had purchased a 17-inch black and white television, which they had since given away last year. Now, they were unable to even watch the Spring Festival Gala. They lamented this situation, attributing it to their wayward son, Liu Xiaochuan. Their youngest son had claimed he was working but returned without a single penny, even choosing not to celebrate the new year with them. Fortunately, Lu Jinyu's nephew, Lu Jinming, who taught at the local middle school, recently brought back Xiaochuan's final exam results. Excluding minor subjects, he had scored 526 points, placing him among the top of his class. Such an achievement would ensure he ranked adequately in the county's high school. Well, it is of little concern if he has not earned money while working, at least his studies are intact. Lu Jinyu mused. Their eldest daughter, Liu Xiaoyun, had visited prior to the new year, delivering gifts but departed without sharing a meal, leaving Lu Jinyu aware that she held resentment for the 3,000 yuan bride price he had withheld, despite having promised to bring it back before her marriage. The only solace came from their second daughter, Liu Xiaoning, who understood the value of her opportunity to attend university. She diligently studied at home during her break. Liu Xiaochuan took a swig of beer, followed by a series of sneezes, fully aware that at this moment, his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and father, Lu Jinyu, were undoubtedly lamenting his absence. This new year felt particularly desolate, with the longing for home intensifying. Indeed, the ancients were right. During festive times, one misses family even more acutely. Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao consumed a dozen bottles of beer, gradually succumbing to sleep, finding solace only in the numbing effects of alcohol to quell their homesickness. The spring festival swiftly passed, and on February 7th, the first day of the new lunar month, classes resumed, leading Liu Xiaochuan to encounter Zheng Yanhong once more. During the spring festival, Su Wei contacted Zheng Yanhong several times, informing her that many individuals in the black market were acquiring stock subscription certificates, with the price for each certificate now reaching 60 yuan, having doubled, and continuing to rise daily. Zheng Yanhong was astounded and felt fortunate for heeding Liu Xiaochuan's advice to purchase a set of subscription certificates, while Liu Xiaochuan, having acquired a substantial number, stood to reap considerable profits. As she accompanied her daughter, Fong Tongtong, into the classroom, Zheng Yanhong eagerly shared the news of the certificate's price surge with Liu Xiaochuan, anticipating a display of surprise from the young man. To her astonishment, Liu Xiaochuan remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated the entire situation. After Fong Tongtong's class concluded, coinciding with noon, Zheng Yanhong warmly invited Liu Xiaochuan to join them for lunch. Aware that she wished to discuss the subscription certificates, he consented. They enjoyed a modest meal at a small restaurant downstairs from the tutoring center. Zheng Yanhong discreetly sent her daughter ahead to study, then eagerly turned to Liu Xiaochuan, saying, "Xiaochuan, you purchased the Western-style subscription certificates. You've made over 10,000 yuan. When do you plan to sell them in the magical city?" "Why sell?" Liu Xiaochuan replied. "This is merely the beginning. There remains nearly a month until the first lottery. The subscription certificates still have significant room for appreciation, and I do not intend to sell. I plan to buy new stocks after winning. I believe the returns will not be inferior to selling the certificates. If the winning rate for the first lottery is high, there are still 3 more chances, and the price of the certificates might continue to rise. Are you so certain it will appreciate?" Zheng Yanhong noted Liu Xiaochuan's confidence, which was strikingly mature for someone around 20. "Rest assured, Su Wei will keep you updated with the latest news. Let us await the outcome, Sister Zheng. By the way, Sister Zheng, may I inquire, your subscription certificates are still with Su Wei, right? Are you merely casual classmates?" "Fear not. We were the best of friends in college." Zheng Yanhong understood Liu Xiaochuan's insinuation that friendship sometimes falters under the strain of money, yet she believed her bond with Su Wei was sufficiently strong. Recognizing her awareness, Liu Xiaochuan refrained from further comment. He contemplated whether he could request Zheng Yanhong to assist with a loan, as purchasing stocks post-lottery would require substantial funds. However, he deemed the timing premature to broach the subject. The following day, seizing an afternoon free period, Liu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhang Chao to the hospital to remove the cast and splint. Zhang Chao was finally able to function like a normal person, albeit with the caveat that his injured arm could not bear weight and required an additional 2 months of recuperation. In the evening, Zhang Chao expressed a desire to return home, having grown weary of the month-long confinement in Fengyang. Unlike Liu Xiaochuan, who had worked to occupy his time, he thought it would be better to return home early and assist with chores while contemplating cattle rearing. "Chaozi, since you have made your decision, I shall not deter you. However, please wait a couple more days until I receive my salary. Although 5,000 yuan cannot be returned immediately, I cannot allow you to return empty-handed." "Ah, Xiaochuan, you can repay me once you sell the subscription certificates. That would suffice. In truth, when I lent you the money, I had already prepared for the possibility of you losing it, so there is no need for repayment," Zhang Chao said with a smile. "Goodness, my friend, can you not wish me some good fortune?" "To be frank, I am on the verge of striking it rich," Liu Xiaochuan declared with exuberance. "Aren't you planning to become a cattle farming specialist? I shall invest in you when the time comes." The two brothers laughed and playfully jostled each other. "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you, my differently abled companion. I will wait until your arm is healed before I engage with you," he added. On February 10th, payday finally arrived. After a week of winter break in January, Liu Xiaochuan had taken numerous classes and received a salary of over 1,000. Upon returning home, he counted out 1,000 and handed it to Zhang Chao. "This 1,000 is not a repayment. Consider it the interest on that 5,000 you lent me. Quick, take it. I still owe you interest. Aren't you planning to venture to the Magic City?" "You can't be without money," Zhang Chao retorted, refusing to accept it. After a brief tug-of-war, Liu Xiaochuan resorted to a fist threat, and Zhang Chao finally took 500, which would allow him to buy some gifts for his family. Chapter 33. Brother Su. Early in the morning, Liu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhang Chao to the North Station. Upon returning to the tutoring center, he spotted Su Cheng and Yishan strolling hand in hand. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, Yishan shyly withdrew her hand. To his surprise, Su Cheng had moved quickly. In less than half a year, they had become a couple. Yishan was not particularly stunning, and in a teacher training college with more females than males, it was natural that she would not attract high-quality suitors. On the other hand, Su Cheng, while decent in many respects, struggled to attract beautiful women at the provincial university, making their union quite expected. Sun Yuqiang, who had also harbored feelings for Yishan, must be feeling quite disgruntled after Su Cheng's success. Senior Yishan, I saw nothing. So there's no need to feel embarrassed, Liu Xiaochuan chuckled, giving Su Cheng a thumbs up in secret. Yishan's cheeks flushed, and she shot Liu Xiaochuan a glare before heading upstairs. Su Cheng remained downstairs to converse with Liu Xiaochuan. Have you seen Chang'e lately? Liu Xiaochuan inquired. He resigned. As you know, he initially wanted to pursue Yishan, and now that we are together, he must feel uncomfortable being around. Nowadays, he avoids me at school. Su Cheng sighed. Why is Chang'e so petty? Even without you, I doubt Yishan would choose him, Liu Xiaochuan replied. However, he does not see it that way. Moreover, after the last drinking contest where he embarrassed himself, he has developed a grudge against you as well. He is a rather petty individual with a strong desire for revenge. I wonder what he is plotting. Su Cheng expressed his concerns. There is no need for worry. It is only natural for one man to fail in the pursuit of a woman when two are competing. It's simply the way of life, Liu Xiaochuan reassured him, patting Su Cheng on the shoulder as they ascended the stairs. As for whether Sun Yuqiang would seek revenge against him, he felt no apprehension. He had already resigned and had no further connections with Liu Xiaochuan. Once upstairs, Liu Xiaochuan engaged in casual conversation with Li Yin at the front desk. He then produced 500 yuan to pay for 10 additional lessons for Fang Tongtong, instructing Li Yin to state that they were complimentary lessons should Zheng Yanhong inquire. Li Yin appeared puzzled, but Liu Xiaochuan insisted that she refrain from asking questions or disclosing this to anyone, promising to explain further at a later time. Li Yin, renowned for her outspoken nature at the tutoring center, left Liu Xiaochuan feeling rather uneasy. However, as the receptionist who also served as a consulting advisor and part-time cashier, she was an unavoidable presence in this matter, prompting him to reiterate his instructions multiple times. Fortunately, their relationship was sufficiently amicable, with Liu Xiaochuan owing Li Yin 1,000 yuan. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity and refrained from asking questions. Fang Tongtong had been attending several courses at the Spring Breeze Tutoring Center, and when Zheng Yanhong came to renew her payment, Li Yin informed her that she would receive 10 complimentary physics classes. She thought to herself that Liu Xiaochuan was indeed a man of his word. During their previous loan arrangement, she had mentioned the possibility of complimentary classes, and she was pleasantly surprised that he had followed through. In recent days, the price of the subscription certificates had been rising daily. According to Su Wei over the phone, the price for a set of whiteboard subscription certificates had already approached 20,000 yuan. Zheng Yanhong felt an urge to sell and could not resist the temptation to consult Liu Xiaochuan. However, Li Yin informed her that Liu Xiaochuan had no classes that morning and was not at the tutoring center, having not visited the gym for quite some time. Liu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity of a free morning to buy 2 packs of cigarettes and pay a visit to Coach Bai. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Coach Bai remarked, "You've been absent for a while. You can't train intermittently like this." "I've been swamped at the tutoring center," Liu Xiaochuan replied sheepishly. "All right, I won't hold it against you this time, considering the cigarettes." He then called out, "Jibin, come over here." As Liu Xiaochuan entered, he noticed a young man clad in camouflage helping Coach Bai instruct the children in their boxing practice. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with slightly dark skin, an average height, and a robust physique, marked by sharp facial features. Su Jibin, upon hearing his name called, approached them quickly. Coach Bai introduced the two. "This is Su Jibin, who used to train with me in boxing and has just returned from military service. He now drives for a soy sauce factory and has come to visit me this weekend. Liu Xiaochuan here is a student from the normal university, working part-time as a teacher at the tutoring center during the holidays." Liu Xiaochuan promptly greeted, "Hello, Su Xixiao. I've heard much about you from Coach Bai. He considers you one of his finest disciples." "Yes, I've heard about you too. Coach mentioned that you possess considerable talent in boxing and that your skills are quite impressive. Would you like to spar with me? I'd like to assess your level," Su Jibin suggested. "All right, let us see how Liu Xiaochuan measures up against Jibin." "I'll fetch the protective gear," Coach Bai said excitedly. Liu Xiaochuan quickly intervened, waving his hands in protest. No, please don't, Coach Bai. I'm no match for Su Xiang. I concede defeat. Given Su Zhibin's military background, he possessed a physical prowess and strength that utterly surpassed Liu Xiaochuan, who was still in his formative years. Liu Xiaochuan dared not compare himself, knowing that in an open space, his agility might afford him some defense. Coach, it's nearly noon, and since I've just met Su Ge today, let me treat you both to lunch, Liu Xiaochuan offered. How can I let you pay? You're still so young. Su Zhibin insisted. Let us have Liu Xiaochuan treat us this time. He earned quite a bit over the winter break. Next time, you can invite us. Coach Bai interjected swiftly to prevent any further argument. Coach Bai continued his lessons for the children, while Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin engaged in conversation as they awaited his return. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, although Su Zhibin was not particularly eloquent. His sincerity and authenticity left a favorable impression on Liu Xiaochuan. Once Coach Bai concluded his class, the trio ventured to a nearby halal restaurant. Ordering a pot of lamb offal, 2 kilograms of xiaomai, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, and a few bottles of beer to complement their meal. As they dined and conversed, a few beers later, Su Zhibin began to open up. He shared that after his military service, he had been assigned as a driver at a soy sauce factory. Unlike the 1980s, when being a driver was highly sought after, the profession had lost its luster. In those days, a driver could command respect and never lacked passengers, easily impressing even county leaders with their skills. Su Zhibin lamented the struggles he faced. The soy sauce factory was not performing well, and his monthly salary was a mere 100 yuan, while his job was relatively easy, requiring minimal driving each week. His meager income left him feeling disheartened at 26, without a partner, and with few prospects for matchmaking given his family's financial constraints. He harbored aspirations of leaving for the south, where he had heard that cities like Yangqing and Pingcheng were brimming with opportunities, but regrettably, his parents insisted he maintain his stable job. Liu Xiaochuan, recalling his previous life where he had never heard of the Fengyang soy sauce factory, likely not a well-known enterprise, speculated that it might have long since ceased operations. He knew that soon, waves of layoffs would sweep across the nation, particularly affecting the northeastern old industrial bases where state-owned enterprises were prevalent. Offering words of consolation, Liu Xiaochuan encouraged Su Zhibin, while Coach Bai promised to speak with the gym owner about a part-time coaching position for him. Su Zhibin was elated by this news and eagerly raised his glass in gratitude. Due to classes scheduled for the afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan limited himself to 1 bottle of beer, while Coach Bai and Su Zhibin each had 2. When the meal concluded, Su Zhibin attempted to pay the bill, but was informed by the waiter that Liu Xiaochuan had already taken care of it. They agreed to gather again in the future and parted ways. Chapter 34. Preparing to buy a house the following morning, it was Fang Tongtong's physics class, and Zheng Yanhong finally reunited with Liu Xiaochuan. She expressed her gratitude for the 10 complimentary lessons he had given her and inquired about their upcoming trip to the magical city. This time, Zheng Yanhong intended to take leave alongside her husband, Fang Ming, to personally visit the city, naturally hoping to coordinate their departure with Liu Xiaochuan. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xiaochuan broached the subject of securing another loan, to which Zheng Yanhong invited him to meet her at the bank in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan deliberately arranged his schedule to visit the construction bank, where Zheng Yanhong worked. For the second loan, he needed to clear the previous one first. However, with Zheng Yanhong as the bank manager, the process was straightforward. The last loan of 10,000 yuan had accrued over 300 in interest for 6 months. Although he would still have to pay the interest upon early repayment, it was a minor concern now. This time, he was granted a loan of 20,000 yuan. But after deducting the previous debt and interest, he would only receive around 9,700. After their bank discussions, they agreed to depart on February 28th. Aiming to arrive in the magical city by the evening of February 29th, rest on March 1st, and participate in the first lottery draw on March 2nd. Zheng Yanhong offered to purchase the train tickets as a gesture of thanks for Liu Xiaochuan's generous lessons, and he graciously accepted. After evening classes, Liu Xiaochuan once again visited the Taoliju restaurant. It had been several days since he had seen his cousin, Zhao Lijun, and it was imperative to meet him. Lest Zhao assumed that his loan of 3,000 yuan had vanished into thin air and that he was too timid to face him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the atmosphere was rather dismal. The proprietor, Brother Wang, and his wife, Sister Wang, wore expressions of deep concern, merely nodding in acknowledgement as Liu Xiaochuan greeted them. The dinner crowd was sparse, and Zhao Lijun soon emerged from the kitchen after finishing his duties. The two stepped outside, and Liu Xiaochuan promptly inquired, "What is the situation?" Brother Wang and Sister Wang seemed quite troubled. "It appears the restaurant may not survive." Zhao Lijun sighed. "If the restaurant fails, I will have to seek new employment. Although I am an experienced chef and should have no trouble finding work, it is uncertain whether I could earn a similar salary. And the temperament of future employers is unknown." "What? That can't be true. I thought business was going well." Liu Xiaochuan exclaimed, puzzled. "The business is decent. But the landlord's family plans to go abroad this summer and is attempting to sell the property," Zhao Lijun explained. "Well, if they sell, can't they just continue renting from the new landlord?" Liu Xiaochuan suggested. "You don't understand. The owner of the convenience store next door, Boss Xia, intends to purchase the property to expand his business. It's unlikely he would agree to rent it back to Brother Wang. I've heard they are only haggling over the price. The landlord wants 150,000 yuan, has lowered it to 140,000, but Boss Xia has only offered 120,000. Why doesn't he, Brother Wang, buy it himself? He has run this restaurant for several years and must have saved some money," Liu Xiaochuan remarked. Aware that business at Taoliju had been quite prosperous. He has made a few thousand, but that is still far from being able to afford the property. Moreover, this dilapidated building isn't worth over 100,000. Back in our village, you could build something much better for 20,000. By the way, did you make a profit from that subscription certificate you bought in the Magic City? Zhao Lijun pondered, suspecting that Liu Xiaochuan might be seeking another loan, which he was determined not to grant this time. "Oh, I've recouped my initial investment and still have quite a few subscription certificates left to sell. Once sold, it will surely yield a significant profit." Noticing Zhao Lijun's skepticism, Liu Xiaochuan opened his jacket pocket to reveal a stack of cash. "See, brother, I currently have 10,000 yuan in my pocket. I wanted to ask if you need any money recently. If you do, I can return your 3,000 yuan now. If not, I can hold on to it for a few more months and repay you in June." Surprised that Liu Xiaochuan had indeed made a profit, Zhao Lijun casually remarked, "As long as you didn't lose money, you can repay me in June." Liu Xiaochuan had not originally intended to repay him so soon, but Zhao's response was fortuitous. "All right, brother, I shall take my leave now." With his objective accomplished, Liu Xiaochuan hurriedly departed. On his way home, he contemplated the property of Taoliju, his mind racing with possibilities. The restaurant spanned 2 floors, totaling approximately 200 square meters, while the adjacent convenience store measured around 100 square meters, making a combined area of 300 square meters. Additionally, there was a small courtyard of over 10 square meters at the back, along with 3 dilapidated rooms. Altogether, the price of a little over 100,000 truly seemed reasonable. However, there was a complication. The storefront was essentially a residential property and did not possess the necessary commercial property documentation, which accounted for its low price. Otherwise, it would likely cost significantly more. However, Liu Xiaochuan was aware that these storefronts would eventually be uniformly converted into commercial properties by the government, albeit for a fee. Presently classified as residential properties, the owner, Boss Xia, found them overpriced. After all, recent newspaper articles had reported on new developments in the heart of the metropolis priced at merely over 900 yuan per square meter. At 400 yuan per square meter, the ordinary residential properties in Fengyang indeed seemed exorbitant, which explained why Boss Xia had only offered 120,000 yuan. The following noon, Liu Xiaochuan returned. But instead of heading to the Tally restaurant, he ventured into the adjacent convenience store, where he purchased a pack of cigarettes. He approached Boss Xia and inquired, "Excuse me, is this property yours? I noticed you have several bungalows in the backyard. Are they available for rent?" With a broad smile, Boss Xia replied, "You've asked the right person. This house isn't mine yet, but I am in the process of purchasing it. Once I acquire it, I can rent it to you." "Oh, it seems you've made quite a profit in business, boss. This house must be worth around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, right? 50,000 to 60,000. The asking price is over 100,000. I've already offered." Suddenly, Boss Xia fell silent, realizing he had divulged too much to a stranger. "Over 100,000? My goodness, with that amount, one could acquire 2 or 3 apartments. Why purchase this dilapidated property?" Liu Xiaochuan's remark resonated with Boss Xia, who too believed the price was steep. He pondered whether his offer of 120,000 yuan was excessive, aside from himself. It seemed unlikely that anyone else would be interested in the property. He felt certain the landlord would struggle to sell it. If you're looking to rent, you might want to check with an agency just around the corner to the right. All right, thank you, boss. Liu Xiaochuan exited the convenience store and hurried to the agency. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and directly expressed his intention to purchase a house, asking the agent if they could assist in contacting the landlord. Given that the landlord was looking to sell, he was likely registered with various agencies, making contact feasible. However, the agent, noticing Liu Xiaochuan's youth, was somewhat skeptical of his serious intent to buy. Sensing the agent's doubt, Liu Xiaochuan produced 10,000 yuan from his pocket and said, "No one carries the entire house payment on them daily. This deposit should suffice, right?" The agent, taken aback, realized that appearances can be deceiving and promptly contacted the landlord. The landlord, residing nearby, arrived shortly thereafter. He was a bespectacled middle-aged man, exuding an air of intellect. Upon surveying the room and noting that aside from the agent, Liu Xiaochuan was the only other person present, he inquired, "Young man, are you looking to purchase a house?" Chapter 35. Signing the purchase agreement. The homeowner, surnamed Zhang, and his wife were both university professors, with their children studying abroad. They were preparing to resign from their positions and move to the United States, where they had already secured employment and were expected to report by the end of August. The homeowner initially quoted a price of 150,000 yuan, while Liu Xiaochuan offered 125,000, which was already higher than Boss Ya's bid. They engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation until the homeowner finally lowered the price to 140,000 yuan. Liu Xiaochuan countered with an offer of 135,000, leaving a gap of 5,000 yuan. Feeling the moment was ripe, Liu Xiaochuan stated, "I agree to the 140,000 yuan price. However, I have a condition. I currently lack the funds, so let us sign the contract first. I will be able to make the payment by mid-June, at which point we can proceed with the transfer." The homeowner was displeased. "Young man, what sort of price negotiation can you engage in without money? Are you jesting with me? Are you going to sign a contract with mere words? What does it mean to be short of funds? It merely implies that my finances will not be in order until June. Moreover, I can provide a deposit in advance. Should I fail to gather the full payment by June, the deposit shall remain with you, and you may proceed to sell the property to someone else." The agent has also weighed in, Mr. Zhang. Although the young man is indeed youthful, he evidently possesses a sincere intention to purchase the house. He has expressed his willingness to pay a deposit, and June is not too far off. Even if the deal falls through, you still have the option to sell the property to another buyer. The agent, eager to facilitate this transaction, ultimately reached an agreement among the three parties. Liu Xiaochuan would pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan and would secure the full payment by June 15th, at which point the transfer of ownership would occur. The exchange of the property and the payment would take place simultaneously. Should he fail to gather the funds by the deadline, the deposit would be forfeited, and the contract would become void. However, if the homeowner were to sell the house to another party, he would be liable to compensate Liu Xiaochuan with 10,000 yuan. The agent's fee, amounting to 2,800 yuan, would be paid by Liu Xiaochuan on the day of the transfer. Once the contract was signed, all parties were satisfied. The homeowner believed that Liu Xiaochuan would not frivolously spend 5,000 yuan merely to play a prank. The price of 140,000 yuan met his psychological expectations, especially since the highest previous offer from Boss Ya was merely 120,000 yuan. Liu Xiaochuan was even more elated, having secured this two-story building, which equated to locking in a future worth 5 million yuan. Even if his finances dwindled, the income from renting this property would ensure his sustenance. The agent was also pleased. After a few persuasive words, he had nearly pocketed over 2,000 yuan. Although he might not be making a fortune, he was certainly assured several months of income. Liu Xiaochuan reminded the agent to maintain confidentiality, as Boss Ya still had his eyes on the property, and he did not wish for this arrangement to be jeopardized, particularly not wanting to incur the 5,000 yuan compensation. The agent patted Liu Xiaochuan on the shoulder and reassured him, "Rest easy, my friend. Boss Ya and the homeowner are communicating privately. If they strike a deal, I will not earn my commission. Why would I allow them to disrupt this transaction? After all, who bears enmity towards money?" With such clarity from the agent, Liu Xiaochuan felt reassured. Meanwhile, Boss Ya, whose previous offer of 120,000 yuan had not been accepted, decided to negotiate further. That evening, he brought a gift to the homeowner. Upon seeing him, Mr. Zhang understood his purpose and welcomed him inside. Mr. Zhang, how have you considered my last offer of 120,000 yuan? This price could easily secure several properties in the city center. To be frank, Boss Xiao, I had lowered the price to 140,000. But someone has already expressed intent to purchase. If you wish to proceed, the price is now 150,000. I am only considering our long-standing rental relationship. After all, I fear that if someone else buys it, raising the rent could complicate your business. Mr. Zhang was quite candid. However, in Boss Xiao's eyes, the situation appeared differently. He thought to himself, intellectuals can be quite cunning, attempting to exert extreme pressure on me. I shall not be fooled. I have inquired, and my 120,000 is currently the highest offer, with some not even reaching 100,000. I refuse to believe anyone else can match my bid. The owner of the neighboring restaurant is preparing to withdraw. If the price were truly reasonable, he would have already made arrangements to purchase, as his restaurant business is thriving. Boss Xia indulged in a plethora of imaginings, earnestly persuading the homeowner for an extended period, yet they parted ways on less than amicable terms. As he exited, Boss Xia took back the gifts he had brought along. Mr. Zhang observed this and merely shook his head, for he had no intention of accepting such trifles from Boss Xia. By late February, the classes had nearly concluded, and the students gradually resumed their studies. Liu Xiaochuan enjoyed a rare respite for a few days, diligently attending the gym to practice sanda, having neglected his training for quite some time. The previous verbal agreement with the gym owner had naturally lapsed. Liu Xiaochuan did not wait for the owner to speak and proactively purchased a monthly membership, which brought a smile back to the owner's face. However, training with Coach by Sanda remained free of charge, at most. Liu Xiaochuan would buy him a couple of packs of cigarettes. Su Jibin, with little to occupy his time at the factory, took on the role of a part-time coach on weekends, occasionally coming in on weekdays as well, offering guidance to Liu Xiaochuan and serving as a sparring partner. Su Jibin was indeed robust, with tough skin and sinewy muscle. Liu Xiaochuan's punches barely fazed him, while a single blow from Su Jibin sent Liu Xiaochuan grimacing in pain. As Liu Xiaochuan became more familiar with Su Jibin, he recognized the man's commendable qualities: diligent, down-to-earth, and possessing impeccable character. Consequently, their address shifted from Brother Su to Brother Bin. Brother Bin, in a few days, I shall embark on a journey. When I return, I shall introduce you to someone. What do you think? Liu Xiaochuan proposed. You wish to introduce me to someone? But you yourself are still single. Su Jibin replied incredulously. Am I not young? It is hardly abnormal to be single at my age. What about you? In a few years, you might be a lifelong bachelor. However, the person I plan to introduce to you does not have a formal job. She is from our tutoring class. You wouldn't mind, would you? Liu Xiaochuan inquired. What do I care? Whether one has a formal occupation or not is irrelevant. I am merely a formal employee at the soy sauce factory, earning a pittance. If someone can look past that and appreciate me, I would consider myself fortunate. Your tutoring class consists of intellectuals. You should first ascertain whether she cares about such things. Su Jibin responded, sensing Liu Xiaochuan was serious. Very well, upon my return, I shall inquire, and then get back to you, Liu Xiaochuan assured him. He considered Su Jibin and Li Yin to be of similar age and felt they would make a suitable match, thus deciding to play the role of matchmaker, believing it to be a noble endeavor. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiaochuan, Li Yin was currently engaged in a blind date at a CAF. Opposite her sat a balding gentleman, introduced as a mid-level executive from a large enterprise, slightly older than Li Yin, in his early 30s. The introducer was an acquaintance of Li Yan's mother whom she had met at the park. Li Yin could hardly suppress her indignation, thinking, is this what one considers to be in their 30s? He looks at least 8 or 9 years older. This man is evidently divorced with children. Am I to play the role of a stepmother? After the awkward encounter concluded, Li Yin returned home and had a heated argument with her mother, who, in frustration, declared she would no longer meddle in Li Yan's affairs, leaving her to remain single indefinitely. Of course, all of this transpired the following day at work. When Li Yin confided in Liu Xiaochuan, he refrained from mentioning his intention to introduce her to someone, deciding to defer the matter until after their return from Shanghai. Chapter 36. Returning to Shanghai on the morning of February 28th, Liu Xiaochuan finally boarded the train bound for Shanghai once more. Zheng Yanhong entrusted someone to purchase 3 sleeper tickets, one each for the upper, middle, and lower berths. Liu Xiaochuan naturally chose the upper bunk. Zheng Yanhong's husband, Feng Ming, had also taken their child to a tutoring class, and thus Liu Xiaochuan was already acquainted with him. Fang Ming, a section chief at a machinery factory, donned a smart jacket, with a beeper clipped to his waist, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of authority. Zheng Yanhong, dressed in a tailored women's suit, embodied the elegance of a high-ranking professional, this time accompanying the Zheng couple to the bustling metropolis. Liu Xiaochuan could no longer feign being a mere worker and thus wore a newly purchased autumn coat, coupled with travel shoes. He opted not to carry his tattered backpack, instead choosing a sleek black messenger bag that contained only toiletries. 5 subscription certificates were sewn into his cotton vest, while 10 additional ones were concealed within the pocket of his coat. Indeed, Liu Xiaochuan originally possessed 9 blank subscription certificates, but, after much deliberation, left one set at his rented apartment in Fengyang. He recalled information from his past life. The initial lottery for subscription certificates boasted a winning rate of approximately 10%. With 90 winning tickets, the cost of acquiring new shares ranged from 300 to 500 yuan, necessitating an additional investment of around 30,000 yuan, which could yield profits estimated at 20 times, roughly between 700 to 800,000 yuan. However, lacking sufficient funds for investment, he was compelled to sell a set of subscription certificates, which could fetch around 500,000 yuan during the second lottery. Selling a set would equate to a loss of over 100,000 yuan. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, selling a set to purchase new shares proved more advantageous. Yet, Liu Xiaochuan had to consider various factors. He was uncertain whether the purchase of stocks required real name registration of the winning subscription certificates. If registered, they would no longer be an unblemished set, potentially affecting resale value. Furthermore, possessing so many subscription certificates made him susceptible to the attention of opportunists, and he wished to keep a low profile. Revealing his possession of 9 sets could amplify risks during the next lottery. In the chaotic metropolis, where the powerful often overshadow the weak, he was but a small fish in a vast pond. He understood the adage that possessing wealth could invite envy. Should he attract the attention of influential figures, those in power would not hesitate to eliminate a rival. Most importantly, Liu Xiaochuan did not wish to place all his eggs in one basket. By bringing only a portion of his holdings, he could mitigate potential losses, ensuring that even in the event of misfortune or theft, he would still have opportunities for resurgence. His goal was not to maximize profits, but rather to achieve steady and secure wealth. Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong had brought ample provisions, including Liu Xiaochuan's share. He accepted graciously, indulging in food and drink without reservation. Despite being a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, Fang Ming did not look down upon Liu Xiaochuan. After all, he was not only the teacher of his daughter, but also a holder of subscription certificates, qualifying him as a 10,000 yuan household. Fang Ming's wife could purchase a set, and their financial success was partly due to Liu Xiaochuan's guidance. "Come, Xiaochuan, let us share a beer," Fang Ming said, producing 2 cans. In the opposite berths, 2 male students and a female, all young, occupied the space. 2 were returning to school in the metropolis, while another young man, Song Yanhui, was heading to the city for work, seeking to join his cousin. As he spoke, a hint of shyness enveloped him, unsure of where to place his hands. Liu Xiaochuan could not help but reminisce about his previous life, recalling how he felt similarly on his first journey away from home. Engaging in conversation with Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong about the intricacies of child education, Liu Xiaochuan articulated his thoughts with such clarity that the couple was left momentarily stunned, secretly admiring him as a true educator. 2 university students, a young man and woman, soon joined the discussion, and the group found themselves engrossed in lively conversation. Only Song Yanhui remained on the sidelines, listening attentively. As the hours passed, the time slipped away unnoticed. By nightfall, Liu Xiaochuan reminded Fang Ming to be cautious, warning him about the prevalence of pickpockets on trains, particularly those who donned ostentatious attire, as they attracted unwanted attention. Liu Xiaochuan remained vigilant throughout the night, unable to sleep. But fortunately, given the presence of several young men in their compartment, no thieves dared to intrude. Eventually, he succumbed to sleep, drifting in and out of dreams. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a commotion from the adjacent carriage. A shadowy figure darted into their compartment just as the train slowed to a stop. Illuminated by the glow of the streetlights, they could make out a man sprinting with a woman's handbag slung over his shoulder, pursued by footsteps that echoed ominously behind him. From his upper bunk, Liu Xiaochuan, facing outward, instinctively reached out and grasped the strap of the bag, successfully yanking it away from the thief. Seething with rage at being thwarted, the thief brandished a spring knife, lunging toward Liu Xiaochuan's arm. Fortunately, being elevated on the upper bunk provided Liu Xiaochuan with a moment's reprieve, and he withdrew his arm just in time. The handbag was already secured on the bunk beside the window. The thief, brandishing his knife, threatened, "You're asking for trouble. Retrieve the bag." The commotion roused the other passengers, who, upon witnessing the glint of the blade, held their breaths in fear. At that moment, Song Yanhui, who had been sleeping on the middle bunk, suddenly kicked the thief's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xiaochuan leaned over from his upper bunk and delivered a decisive punch to the assailant. Just then, Song Yanhui prepared to leap down from his bunk. Sensing the danger, Liu Xiaochuan quickly restrained him, urging, "Don't pursue, brother. They may have accomplices, and it could be perilous." At that moment, the train came to a halt, and the thief reached the exit, leaping off as the doors opened. Several passengers switched on their flashlights, and Zheng Yanhong, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, why did you involve yourself? Those criminals had knives and accomplices. It was terrifying." Liu Xiaochuan reassured her, "It's all right, Sister Zheng. I was just in the upper bunk and couldn't fully engage. Otherwise, I would have taken him down." He then turned to Song Yanhui, saying, "Thank you for your timely intervention. Your skills are impressive. Have you trained before?" "Why thank me? You were equally brave. I practiced gymnastics for 2 years during my school days." Just then, the woman whose bag had been stolen rushed over, breathless, as the conductor and train police arrived on the scene. In truth, the conductor had witnessed the thief when he opened the train door, but had dared not intervene. The woman retrieved her bag, opened it, and, relieved to find everything intact, expressed her heartfelt gratitude repeatedly. The attendants also reminded everyone to safeguard their finances and keep their valuables close at hand. After a series of events, Liu Xiaochuan finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning, only to be awakened by the sounds in the carriage around 9 o'clock. After a brief wash-up, he combined breakfast and lunch into one meal. Around 3 in the afternoon, the train finally arrived at the station in the bustling metropolis. As soon as he exited, he spotted Su Wei holding a sign to greet him, although her primary purpose was to welcome her close friend, Zheng Yanhong. Chapter 37. Another house purchase. Upon exiting the station, Zheng Yanhong and Su Wei embraced, their conversation seemingly unending, while Fang Ming and Liu Xiaochuan stood awkwardly by, observing. Zheng Yanhong introduced her husband, Fang Ming, to Su Wei, who naturally praised Fang Ming's good looks and charisma, while he, in turn, complimented Su Wei's beauty. As for Liu Xiaochuan, there was no need for an introduction, as they had already met previously. After leaving the station, they hailed a taxi and first sought accommodation at a hotel. Liu Xiaochuan felt too shy to look for a small inn on his own, so he accompanied them to the hotel. Su Wei offered to pay for his room, but Liu Xiaochuan politely declined. Once settled, Su Wei suggested they go out for a meal, to which Liu Xiaochuan responded, "Sister Su Wei, it's been a while since you and Sister Zheng have met as old classmates. I wouldn't want to intrude on your reunion. Besides, I owe you my gratitude. Had I not heeded your advice, neither I nor Sister Zheng would have purchased the subscription certificates, nor would we have profited from it. Today, I must treat you to a proper meal." With this sentiment expressed, Liu Xiaochuan felt it would be impolite to refuse. They found a nearby restaurant, Lao Jingxing, and reserved a small private room. Su Wei graciously allowed Liu Xiaochuan to order first. Having not had much experience with Shanghai's local cuisine, he chose the signature grass head circles and braised abalone fins, then handed the menu to Fang Ming. The dishes arrived promptly, and they opted for a pot of tea instead of alcohol. After a few bites, Su Wei paused her chopsticks, and Liu Xiaochuan knew she was about to discuss the subscription certificates. Su Wei first retrieved a set of 10 subscription certificates from her bag and handed them to Zheng Yanhong, stating, "Yanhong, you have no idea. The 3,000 plus yuan you spent on these certificates is now valued at over 20,000, nearing 30,000. Of course, I followed your lead and managed to catch this wave." It must be said, though, that Liu Xiaochuan was quite bold to purchase so many. He has surely reaped significant rewards this time. Zheng Yanhong raised her teacup and toasted Liu Xiaochuan alongside Su Wei. "Sister Zheng, I owe you gratitude as well. Mere boldness would not suffice. If it weren't for your assistance with the loan, I wouldn't have been able to acquire so many. This is a mutual aid, leading us both to prosperity." Liu Xiaochuan concurred. Indeed, together we prosper. I know several prominent business owners who were initially skeptical of the subscription certificates and did not purchase any, but now they are buying at high prices. Liu Xiaochuan, would you consider selling? If so, I can help you make connections to ensure you receive the highest market price. Su Wei inquired with a smile. Liu Xiaochuan understood that this was likely one of the primary reasons for Su Wei's invitation to dinner. Sister Su Wei, I currently have no plans to sell. I prefer to observe the situation with the lottery first. However, should I decide to sell, I will certainly trouble you for assistance. The current price is quite favorable. If you choose to sell your Western-style suit, it could fetch over 100,000, she remarked. Liu Xiaochuan smiled silently, merely bowing his head to savor the vegetables. Su Wei pondered. This young man truly possesses remarkable composure. After a few bites, Liu Xiaochuan spoke slowly. I suggest you refrain from hastily selling. I anticipate that after the lottery, the price of the subscription certificates will rise. Of course, if the value diminishes, do not hold me accountable. He declared firmly. I certainly will not sell. I wish to purchase new stocks myself and test the waters. Su Wei believed in Xiaochuan's judgment. Zheng Yanhong had arrived with funds, fully prepared to invest in new stocks. All right, let us all follow Xiaochuan towards prosperity, Su Wei affirmed. After a day of travel and a satisfying meal, they returned early to the hotel to rest. Su Wei and Zheng Yanhong arranged to take them to the road salon at Huangpu's International Gate and the adjacent Royal Palace restaurant the next day, which had now become a bustling black market for subscription certificate transactions. On the following day, Liu Xiaochuan awoke naturally, enjoying breakfast in the hotel restaurant when Su Wei hurried over, eager to take them to explore the black market. Citing a lack of rest and a headache, Liu Xiaochuan declined her invitation. Su Wei, reluctant to insist, departed with Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming. As soon as they left, Liu Xiaochuan also exited the hotel. Taking a bus to the vicinity of Jiaodong University, he meandered along the roadside for a while, engaging a few agents to accompany him in viewing properties nearby. Ultimately, he settled on a third-floor apartment in an older complex, a 63-square-meter two-bedroom unit, priced at 70,000 yuan, lacking the full amount. He signed a contract with a deposit of 2,000 yuan, agreeing to pay the remainder before early June, at which point he would proceed with the transfer of ownership. The apartment had recently been rented out, and the previous tenant had vacated just over half a month ago. The owner had simultaneously listed it for rent and sale. Liu Xiaochuan offered an additional 300 yuan to the owner, securing the keys ahead of schedule. The apartment came furnished with basic furniture and bedding, along with some everyday necessities, all included with the property. After a long day, he returned to the hotel in the evening, where Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming had already arrived. When inquired about his whereabouts, he merely stated he had been exploring the area. Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming, brimming with excitement, recounted their experiences at the Royal Palace restaurant and road salon, mentioning that the price for subscription certificates had soared to 30,000 yuan each. Unfortunately, there was a shortage of sellers, with most waiting for the lottery results. On March 2nd, the day of the lottery finally arrived, as the city hosted its first subscription certificate lottery ceremony, broadcast live on television. The lottery was conducted by a team from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, with a notary present to oversee the process. Liu Xiaochuan watched the live broadcast from his hotel room, diligently taking notes of his 9 consecutive subscription certificate numbers, which he had memorized. Ultimately, the lottery results revealed that out of the 540 subscription certificates he had brought, 56 were successful, while 42 from his previous holdings were also drawn, yielding a slightly above 10 success rate. This indicated a missed opportunity to acquire 42 new stocks through the subscription certificates. Though he remained unfazed, he carefully tucked the successful certificates into his jacket pocket while sewing the remaining ones into a cotton vest. After several knocks at the door, Liu Xiaochuan opened it to find Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming standing outside. Apologies, Sister Zheng. I was momentarily indisposed and delayed in opening the door. Oh, it's quite all right. Let us converse within the room. Zheng Yanhong, fully aware that Liu Xiaochuan had deliberately left the door shut, suspected he harbored secrets he wished to keep from them. Once the door was securely closed, Zheng Yanhong began by sharing that she had successfully acquired 12 out of 110 subscription certificates, then inquired about Liu Xiaochuan's success. Both Su Wei and Zheng Yanhong knew Liu Xiaochuan had purchased 440 certificates, so he casually mentioned that he had secured 45, a figure that mirrored the announced success rate. 45 certificates. That must require a substantial sum for purchasing new shares. Are you considering selling some of your certificates, Xiaochuan? Zheng Yanhong asked. It seems I will have to part with some. Otherwise, I shall certainly lack the funds to acquire new stocks. Su Wei is en route. Shall we await her arrival before deliberating on which stocks to pursue? Sounds good. I have no objections. Liu Xiaochuan understood that Su Wei was undoubtedly eyeing his certificates. Su Wei arrived promptly, accompanied by a well-dressed man in his 30s, adorned in designer attire, complete with a suit, watch, and a large mobile phone, all signifying his affluent stature. Su Wei introduced him as Mr. Yang, a distinguished client of their bank, who had assisted her in numerous fundraising endeavors and was well-versed in the stock market. Liu Xiaochuan distinctly sensed that the relationship between Mr. Yang and Su Wei was far more intricate than that of a mere bank president and client. Chapter 38. Subscription for new shares. After introductions, they settled into a CAF within the hotel. Su Wei wasted no time, directly asking Liu Xiaochuan if he intended to sell a set of his subscription certificates, recognizing that he would require funds for his stock purchases. Mr. Yang, having been away, was aware of the issuance of subscription certificates in the metropolis. Yet he had not anticipated their value and refrained from purchasing. Following the conclusion of the issuance, when the prices surged, he realized he had missed an opportunity. However, with considerable financial resources at his disposal, he planned to invest heavily in this market and had already acquired 2 sets of certificates at the Royal Palace Hotel. Naturally, 2 sets would not suffice for Mr. Yang's appetite, yet the current scarcity of sellers, coupled with the competition among affluent buyers, rendered the situation quite challenging. At that moment, Su Wei provided information regarding a young individual in possession of several subscription certificates, prompting Mr. Yang to express eagerness to purchase at a premium. Young man, currently at the Royal Palace Hotel, the highest price for a set of subscription certificates has reached 32,000. In consideration of President Su's esteem, I shall offer you 35,000%. How does that sound? Would you be willing to transfer a few sets? Mr. Yang, confident in his financial prowess, believed his offer to be sufficiently enticing for Liu Xiaochuan. With a slight smile, Liu Xiaochuan replied, I appreciate the offer, Mr. Yang, but at present, I have no intention of selling my certificates. I am optimistic about the upcoming rounds of lottery. I shall wait at least until the second round before contemplating any sales. If you remain interested then, I would be willing to prioritize the transfer to you. Mr. Yang, taken aback, responded, Are you not planning to purchase the stocks from this round? With several of your certificates having been successful, acquiring them would necessitate a considerable amount of funds. To be candid, I currently lack the funds to subscribe to new shares. However, since Mr. Yang is a friend of Sister Su Wei, I cannot afford to be disrespectful. Let us alter our transaction method. I am willing to relinquish my entitlement to 15 subscription certificates to Mr. Yang. Yet I shall retain ownership of the certificates after the shares are purchased. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Liu Xiaochuan inquired. Seeing that Liu Xiaochuan was reluctant to sell the certificates, Mr. Yang found the opportunity to acquire the subscription privileges appealing. He was aware that similar transactions occurred at the salon of the Wang Palace Hotel, where each subscription privilege commanded a price of approximately 1,000. He offered Liu Xiaochuan 1,200 per certificate. Liu Xiaochuan recognized this price as reasonable, even slightly superior to that at the Wang Palace Hotel, indicating that Mr. Yang was quite discerning. Thus he acquiesced to the offer. Subsequently, the group deliberated on which stocks to purchase. Mr. Yang, a significant client of Wanhua Securities, had already gathered information on the newly listed stocks and the number of shares each subscription certificate could buy. The original shares were priced at 1 yuan each. Liu Xiaochuan understood that by late May, these stocks would appreciate to over 20 yuan, although he was uncertain which would rise the most or the least. Upon exiting the hotel, Liu Xiaochuan spotted Mr. Yang's Santana parked outside. He realized that anyone able to afford such a vehicle must possess considerable wealth, affirming Mr. Yang's financial prowess. The group boarded Mr. Yang's car and headed to Wanhua Securities, where a bustling crowd was queuing to purchase new shares, creating an atmosphere akin to a marketplace. As a prominent client of Wanhua Securities, Mr. Yang had acquaintances that enabled them to bypass the line. Upon reaching the trading window, Liu Xiaochuan provided Mr. Yang with 15 subscription certificates to purchase stocks, and Mr. Yang promptly handed him 18,000 yuan. After registering the certificates, Liu Xiaochuan quickly reclaimed them and began filling out his own forms to buy new shares. Publicly, he claimed to have won 45 certificates, conceding 15 to Mr. Yang, leaving him with 30. He decided to invest in Zhongqing industrial and specialty steel pipes, purchasing an equal amount of each, with 500 shares per certificate, totaling 15,000 yuan. Having recently borrowed over 10,000 from Zheng Yanhong, Liu Xiaochuan had paid a 5,000 yuan deposit for a house in Fengyang and 2,000 for another in Shanghai, leaving him with 3,000. After transferring the subscription privileges and receiving 18,000 yuan, spending 15,000 left him with 3,000. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan retained 6,000 yuan along with 11 in used winning subscription certificates. Upon exiting Wanghua Securities, he held a stack of receipts for the stock payments, which he securely tucked away. Declining Mr. Yang's invitation to lunch, Liu Xiaochuan expressed his desire to stroll alone, while Mr. Yang proceeded to dine with Su Wei, Zheng Yanhong, and Fong Ming. Turning the corner, Liu Xiaochuan hailed a taxi, directing it to Shanghai Securities. This time, he faced a genuine queue, waiting several hours until he reached the window, where he encountered the same northeastern compatriot from his previous visit, whom he remembered as Wu Weinan. Wu Weinan also recognized Liu Xiaochuan, recalling that he had purchased 10 subscription certificates based on Liu's advice and had won 2 in the recent lottery. "Ah, my friend, you bought 2 sets last time. How many did you win this time?" "Don't mention it, Wu Ge. I am currently short on funds. I sold 1 set previously for 15,000, and now it seems I have missed out on earning over 20,000. Fortunately, I still have a set left." Having won 11 tickets, Liu Xiaochuan casually fabricated a tale. "It is somewhat regrettable. However, since you purchased many, isn't it fortunate that you still have 1 set remaining? That can be considered a form of fortune. What stocks are you buying this time?" Liu Xiaochuan chose not to invest in Zhongqing industry or the non-standard steel pipe, opting instead for other stocks. Each ticket allows for the purchase of 300 shares, and he spent a total of 3,300 on 11 subscription certificates, keeping over 2,000 as a reserve, for one must not exhaust all their resources. Exiting Shanghai Securities, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Liu Xiaochuan hailed a taxi, heading straight towards the vicinity of Jiaotong University. He alighted early, ensuring no one was watching, and navigated through a series of turns to return to his newly purchased residence. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the dimly lit corridor enveloped him in shadows. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, swiftly turning on the light before closing the door behind him. After a brief inspection of the room, he found a bag in which he placed the 5.5 subscription certificates along with the payment receipts, wrapping them carefully in several old newspapers before concealing them beneath the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he divided the items into 2 separate bundles, hiding them in different locations. Remaining in the apartment for a while, he waited until dusk before cautiously locking the door and departing. Once outside the community, he finally released the tension that had built up within him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At this stage, the subscription certificates had not yet skyrocketed in value. His holdings were worth just over 100,000 yuan, not enough to attract overt theft. However, with the next round of drawing, their worth could ascend to several million, making it perilous to carry them. Exiting the residential area, Liu Xiaochuan first sought out a small eatery for dinner, having skipped lunch in his rush to queue earlier. He was indeed famished. After satisfying his hunger, he did not rush to catch a cab back to the hotel, but chose instead to stroll leisurely under the night sky to aid digestion. Upon reaching the base of a bridge, Liu Xiaochuan spotted a young man with a backpack sitting alone, seemingly lost in thought. The figure appeared somewhat familiar. As he approached, he realized it was Song Yanhui, the young man from the train who had helped him fend off a thief wielding a spring knife. "Song Yanhui, what brings you here? Did you not go to find your uncle? Did you not locate him?" Chapter 39. I suggest you sell your house. Song Yanhui sat despondently beneath the bridge, feeling lost and helpless when he spotted Liu Xiaochuan. In such a vast metropolis, encountering a familiar face from the train was unexpected. Recalling the grievances of the past few days almost brought him to tears, but he quickly stifled the emotion. "Ah, it's a long story, let us not discuss it. I currently have nowhere to turn." Song Yanhui yearned for someone to confide in, but felt that family troubles should remain private. To him, what he had endured was indeed a family disgrace. Hailing from a rural area in northern Beiliao province, he had a younger brother and sister still in school. With limited agricultural income, he sought work in the city. During the spring festival, he encountered his uncle returning home in prosperity. Song Yinhui's father implored his uncle to help find work, and his uncle readily agreed, promising to help him earn a fortune. With dreams in his heart, he arrived in the metropolis, quickly locating his uncle's residence based on the given address. His uncle and aunt resided in a modest one-bedroom apartment. Upon their first meeting, Song Yinhui was taken aback. His aunt's attire was quite revealing, leaving him, a newcomer from the countryside, feeling flushed, while his uncle and aunt appeared entirely unfazed by their surroundings. That evening, as he spread a mat in the living room, his cousin's wife strolled back and forth, causing him to feel a sense of discomfort. Fortunately, his uncle assured him that he had arranged a job for him, which filled him with joy as he was to start work the following day. The next day, his aunt took him to a karaoke establishment where he was to serve as a waiter. She informed him that while the salary was modest, diligent work could earn him tips. Upon entering the resplendent venue, Song Yinhui was profoundly struck by the opulent surroundings, realizing that he must work diligently to honor his uncle's support. After a brief training session, Song Yinhui joined the other waiters in delivering fruit platters and beer to private rooms. However, the scenes unfolding within those rooms shattered his preconceived notions, particularly when he saw his aunt being embraced by another man while drinking. On his first day, he faced some verbal abuse from customers. Just as he was about to retort, his fellow waiter tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to remain silent. Unfazed, he returned home that evening and confided in his uncle about the incident, only to be reprimanded for his naivety. His uncle dismissed his concerns, stating that such behavior was commonplace in the bustling city, a mere necessity of the job. The following day, Song Yinhui encountered even more disheartening sights, leading him to understand the true nature of the establishment. It suddenly dawned on him that his uncle's idea of a good job was akin to being a tea server in a brothel from a bygone era. Despite his impoverished circumstances and the necessity of working, Song Yinhui could not reconcile his moral values with the environment, prompting him to leave and seek a different position. His uncle, without further discussion, cast out his backpack and berated him for his lack of ambition, insisting that he valued appearances over substance and deserved his plight. He told him to leave as far as possible. Thus, Song Yinhui was expelled, and deep down, he resolved never to return, even if his uncle extended an invitation. However, his uncle had promised to reimburse his train fare, which ultimately never materialized, leaving him with only a meager sum in his pocket, insufficient for a ticket back home. In a state of despair, he found himself sitting beneath a bridge, lost in thought, when he unexpectedly encountered Liu Xiaochuan. Song Yinhui merely mentioned that he had been expelled after seeking refuge with relatives, omitting the details out of embarrassment. Liu Xiaochuan, understanding the situation without prying, noticed that Song Yinhui looked as if he had not eaten and invited him to share a bowl of noodles at a nearby street stall. As they dined at the Northwest Noodle Shop, Liu Xiaochuan inquired about his future plans, whether he intended to return home or seek employment again. He offered to buy a ticket if Song Yinhui chose to go back, assuring him that he need not worry about the fare. After pondering for a moment, Song Yinhui replied, "I do not wish to return empty-handed, having earned nothing and spent so much on travel. I would not know how to explain my situation to my family. I want to stay and work, though I lack skills and am uncertain of what I can do. If all else fails, I could find a small restaurant to wash dishes or assist in the kitchen. It matters not if I possess no skills. Our youth is our greatest asset, and we can learn anything." At this point, Liu Xiaochuan produced 200 yuan and handed it to Song Yinhui, saying, "You helped me on the train, and now that you are in need, I must assist you in return." Song Yinhui quickly declined, saying, "You acted heroically on the train as well. We are essentially the same. I cannot accept your money. Do not be so modest. Consider it a loan from me. Once you start earning, you may repay me. You must first find a small inn to stay in before contemplating your next steps. It is hardly suitable to live under a bridge." Although it was March, the weather in the bustling metropolis remained rather chilly. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yinhui accepted the money, saying, "All right, thank you. I shall write you an IOU. No need for an IOU. I have faith in you. However, if you are seeking employment, I suggest you inquire here." Liu Xiaochuan casually picked up a newspaper from the table, pointing to a real estate advertisement. "You might ask them if they are hiring sales agents. The real estate industry should prove lucrative in the future. But selling properties requires good communication skills and the courage to speak up. Your current disposition lacks a bit of daring, so be prepared for initial hardships." Gazing at the newspaper, which advertised new homes for 30,000 yuan and 780 yuan per square meter, Song Yinhui seemed to make a resolute decision. Given my circumstances, what difficulty should I fear? Rest assured, while my eloquence may be lacking, practice makes perfect. After all, I have graduated from high school. If you can think this way, that is splendid. I am confident you will succeed. Liu Xiaochuan exchanged a high five with Song Yinhui. After leaving the noodle shop, Liu Xiaochuan helped Song Yinhui find a small inn, then took his leave to return to the hotel. Wait a moment, Xiaochuan, you haven't given me your address. How will I find you to repay you? Song Yinhui suddenly remembered that this farewell might mean they would not meet again. Liu Xiaochuan jotted down the phone number for his tutoring class, instructing Song Yinhui to share his contact information once he secured a job, and suggested they reconnect the next time he visited the metropolis. Upon returning to the hotel, Zheng Yanhong and Feng Ming were seated in the lobby, and upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, they promptly inquired about his whereabouts, clearly worried. My apologies, brother Feng, sister Zheng. I wandered around the park and lost track of time. When it got dark, I got lost on my way back, causing you concern. Zheng Yanhong appeared skeptical of his explanation, sensing Liu Xiaochuan's mysterious nature. Liu Xiaochuan refrained from elaborating further and asked when they would return. Su Wei invited Zheng Yanhong to stay longer in the metropolis, but Zheng Yanhong could not extend her visit, as she had taken leave and her daughter, Feng Tongtong, was still at her grandmother's home. She and Feng Ming were reluctant to leave, fearing the elderly might not care for the child properly. They only agreed to visit Su Wei's home the following day and planned to return to Fengyang the day after. Zheng Yanhong mentioned that Su Wei also extended an invitation to Liu Xiaochuan, but he declined, explaining to Zheng Yanhong that he would rest at the hotel for a day, not venturing anywhere, and would wait to return with them the day after. Chapter 40. Tying the red thread. This trip to the metropolis had left Liu Xiaochuan utterly exhausted, and at last, he could take a day to recuperate. He slept in until he awoke naturally, took a shower, watched television, and read newspapers throughout the day, rejuvenating himself. After Zheng Yanhong and her husband visited Su Wei's home, they spent the day with her, returning to the hotel in the evening, where they found Liu Xiaochuan indeed waiting there. On March 4th, the three individuals finally boarded the train for their return journey. After an arduous 30-hour trek, they arrived back in Fengyang. Liu Xiaochuan longed for the era of high-speed trains, having grown weary of the slow green train. Following a day of rest, which coincided with the weekend, he resumed his classes. With prosperity on the horizon, he found little motivation to teach for such a meager salary. However, he reminded himself of the importance of professional ethics, particularly not to hinder the education of students, especially those in their final years of middle and high school. On March 10th, he received his salary for February, having worked nearly the entire month and earned over 2,000 yuan. He immediately repaid Li Yan, initially intending to give her a few hundred more, but she firmly declined. They agreed to dine at KFC that evening after her shift. Having also borrowed 500 from Guiyunda, Liu Xiaochuan ventured to East Street, first purchasing a pack of the locally favored blue feathers before arriving at Guiyunda's repair shop. Guiyunda had become increasingly adept at repairing televisions, and his appliance repair business was thriving. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, he exclaimed, "Master, it has been a while." The title came naturally, as Liu Xiaochuan, though younger, had indeed taught Guiyunda a great deal about television repair, allowing him to earn considerable income. Liu Xiaochuan handed Guiyunda 1,000 yuan, asserting that he was repaying the 500 he had borrowed. Naturally, Guiyunda insisted on refusing, as he had originally offered it as a gift. Eventually, after some back and forth, Guiyunda accepted back his 500, and Liu Xiaochuan gifted him a pack of cigarettes, prompting Guiyunda to think fondly of his young master, appreciating their camaraderie. He assisted Guiyunda in repairing several televisions, of course, free of charge. After a pleasant chat, Liu Xiaochuan took his leave. With the weather warming, it was time to change his wardrobe, so he visited a shopping center and purchased 2 outfits. After repaying debts and shopping, his salary dwindled to a mere sum. But fortunately, he still had over 2,000 left from his return trip from the metropolis. Liu Xiaochuan did not have to adhere to a strict work schedule, while Li Yan was on a long day's shift. Hence, they met at KFC near the city square after her work. Liu Xiaochuan waved his hand grandly and said, "Sisterly, order whatever you like, eat your fill." Li Yan did not hold back, ordering burgers, fries, egg tarts, and drinks. The meal cost over 50 yuan, a considerable expense at the time, as that amount could have sufficed for several meals at a small restaurant. 20 years hence, that same amount would barely cover a single dish at a street-side eatery. As they dined and conversed, Li Yan inquired, Xiaochuan, you've been elusive lately, buying new clothes and treating me to dinner. Have you come into some wealth? Liu Xiaochuan replied, Indeed, I have experienced a bit of fortune. I plan to open a tutoring class next semester and would like to recruit you as the principal, as I mentioned before. All right, keep dreaming. Last time, when I went on a blind date, you introduced me as Principal Li, and when they asked about my aunt, she was taken aback. And I had to explain for quite some time, she retorted. That was mere boasting. This time it's genuine. Once I establish the tutoring center, I will truly appoint you as principal. Fine, it's a deal, Boss Liu. But when will that be? Clearly, Li Yin regarded his words as jest. By the way, sisterly, have you been on any blind dates recently? Liu Xiaochuan shifted the topic. All right, why bring up that particular subject? Is it a joke at my expense? Li Yin retorted, rolling her eyes. What joke could there possibly be? Sisterly, I recently met a gentleman who has just returned from military service. We trained under the same coach in Sanzhou, so we share a brotherly bond. I find him to be of commendable character, and he is of a similar age to you. I was actually considering introducing you to. However, his family's financial situation isn't particularly strong. I'm uncertain if that would bother you. Liu Xiaochuan spoke earnestly. Is that true? You are really trying to set me up with someone, Li Yin replied, sensing the seriousness in his tone, which suggested he was not jesting. Would I deceive you about such matters? Liu Xiaochuan briefly outlined Su Zhibin's background. Though he did not possess extensive knowledge about the man's family, Li Yin, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of interest. While Su Zhibin's family circumstances were not ideal, she did not place undue importance on that aspect. From Liu Xiaochuan's description, he seemed to be a genuinely good person, and she prioritized character above all. After all, her own job was not a guaranteed security, often subject to scrutiny. If you think he's a good match, I can arrange a dinner for the two of you to meet, Li Yin said without pretense. All right, please make the arrangements promptly. I am free in the evenings for the next few days. Great, sister, I'll let you know soon, Liu Xiaochuan promised. True to his word, he went to the gym the very next day, but regrettably, Su Zhibin was absent. After discussing the matter with Coach Bai, who showed considerable interest in his promising disciple, Bai said, I have the contact number for the soy sauce factory where he works. You can give him a call. Liu Xiaochuan obtained the phone number and, upon stepping outside, used a public phone to reach the factory. The office staff were reluctant to fetch Su Zhibin due to the distance, asking if they could relay a message instead. Liu Xiaochuan requested that they inform Su Zhibin to come to the gym in the afternoon, as there was an urgent matter to discuss. In the afternoon, Su Zhibin arrived in a flurry, initially believing Coach Bai had summoned him for something significant. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan mention the introduction, he recalled their previous conversation but had not taken it too seriously. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Zhibin said, I thought it was something urgent. I ran here after getting off the bus. Coach Bai gave him a stern look and remarked, You little rascal. Is this not a significant matter? You should be grateful to Xiaochuan. Of course, I must express my gratitude. My brother is genuinely looking out for me. Su Zhibin replied sheepishly. Liu Xiaochuan briefly explained Li Yan's situation and confirmed their dinner plans for the following evening, clarifying that he would only facilitate the introduction and would not involve himself in their subsequent interactions. Rest assured, if things progress positively, I will owe you my thanks. If, however, she finds me unsuitable, that burden rests solely on my shoulders, and I will still owe you gratitude, Su Zhibin asserted earnestly. Liu Xiaochuan then contacted the front desk of the tutoring center to inform Li Yin of the time and place for their dinner the next evening. On the following night, Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin arrived at the designated restaurant first, and shortly thereafter, Li Yin gracefully made her entrance. Sisterly, over here, Liu Xiaochuan waved. Chapter 41. Is it truly wise to treat a matchmaker this way? Su Zhibin's eyes lit up as he watched Li Yin approach. Though she could not be described as exceptionally beautiful, she exuded an air of grace and poise, far surpassing the unattractive individuals he had encountered in the past. A sense of unease crept into his heart, as he feared she might not find him appealing. Li Yin, observing Su Zhibin seated beside Liu Xiaochuan, felt quite pleased. While he could not be deemed handsome, his masculine composure and sharply defined features instilled a sense of security. Liu Xiaochuan, noticing that they had exchanged glances before even sitting down, sensed a spark of chemistry between the two. Once Li Yin settled in, she was encouraged to order first, allowing for a casual conversation over their meal. She chose sweet and sour pork and a stir-fried vegetable dish, with both Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin ordering their own as well, opting for 3 bottles of soda instead of beer. Liu Xiaochuan introduced the two, and it appeared that both were quite satisfied with their initial impressions. Just as Liu Xiaochuan opened a soda and was about to speak, Li Yin interjected, "All right, Xiaochuan. You can leave now. Aren't you treating us? You should settle the bill first. We can manage here on our own." Such was the boldness of a woman of the world. Li Jie's approach to matchmaking was nothing if not assertive. Su Jibin quickly interjected, "I've already left the money at the front desk. I'll take care of the bill." Upon hearing this, Li Yan's impression of him rose even further. At the very least, he was not stingy, unlike some of the men she had previously encountered, who were miserly and left her to pay after a coffee date. "Wait, Li Jie, you don't need to leave just yet. Can't you wait until the food arrives so I can have a bite before you go?" He lamented. "What are you so eager to eat for? Can't you show a little awareness? Li Jie, do you plan on abandoning the matchmaker after a meal? Is this truly how you treat the one who brought you together? Get lost," she retorted playfully. "All right then, Li Jie, Brother Ben, enjoy your conversation." With that, Su Jibin made no effort to retain Liu Xiaochuan, who sighed dramatically upon exiting, lamenting that these two had indeed forgotten their friendships in favor of romantic pursuits. The following afternoon, Su Jibin encountered Liu Xiaochuan again at the gym. "How did things go yesterday, Brother Ben?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. "Quite well, actually. Li Yin and I have arranged to stroll down East Street tomorrow evening," Su Jibin replied, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. "Thank you, Xiaochuan. Li Yin wishes to express her gratitude as well." "That is splendid. I'm eagerly anticipating my thank you banquet, and I insist on 12 dishes," Liu Xiaochuan said emphatically, "and 2 bottles of fine wine." Coach Bai chimed in. "Absolutely, absolutely." Su Jibin beamed with delight. Having successfully played matchmaker for the first time, Liu Xiaochuan felt elated for several days, yet soon found himself in a prolonged period of waiting, eagerly anticipating the arrival of late May, when he hoped to attain wealth. In the ensuing days, his time was consumed by classes and self-study. Having been exceedingly busy recently, Liu Xiaochuan had neglected his studies for several months. Thus, he resolved to dedicate himself to his academic pursuits over the next 2 months. In addition to mathematics, chemistry, and English, he carved out time to review history and political science, as the mid-June examinations loomed ahead. Although the tests were not particularly challenging, one could not pass without adequate preparation. March and April passed in a haze of anticipation, during which Liu Xiaochuan cited an increase in school responsibilities and significant upcoming exams as reasons to gradually transfer his students to 2 other physics instructors. Naturally, a few devoted students preparing for the upcoming high school entrance exams were reluctant to change teachers, and Liu Xiaochuan intended to maintain his position until the conclusion of the exams. The May Day holiday has once again witnessed a surge of remedial classes, prompting Wang Tongguang to organize a team-building event. He coordinated with a travel agency to rent a large bus, leading the entire team of teachers and staff from the remedial classes on a 2-day excursion to Xiuzhou. With spring in full bloom, the vibrant grass and the melodious songs of birds heralded an ideal time for travel, and the youthful participants were brimming with excitement. The journey to Xiuzhou took over 3 hours, and as boredom settled in, the passengers began to sing and perform lively acts. Everyone was required to showcase their talents. And when it came to Liu Xiaochuan's turn, he was far from shy. In his past life, he had been a karaoke prince. And while his skills could not rival the professionals, he was certainly above average. He sang a popular song, The Lady of Luxury, only performing the climactic section, as he was not familiar with the preceding rap verses. As he transcended the lofty mountains and crossed the endless seas in song, it dawned on Liu Xiaochuan that he had inadvertently revealed a faux pas. This song would not be released for another decade. It was one of his favorites. And while visiting the picturesque Bijia Mountain, the combination of mountains and sea inspired him to sing it without a second thought. The melody captivated everyone, who applauded enthusiastically. Yet they unanimously admitted they had never heard it before, bombarding him with inquiries about the artist and whether it was a theme song from a television series, even asking where they could purchase a cassette of it. Caught off guard, Liu Xiaochuan quickly concocted a story, claiming he had heard it performed by a senior at a New Year's Eve gala at the Normal University, who had purportedly composed the lyrics and music herself. Of course, he did not know that senior personally, and she was likely already a graduate. Relieved to have navigated the situation, he felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He resolved to be more cautious with his song selections in the future, as he had never intended to plagiarize songs from the future, especially renowned hits, as it would stifle the original artist's paths to fame, a rather unethical act. Moreover, Being in the 1990s, he had no idea where he could even sell such songs. Nor did he aspire to become a singing star. He mused that if he ever did decide to borrow from the future, he should choose songs from prolific artists. Like certain pop icons whose hits were plentiful, making it unlikely that anyone would miss a single one. The lively atmosphere on the bus continued for over an hour before everyone succumbed to sleep, lulled by the rhythmic clatter of the long-distance journey. Finally, they arrived at Xiuzhou, with Bijia Mountain being the first destination. The mountain, not particularly large or high, stood steeply and solitary amidst the sea. Its most distinctive feature was a pathway that emerged during low tide, connecting it to the land, while high tide necessitated a boat for crossing. Bijia Mountain boasted several temples, exuding an antique charm, though it was uncertain whether they were ancient relics or modern replicas, though the latter seemed more plausible. After spending approximately 2 hours exploring Bijia Mountain and enjoying some time by the seaside, they ventured into the city for another attraction. That evening, they found a hotel to settle in, and after completing the check-in process, they collectively went out for a barbecue. Xiuzhou is renowned nationwide for its barbecues, where practically anything can be grilled, offering a unique culinary experience. Naturally, beer accompanied the feast, and they indulged until past 10 o'clock before returning to rest. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan did not accompany the group but instead ventured to Xiuzhou Medical College, where his second sister, Liu Xiaoning, was pursuing her studies in nursing. Having arrived in Xiuzhou, it was only fitting that he pay a visit to her. During the spring festival, Liu Xiaochuan had not returned home, and it had been 10 long months since the siblings had seen each other. Chapter 42. Another handsome young man seeks Liu Xiaoning in a previous life. Liu Xiaochuan had visited Xiuzhou, but this time, standing on the street corner, he felt utterly bewildered and directionless. He intended to see his sister, Liu Xiaoning, and could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, he sought out a shopping mall to purchase a few items. After wandering about aimlessly, he stumbled upon a row of brand-new bicycles for sale on the first floor. As it was 1992, the era of various purchase vouchers had not yet completely vanished. And while one still needed vouchers for large household appliances, bicycles were no longer subject to such constraints. They could be purchased freely with cash. Liu Xiaochuan spent 280 yuan on a lady's bicycle, convinced that his sister would surely appreciate the thoughtful gift. He also bought a box of malt extract and several pounds of apples, placing them in the bicycle basket, and inquired along the way as he rode to Xiuzhou Medical College. After offering a cigarette to the gatekeeper and briefly explaining his situation, the guard readily permitted him entry and pointed him towards the nursing department's classroom location. After all, the young man did not appear to be a troublemaker. During the morning, classes were in session, and university students were diligently attending. Truancy was rare, leaving the campus devoid of students leisurely strolling about. As the clock approached 10, the first class concluded, and students began to emerge from the lecture halls. Liu Xiaochuan quickly called out to a female student to inquire about the location of the first-year nursing classes. The girl, captivated by Liu Xiaochuan's sunny disposition and handsome looks, willingly guided him to the lecture hall, informing him that several of the classrooms were occupied by first-year students, though he would need to ask further to determine the specific room. Expressing his gratitude, Liu Xiaochuan sought out additional assistance, and, after consulting a few more individuals, finally learned the whereabouts of Liu Xiaoning's classmate, Sun Yujia. Upon noticing a dashing young man inquiring about Liu Xiaoning, Sun Yujia could not help but murmur, "Another handsome fellow seeking Liu Xiaoning?" Before Liu Xiaochuan could clarify that he was Liu Xiaoning's brother, class was about to commence, and Sun Yujia returned to the classroom, reminding him to wait until after class to return, assuring him that she would notify Liu Xiaoning. With no choice but to wait, Liu Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation, suddenly pondering Sun Yujia's remark about another handsome man seeking Liu Xiaoning. Why the use of another? It seemed his sister had garnered attention. After exiting the lecture hall and retrieving his bicycle, Liu Xiaochuan aimlessly roamed the medical college campus. Unlike comprehensive universities, the medical college had a limited enrollment and a relatively compact campus, allowing him to complete a circuit rather swiftly. He then settled by the roadside, waiting patiently. Upon returning to the classroom, Sun Yujia relayed the news of a handsome young man waiting outside for Liu Xiaoning. Liu Xiaoning's close friend, Su Dingxiu, immediately became intrigued. Whispering to Liu Xiaoning, "Who could it be this time? The last one, Gao Jianjun, was quite handsome. It seems you have another admirer. Do be careful not to become too choosy." Liu Xiaoning cast an indignant glance at her, her cheeks flushed. throughout her first year in university. She had already turned down several suitors, yet the sophomore Gao Jianjun had not given up. However, at this stage, Liu Xiaoning was solely focused on her studies, hoping to secure a good job in the future to earn more money for her younger brother's education. The opportunity to attend university had been fought for by her brother, Liu Xiaochuan. Previously, he had been quite immature, but after last summer, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, diligently working in the provincial capital while self-studying, even foregoing his return home during the new year. Although he had not brought back much money after half a year, his grades during the final exams were commendable, and he had kept up with his studies. Liu Xiaoning felt a sense of restlessness. She believed she was not in a position to pursue romance. If her studies were to suffer because of a relationship, she would let down her parents and her brother. She made an effort to calm her emotions and listened attentively to the lecture. The class felt interminable, but at last, it concluded. Su Dingxiu accompanied Liu Xiaoning out of the lecture hall, eager to see which handsome fellow had caught her attention this time. Indeed, he was quite handsome, albeit appearing somewhat young. Was he also a freshman? Su Dingxiu glanced at Liu Xiaochuan, pondering. Second sister. Xiaochuan, what brings you here? What? This is your brother, Xiaoning. Yes. This is my younger brother, Liu Xiaochuan. Isn't he handsome? Liu Xiaoning observed her brother, who was now well-dressed and had grown taller, indeed looking more dashing than before. Xiaochuan, this is my classmate Su Dingxiu, my best friend. Hello, Su Jia. Liu Xiaochuan extended his hand first. Su Dingxiu instinctively shook his hand, her face flushing instantly. Second sister, my bicycle is still outside the teaching building. Let us step outside to talk. I'm worried it might get stolen. All right. The three of them made their way outside the building. What brings you to Xiuzhou? And where did you get this lady's bicycle? Liu Xiaoning asked, her mind filled with questions. Oh, I just bought it for you. Liu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Ah, where did you get the money? Did you earn it from working? Yes, I did. Liu Xiaochuan continued, but I can't explain everything in just a few sentences. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Aren't you going to take me out for a meal? We have class soon. I still have one more lesson. Why don't you wait for me to finish? Liu Xiaoning responded. Oh, come on, Xiaoning. Your brother is here. Skipping one class won't hurt. We've been waiting for you all morning. Su Dingxiu interjected. Fine then. Liu Xiaoning made the unprecedented decision to skip class for the first time in university. She was genuinely curious about how her brother had come into money, dressed in new clothes and having bought a bicycle for himself. A twinge of concern arose within her, fearing he might be led astray by dubious means. At that moment, the cafeteria had yet to open, so the trio decided to dine at a small restaurant outside the west gate of the school. Liu Xiaoning surprisingly ordered stir-fried dishes. And noticing his sister's demeanor, Liu Xiaochuan seized the menu and ordered several more dishes. Although Liu Xiaoning felt a pang of heartache, she refrained from saying anything, not wanting to undermine her brother's pride in front of her friend. Before the food arrived, Liu Xiaoning bombarded Liu Xiaochuan with questions, prompting him to explain that he was working as a teaching assistant at a tutoring class and had come to Xiuzhou for a team-building event, which allowed him to visit his sister along the way. Wait a moment, you earn so much working as a teaching assistant at the tutoring center? Liu Xiaoning immediately grasped the crux of the matter. A few students in her class indeed made money through tutoring outside, but it was certainly not to such an extent. Of course, one cannot earn that much at a tutoring center. I am not a college student capable of teaching. I made my fortune by purchasing stock options in the bustling metropolis. Liu Xiaochuan planned to let his elder sister in on the secret of the stock options first, so that when he explained it to their parents later, she could help ease them into the reality of his newfound wealth. Naturally, he couldn't divulge everything. He merely mentioned that he had seen news about stock options in the city and took his saved 3,000 yuan there, bought a set of options, and eventually sold half for 20,000 yuan, most of which he used to invest in stocks, keeping a few thousand for himself. By the end of the month, when he sold the stocks, he could earn another 80 to 100,000. Liu Xiaoning and Su Dingxiu listened as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. Chapter 43. Do you want to be my brother-in-law? Observing the disbelief on his sister's face, Liu Xiaochuan said, Oh, come on. You are university students now. Just buy a few newspapers, and you will know whether what I say is true or not. So, you are already a household worth 100,000? Liu Xiaoning asked timidly. Not just me. Our family is now 100,000 household. Though we still need to wait a month to sell the stocks, he replied. What? You don't believe me, dear sister. I do believe. Su Dingxiu was the first to respond. She then turned to Liu Xiaoning, saying, Xiaoning, putting everything aside, your brother has quite the audacity. Daring to venture into the metropolis alone, impressive. Liu Xiaochuan pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket, counted out 1,000, and boldly handed it to Liu Xiaoning, saying, "Sister, take this, don't hesitate to spend it. Buy some good food. Your living expenses in college will be taken care of by your brother from now on." Liu Xiaoning quickly pushed it back, saying, "I can't spend that much. The school provides subsidies, and I am also working part-time at the library. So I don't need to spend family money." "How can that be? In the past, our family had no money, but now that we do, we shouldn't be frugal. We must buy fruits, milk, and other necessities. Don't gatherings with classmates also require spending? You need new clothes too, right? Isn't that so, Sujia?" "Absolutely. Your sister is far too meticulous, always reluctant to indulge in food or clothing." She wholeheartedly agreed with Liu Xiaochuan's perspective. With her friend's newfound wealth, she too felt more at ease, especially with the new bicycle. She knew it would come in handy as Liu Xiaoning spent her days studying in the library, making it a waste to let the bicycle sit idle. "Oh, why didn't I get such a wonderful brother?" In the end, Liu Xiaoning kept 500 yuan, ensuring she would live comfortably until the summer vacation. Otherwise, she had planned to find another part-time job, but now she could save time for her studies. After finishing their meal, Liu Xiaoning first returned her belongings to the girls' dormitory, then accompanied Liu Xiaochuan as he left. Since he had to hurry back to join the others at the tutoring center for their afternoon bus ride back to Fengyang. Su Dingxiu also intended to see Liu Xiaochuan off. The siblings walked ahead while she leisurely rode her bicycle behind, feeling quite pleased. The new bicycle was certainly superior, far better than the old one, which was hardly suitable for a girl to ride. As I passed by the cafeteria, a tall young man approached. Calling out from a distance, "Liu Xiaoning, why haven't I seen you in the cafeteria today?" Liu Xiaoning's face flushed instantly. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "This must be my sister's admirer. Xiaochuan, this is a sophomore, and he's pursuing your sister," Su Dingxiu whispered conspiratorially. "Who is this?" Gao Jianjun inquired, casting a hostile glance at Liu Xiaochuan. Before Liu Xiaoning could respond, Su Dingxiu interjected, "Senior Gao, you should treat him with respect. He is Xiaoning's younger brother." "Oh, Xiaoning's brother. Greetings." Gao Jianjun's demeanor shifted rapidly, and he greeted Liu Xiaochuan warmly. Suddenly, Liu Xiaochuan stepped forward and grasped Gao Jianjun by the collar. "Are you the one who keeps bothering my sister?" Gao Jianjun was taken aback. Was Liu Xiaoning's brother a thug? What kind of scene was this? Maintaining his composure, he replied, "University students have the freedom to pursue relationships. I wish to court Liu Xiaoning, and that is not illegal, is it?" Seeing her brother's aggressive stance, Liu Xiaoning feared a confrontation and hastily exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, what are you doing?" "Don't worry, sister. I just want to have a word with him." The two stood closely, and Liu Xiaochuan suddenly felt that his sister's senior looked somewhat familiar. "What is your name?" he asked. "Gao Jianjun." "Where are you from?" "Xiaoxi City, Ningyuan County." Liu Xiaochuan blurted out the name of the place. "Yes, how do you know?" Liu Xiaochuan realized that this Gao Jianjun was indeed the person he had known in his previous life, the chief physician of the urology department at the 3rd Hospital of Fengyang City. Gao Jianjun's son was Liu Xiaochuan's student, and the surgery for his son's collar reform was performed by Gao Jianjun. Once they became acquainted, they discovered a shared passion for archery, often exchanging ideas and becoming close friends. After their friendship blossomed, Liu Xiaochuan learned that despite Gao Jianjun's exceptional medical skills and good character, his marriage was far from happy. His wife, also a doctor at the 3rd Hospital, had become involved with someone abroad during an exchange, mysteriously failing to return after the trip, abandoning her family, and staying in the United States. Not only did Gao Jianjun lose his wife, but he also faced disciplinary action, leading to a prolonged period of depression. Subsequently, to spare his son any distress, he refrained from remarrying and maintained a low profile at the hospital, avoiding any scandals. Until Liu Xiaochuan's rebirth, Gao Jianjun remained a bachelor. Liu Xiaochuan could hardly believe that the young Gao Jianjun, during his student days, was now pursuing his sister Liu Xiaoning. What a remarkable coincidence. Even a television drama would hesitate to portray such a twist. Liu Xiaochuan wholeheartedly supported this affair, confident that Gao Jianjun, with his integrity, would never let his sister down. At the very least, he was certainly not a scoundrel. Gao Jianjun, bewildered by Liu Xiaochuan's grip on his collar, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Torn between indignation and restraint. Had it been anyone else, he would have retaliated, but this was Liu Xiaoning's brother. It would be unacceptable to strike him before even winning her over. Liu Xiaoning stepped in, pulling Liu Xiaochuan's arm away and admonishing, "Why are you acting like this?" She then turned to Gao Jianjun and added, "I apologize, senior. My brother is still just a child." Liu Xiaochuan pondered to himself, "Why does this line sound so familiar?" He released Gao Jianjun's collar and inquired, "Do you wish to become my brother-in-law?" The directness of the question caused Liu Xiaoning's face to flush crimson as she turned away. Unable to meet their gazes, Gao Jianjun thought to himself, "Is this fellow from a rural village?" However, with the atmosphere reaching this point, he could not back down and nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Liu Xiaochuan patted his shoulder and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I have faith in you. I support this endeavor." What? Liu Xiaochuan's sudden reversal left Gao Jianjun utterly perplexed, contemplating the boy's swift change in demeanor. Nevertheless, he found Liu Xiaochuan rather intriguing. Liu Xiaochuan then turned to Liu Xiaoning, saying, "Well then, sister, you need not escort me. I know the way. All right, I shall take my leave. You two carry on with your business." With a wink at Gao Jianjun, he strode away without looking back. An awkward silence enveloped them, prompting Su Dingxiu to say, Xiaoning, allow me to see your brother off. I'll ride my bike. It'll be quicker." Without waiting for Liu Xiaoning's response, she hopped on her bicycle and sped away. "Xiaoning, are you still going to the library to study tonight? Would you like to go together?" Gao Jianjun ventured to break the tension. "Huh, all right." Liu Xiaoning's reply was barely audible. "Then I shall find you later tonight," Gao Jianjun said cheerfully as he departed. A bicycle bell rang, and Liu Xiaochuan turned to see Su Dingxiu catching up. "Liu Xiaochuan, do you really approve of Gao Jianjun pursuing your sister?" "My sister's affairs are her own to decide. Of course, if anyone dares to bully her, I will intervene." "I truly envy your sister for having such a wonderful brother," Su Dingxiu remarked. "Sister Su, hurry home and persuade your parents to have another son. It's not too late," Liu Xiaochuan joked. Su Dingxiu retorted, "What kind of child are you? Such mockery. I shall tell your sister. Go ahead and report me." "Sister Su, farewell. All right, goodbye. Make sure to visit your sister often, as well as us," she called back as she rode off. After exiting the medical school gate, Liu Xiaochuan hailed a motorcycle taxi, heading straight for the meeting point. Chapter 44. The stock market soars on the returning bus. Liu Xiaochuan continued to contemplate the relationship between his second sister, Liu Xiaoning, and Gao Jianjun. He genuinely hoped they could become a couple. However, it was still too early to draw conclusions. How many college romances truly culminated in lasting unions? Ultimately, the matter of his sister's heart was hers to govern. By late May, the long-awaited day of harvest finally arrived. Liu Xiaochuan realized that upon returning from the Magic City, he would become a millionaire. A thought that stirred a mix of excitement and apprehension within him, leading him to seek a trustworthy companion. Zhang Chao was undoubtedly a reliable friend, but he was far away in Xinping County, young, timid, and lacking in capability despite his imposing physique. After much contemplation, Liu Xiaochuan deemed it unwise to bring Zhang Chao along to the Magic City. Should anything go awry, he would face difficulties explaining back home. It seemed he would have to enlist Su Zhibin, who was skilled and mature. Liu Xiaochuan made his way to the gym, where he found Su Zhibin working part-time as a trainer that day. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan enter, he immediately greeted him. "Hey Xiaochuan, you've arrived." "Hey Bin, how are things going with Li Yan?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. Not bad, came Su Zhibin's response, accompanied by a chuckle. "What do you mean by not bad? I saw you two holding hands while shopping in Taiyuan Street last time. Why didn't you call us then?" Su Zhibin replied, slightly embarrassed. "What would I call you for? To be a third wheel? Li Yan would surely scold me for that. By the way, I owe you a great deal, Xiaochuan, for helping me settle my lifelong affair. Brother, should you ever need my assistance, just utter the word, and I shall brave fire and water without hesitation," Su Zhibin pledged earnestly. "You know me well, brother. How did you guess I had something to discuss with you today? Weren't you just waiting for me to say that?" "Indeed, you just mentioned braving fire and water." Liu Xiaochuan grinned mischievously. "So what is on your mind?" "I can't take back my words now." Liu Xiaochuan proceeded to explain that he needed Su Zhibin to accompany him to the bustling metropolis, hinting at a substantial financial opportunity without revealing too much. He mentioned that they would need to stay for at least half a month, and Su Zhibin would need to secure leave from the factory. Naturally, he would not go empty-handed. Should they strike it rich, there would be a reward for Su Zhibin. He immediately handed Su Zhibin 1,000 yuan to facilitate his leave, suggesting he use it to buy some cigarettes and liquor for their supervisor. Su Zhibin, taken aback by the magnitude of the request, recognized the seriousness of Liu Xiaochuan's tone and understood the potential fortune at stake. The 1,000 yuan alone was sufficient for him to earn for several months. Xiaochuan, you keep the money. I need to discuss this with my family first. If I'm going to be away for that long, I should at least inform my parents and get leave from my superiors. I understand, Ben. When you request leave, just tell the factory that you are willing to forfeit your salary, even for this month. Please accept this 1,000 yuan. Your family will need it to settle some matters. And don't forget to ask Li Yan for leave as well, Liu Xiaochuan added with a sly smile. All right, I'll consult with them and get back to you soon. When are we planning to depart? Tentatively, on the 22nd. I'll buy 2 tickets in advance. If you can't make it, I'll refund them. With that arrangement settled, Liu Xiaochuan took his leave to prepare for the upcoming adventure, ensuring he had all the necessary supplies. The following day, Saturday afternoon, while Liu Xiaochuan was in class, Su Zhibin called him at the tutoring center to convey that he had sorted everything out. Relieved that Su Zhibin could accompany him to the metropolis, Liu Xiaochuan hung up, only to find Li Yan glaring at him, evidently miffed about her boyfriend being whisked away. Liu Xiaochuan thought to himself, when I return, you'll be thanking me. I'm taking him to fortune. However, he knew he had to keep everything under wraps for now. Noticing Li Yan's fierce gaze, he hastily made his exit. But she called out to him, saying, someone named Song called for you yesterday. He left a number since you weren't here. As she handed him a slip of paper, Liu Xiaochuan recognized the area code of the metropolis and realized it was Song Yanhui's contact information. Quickly tucking it into his jacket pocket. On May 21st, the Shanghai Stock Exchange announced the complete deregulation of stock prices in the city. The market index surged dramatically, more than doubling from 616 points on May 20th to an astonishing 1,265 points by the close of trading on the 21st. This is a significant market movement, showcasing an increase of 105 points, a phenomenon well understood by those who have dabbled in the stock market. Individual stocks soared even higher, with the shares of Yuyuan Garden exceeding 10,000 yuan, despite not being a new issue, as its price had already surpassed 1,000 yuan earlier in the year. Had it remained at 100 yuan per share, Liu Xiaochuan would have long since invested all his resources. Zheng Yanhong and Su Wei communicated regarding the situation. Previously, Su Wei had urged Zheng Yanhong to inquire several times whether Liu Xiaochuan intended to sell his subscription certificates. But Liu had consistently replied that he was back in his hometown and unreachable, prompting Su Wei to relent. With the stock market's liberalization and subsequent surge, Su Wei promptly informed Zheng Yanhong of the news, who immediately felt compelled to seek out Liu Xiaochuan, taking leave from her class to do so. However, upon finding Liu absent, she enlisted Wang Dong to help locate him at his rental apartment. Wang Dong pondered the urgency, wondering whether Liu Xiaochuan had poorly educated the young lady or had perhaps educated her too well, as evidenced by her fervent pursuit. Zheng Yanhong decided to take an overnight train to Shanghai with her husband, Fang Ming, and inquired if Liu Xiaochuan would like to accompany them. Liu, however, declined, citing prior commitments, suggesting he would join them a couple of days later and would contact Fang Ming through a pager. Zheng Yanhong, unwilling to wait, departed without him. The following morning, Liu Xiaochuan boarded a train to Shanghai with Su Zhibin. The weather was warm, prompting many to wear short sleeves. However, Liu faced the dilemma of how to transport his subscription certificates from Fengyang to Shanghai. His pockets could carry only a limited number, and attempting to conceal them in his shoes within his backpack would be too conspicuous. Nevertheless, he devised a clever solution. He purchased a thick dictionary, hollowed it out, and concealed the certificates inside, securing it in a leather cover and placing it in his newly acquired backpack alongside several other books, thus crafting the persona of a diligent student. The journey proceeded smoothly, and by the afternoon of May 23rd, they arrived in Shanghai. After dining, they found a hotel near Jiaotong University, where Liu instructed Su Zhibin to enjoy some television while he visited the property he had purchased earlier. Upon entering the apartment, he discovered a fine layer of dust covering the furniture and surfaces, indicating no one had been there recently. Liu located the subscription certificates and stock receipts he had hidden previously, all safely intact. He concealed the new certificates as well and kept the stock receipts on his person, contemplating whether to also carry 10 loose certificates. After nightfall, he quietly returned to the hotel. Chapter 45. At last, a man of wealth the next day. Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin spent a leisurely day exploring before Liu finally paged Fang Ming in the afternoon. At that moment, Fang Ming and his wife Zheng Yanhong were embroiled in a heated discussion at their hotel. Following several days of soaring stock prices, some investors were gripped by greed while others succumbed to fear. Su Wei's major client, Mr. Yang, had already liquidated half of his stock holdings, prompting Su Wei to recommend that Zheng Yanhong follow suit. This was precisely in line with Fang Ming's intentions. Having sold his shares for a profit of over 100,000, he still possessed a subscription certificate of considerable value, prompting him to wish to secure his gains swiftly. However, Zheng Yanhong insisted on waiting for news from Liu Xiaochuan, as she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Just as uncertainty lingered, Fang Ming's pager beeped, and upon returning the call, he finally heard Liu Xiaochuan's voice. "Xiaochuan, you finally called. Where are you?" "We're coming to find you," Zheng Yanhong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "No need, Sister Zheng. I'll come to you," Liu Xiaochuan replied, requesting the hotel address from Zheng Yanhong before hailing a taxi with Su Zhibin. Uncertain of Liu Xiaochuan's exact dealings, Su Zhibin refrained from inquiring, but he understood that it must be a significant enterprise. Parting with money for the taxi ride caused him a twinge of regret. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liu Xiaochuan briefly introduced Su Zhibin as his senior, who had come along to observe. Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming exchanged glances, pondering if he was perhaps a bodyguard. However, her focus was elsewhere as she hurriedly asked Liu Xiaochuan when they would sell the stocks. "It's getting late today, and the market will close soon. Let us reassess tomorrow," Liu Xiaochuan responded calmly. Fang Ming, anxious that the stocks might plummet by the following day, felt frustrated, knowing that his wife held the decisive say in their household affairs. With Zheng Yanhong placing her unwavering trust in Liu Xiaochuan, he resigned himself to the fact that selling today was no longer an option, silently seething. Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin opted to stay nearby. After sharing a meal together, they retired for the night. The following morning, at 9:30, everyone was attentively watching the market, observing a significant surge. Fang Ming thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have acted impulsively the previous day. Otherwise, he would surely have faced his wife's ire. As the afternoon trading commenced, Liu Xiaochuan announced his intention to sell the stocks, aware that a decline was imminent the next day. He couldn't quite recall whether it would begin in the morning or afternoon, but he recognized that despite potential gains later, it was wiser to act promptly rather than wait, as one could easily do 2 decades hence with mobile trading. Zheng Yanhong had come to revere Liu Xiaochuan, naturally choosing to follow his lead and promptly relaying his decision to Su Wei. Meanwhile, Su Wei was mulling over her own situation. Having sold half of her shares the prior day, she regretted the decision as the market soared today, unwilling to liquidate her remaining holdings just yet. Fang Ming, upon hearing CEO Yang's assessment, found merit in his reasoning, considering Yang's status as a prominent businessman. Though Liu Xiaochuan's prior decisions had proven sound, he acknowledged the role of fortune therein. Ultimately, Fang Ming resolved to retain a portion of the stocks, while Zheng Yanhong insisted on selling, leading to the compromise of divesting 1/3 while keeping 1/6, as one must maintain a semblance of respect for her husband. They first visited Wanghua Securities, where unlike their previous stock purchases, many were now hesitating, thus avoiding long queues. Liu Xiaochuan filled out the order form for liquidation. Previously, he had utilized 30 subscription certificates to purchase shares in Zhongqing Industry and special-shaped steel pipe, totaling 15,000 shares at an average price exceeding 20 yuan. Following the transaction and commission deductions, his account swelled to over 330,000, disregarding the minor remainder. Liu Xiaochuan had no intentions of further stock purchases, thus transferring the funds to his industrial and commercial bank account in the bustling metropolis, finally allowing him to embrace the status of a wealthy individual. In the case of Zheng Yanhong, selling 1/3 of the shares yielded nearly 100,000 yuan, much to the delight of both spouses. On May 26th, the stock index opened high once again. Liu Xiaochuan promptly made his way to Shanghai Securities, where he filled out an order to sell. Ultimately, he profited over 80,000 yuan from the 300 shares on this side. Upon witnessing the rise in stock prices, Fang Ming felt fortunate for his patience, growing more assertive in front of Zheng Yanhong, especially considering that he could have earned an additional 10,000 yuan had he sold yesterday. Yet, like a fleeting moment of beauty, the market faltered before noon, with the index declining and most stocks turning red. If he had acted swiftly to sell, it would have been prudent. However, Fang Ming hesitated, clinging to the hope that the stocks would rebound, resolutely refusing to sell. Zheng Yanhong was indifferent at this point, having already secured the bulk of their gains, yet their profits paled in comparison to Liu Xiaochuan's. Liu Xiaochuan made an appointment at the bank to withdraw money the following day and then returned to the hotel with Su Jibin. Zheng Yanhong summoned Liu Xiaochuan to her room, inquiring about his plans for the future, given that there was still over a week until the next lottery draw. Su Wei also arrived, persistently asking Liu Xiaochuan when he intended to sell his subscription certificates. Liu Xiaochuan opened his backpack and addressed Su Wei, saying, "Sister Su, to be candid, I did not bring my subscription certificates with me, fearing I might be tempted to sell them prematurely. I only brought 10 from the West. My other certificates are still in Fengyang, and my brother will bring them to me next week. If I decide to sell then, I will certainly contact you first." Su Wei thought to herself that Liu Xiaochuan's excuse was rather flimsy, as no one knew where he had hidden the certificates, yet she had no recourse. He was unwilling to sell, and she could not force him. What she was certain of was that Liu Xiaochuan indeed had not brought them, as he was now dressed in short sleeves, leaving no room to conceal them. Zheng Yanhong remarked, "Xiaochuan, you've made several 100,000 this time. Once the subscription certificates are sold, it could reach nearly 1,000,000, enough to earn interest in the bank." "Saving in the bank? That's improbable," Liu Xiaochuan replied. "Money will only depreciate if left idle. It must remain in circulation. Think about it. 10 years ago, having 10,000 yuan was remarkable, but now? Even possessing 10,000 is merely average in the countryside and considerably less in the city. Your and Brother Fang's combined annual salary exceeds 10,000. You make a valid point. So, what do you intend to do next? Will you continue buying stocks?" Zheng Yanhong inquired. "Stocks are not a guaranteed profit. Gains today can turn into losses tomorrow. I plan to invest in real estate." "Real estate? That doesn't require such a hefty sum. What are the property prices in Fengyang anyway? Who said I was buying in Fengyang? I intend to purchase in Shanghai. Shanghai is a metropolis, developing rapidly, and the demand for housing will only increase. Property prices are bound to rise, and buying now would be far superior to letting money languish in the bank." Liu Xiaochuan was certain he would not hoard properties in Fengyang, perhaps acquiring 1 or 2 for personal use. In contrast, purchasing in Shanghai could yield returns of several dozen to hundreds of times over 20 years, whereas in Fengyang, a reasonable increase of 10 to 20 times would be considered fortunate. In 2 or 3 decades, the property prices in Fengyang will likely remain at the bottom tier within the provincial capital, except for a few high-end developments and sought-after school districts. New properties barely exceed 10,000, while second-hand homes generally do not surpass that threshold. The rate of increase is incomparable to other provincial cities. After listening to Liu Xiaochuan's persuasive discourse, Fang Ming and Zheng Yanhong were moved and decided to make an appointment with the bank to withdraw cash. At this moment, purchasing a house required cash transactions, as credit card payments were not yet an option. Therefore, significant cash withdrawals necessitated prior arrangements. Chapter 46. Collective home purchase. After confirming the details of the home purchase with Zheng Yanhong, Liu Xiaochuan borrowed the hotel phone and called the number left by Song Yanhui during their last conversation. "Hello, this is Qinghu Garden. Are you looking to schedule a property viewing?" A melodious female voice answered on the line. "Indeed, I was contacted by one of your sales representatives named Song Yanhui, who introduced your properties to me. I plan to bring a friend for a viewing tomorrow, and if we find something appealing, we intend to make a purchase on the spot. Please provide me with the detailed address of your development." The receptionist promptly relayed the address to Liu Xiaochuan, who noted it down. After concluding the call, the sales assistant sought out the manager to report the conversation. The manager inquired, "Do we have a sales representative named Song Yanhui?" "Yes, we do, manager." "Good, please summon him." When Song Yanhui arrived, the manager recognized him. He recalled that the young man had been somewhat awkward when he first joined, but had shown enthusiasm during training. However, he had yet to sell a single property. Sales representatives primarily earned through commissions, with accommodations provided by the company. Were it not for Song Yanhui's diligent demeanor, the manager might have suspected he was merely there to enjoy the meals. "There's someone who mentioned you introduced them to our properties and plans to come in tomorrow to make a purchase. When did you meet this client?" Song Yanhui was taken aback. He and T left the office recently, so any acquaintance would have been within the sales center. "Apologies, manager, I cannot recall." "Well, we shall find out tomorrow. They wouldn't have called just to deceive us. Prepare yourself well. Ensure you provide them with a thorough introduction." "Understood, manager. I will prepare diligently in hopes of securing the order." Leaving the manager's office, Song Yinhui pondered who the client might be but decided to let it go, knowing he would find out the next day. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Su Zhibin and the couple Zheng Yanhong, took a taxi directly to the sales office of Qinghu Garden. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, Song Yinhui approached enthusiastically, recognizing both Liu Xiaochuan and Zheng Yanhong from their encounter on the train. "Xiaochuan, you've come. I truly appreciate your assistance last time. I will return the money I borrowed shortly after I retrieve it from my dorm. Returning the money is not urgent. We are here today to purchase a home." Are Zheng Jie and her husband buying? Song Yinhui understood that the properties here were quite expensive and not accessible to just anyone. "Yes, I am buying too." "Oh, you are also purchasing? I didn't realize you had such wealth." Song Yinhui felt a surge of astonishment. As a peer, Liu Xiaochuan, who was even slightly younger, possessed enough funds to buy a property here. Nevertheless, he felt no envy, as Liu Xiaochuan had indeed helped him in the past. Not only was Song Yinhui taken aback, but so was Su Zhibin. Over the past few days, he had been following Liu Xiaochuan, essentially becoming a mere shadow. He was aware that Liu Xiaochuan was engaged in stock trading and had amassed a considerable fortune. Yet he was astonished to discover that Liu had enough to purchase property in the bustling metropolis. However, he concealed his astonishment, recognizing that Liu's ability to generate wealth was a testament to his own acumen. Having accompanied Liu on this excursion, he was confident that he would not return empty-handed, especially since he had been given 1,000 yuan prior to their journey. At that moment, the manager of the sales office approached, inquiring, "Is this young man one of your friends, Xiaosong?" Song Yinhui hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Could someone as affluent as Liu Xiaochuan truly consider him a friend? He dared not presumptuously claim such a relationship, fearing the awkwardness should Liu deny it. Just then, Liu Xiaochuan interjected, "Yes, we are all friends of Song Yinhui. We heard that he is selling properties here and thought we would come to show our support." "Manager, since friends have arrived, is there a discount available?" "Indeed, there must be. In our city, we cherish friendship above all. If you are a friend of Xiaosong, then you are my friend as well," the manager replied warmly. He personally took charge, guiding both Song Yinhui and Liu Xiaochuan in showcasing the properties available. They were now viewing completed units, and they headed straight to the site for an inspection. The Orange Lake Garden featured both villas and ordinary apartments. Liu Xiaochuan primarily focused on the smaller units. As he did not intend to reside in them himself, smaller units would be easier to sell in the future, especially since educational privileges were the same for both large and small units in the school district. Zheng Yanhong had her eye on a small unit, while Liu Xiaochuan decided to secure 3 units in total, all situated on the second floor of a single entryway. The manager, taken aback by Liu's affluence, inquired if he was interested in purchasing street-facing commercial properties. Liu Xiaochuan declined, expressing unfamiliarity with the area and uncertainty regarding its future development. While a well-located commercial property could provide generational wealth, its value was subject to numerous factors, including policy changes and urban planning. Even modifying a bus stop could significantly affect a commercial district's viability. Thus, he reasoned that residential properties offered more stable appreciation, and he could always consider commercial properties at a later date. The manager granted a discount of 2 off, finalizing the price at 760 yuan per square meter. Liu Xiaochuan's 3 units were approximately 70 square meters each, a size that felt quite spacious for a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The total cost for the 3 units exceeded 160,000 yuan. However, a challenge arose during the payment process, as Liu and his companions had not brought cash. Fearing the safety of carrying large sums, Liu proposed that the sales office prepare a receipt in advance, allowing them to take a vehicle to the bank to withdraw cash. Once the funds were secured, they would complete the transaction on-site. The manager, concerned that the clients might withdraw if they disagreed, arranged for a minibus and accompanied Song Yinhui and 2 security guards to the bank. Having made a prior appointment with the bank, they were able to withdraw 240,000 yuan that day. After paying for the properties, Liu retained nearly 80,000 yuan for himself. Upon returning to the sales office to finalize the paperwork, he instructed Song Yinhui to collect the property deeds on his behalf, and once they were ready, he would return to retrieve them. In a moment of privacy, Song Yinhui repaid Liu Xiaochuan 200 yuan, which Liu accepted graciously. If the borrowed money goes uncollected, Song Yinhui would undoubtedly feel a weight on his conscience. In fact, had he proceeded with the purchase of the suite today, he would have earned a substantial commission, which speaks volumes of the gratitude he harbors. He assured Liu Xiaochuan that he should not hesitate to seek his assistance whenever needed. He would certainly oblige without reservation. Declining the lunch invitation from the sales office manager, Liu Xiaochuan and his companions took a taxi back to the hotel, where they enjoyed their meal. Liu Xiaochuan felt the need to acquire a communication device, so he ventured out and spent over 2,000 yuan on a digital pager. The reason he refrained from purchasing a mobile phone was due to its exorbitant price of over 20,000 yuan, although he could afford it. He deemed such an expenditure unnecessary and, most importantly, inconsistent with his principle of modesty. In the afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan ventured out alone again, taking a taxi to a real estate agency near Jiaotong University. He requested the agency to contact the property owner, and after settling the payment for the house and the agency fee, he managed to complete the transfer paperwork just before the housing authority closed for the day. The property deed would take some time to be issued, but that was inconsequential. He could retrieve it on his next visit to the metropolis. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan now possessed a suite in the bustling city, which, in 20 years, would undoubtedly appreciate to a value exceeding 10 million. Yet, Liu Xiaochuan was not entirely satisfied with the properties he had acquired. He yearned for a courtyard in an old alley or a small building along the street, as such properties held greater potential for appreciation. However, the agency informed him that such properties were not readily available for purchase. They would contact Liu Xiaochuan once suitable listings emerged. Chapter 47. The eve of prosperity. With several days remaining before the next lottery draw, Zheng Yanhong returned to Fengyang. For as a branch manager, she could not afford to be absent for too long. She left Fang Ming behind, advising him to consult Liu Xiaochuan for any matters that arose and to heed his counsel. Yet, Fang Ming remained skeptical. Believing that one must sometimes disregard orders when in the field, it was finally his turn to take charge. Liu Xiaochuan did not remain idle either. He took Su Zhibin on a journey to Suzhou and Hangzhou, partly for tourism and partly for real estate investment, acquiring a property in each city and expending over 100,000 yuan. Upon returning to the metropolis to meet Fang Ming, he discovered that Fang Ming had already sold his subscription certificate. Since the stock index plummeted on May 26th, it had not recovered, with the market closed for the weekend. When trading resumed on June 1st, it was another day of environmental concerns, with stocks displaying a sea of red. Fang Ming, unable to maintain his composure, decided to cut his losses. However, this was not a complete loss. It simply resulted in lesser profits than before. At this juncture, the price of the subscription certificates had climbed close to 300,000. Yang, the manager, offered Fang Ming the price of 300,000, and with Su Wei's persuasion, Fang Ming ultimately sold it, fearing that if he delayed, it would plummet like the stocks. Later, he informed Zheng Yanhong, who did not reproach him. With both his stocks and subscription certificates sold, and the funds transferred from the construction bank to Zheng Yanhong, Fang Ming found his continued presence in the metropolis meaningless. After bidding farewell to Liu Xiaochuan, he returned to Fengyang, mindful of his responsibilities as a mid-level leader in a state-owned enterprise. On June 1st and 2nd, Liu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Su Zhibin, frequented the salon at the Wang Palace Hotel, a hub for the clandestine trading of subscription certificates. Having visited for 2 consecutive days, Liu Xiaochuan had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. As Liu Xiaochuan entered in the afternoon of the second day, he was abruptly halted by a bald man. "Young brother, I am aware that you possess a complete set of subscription certificates. I offer you 350,000. Will you sell them to me?" "Apologies, my friend, but tomorrow marks the second round of the lottery, and I wish to wait a little longer," Liu Xiaochuan replied resolutely. "Ah, so you are ungrateful." The bald man, recognizing Liu Xiaochuan as an outsider and a youth, aimed to intimidate him. Liu Xiaochuan remained unfazed, merely glaring at the bald man, while Su Zhibin, standing behind him, moved closer, arms crossed, ready to intervene. "Boss, you do not bully others here," admonished a bespectacled middle-aged man. "Haha, Li boss, I was merely jesting with this young brother," the bald man retorted, casting Liu Xiaochuan one last glare before departing. Liu Xiaochuan nodded in gratitude to the bespectacled man, who smiled in response. He recognized this Li boss as a significant figure at the Wang Palace Hotel, who, beneath his refined exterior, concealed a ruthless nature. Many individuals here sought to curry favor with him. "Young brother, should you decide to sell, do not hesitate to contact me. Everyone here knows that I conduct business with utmost fairness," Li boss offered. Liu Xiaochuan had also gathered insights about this Li boss. His origins remained a mystery, but he had undoubtedly traversed through bloodshed and turmoil, now seemingly attempting to cleanse his reputation. He was currently engaged in acquiring subscription certificates, though the quantities he received were likely limited. If he were to sell, Liu Xiaochuan resolved to prioritize contacting Li boss, as selling to him would indeed be a wise choice. This man was affluent, powerful, and held a favorable reputation. Liu Xiaochuan accepted the phone number Li boss extended and departed the Wang Palace Hotel with Su Zhibin. Upon leaving, the two did not immediately hail a taxi, but opted to stroll for a while. Su Zhibin whispered, "Xiaochuan, someone is trailing us." "I am aware, Brother Bin. Let us take the alley to the right." Upon entering the alley, Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin quickly concealed themselves. Soon, three flamboyantly dressed young men entered the alley. Spotting Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin observing them quietly. "Friends, what brings you to follow us?" One of the long-haired men snarled. "Who is following you?" "This path does not belong to you," another retorted. "Very well, you may proceed first." Liu Xiaochuan gestured towards the alley. "Boss Bo, why waste words on this brat?" "There are 3 of us and only 2 of them," remarked a young man adorned with tattoos, who, though not tall, exuded confidence in his physical prowess. Nearby, a slender fellow glanced at Su Zhibin, who appeared quite robust, and felt a twinge of apprehension. "Boss Bo, did we not come to do business with these young brothers? Let us win them over with kindness." "Indeed, let us win them over with kindness. Young brother, I have heard you possess some subscription certificates. Sell them to me for 2,000 each. After the sale, I will ensure your safety. If you sell to others, I fear you may not leave with your money." "I shall not sell. Do you reject my offer?" The long-haired man threatened. "Get lost." Liu Xiaochuan was acutely aware that these individuals were mere minor characters. They were either sent to test him or were simply taking advantage of his youth and outsider status, hoping to profit from the chaos. Regardless of their intentions, he could not afford to show leniency at this moment. "Damn it, Bogo, I cannot tolerate this. These 2 brash fellows are too arrogant." The tattooed man made the first move. After a brief scuffle, Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin emerged from the alley, hailing a taxi while 3 bruised and battered youths struggled to rise from the ground. Once the taxi reached the vicinity of Jiaodong University, Liu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin alighted and took a narrow path. After exchanging a few words, Su Zhibin stationed himself at the entrance while Liu Xiaochuan swiftly navigated the winding alley back to their 3rd-floor residence. Shortly thereafter, Su Zhibin took a taxi back to the hotel. That evening, Liu Xiaochuan settled into the house near Jiaodong University. He rummaged through an old backpack he had previously discarded, finding 2 packets of instant noodles, which he consumed dry to stave off hunger. The following morning, Liu Xiaochuan changed into a set of old clothes, carefully wrapping the subscription certificates in 2 portions with his discarded garments, and after descending, he hailed a taxi to the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Changle Road. Upon entering the bank, he immediately spotted Tian Tao conducting business at the counter. "Brother Tian, do you remember me?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. "Of course, I remember. Little brother, your last insights inspired me to purchase several as well, and I made a tidy profit." Tian Tao replied. "By the way, have you sold that set of subscription certificates? The prices have skyrocketed." "Certainly not. I was planning to sell them today and deposit the money here," Liu Xiaochuan responded. "That is splendid. Banks have deposit targets, and your set of subscription certificates would significantly contribute to my performance," Tian Tao exclaimed. "May I use your phone to contact the seller?" "Sure, follow me to the conference room. I'll consult the president first," Tian Tao said, leading Liu Xiaochuan to the bank's conference room. Upon hearing that this young man intended to deposit several $100,000, the president readily agreed to allow him to use the phone, despite the young man's unassuming attire and the shabby backpack he carried. After all, one could not judge a book by its cover. Many had struck it rich through subscription certificates, transforming their fortunes in an instant. And this young man clearly seemed to have hit the jackpot. Chapter 48. The sale of subscription certificates on June 3rd. The stock subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis opened for their second lottery draw, boasting an impressive 50% success rate. All double-numbered certificates were guaranteed to win, a significant improvement over the initial lottery's odds. The prices of the certificates surged dramatically, reaching new heights. A set of plain white certificates was valued at 450,000 yuan, with some even fetching 500,000 yuan. Early in the morning, Su Zhibin arrived at the salon of the Wang Palace Hotel. without needing to inquire. He was quickly informed by the ever-knowledgeable locals about the soaring prices of the subscription certificates. After stepping outside, he found a public phone and paged Liu Xiaochuan, deliberately adding the number 45. This was a prearranged code between them, signifying the price of the certificates. Liu Xiaochuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank received a pager message from Su Jibin. Upon seeing the numbers he had added, he realized that the price of the subscription certificates was consistent with what he had gleaned from the materials in his previous life. He took out the phone number provided by Boss Li and borrowed the bank's phone to make the call. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Li. I am the young man you met yesterday at the salon in the Palace Hotel. You gave me your phone number." Boss Li immediately recalled Liu Xiaochuan and inquired, "What's up, young brother? Are you looking to sell that set of subscription certificates in your possession?" "Indeed, Mr. Li. I also had a friend check the prices at the salon. How much can you offer?" 450,000. "Since your friend has been here, he should know this is a fair price." "It certainly is a fair price, but I have 5 sets of blank subscription certificates. What do you think about the price?" "What? You have 5 sets? How about 460,000 each?" Boss Li was somewhat excited. The price of the subscription certificates had skyrocketed, making them harder to acquire. And he anticipated that Liu Xiaochuan would possess 5 sets. He continued, "Young brother, where shall we conduct this transaction? Will you bring them to the Palace Hotel?" "Certainly not, Mr. Li. I am aware of your reputation, but if I were to go to the salon, one cannot predict the intentions of others. I understand the principle of being punished for possessing something valuable. I will be waiting for you at the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Shanghai Road. If you have not arrived by 10:30, I will seek other buyers," Liu Xiaochuan replied calmly. "Shanghai Road Industrial and Commercial Bank, is it? Wait for me. I will be there shortly." Boss Li was indeed tempted by the 5 sets of subscription certificates, wishing to engage in a deal with no capital at stake. However, given that the transaction location was chosen to be the bank, he dismissed any fleeting thoughts of dishonesty and resolved to proceed with the purchase honestly, as there was plenty of legitimate money awaiting him in the stock market. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Mr. Li arrived, accompanied by 2 young men in suits, carrying a briefcase. "Young brother, you certainly have a bold approach. I didn't expect you to have 5 sets," he exclaimed. "It's merely a stroke of luck," Liu Xiaochuan said, producing the 5 subscription certificates. Just as Mr. Li was about to take them, Liu Xiaochuan withdrew them, saying, "Mr. Li, the names are not inscribed on these certificates. If I hand them to you now, they would be considered yours. Should I not receive payment first?" Right. You make a valid point." Mr. Li gestured, and the young man behind him opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of blue $100 bills filling the case. Liu Xiaochuan then led Mr. Li to Tian Tao's window, handing over a savings book and a piece of paper with the account number written on it. "Brother Tian, please deposit 300,000 into this savings book and transfer 2 million to this Fengyang account. Transferring such a large sum incurs considerable fees. Are you certain? In this day and age, the transfer fees are no longer capped at $50. Transferring this amount will cost over 1,000 just in fees. Not a problem. Spending a little on fees to ensure the safety of funds is well worth it. To be frank, I deliberately obtained a savings book in advance at Fengyang and kept it at home to avoid the risk of carrying too much cash." Tian Tao ceased further inquiries and accepted the funds at the window. Only then did Liu Xiaochuan hand over the 5 subscription certificates to Mr. Li. "Young brother, you truly are cautious. Do you not trust me?" Mr. Li felt a twinge of frustration. This young man was excessively cautious. "Forgive my naivety, Mr. Li. I assure you, I harbor no doubts regarding your integrity. If I were to doubt you, I would not have reached out to you first," Liu Xiaochuan expressed apologetically. The funds had already been deposited at the bank, and the subscription certificate was verified without issue. Mr. Li shook hands with Liu Xiaochuan and exited to drive away. Unbeknownst to him, though he harbored no ill thoughts, his subordinates had ulterior motives. Upon returning to the Wanggong Hotel, one of Mr. Li's aides excused himself to smoke, stepping outside to make a phone call. "Third brother, don't bother. That kid has already transferred the money to Fengyang and left only a few 100,000 in the Magic City. Even if you intercept him, it would be futile." The voice on the other end responded, "Understood. That little rascal is surprisingly sharp." With that, he hung up. Liu Xiaochuan did not anticipate that his caution would indeed spare him a calamity. After Tian Tao completed the remittance and deposit tasks and received the receipt, Liu Xiaochuan, bearing an old backpack, exited the Industrial and Commercial Bank. The bank manager, standing beside Tian Tao, observed him as he conducted his business. Once Liu Xiaochuan departed, they exchanged glances, and the manager remarked, "This young man is remarkable indeed, astute, bold yet meticulous, extraordinary." The manager's words resonated deeply with Tian Tao. Liu Xiaochuan, oblivious to the discussions surrounding him, proceeded to the nearby construction bank to find Su Wei. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, Su Wei exclaimed with delight, "Xiaochuan, you've come. I've been unable to reach you these past few days. I paged you, but you didn't respond. My apologies, Sister Su. It was difficult to find a public phone, so I didn't return your call," Liu Xiaochuan replied. Su Wei was aware of his casual dismissal. Yet she set aside her thoughts and enthusiastically inquired, "So, what brings you here today? Are you planning to take action?" "Indeed, Sister Su. Did I not mention that if I were to sell the subscription certificates, I would contact you first? Could you kindly ask General Yang how much he is willing to offer?" "No need to ask. General Yang acquired a set this morning for 430,000. You have indeed managed to retain value. Your sister Zheng's set only sold for 300,000. Su Wei assumed Liu Xiaochuan was unaware of the latest pricing and sought to negotiate. "Huh, Sister Su, you jest. Do you believe I could not reach a buyer immediately for 460,000 In light of our friendship, I can offer them to General Yang at 450,000, including my additional 40 certificates at the same price. If he is interested, I shall wait here. If not, I will contact others without delay." Liu Xiaochuan stated forthrightly. "Very well, I will contact him right away," Su Wei replied, promptly dialing General Yang. After a brief interval, she emerged from her office, stating, "General Yang has agreed. He is on his way here." Chapter 49. The return of the tycoon. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's asking price, General Yang readily consented. At 450,000. Liu Xiaochuan indeed extended a courtesy to Su Wei. With 440 subscription certificates, half of which were successful, merely buying new stocks could yield enough profit to recoup his investment, not to mention the remaining 2 chances in the lottery. As for why Liu Xiaochuan chose not to retain the subscription certificates for stock operations, it ultimately stemmed from his prudent nature. During the second lottery draw, regardless of whether Liu Xiaochuan sold his subscription certificates or acquired new shares himself, the news of his possession of multiple subscription certificates had undoubtedly been exposed, rendering him a target of envy. It was prudent to liquidate his assets and make a hasty exit. Securing his gains was of utmost importance. If he remained fixated on maximizing profits while holding on to them, he risked earning money without the opportunity to enjoy it. Around 11 o'clock, Mr. Yang arrived with the funds. He presented 4 sets of blank subscription certificates and an additional 40, totaling 1.98 million. Liu Xiaochuan retained 30,000 for himself, while the remaining 1.95 million was promptly transferred to his account at the construction bank in Fengyang. With the transaction completed and noon approaching, Mr. Yang extended an invitation to Liu Xiaochuan for lunch. Naturally, Liu Xiaochuan declined, saying, "If it is convenient for you, Mr. Yang, could you please take me to the train station along with Sister Su Wei?" Exchanging glances, Mr. Yang and Su Wei nodded in agreement. They exited the construction bank and entered Mr. Yang's car, making their way to Hongqiao railway station. Upon arrival, Su Zhibin was already waiting there. After exchanging farewells with Mr. Yang and Su Wei, Liu Xiaochuan refrained from entering the station and instead boarded a taxi that Su Zhibin had arranged in advance. The taxi departed towards the outskirts of the city. Through the rearview mirror, Liu Xiaochuan noticed 2 motorcycles trailing the taxi at a short distance. He chuckled and spoke a few words to the driver, who then complied with his request to merge onto the highway. While the taxi could access the highway, the motorcycles could not, rendering any potential pursuit irrelevant. At that moment, the Hujiao Expressway spanned a mere 16 kilometers. Once off the highway, the taxi headed towards Suzhou. Meanwhile, at the Wangong Hotel, the bald-headed boss received a phone call, his voice laced with anger. "Useless. You've wasted half a day and lost track of the target." The voice on the other end sounded aggrieved. "Brother we were keeping an eye on Mr. Li and noticed he went to the industrial and commercial bank. After he left, that little brat indeed emerged from the bank, but we were hesitant to act near the bank. Once he exited the bank, he immediately entered the construction bank, and after leaving there, he took a Santana taxi to the train station. We had no choice but to follow the taxi out of the city, thinking we could find an opportunity to act, but he immediately got on the highway, which our motorcycles could not access. All right, I understand now. This little brat is truly cunning. Bossy realized he could not blame the individuals on the other end and reluctantly ended the call. The distance between Shanghai and Suzhou exceeds 100 kilometers. 2 hours later, they finally arrived, alighting in Wuzhou. Liu Xiaochuan paid the driver 500 yuan bills. The driver expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Feeling fortunate to have encountered such a lucrative fare, Liu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin walked back to the house they had purchased in Suzhou a few days prior, which had already been stocked with water and food. That evening, Liu Xiaochuan counted out 5,000 yuan and handed it to Su Jibin. Brother Ben, I appreciate your company and the risks you've undertaken over the past 10 days. Here, take this 5,000. Tomorrow, we can enjoy a stroll and buy some items. No, Xiaochuan, you have already given me 1,000 in Fengyang, and just a few days ago, you provided me with 500 for meals and taxi fares, which I have yet to spend. I haven't really done much for you, so how can I ask for such a large sum? Su Jibin repeatedly declined. Brother Ben, as you've seen, I've come into a considerable fortune. If I had come to the Magic City alone, it surely wouldn't have gone this smoothly. This 5,000 is what you rightfully deserve. Besides, dating requires expenses, doesn't it? You must be planning to buy something for Sister Li Yin and her family when you return. Su Jibin, seeing the sincerity in his words, accepted the money. He knew that Liu Xiaochuan had indeed struck gold. Purchasing a house required hundreds of thousands, and today he had sold a subscription certificate, which he found out was worth 45,000 for just one unit. Even though he wasn't present at the transaction site, he felt that Liu Xiaochuan must have at least one, if not two units. If that were the case, he would now be a millionaire. However, Su Jibin understood that Liu Xiaochuan's wealth had no bearing on him. After running an errand to the Magic City, Liu Xiaochuan had given him over 6,000, which equated to nearly 2 years' salary. He felt immensely grateful, not to mention that Liu Xiaochuan had also introduced him to a potential partner. He had already made up his mind that whenever Liu Xiaochuan needed his assistance in the future, he would not hesitate to go to great lengths to help. The next day, Liu Xiaochuan took Su Jibin on a day-long tour of Suzhou, visiting the humble administrator's garden and shopping at the mall. Liu Xiaochuan made a few modest purchases, while Su Jibin bought a plethora of gifts for his parents, as well as for Li Yin and her family. They spent another night in Suzhou before boarding the train back to Fengyang. On the train, Su Jibin was brimming with excitement. He had amassed over 5,000 just from accompanying Liu Xiaochuan. He calculated that he could now visit Li Yan's family and discuss engagements and weddings. He even had names for their future children in mind. Liu Xiaochuan was even more exhilarated. His account balance had surpassed 1 million. In the 1990s, this amount held a purchasing power equivalent to over 100 million in 30 years. Not to mention, he had properties in the Magic City, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. He was undoubtedly a nouveau riche. Despite his youthful heart, he couldn't remain uninfluenced, and his thoughts were already soaring. Liu Xiaochuan began to strategize his next steps. These years coincided with the peak of layoffs and state-owned enterprise reforms. Yet he did not wish to involve himself in that realm. He recognized that he lacked the necessary business acumen and connections. A mere investment would be insufficient, making it all too easy to lose everything. Even if he were to fortuitously succeed, he could easily attract unwanted attention from capitalists. He had the ability to earn money, but not necessarily to safeguard it. Avoiding the manufacturing sector did not imply he couldn't venture into entrepreneurship. He felt confident in returning to his roots. He was well acquainted with the educational training industry, which was primarily asset-light, allowing for flexibility and resilience against capital exploitation. Thus, he resolved to find a place to establish a tutoring center upon his return. Brother Ben, I intend to open a tutoring center when I get back and would like to recruit Sister Li Yin. Your soy sauce factory is barely surviving, and the salary isn't much. Wouldn't it be better for you to resign and join me? After this trip to the Magic City, Su Jibin also began to reconsider the appeal of his current job, finding Liu Xiaochuan's proposal worth contemplating. All right, Xiaochuan, I will return to discuss with my parents. I believe they will agree. Su Jibin is a dutiful son, always seeking his parents' opinions before making decisions, yet he does not follow them blindly. The two engaged in lively conversation, brimming with excitement, and that evening, Su Jibin, despite his fatigue, remained awake, feeling uneasy about the money he and Liu Xiaochuan had in their pockets. When Liu Xiaochuan awoke the next day, he noticed Su Jibin's dark circles and urged him to catch up on sleep during the day. On June 6th, around 3 in the afternoon, they finally disembarked. Stepping onto the land of Fengyang, their worries alleviated. Liu Xiaochuan could not help but exclaim internally. The local tycoon has returned. Chapter 50. The Mix-Up of Boss Xia. After only one night of rest at home, Liu Xiaochuan hurried to his tutoring class the next day, which fortuitously fell on a Sunday. He had already missed 2 weekends of classes, yet neither the students nor their parents had complained. Feeling a pang of guilt, Liu Xiaochuan dedicated himself to teaching, extending the class by half an hour. After all, he only had a few students left, granting him ample time. Fang Tongtong also attended the class, and Zheng Yanhong held Liu Xiaochuan in high esteem. Despite his wealth exceeding $1 million, he still committed to teaching. Others might have given up by now, but Liu Xiaochuan's professional ethics were indeed commendable. During class, Liu Xiaochuan arranged with Zheng Yanhong to withdraw money from the construction bank the following day. Large withdrawals require prior appointments, and in this case, he was fortunate enough to have scheduled one with the bank president, given his advantageous circumstances. On Monday morning, Liu Xiaochuan visited the construction bank, gifting Zheng Yanhong a set of cosmetics purchased in Suzhou. He first repaid a loan of 20,000 yuan and subsequently withdrew 150,000 yuan, which he placed in a tote bag before hailing a taxi to Tally Restaurant. The restaurant was doing well, but it had already posted a notice of transfer. The rental situation remained uncertain, and it had not yet changed hands. Boss Wang had begun to take it easy, regardless of whether the transfer would occur, as he planned to cease operations when the rent expired at the end of July. Liu Xiaochuan sought out Zhao Lijun, repaid him 3,000 yuan, and also gifted him a pack of cigarettes and a set of cosmetics intended for Wang Jing. Have you really struck it rich, Xiaochuan? Zhao Lijun inquired with curiosity. Cousin, I told you so, yet you did not believe me. If you had accompanied me to the Magic City, wouldn't you have prospered as well? Forget it. I lack that fortune. I'll stick to earning my salary, though after July, I will need to find another job, Zhao Lijun sighed. Boss Wang has consulted with Boss Xia next door, who stated he would expand his store and would no longer rent to him. Has Boss Xia purchased a property? Liu Xiaochuan asked in surprise. I'm not sure. It seems likely. Otherwise, why would Boss Wang inquire about renting? Zhao Lijun replied. Cousin, I have something to attend to. I will return shortly. Liu Xiaochuan exclaimed before dashing off, turning at the intersection to head to the real estate agency, thinking to himself how unprincipled the original landlord was, having already paid a deposit, yet turning around to sell to someone else. Seeing Liu Xiaochuan's sudden departure, Zhao Lijun pondered, what is with this kid's impulsiveness? Upon arriving at the agency, Liu Xiaochuan recounted the situation, and the agent, puzzled, immediately contacted the landlord. If this transaction fell through, the agent's commission would be at stake. Shortly after, Professor Zhang, the landlord, arrived and, upon hearing the news, broke into laughter. I certainly did not sell it to him. Summer Boss has offered 120,000, and does he think that he has me at his mercy, believing that this house is already in his possession? How amusing. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. Liu Xiaochuan was unnecessarily alarmed. Now that the homeowner has arrived, Liu Xiaochuan showed him the money, and the agent took them both, along with Professor Zhang, to the real estate bureau to process the transfer of ownership. The remaining payment of 135,000 was made on the spot, along with an agent fee of 2,800, bringing joy to all involved. The only downside was that the property certificate would not be available for another month. After accompanying the landlord to the bank to deposit the money, they took a taxi back. Professor Zhang took Liu Xiaochuan to Summer Boss's convenience store to inform him that this young man is the new homeowner, and the property has already been transferred. Summer Boss was taken aback and, with dissatisfaction, remarked, Professor Zhang, our rental agreement lasts until the end of the year. You have sold the house like this. Don't worry, Summer Boss. Sales do not invalidate leases. I will continue to rent the house to you until the end of the year. You can pay me the rental fee for the second half of the year directly. Liu Xiaochuan replied with a smile. Will you continue to rent it to me after that? Summer Boss asked timidly. Regrettably, I have other plans for the property. I will not be renting it anymore once the lease expires. However, considering your long-term tenancy, I will allow you an additional month for free. I will reclaim the house by the end of January next year, which gives you ample time, over 6 months, to find alternative premises, Liu Xiaochuan assured him. With no choice but to acquiesce, Summer Boss recognized that the property had already been transferred, and what could he do? Could he be unreasonable? It was unlikely that anyone would fear him. All he could feel was regret. Upon leaving Summer Boss's place, Liu Xiaochuan whispered a few words to Professor Zhang before they entered the Tally Restaurant. Seeing Liu Xiaochuan with the homeowner, Boss Wang did not think much of it. Assuming it was merely a coincidence, Professor Zhang informed him that the house had been sold, and any subsequent rental discussions would need to be addressed with the new owner. Boss Wang of Tally Restaurant had foreseen this, stating, "I spoke with Summer Boss. He does not intend to rent to me as he plans to expand his convenience store into a supermarket." Huh, he is not the new owner. So why should it concern him? Professor Zhang laughed. Was it not sold to him? Boss Wang inquired, astonished. Of course not. He simply could not meet the asking price. I sold it to someone else. You can negotiate the renewal of the lease with the new owner. It should not pose any issues, Professor Zhang explained. The atmosphere in the restaurant was jubilant, as this meant job security for everyone, and they need not seek employment elsewhere, having been quite satisfied with their roles. However, Boss Wang interjected, "Never mind, I am quite weary. Over the years, I have earned a decent sum, and with this money, I could return home and enjoy life. Selling the business seems prudent. The rent can be renewed and should be easier to negotiate." Everyone understood Boss Wang's sentiment. After nearly 10 years of hard work, he had amassed close to 100,000, making him nearly the wealthiest person in his village upon returning home. He could engage in farming and fruit cultivation without excessive worry or toil. Suddenly, Liu Xiaochuan spoke up, "Boss Wang, your restaurant business is thriving. Since you plan to sell, why not offer it to my cousin at a favorable price?" Boss Wang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Liu Xiaochuan's interjection. Out of respect for Zhao Lijun, he chose to remain silent. Zhao Lijun, growing anxious, urged, "Xiaochuan, please refrain from making baseless claims. What do I have to offer? Moreover, we have yet to meet the new homeowner. We cannot presume they will continue renting. What if they intend to purchase the property for their own business?" Professor Zhang, with a smile, interjected, "I forgot to mention that this young man is indeed the new homeowner. I have sold my house to him, and the transaction has already been completed." The room fell into stunned silence. Even Zhao Lijun stammered, "Xiaochuan, you bought this house?" "Indeed, I did, cousin. Did I not mention? I made a small fortune in the Magic City," Liu Xiaochuan replied. Currently, the property deed had not yet been issued. Had he claimed ownership without Professor Zhang's confirmation, no one would have believed him. Boss Wang mused, "Did you truly make a small fortune? I have toiled in the restaurant business for years and cannot afford this house. Yet, you acquired it so effortlessly. I wonder what this lad has done to amass such wealth." With the situation clarified, Professor Zhang took his leave. Liu Xiaochuan turned to Boss Wang and said, "Brother Wang, if you wish to continue your business, I am willing to lease it to you. If you consider selling, let my cousin take over. After all, he is also your brother-in-law. It is only fitting that we keep the benefits within the family, is it not?" Chapter 51. Boss Zhao takes command at Tally residence. Boss Wang discerned Liu Xiaochuan's intent to have Zhao Lijun assume control, and he was inclined to oblige, as this would enable him to recoup some funds. He had not signed a long-term lease with the previous owner, and now the drawbacks of that decision were becoming apparent. Were Liu Xiaochuan to choose not to renew the lease, Boss Wang would be left with nothing, forced to sell the furniture and kitchenware as scrap. Without further delay, Boss Wang stated, "When I purchased these tables, chairs, and kitchenware, along with the renovations, I spent over 10,000. Those 2 freezers alone cost quite a bit. Altogether, it amounts to more than 20,000. Since Li Jun is now dating my sister Wang Jing, we are practically family. I won't ask for much. Just give me 15,000, and I will hand it over to you. How does that sound?" Having worked here for several years, Zhao Lijun was aware that Boss Wang's asking price was quite reasonable. Had it been someone else, the cost would surely exceed 20,000. However, he found himself unable to muster the 15,000. He turned to Liu Xiaochuan and said, "I don't have enough funds. I can lend you some. I have around 10,000 now, and I can borrow more shortly. If that is insufficient, I can withdraw more from the bank tomorrow. No need to withdraw more. I have some available, and it will suffice." After years of working as a chef, Zhao Lijun had indeed saved some money. With a resolution in place, Boss Wang decided to allow Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to manage the establishment for a few more days while they completed the transfer of ownership at the business administration office. Subsequently, he and his wife would step away, though the rest of the restaurant staff would continue as usual, with only the owner changing. Liu Xiaochuan took his leave, with Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing escorting him outside. Zhao Lijun still felt somewhat dazed. Moments ago, Liu Xiaochuan had unexpectedly become the homeowner, and under his cousin's guidance, he had swiftly taken over Boss Wang's establishment, now poised to become the new proprietor. All of this left him feeling a bit dizzy and somewhat apprehensive. Zhao Lijun inquired, Xiaochuan, do you think I can do well? No more losing out. His cousin replied, are you lacking in confidence regarding your culinary skills? Upon mentioning his culinary prowess, Zhao Lijun's confidence surged immediately. How could that be? With my cooking skills, I may not boast about it broadly, but in this vicinity, I am undoubtedly among the best. Who has tasted my stir-fry and not given a thumbs up? Then that settles it. What is there to fear? I have been a boss before, and I can cook. Plus, with my sister-in-law assisting you in managing the restaurant, you won't even need to hire a chef. That is a significant advantage. The establishment is mine. If you make a profit, pay me rent. If not, you owe me nothing. How could you possibly lose? Nearby, Wang Jing listened to Liu Xiaochuan's words and contemplated her imminent transformation from a waitress to the proprietress, a happiness that arrived with great suddenness. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, exactly. With Xiaochuan's support, what do we have to fear? All right, I will do it, Zhao Lijun finally affirmed with newfound resolve, believing in his capacity to succeed and envisioning a bright future. I just fear that certain individuals might look down on others after becoming bosses. Contemplating a change in their partners, Wang Jing remarked wistfully, don't speak such nonsense. Once the restaurant is on track, I shall visit your family to propose. Is that acceptable? Zhao Lijun exclaimed, accustomed to using coarse language. However, Wang Jing remained unfazed, joyfully responding, you must keep your word. Xiaochuan, bear witness to this. Rest assured, sister-in-law. My cousin is fortunate to have such a virtuous wife. He would be a fool to let you go. If he did, I would return home and inform my uncle. And he would surely break his legs. Liu Xiaochuan pledged with a pat on his chest. Are you reassured now? Someone has vouched for you. What more is there to fear? Zhao Lijun teased. Then does that mean I can dine for free in the future, Madam Boss? Liu Xiaochuan jested. Why would family members pay? Tao Liju restaurant will always be free for Xiaochuan. Just tell my sister-in-law what you wish to eat, and it shall be fulfilled. Wang Jing replied, her heart brimming with joy, akin to having an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. All right, for lunch today, I want braised oxtail. Liu Xiaochuan declared without hesitation. Very well, Chef Zhao. The proprietress commands you to arrange it immediately, Wang Jing asserted, adopting the demeanor of a true boss. After their meal, Liu Xiaochuan departed, leaving the subsequent affairs of the restaurant for Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to handle. In the afternoon, he received a page from Su Zhibin and returned the call. Su Zhibin indicated that he wished to treat him to lunch the next day to discuss some matters, leading Liu Xiaochuan to speculate that the previous conversation about his resignation had culminated in a resolution. He returned to his rented apartment in the Anha community, where he encountered Yu Xiaomei playing outside with Hao Hao. Liu Xiaochuan entertained Hao Hao for a while, and then asked Yu Xiaomei, Sister Xiaomei, today is Monday. Why aren't you at work? Yu Xiaomei sighed with a wry smile and explained the circumstances to Liu Xiaochuan. Their factory's performance had been declining steadily and was now essentially at a standstill. Although she had not been laid off, she had been sent home, no longer required to work. Naturally, her salary had been reduced to a mere 10%, and even that was frequently delayed. Liu Xiaochuan was acutely aware that the wave of layoffs was imminent. It was an inevitable historical trend. Despite his foresight, he could only remain a passive observer, powerless to effect any change. The following day at noon, he arrived at the noodle shop, as arranged by Su Zhibin, where Li Yin was already present. As soon as he settled in, she whispered, Xiaochuan, have you struck it rich? It seems Su Zhibin had already briefed Li Yin on the happenings in the metropolis, and there was no longer any need for concealment. Well, I've made a modest profit, he replied. A modest profit? She exclaimed. I've heard you've purchased several properties. Surely, you must have earned millions. Clearly, Su Zhibin had been forthcoming about everything, indicating the early signs of a husband under his wife's thumb. Roughly speaking, Liu Xiaochuan replied evasively. Wow. Li Yin nearly shouted before realizing her voice was rather loud. She quickly lowered it and added, You've become a millionaire. Don't forget to bring me along the next time you have such an opportunity. Li Yin, this chance is a once-in-a-century event. I merely stumbled upon it. However, I can certainly assist you in making some money, though it won't be the kind of windfall you might imagine. Li Yin understood the truth in his words. Opportunities like the subscription certificates were indeed rare, and even when encountered, few dared to invest their savings. What do you plan to do next? She inquired. I'm thinking of starting a tutoring class. We are quite familiar with this, and I'd like to enlist your and Zhibin's help. How did your discussions with Zhibin go? Liu Xiaochuan turned to Su Zhibin. My parents were initially opposed, but when I showed them the 5,000 yuan you gave me and Li Yan's photo, they immediately agreed. I explained that if I continued working at the soy sauce factory, earning that meager salary, no one would date me. Su Zhibin said this with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 52. The entrepreneurship plan. Upon hearing Su Zhibin use him as an excuse, Li Yan shot him an annoyed glance. I never complained about your low salary. Don't let me take the blame. I know. I merely wanted to persuade my parents. I had to put you in a bit of a bind. But you do want me to assist Xiaochuan, don't you? That is true. By the way, Xiaochuan, when shall we commence? Should I resign from Principal Wang next week? Li Yan asked eagerly. Hold your horses, Li Jia. Wait until after the summer vacation to resign. The summer is the busiest season for tutoring classes. If I poach you now, it wouldn't be fair to Principal Wang. Let us set up the groundwork first, and when the new school term begins, you can join us. We'll even call you Principal Li. It won't be for nothing, Liu Xiaochuan replied. Su Zhibin inquired about the meaning behind Principal Li, and Liu Xiaochuan suddenly realized it referred to Li Yan's previous matchmaking experience, which he felt was inappropriate to mention. Yet, Li Yan candidly shared the story, prompting laughter from Su Zhibin. Xiaochuan, should I also delay my resignation for a while? What do you need me to do? Su Zhibin asked. Zhibin, the sooner you resign, the better. First, help me find a suitable place to buy or rent. Once we secure a venue, you can take care of the simple renovations and purchase desks and chairs. Meanwhile, I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Once everything is in order, we can begin hiring teachers. As soon as the staff is in place, we can start enrolling students, and by then, Li Yan should be able to join us. Liu Xiaochuan subsequently conveyed his requirements for the property to Su Zhibin. In fact, many supplementary classes at this stage lack the necessary formalities. Many merely rent a residential dwelling, convert a few rooms into classrooms, and commence operations. As long as no one reports them, they are generally left unmonitored. However, to expand and strengthen the business, establishing a storefront on the street is essential for legitimacy. Naturally, Liu Xiaochuan aimed to pursue the formal route, which entailed not only renting a property, but also obtaining approvals from education, commerce, taxation, and fire safety authorities. The entire process would likely require a considerable amount of time. The first step, however, was to finalize the location. All right, I understand, Xiaochuan. I will resign tomorrow. Su Zhibin agreed readily. With arrangements in place, Liu Xiaochuan yearned to return to his hometown. Having earned a substantial sum, it was time to return in glory. No one wishes to live in obscurity, after all. While he did not intend to be overly ostentatious, bringing some money back to honor his parents and improve their living conditions was paramount. Considering he still had classes over the weekend and would be returning home next week for a joint examination, Liu Xiaochuan resolved to endure a few more days. Once the weekend classes concluded, he scheduled to withdraw money with Zheng Yanhong. On Monday morning, he went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan, discreetly packing it in a military green bag, along with a few books for concealment, and boarded the train home. The train arrived in Xinping County in the afternoon. Eager to see his family, Liu Xiaochuan spent 10 yuan to hire a motorcycle taxi that took him to Lu Tan. His mother, Zhao Zuiping, was aware that the joint examination was that week and had anticipated his return, though she was pleasantly surprised by his early arrival. Upon seeing her son, her heart swelled with joy. Upon entering the house, he noticed his father, Liu Jinyu, sitting on the edge of the Kong, smoking and appearing quite morose. Liu Xiaochuan quickly inquired, "Dad, what's wrong?" Liu Jinyu remained silent, prompting Zhao Zuiping to explain. "It's just that the Zhang family next door is currently renovating their house. Their new construction is taller than ours, and your father is displeased." He went to confront them, but they didn't respond kindly. That's why he is in such a mood. The old customs dictate that when a house is built taller, one must inform the neighbors, Liu Jinyu grumbled. Liu Xiaochuan understood that his father was not in the right here. Indeed, such customs were merely traditional conventions. Nowadays, houses were typically built taller, and few cared about these unwritten rules. Whoever had the means built as they pleased. Of course, Liu Jinyu did not share this sentiment. As a son, despite his father's lack of justification, Liu Xiaochuan felt the need to address his father's grievances to alleviate his melancholy. "This is a trivial matter. I shall speak with Zhang Jiping next door. Please don't go. Don't stir up any more trouble." Zhao Zuiping hastily intervened. "Rest assured, mother. I am not a child anymore," Liu Xiaochuan replied, disregarding Zhao Zuiping's concerns as he stepped outside. In the courtyard, he indeed noticed that the new house of the Zhang family had already taken shape, something he had overlooked earlier. Upon arriving next door, he found Zhang Jiping and several workers seated in the yard, enjoying tea. Upon noticing Liu Xiaochuan's arrival, they greeted him. "Xiaochuan, you're back." "Yes, Brother Jiping. I just arrived home. Your new house looks impressive, so grand," Liu Xiaochuan remarked. Zhang Jiping felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing his words, as if it were a matter of defending his father's honor. He remarked, "Xiaochuan, surely I cannot build another house as low as the previous one. If Uncle Jean cannot comprehend this, I must still proceed. Wouldn't you agree? Brother Jiping, this is not your fault. These are merely the antiquated customs of the older generation. Nowadays, who still adheres to such notions? Those with wealth build higher. As long as they do not encroach upon their neighbors' properties, no one can object," Xiaochuan replied. "My father clings to old ideologies. You need not heed his words." Zhang Jiping was taken aback by Liu Xiaochuan's perspective and chuckled, "Ah, it is indeed the youth who possess a different outlook. Xiaochuan, your views are far more enlightened than your father's. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea." After sipping his tea and engaging in light conversation, Liu Xiaochuan suddenly posed, "Brother Jiping, if my family were to build a house taller than yours in the future, you would not mind, would you? On the contrary, as long as you have the means, you may construct whatever you desire, even a 2-story abode, provided it does not intrude upon my property," Zhang Jiping responded with a smile. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. For there are many witnesses present today," Liu Xiaochuan declared. "Indeed, rest assured that you may build without any reservations on my part," Zhang Jiping assured him, patting his chest in guarantee. After a brief exchange, Liu Xiaochuan departed. As he stepped out of Zhang Jiping's courtyard, he overheard the latter speaking with the others. "This boy, still in his youth, went to the provincial city for work and has returned without any sense of reality, merely boasting and forgetting last year's financial misadventures, still in debt, and speaking of constructing houses as if it were a simple task. My own Western room cost over 10,000, nearing 20. The others present naturally echoed his sentiments, joining in laughter. Upon returning home, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping felt relieved that he had not encountered any conflict. They inquired, "What did Zhang Jiping say? What else could he say? Are we to prevent him from building?" Liu Xiaochuan replied, grinning, "Then why did you visit his home? I thought you might have gone to confront him." Liu Xiaochuan laughed, "Confront? Whoever has the capability may build. Father, it is quite simple to alleviate this grievance. We too can construct a house." Lu Jinyu shot him a disapproving glance. "With what resources? Are we to build with mere words? You return home only to provoke me." Chapter 53. Our family has acquired wealth. Noticing his father's irritation, Liu Xiaochuan hastily retrieved his backpack, saying, "Fear not, father, for I have money." He opened his bag to reveal 10 bundles of cash. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment, rendered speechless. Lu Jinyu jumped from the bed and promptly shut the outer door, returning to ask, "Where did you acquire this money? Have you gone astray?" After much effort, Liu Xiaochuan finally clarified that he had ventured to the metropolis to acquire investment certificates, earning hundreds of thousands. He refrained from disclosing that he had made over 1 million, fearing it might overwhelm his parents' hearts. Even when stating he had earned several 100,000, his parents remained skeptical. In desperation, Liu Xiaochuan mentioned his cousin Zhao Lijun, explaining that he had purchased a house in Fengyang, suggesting they could verify with him if they doubted his claims. Lu Jinyu hurriedly instructed Liu Xiaochuan to stow the money back into the backpack, which he then concealed within the neatly folded quilts. He urged Zhao Cuiping to promptly head to the village office to verify with her nephew, Zhao Lijun, via telephone. 10 minutes later, Zhao Cuiping returned, closing the door behind her and revealing a smile she had been suppressing all the way home. She nodded vigorously at Lu Jinyu, who finally began to believe that his son had indeed struck it rich. Liu Xiaochuan produced the backpack and laid out the money on the bed, pushing 60,000 yuan towards Lu Jinyu. "Father, here is 60,000. Please take 10,000 to settle the debts with uncle and aunt, and we shall use the rest to build a house. This time, we will construct a 2-story building, even taller than Zhang Jiping's. That should ease your mind, right?" Noticing Lu Jinyu's silence, Liu Xiaochuan continued, "As for the remaining 50,000, I intend to repay Zhang Chao 10,000. I had borrowed 5,000 from him as capital to make my fortune, so it is only right to return him a bit more. Afterwards, I plan to visit my elder sister's home to repay her bridal price and even give her a little extra. The rest I plan to use tomorrow to purchase some home appliances for our family. You may have come into wealth, but you mustn't spend recklessly, son. We should save a few thousand for your future marriage, Zhao Zuiping interjected hastily. Do not worry, mother. I still have 100,000 saved in the bank in the provincial capital, which is more than sufficient for my university tuition and marriage. Additionally, I am earning a decent income every month. Liu Xiaochuan reassured her. Lu Jinyu remarked, we should not build a two-story house. That would be too ostentatious. No one in Liutuan has a two-story building. We can spend 30,000 to construct a large single-story house with 5 rooms instead. The remainder should be saved, and we can use part of it to buy a few cattle to raise. All right, you and mother can decide. I will visit Zhangchao first. With that, Liu Xiaochuan tucked a bundle of money into his pocket and left. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Zuiping remained in the room, exchanging glances, both feeling as if they were in a dream. Their youngest son had returned from the provincial capital after a year, suddenly wealthy and bearing such a substantial sum of money. Mother, pinch me to see if I am dreaming, Lu Jinyu exclaimed. Ah, do not pinch too hard. It truly hurts. Eventually, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Zuiping became convinced of the reality of the situation. They quickly concealed the money in a cabinet, closed the door, and began to strategize while seated on the bed. Upon arriving at Zhang Chao's home, Liu Xiaochuan found the family gathered for dinner. They warmly invited him to join, and Liu Xiaochuan suddenly remembered that he had been so preoccupied with discussing his newfound wealth that his mother had not even had time to prepare dinner. So he accepted the invitation. After dinner, Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao went to his room, where Liu Xiaochuan presented him with 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chao, do you recall our conversation about buying subscription certificates in the magical city? I made quite a fortune reselling them, and I owe this to your generous loan of 5,000 yuan. Hence, I am returning you 10,000 today. Please do not think it too little. Xiaochuan, we both understand the true nature of that 5,000 yuan. Don't we? Without you, I wouldn't have even managed to get 500. Since you have prospered, I am more than pleased with the 5,000 you are returning. How could I possibly ask for more? Zhang Chao quickly declined. Are we really going to quibble over such matters, brother? Consider me your brother, and take it. You intend to engage in farming, right? When I return next time, I will invest another few thousand for you. Consider it a loan. However, you must assist me in concealing the matter of wealth. It is imperative that the villagers remain unaware. You should state that the additional 5,000 is merely a loan from me to you. Otherwise, I would certainly not retain it. Zhang Chao is also quite obstinate. Very well, I shall heed your thoughts. You are becoming increasingly stubborn. By the way, accompany me to the county tomorrow. I need to purchase some items. Fine. I will come to your house after breakfast tomorrow, Zhang Chao agreed. Upon returning from Zhang Chao's home, Mother Zhao Zuiping had prepared a meal. Upon learning that he had dined at Zhang Chao's, she insisted that he eat a little more, leaving Liu Xiaochuan with no choice but to enjoy another meal with his parents. After finishing the meal, pouring tea, the three of them locked the door and sat on the heated bed, chatting. Liu Xiaochuan recounted some of his experiences in the magical city and his work in Fengyang. Of course, only sharing joyful tidings and omitting the sorrows. He refrained from mentioning the time he was cut while acting bravely or when he was followed in the magical city. His parents listened with rapt attention, astonished that their son had encountered so many events in just a year, most importantly, that he had earned a considerable sum of money. Eventually, Liu Xiaochuan, yawning incessantly, retreated to his room to sleep. While Lu Jinyu and Zhao Zuiping were still too excited to slumber, the elderly couple lying on the heated bed engaged in endless conversation. The next morning, Liu Xiaochuan arose, invigorated. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Zuiping, for the first time, indulged in a lie-in. Liu Xiaochuan, unwilling to urge his mother to prepare breakfast, simply washed up and stepped outside, taking a stroll around the mountain behind the village. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed at the fields below, where the corn seedlings had just sprouted to a height of 2 feet. Now was the season for tilling the soil, and many had risen early, wielding hoes to labor in the fields. Soon, the fields were bustling with activity. Upon returning home, he found his mother preparing breakfast while his father tended to the cattle. After enjoying breakfast, his father Lu Jinyu, instead of heading to the fields, eagerly took the money and rode out on the family's only bicycle. Today, he intended to repay Liu Xiaochuan's 2 uncles and his aunt. The burden of debt is not pleasant, now that he had funds. Lu Jinyu wished to repay them without delay. Zhao Zuoping reminded Lu Jinyu to ride slowly, be cautious, and keep the money secure. Lu Jinyu reciprocated by advising Zhao Zuoping to stay at home and refrain from working in the fields, considering they had quite a sum of money at home. Watching his parents in such a manner filled Liu Xiaochuan with joy. He couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was to be reborn. This was a scene he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Before long, Zhang Chao arrived, and Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao walked together to Shida town. Upon reaching the town, unwilling to wait for a bus, they hailed a motorcycle taxi to the county. Once in the county, the two hurried to the department store. As Liu Xiaochuan planned to make significant purchases. Chapter 54. The eldest sister's family. The winds of reform have swept across the northeastern expanse, and the county town is now bustling with shops, yet the department store remains the largest. For substantial purchases, the populace still frequents this establishment. Liu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Zhang Chao, made his way to the electronics section, intending to buy 2 color televisions, one for his household and another as a gift for his elder sister's family. Upon hearing that Liu Xiaochuan intended to purchase 2 color televisions, Zhang Chao felt a surge of desire as well. With the 10,000 yuan gifted to him by Liu Xiaochuan, he too aspired to acquire a television. After all, a color television is a significant household item, and possessing one would undoubtedly enhance his prospects in finding a partner. Moved by impulse more than deliberation, Zhang Chao resolved to act without consulting his father and decided to make the purchase immediately. He had yet to disclose the 10,000 yuan to his family, unsure of how to justify it. Thus, he thought it prudent to buy the television first and then explain it to them later. Seeing these 2 young men intent on acquiring 3 color televisions, the manager of the department store personally attended to them. Naturally, haggling was out of the question, as the department store maintained a fixed pricing policy, firmly rejecting any negotiations. However, Liu Xiaochuan made a request for the manager to arrange for a delivery vehicle. Considering the sale of 3 21-inch televisions, the manager acquiesced and dispatched a small delivery truck from the store to transport their purchases. To avoid burdening 2 parties, Liu Xiaochuan also took the opportunity to buy rice, flour, and oil, along with other necessities, requesting that the department store deliver these items as well. After settling the payment and loading the goods, the manager cheerfully inquired if the young men required anything else. He was taken aback by the wealth of this young man, who appeared to be a student, and speculated about his affluent background. Upon noticing a row of motorcycles displayed on the first floor of the department store, Liu Xiaochuan's interest was piqued, and he promptly purchased a Happiness 125 motorcycle for just over 10,000 yuan. Zhang Chao, witnessing Liu Xiaochuan's new acquisition, felt a twinge of envy, marveling at his friend's newfound wealth. "Xiaochuan, can you ride a motorcycle?" he inquired. "Of course, I learned in Fengyang. It's quite simple," Liu Xiaochuan replied. "Then you must teach me when I earn enough money to buy one myself." "Certainly. Given our friendship, what is mine is yours. You can borrow the motorcycle whenever you need it, though I would prefer it to stay at my house for my father to use." Liu Xiaochuan readily agreed. Zhang Chao took a seat in the delivery vehicle, guiding the driver, while Liu Xiaochuan rode ahead on his motorcycle. Their first destination was Shuangmiao village in Hechuan town, home to Liu Xiaochuan's elder sister. Hechuan town borders Shida town and is not far from the county seat. Liu Xiaochuan refueled his motorcycle, remarking on the surprisingly low price of gasoline. After half an hour, they arrived at Shuangmiao village, but Liu Xiaochuan struggled to recall the location of his sister's home, having seldom visited in his previous life. "Excuse me, could you direct me to Wang Guangxing's house?" he asked an elderly woman gathering firewood at her doorstep. "Are you a relative of theirs?" she inquired. "Yes, I am his brother-in-law," Liu Xiaochuan replied. How could a brother-in-law not know where his sister's family lives? The old woman, though puzzled, kindly indicated the way. "Go straight, and it's the 3rd house in the 2nd row of alleys at the village entrance. The wooden door with the red wedding characters is theirs." Expressing his gratitude, Liu Xiaochuan rode forward and soon found the correct house. Indeed, the wooden door bore the auspicious red characters, a testament to the couple's recent marriage. Wang Guangxing, his brother-in-law, had inherited the family craft of carpentry, but work was scarce in the countryside, and farming remained the primary occupation. Their own door was well crafted, though the wedding characters had faded over the course of the year since their nuptials. Liu Xiaochuan gently pushed the door, which opened to reveal a yard where a dog was tied up, barking energetically at him. The commotion stirred the occupants within the house. Liu Xiaoyun was cooking and, upon hearing the dog's barks, came out only to find her brother standing at the entrance. Xiaochuan, what brings you here? Whose motorcycle is that? Liu Xiaoyun's tone was cold, lacking warmth. Liu Xiaochuan understood her sentiments. After all, due to the incident he had caused last year, their father had withheld her dowry, leaving her understandably displeased. Noticing the slight bulge of his sister's belly, he recalled that she had become pregnant less than a year after her marriage. Sister, could you let me in to talk? Liu Xiaochuan implored. Liu Xiaoyun quickly restrained her large yellow dog, allowing her brother to bring the motorcycle inside. After all, he was her brother, and it was unreasonable to deny him entry. Upon entering, Liu Xiaochuan noticed his sister's mother-in-law, Mrs. Wang, tending to the fire, while his brother-in-law and father-in-law were likely out working in the fields. Liu Xiaochuan greeted Mrs. Wang, who nodded in acknowledgement. He cut straight to the point, stating, "Sister, I have been working away and have earned some money. I came today specifically to return the money I owe you." To substantiate his claim, he promptly produced 5,000 yuan, offering it to Liu Xiaoyun, adding that the extra 2,000 was his compensation to her. Taken aback by the revelation, Liu Xiaoyun had heard of her brother's year of labor, but did not truly believe he had managed to earn enough to repay her. Faced with the money, she hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Mrs. Wang chimed in. "Oh, Xiaoyun, your brother is returning the money. You should accept it. However, keep 3,000. It's unwise to take too much from him, as he will need funds for his own future wife." "No, that won't do," Liu Xiaochuan insisted. "The extra 2,000 is for my future nephew. I must accept it. I have also bought several items that will be delivered shortly." He forcefully placed the money into his sister's hands. "Ah, you bought things too? How much can you earn working?" Liu Xiaoyun queried, perplexed. "It's a long story, but suffice it to say, your brother has come into fortune," he replied. "Xiaoyun, don't let Xiaochuan stand there. Invite him inside." "I'll go fetch your father and brother so they can return quickly," Mrs. Wang said, relieved that her daughter-in-law accepted the money. She had not anticipated that her brother-in-law, who had not been seen in a year, would have prospered so significantly. She hurriedly exited to summon her husband and son. Once inside, Liu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to explain the details of his newfound success to Liu Xiaoyun, who listened with a foggy understanding but ultimately grasped the essence. Her brother had indeed thrived. A genuine happiness swelled within her. Previously, she had been unable to hold her head high due to her brother's troubles and had often faced her mother-in-law's reproaches without retort. With her brother's success, she too could stand tall. Before long, Wang Guangxing and their father returned, having already heard from their mother about the unexpected news that her younger brother had repaid the dowry, even adding 2,000 more. Wang Guangxing could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the brand-new motorcycle parked in the yard. As they entered the house, the family welcomed Liu Xiaochuan with open arms, and Mrs. Wang insisted on preparing several more dishes, inviting him to stay for a meal. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed from outside, and Liu Xiaochuan realized that the delivery truck from the department store had arrived. He called his brother-in-law to help him with the unloading. Wang Guangxing, elated, followed Liu Xiaochuan outside, where he spotted a small truck parked at the alley's entrance, laden with 3 large color televisions along with rice, flour, and oil. As Liu Xiaochuan carried down a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a canister of soybean oil, Wang Guangxing reached out to take them, only to hear Liu Xiaochuan ask him to help with the televisions instead. Chapter 55. Astonishment in the village. Wang Guangxing was momentarily bewildered, believing he had misheard. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled. "What are you standing there for, brother-in-law? One of these televisions is a gift from me to you." "No, Xiaochuan, this is too much. I absolutely cannot accept this television," Wang Guangxing protested. "Please, don't refuse. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, treating my sister well from now on would mean more than anything else. Rest assured, if I ever mistreat your sister, you have every right to question me." Wang Guangxing nearly swore. Zhang Chao had already alighted from the passenger seat to assist Wang Guangxing with the television, while Liu Xiaochuan followed with the rice, flour, and oil. When Wang Guangxing brought the television inside, the elderly Wang couple was astonished, both at how prosperous Liu Xiaochuan had become and at his remarkable generosity. After unloading, as Liu Xiaochuan prepared to leave, his sister's family insisted he stay for dinner. However, the department store's driver was still waiting outside. Zhang Chao suggested, "Here's the plan. Xiaochuan, I'll take the driver back first. You can ride your motorcycle. It's faster. After dinner, you can return home." Reluctantly, Liu Xiaochuan agreed to let Zhang Chao and the driver leave first while he stayed behind for dinner. The meal was simple, and Grandpa Wang urged Wang Guangxing to buy some wine. Liu Xiaochuan intervened, suggesting it was best for him not to drink since he would be riding his motorcycle. He could always indulge in drinks on future visits. The conversation then turned to the plans for building a house in a few days. Grandpa Wang immediately said, "Guangxing, since your father-in-law is building a house, you should cease your work in the fields. I can manage this little bit of land on my own. You should return home with Xiaochuan to discuss matters and help out for a couple of days. You can certainly handle the carpentry work." Grandma Wang chimed in. "Xiaoyun is pregnant. She shouldn't return to her family home just yet. I'll take good care of her." Liu Xiaochuan understood that this was the effect of his generosity in giving them extra money and presenting them with a television. He replied, "Grandpa Wang, my family won't start working until the fields are finished, which will be at least half a month from now. Just let my brother-in-law help you for a couple of days at home to sort things out before he goes." "All right, I'll wait a couple of days." Wang Guangxing naturally preferred to stay home for a while, at least until he could set up the new television and enjoy it for a couple of days. "Okay, we'll follow Xiaochuan's advice. You can go in a couple of days," declared Grandpa Wang with finality. After a simple meal, Liu Xiaochuan took his leave and rode his motorcycle back to Liutuan, where Zhang Chao had already arrived with the small truck. It was lunchtime, and villagers were returning home with their hoes, stopping to watch the scene unfold, many offering to help with the unloading. Soon, they spotted Liu Xiaochuan riding back on his motorcycle, and by now, everyone knew that Liu Jinyo's youngest son had struck it rich. One by one, the villagers were perplexed, wondering how Liu Xiaochuan had amassed such a fortune in merely a year of working away from home. Fortunately, since Liu Xiaochuan was a man, no one dared to suspect him of engaging in illicit business. Little did they know, some were speculating whether this young man had caught the eye of a wealthy heiress in the city, perhaps marrying into affluence. Uncle Liu Jinshin had also arrived, assisting with the unloading of goods. Upon seeing him, Liu Xiaochuan said, "Uncle, take a portion of the rice, flour, and oil back home. These are gifts from me. Additionally, these 2 cans of malt extract are for my grandmother." Elated, Liu Jinshin took the items home. When Aunt Liu saw him return with goods, she inquired and soon learned they were purchased by Liu Xiaochuan. Praising him initially, her mood soured upon hearing that he had bought a motorcycle and a color television, stirring feelings of jealousy within her. Liu Jinshin understood his wife's disposition and felt helpless. He was pleased that his nephew had earned money, yet the provisions, costing over 100 yuan, seemed insufficient to satisfy her. After parking the motorcycle in the courtyard, a crowd quickly gathered to gawk. The village had seen other affluent households acquire motorcycles, and they were aware of the general prices. Curiosity piqued about where Liu Xiaochuan had found work. They wondered if he had struck it rich. Liu Xiaochuan, of course, had his own narrative, claiming he had acted heroically, encountered benefactors, and engaged in minor business ventures, resulting in his newfound wealth. To substantiate his tale, he retrieved the certificate of commendation for bravery issued by the Yichuan police station to show the onlookers. This sparked admiration among the crowd, who began to extol Liu Xiaochuan's virtue, believing that good deeds were duly rewarded. Some remarked that they had always seen potential in him, and now he had indeed prospered. Liu Xiaochuan then produced a pack of Hongtom Mountain cigarettes for everyone, mentioning that once the farming season slowed, he would need to gather friends and family to help with the construction of a new house. Although he did not smoke, he often kept a pack on hand for occasions. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiping, the neighbor next door, observed these developments with growing anxiety, realizing that Liu Xiaochuan was not merely boasting. He began to worry about the implications of the Liu family's new house possibly overshadowing his own. He had previously boasted that they could build freely, without causing trouble. Once Liu Xiaochuan's goods were unloaded, the driver proceeded to deliver another color television to Zhang Chao's home. This revelation led to a collective realization that Zhang Chao had also purchased a large television, igniting further speculation. Had he, too, found lucrative work in the provincial city? In no time, the entirety of Liutuan was abuzz with news of Liu Xiaochuan's success, having acquired a television, a motorcycle, and planning to build a house. Estimates of his earnings ranged from 60 to 70,000 yuan, with some claiming he had made over 100,000. Whispers circulated that he was involved in small business dealings, while others suggested he had become a son-in-law to a wealthy family. Reactions varied. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, and a few criticized Liu Xiaochuan for being reckless with his newfound wealth, purchasing frivolous items instead of saving for marriage. This perspective ignored the logical inconsistency between saving for a wife and the reality of his recent engagement. As the gossip evolved through the embellishments of the local gossipmongers, The tales grew increasingly absurd. Liu Xiaochuan knew that once the new house was built, low-profile living would be unattainable. He was unperturbed by the prospect of acquiring a reputation for squandering wealth, as he had already faced such rumors in neighboring villages last year. He had endured the social death once before, and feared not the repetition of such tales. It is better to say that he squandered his money, thus preventing anyone from borrowing from him. He need not concern himself with the envy and resentment of others. However, he is acutely aware of his second aunt's shallow nature. The most challenging relationships are often those with family, and he cannot afford to jeopardize them, particularly since his second uncle and cousins are quite amiable. Consequently, he resorts to financial means to quell her jealousy. Liu Xiaochuan visited his second uncle's home, initially presenting 1,000 yuan to his second aunt, informing her that he is now engaged in business in the provincial capital with a stable source of income. He assured her that as long as she and his second uncle took good care of their grandmother, he would provide them with 1,000 yuan each year. Otherwise, he would bring their grandmother to his own home, and they would receive no financial support. He painted an enticing picture for his second aunt, promising that if his cousin Liu Xiaojing and cousin Liu Xiaoyong diligently pursued their studies and gained admission to university, he would cover all their expenses. Upon receiving the money, his second aunt beamed with joy, exclaiming that Liu Xiaochuan was more affectionate than her own nephews. Liu Xiaochuan spent some time chatting with his grandmother and sharing tales of his experiences in the provincial capital before returning home. Chapter 56. Attending the county examination. As evening approached, Liu Jinyu returned home, informing Zhao Caiping and Liu Xiaochuan that he had settled debts with several relatives. He had intended to repay more, but they declined. Fortunately, he had purchased gifts of tobacco and liquor in advance from the supply and marketing cooperative. Liu Xiaochuan also mentioned his visit to his elder sister's home, and upon learning that Liu Xiaochuan had bought a color television for her family, he remarked that it was indeed a commendable gesture, as it was for his own daughter, and Liu Jinyu felt no remorse. Seeing the large color television in their own home brought Liu Jinyu even greater delight. However, upon spotting the motorcycle in the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself, questioning whether his son was becoming extravagant. After all, such a motorcycle cost over 10,000 yuan. A single remark from Liu Xiaochuan silenced Liu Jinyu's admonitions. "Dad, I will be returning to the provincial capital in a few days. This motorcycle will remain here for you to ride. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to operate it. It's quite easy to learn." Liu Jinyu's face lit up with joy at this prospect, and he promptly ceased his complaints. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled to himself, thinking that every young man has a dream of owning a motorcycle, and even his aging father should not be exempt from such whims. The following day was Wednesday, the day designated for the school examination. The examination venue was in the county city, and the school had arranged for a large bus to transport the students there in the afternoon, allowing them to stay overnight at a hotel to ensure their timely participation in the exam the next day. Lu Tun was in close proximity to the county city, and riding a motorcycle would take less than half an hour. However, Liu Xiaochuan did not wish to make an exception and chose to accompany Liu Xiaolong to school that morning. Liu Xiaolong insisted that Liu Xiaochuan ride him to school on the motorcycle. Unable to refuse, Liu Xiaochuan rode to Shida town but did not head straight to the school. Instead, he parked the motorcycle in the courtyard of the town government. His fellow villager, Liu Xiaobei, worked at the town government, and with his assistance in keeping an eye on the motorcycle, Liu Xiaochuan felt assured that no issues would arise. Liu Xiaolong was puzzled as to why Liu Xiaochuan did not ride to school, missing a splendid opportunity to show off. Liu Xiaochuan repeatedly cautioned him against boasting to their classmates, insisting on maintaining a low profile. Upon arriving at school, he first reported to his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, who said nothing and instructed him to return to his class. As usual, classes proceeded in the morning, and Liu Xiaochuan paid little attention. At noon, he and Xiaolong ventured to a nearby supermarket to purchase a few baked pancakes, which served as their lunch. During the break, many classmates gathered around him, curious about how he managed to work while studying. After all, he had performed admirably in the previous semester's final exams, ranking among the top in the regular high school. Liu Xiaochuan could only respond with casual remarks about his experiences in the provincial capital, eliciting laughter from his peers. Among those who approached him, however, was not Xiao Mingwei. Liu Xiaolong had informed him that Xiao Mingwei had given up on Chinsume and was now involved with a girl from the first year. This individual was reportedly learning Qigong and boasted that once he mastered it, he would seek revenge on Liu Xiaochuan, vowing to leave him battered. Nevertheless, Xiao Mingwei did not show up to provoke Liu Xiaochuan today, indicating that his skills were still unrefined. In the afternoon, the school bus arrived, and students began boarding with their backpacks. Liu Xiaolong hastily claimed 2 seats, conveniently situated behind Chen Sumei. Once Liu Xiaochuan settled in, Chen Sumei turned to him and inquired how long he intended to continue working outside and whether he would return to school in the next semester, as they would soon be in their final year. Liu Xiaochuan assured her that he would definitely return for the second semester of his senior year. Although the previous semester remained uncertain, he suddenly recalled that in his past life, Chen Sumei had dropped out during her senior year for reasons unknown. If this life unfolded similarly, he would not see her upon his return. Liu Xiaochuan felt somewhat anxious speaking with Chen Sumei, as it was evident she held an interest in him, yet he was not inclined towards such thoughts at present. Within an hour, the bus arrived at the Yingzhou Hotel in the county, conveniently close to the second middle school, where all students from Shida Town were gathered for examinations. After some chaos, the accompanying teachers finally organized the students' accommodations. Liu Xiaochuan was assigned to a triple room with Liu Xiaolong and another classmate, Tianji Xue. After watching television for a while, Liu Xiaochuan invited both of them to join him for dinner. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, he spotted Chen Sumei and her deskmate, Xie Yuewan, also downstairs. Liu Xiaolong, in a playful manner, called out, "Xiaochuan is treating us to dinner. You two should join." Liu Xiaochuan felt an urge to kick him. It wasn't that he minded the expense, but he feared Chen Sumei would misinterpret his intentions. Chen Sumei and Xie Yuewan gazed at Liu Xiaochuan, and he found it difficult to decline their company, so he smiled and said, "Fortune favors the bold. Please join us, it's my treat." "Great. Wonderful." Before Chen Sumei could respond, Xie Yuewan eagerly interjected, pulling Chen Sumei along as they exited the hotel together. The new county town was rather small. The infrastructure was still underdeveloped, making the area feel even more diminutive. To exaggerate, one could traverse the main street in the time it takes to crack a handful of sunflower seeds. On a warm summer evening, they located a noodle shop, ordering several bowls of cold noodles and fried sauce noodles, along with a few side dishes. Each person also requested a bottle of sparkling pear soda, which, for students, constituted a sumptuous dinner. As Liu Xiaochuan dined with them, Chen Sumei became unexpectedly shy, remaining quiet and focused on her meal, while Xie Yuewan was more outspoken. "You shouldn't have gone to such expense, Liu Xiaochuan." "Expense? What expense?" Xiaochuan has indeed struck it rich. He even purchased Liu Xiaolong's silence, as he had no intention of keeping his mouth shut. Fortunately, a timely kick from Liu Xiaochuan silenced him. "You've truly struck gold, haven't you, Liu Xiaochuan?" inquired Tianji Xue, who had remained quiet until now. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I've merely earned a modest sum to prepare for college in the future." Liu Xiaochuan replied, "You're bound to get into college, and so will Su Mei. As for the rest of us, we'll likely just scrape by with a high school diploma," sighed Xie Yuewan. "Who do you look down upon? I can get into a good school too." Liu Xiaolong retorted playfully, "Yes, you're sure to succeed. The university at home is always ready to send you an acceptance letter." Xie Yuewan shot back at Liu Xiaolong with ease, indicating their history of playful banter during school days. "Which school are you planning to apply to, Liu Xiaochuan?" Chen Sumei finally seized the opportunity to speak. "I haven't decided yet. I'll see how my grades turn out. I prefer not to stray too far from home." Aiming for schools in the provincial city, Liu Xiaochuan genuinely contemplated, as he was more familiar with Fengyang. Staying there would facilitate entrepreneurship and allow him to care for his family. "When you fill out your application, do consult with us, Su Mei. It's better to look after each other in the same city. She often mentions you," Xie Yuewan said with a hint of mystery. "Eating noodles one tea silence you. Will it?" Chen Sumei blushed and shot a glare at Xie Yuewan. Liu Xiaochuan, wishing to steer clear of this topic, diverted the conversation. After dinner, the group strolled through the streets for a while, and Liu Xiaochuan instinctively halted upon spotting someone in the distance. Chapter 57. A gentleman's revenge is never late. Noticing Liu Xiaochuan's sudden stop, the others inquired, "What's wrong, Xiaochuan?" "It's nothing. I just saw someone who looked familiar from afar, but I must have mistaken them," he replied. "Well then, let us head back. We should review our studies tonight. Last-minute cramming may not be ideal, but it's better than nothing," Xie Yuewan remarked. The upcoming examinations were straightforward, yet for students in ordinary high schools, particularly those with poor grades, they were of paramount importance as they determined the issuance of high school diplomas. In this era, a high school diploma still held some value. At the very least, certain factories required it for employment, leaving those with only a junior high school education at a disadvantage. Upon returning to the inn, Liu Xiaochuan felt a lingering unrest in his heart. The person he had spotted from a distance earlier was Mu Yinghua, the individual he had injured during a fight in his first year of high school. In truth, Mu Yinghua had only sustained minor injuries. Yet he had exploited his father's position as the deputy director of the Education Bureau to extort money from Liu Xiaochuan and others, while also pressuring the school to expel Liu Xiaochuan from the county high school. It could be said that Mu Yinghua played a significant role in the tragic events of Liu Xiaochuan's past life, even serving as a principal instigator. However, Liu Xiaochuan currently lacked the means to confront Mu Yinghua's father, although the latter was merely a deputy director at the county level. He was not someone Liu Xiaochuan could easily challenge. This vengeance was one that Liu Xiaochuan could not yet exact. Nonetheless, with his current financial resources, he could easily hire a few individuals to give Mu Yinghua a good beating or even break a leg if he so desired. However, Liu Xiaochuan was reluctant to resort to such means. He aspired to defeat his adversary openly one day, avenging himself with honor. After calming his emotions, he took out his history and political science books, beginning to memorize key points. For he wished to avoid any mishap during the examination that would render him a subject of ridicule. The following day, he arrived at the examination hall, where the candidates comprised students from various regular high schools, while those from the county high school were testing at their own institution. Liu Xiaochuan felt fortunate for this arrangement, as it spared him from encountering classmates from the county high school, whom he wished to avoid, not wanting to face their sympathetic or mocking gazes. The examination schedule was tightly organized, with 2 subjects in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The questions proved to be quite manageable. Liu Xiaochuan completed each subject swiftly, often submitting his papers ahead of time. He was confident of achieving a decent score in physics and chemistry, while passing in history and political science was assured. After the examination, he returned to the Yingzhou Hotel, where a coach awaited them. Following another hour's journey, the students were returned to Shida Town Middle School. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Liu Xiaochuan took Xiao Long to the town government to retrieve a motorcycle and returned to Lutan. Upon his arrival home, he discovered that his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, was present, seated on the Kong with Liu Jinyu, sipping tea. His second uncle, Liu Jinsheng, was also there, and the 3 were engaged in discussions about constructing a new house. Possessing foresight beyond 30 years, Liu Xiaochuan, though lacking expertise in architecture, was aware of certain characteristics of modern rural homes. He took up pen and paper, sketching a rough design and sharing his preliminary ideas with the group. First and foremost, the house needed to incorporate running water and heating, facilities that were virtually non-existent in rural homes of the 1990s, which made winter months particularly arduous. Since Liu Xiaochuan intended to build for his family, these essentials had to be included in the design. Considering the habits of rural living, a bathroom might not be necessary, but a shower room was a must. It could also serve as a temporary restroom during the cold winter nights when urgent needs arose. Wang Guangxing, being a carpenter by trade, quickly grasped Liu Xiaochuan's design, unlike Liu Jinyu and Liu Jinsheng, who were still somewhat perplexed. Building a house this way will significantly increase costs. Wang Guangxing remarked. Brother-in-law, we must think long-term, Liu Xiaochuan replied. If we do not design it well now, adding these facilities later after the house is built will be quite troublesome. As our parents age, incorporating these amenities will spare them from suffering in the harsh winters. As for finances, you need not worry. The money I've set aside for the family should suffice. If it falls short, I can bring back more next time. Since money is not an issue, then we have no problems, Wang Guangxing said. I have a classmate who is a tiler, currently working in the county with a construction team. I shall seek him out in the coming days to see if he can offer some advice. That would be wonderful. Brother-in-law, having your classmate assist with planning and even helping with the construction, compensating him at the county rates, would be ideal, Liu Xiaochuan responded. Indeed. We cannot let him work for free, Liu Jinyu added. Very well. I shall contact him when we are ready to commence work in a few days. He should have earned a decent income in the county. The last time we met, he left me a pager number, and he had brought along several thousand worth of items, Wang Guangxing remarked enviously. Brother-in-law, your carpentry skills could also allow you to open a furniture store in the county, Liu Xiaochuan suggested. Am I capable of managing this? Moreover, starting a furniture store requires a considerable investment. Your skills are exceptional. Once our house is completed, I shall return to discuss this venture with you. There is no need for you to worry about capital. I shall lend you the funds, and you can repay me from your profits. Should there be losses, they shall be on me. Besides, it is impossible for you to incur losses." Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's words, Wang Guangxing felt a surge of excitement. His brother-in-law was on the path to prosperity and still remembered to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. Naturally, it might also be an illusion, yet the vision is indeed enticing. He was reluctant to remain in the countryside to toil in the fields, only occasionally managing to secure minor jobs in furniture making, his craftsmanship languishing in obscurity. However, his parents were opposed to him working away from home, and with his wife newly pregnant, he could not venture far. Opening a furniture store in the county would indeed be an excellent opportunity. On Friday, Liu Xiaochuan spent the entire day teaching his father, Liu Jinyu, and his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, how to ride a motorcycle. In the afternoon, Zhang Chao and Liu Xiaolong joined them, and the motorcycles zipped along the village roads, kicking up clouds of dust. Liu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao were not adept learners, yet they quickly mastered riding the motorcycle, soon looking quite proficient. Wang Guangxing also managed to learn, but Liu Jinyu struggled, barely able to ride faster than a bicycle. There was nothing more Liu Xiaochuan could do. He would have to stop teaching, for he was returning to the provincial city the next day and had classes to attend over the weekend. On Saturday morning, Liu Xiaochuan took the train back to Fengyang, and that evening, he met Wang Dong at his rented accommodation. Wang Dong informed him that he would no longer be sharing the apartment next month, prompting Liu Xiaochuan to find a new roommate. "What's this, Brother Dong? Things are progressing quite swiftly with Sister Dongmei." Wang Dong, unperturbed, replied, "When I visited her family during the new year, they had no objections, and my family naturally agrees as well. We plan to obtain our marriage certificate soon. I have decided against pursuing graduate studies for now. I prefer to focus on entrepreneurship and earning money. Congratulations, Brother Dong. When will the banquet be? Make sure to invite me to the wedding feast." Liu Xiaochuan sincerely congratulated them, as Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei had been kind to him. "Rest assured, you will definitely be invited," Wang Dong said with a smile. Chapter 58. Location selection for the tutoring class after 3 weeks of teaching. On July 5th, the final Sunday before the college entrance examination, Liu Xiaochuan finally concluded his classes. The middle school entrance exam had taken place at the end of June, resulting in an even earlier end to his courses. During this time, Liu Xiaochuan was not idle. He accompanied Su Zhibin to scout various properties for the location of his upcoming tutoring class. However, after inspecting several venues, he found none to his satisfaction. Liu Xiaochuan was not in a rush, knowing that he would inevitably miss the opportunity this summer. During this period, he also visited the Taoli restaurant several times, which had officially transferred ownership to Zhao Lijun and was now operating smoothly. The future proprietress, Wang Jing, was spirited. However, there was a slight downside as 2 waitstaff had resigned, leaving the restaurant quite busy and in urgent need of personnel. Help-wanted advertisements had already been posted outside. Wang Jing warmly welcomed Liu Xiaochuan and mentioned the resignations, expressing her perplexity at the situation. She could not comprehend why those 2 waitstaff chose to leave, especially since the treatment remained unchanged. Liu Xiaochuan pondered deeply, reflecting on the transformation from a fellow server to now being the proprietress. It was only natural for those who once shared camaraderie with her to feel a sense of imbalance when required to work under her command. Thus, resigning was a reasonable choice. However, such sentiments were not to be disclosed to Wang Jing. He simply reassured her that as long as salaries were adequately met, recruitment would pose no challenge. In this era, while many resources are scarce, human capital remains abundant. At that moment, Wang Tongguang, the owner of Chunfeng Education, was muttering similar thoughts in his office. He had long been informed of Liu Xiaochuan's intention to resign, and 2 months prior, she had transferred her students to other teachers, retaining only a few who were preparing for the crucial high school entrance examinations. What took him by surprise was the simultaneous resignation of Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei, just as the exams commenced, resulting in the unexpected loss of 3 key personnel, leaving him somewhat taken aback. To make matters worse, a new training institution had recently opened across the street, evidently vying for his student base. Without sufficient teaching staff, it would be easy for students to be lured away. He had been tirelessly searching for teachers over the past few days, yet had found no suitable candidates, which inevitably left him feeling disheartened. Following their resignations, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei swiftly rented the ground floor of a nearby residential building, launching advertisements to attract students. They intended to offer small classes, emphasizing affordability and quantity, and had even collaborated with a local mathematics instructor to refer students to one another. Wang Dong was brimming with confidence about the upcoming summer break. However, they still required a physics teacher. As he gazed at the pager number left by Liu Xiaochuan, he conferred with Zhao Dongmei about inviting her to join their venture. Zhao Dongmei scoffed, "Don't be foolish. I don't know what Liu Xiaochuan has been up to, but it's evident that this young man has come into some money, given he now possesses a pager. Do you really think he would be inclined to assist you with tutoring?" Wang Dong, awakening to the reality, recognized through Zhao Dongmei's remarks that Liu Xiaochuan had indeed been acting unusually generous of late and appeared disinterested in tutoring for profit. Liu Xiaochuan, oblivious to their thoughts, was preparing to return to his hometown, with the end-of-term examinations just days away. As his pager buzzed, he descended to find a public telephone to return the call, discovering it was Su Jibin. "Xiaochuan, I found another property that seems promising in terms of location and other aspects. The windows display for rent or sale. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure, provide me with the address, and I'll head over immediately." Su Jibin relayed the location, and Liu Xiaochuan promptly took a taxi. The property was a 3-story building beside the Metallurgical Research Institute, elongated like a tube structure, with each floor spanning over 200 square meters. The ground floor housed 2 rented storefronts, one a shop and the other a barber shop, while the second and third floors remained vacant, adorned with for rent or sale signs, along with a landline and a pager number. Upon seeing the building, Liu Xiaochuan was struck by a memory. In his previous life, this very location had hosted a thriving training institution. It was ideally suited for establishing a tutoring center, given its proximity to several prestigious high schools and middle schools, as well as being in close vicinity to a few universities. On the ground floor, there was a public telephone. Liu Xiaochuan dialed the landline, but no one answered. He then sent a page, and after a while, someone returned his call. Liu Xiaochuan inquired about the property, and the person asked whether he intended to buy or rent. The decision to buy or rent hinged on the price, and perhaps they should first inspect the property. Liu Xiaochuan aimed to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. "All right, please wait there for a moment. I shall come over shortly." The other party concluded before hanging up. 20 minutes later, a Lada pulled over, and a rotund man in a suit exited the vehicle. He glanced at Liu Xiaochuan and hesitantly inquired, "Are you here to view the property?" He thought to himself that this young man seemed rather inexperienced and wondered if he might be attempting to deceive him. "Yes, it's me. Please take us up for a look, sir," Liu Xiaochuan replied. The man, clearly affluent, presented himself as a businessman. He escorted Liu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin to the second and third floors. They surveyed the premises, which were not particularly old. Both levels exhibited identical layouts. A central corridor divided the 2 sides, 5 small rooms on the shaded side and a spacious room accompanied by a hall on the sunny side. A restroom was located on the opposite side of the staircase. The property was minimally renovated, featuring only tiled floors and freshly painted walls. It was evident that this building had formerly served as an office space, as remnants of old desks and chairs were still strewn about. The man introduced himself as Mr. Tong, explaining that this property had once belonged to a metal research institute before changing hands multiple times until it reached him. Liu Xiaochuan was unconcerned with the details of how the property transitioned from public to private ownership. He simply inquired whether Mr. Tong could facilitate the transfer of ownership. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Liu Xiaochuan resolved to purchase the property, recognizing its suitability for establishing a tutoring center. A simple renovation to install partitions and arrange desks and chairs would suffice. The area on the second and third floors was ample. Unlike other businesses, a tutoring center need not boast extravagant renovations. In fact, overly lavish environments could be counterproductive to learning. A space that is tidy, well-lit, warm in winter, and equipped with ceiling fans for summer, along with tables and chairs, would be adequate for commencing classes. The greatest concern in business is the ownership of the property, as reliance on landlords can lead to vulnerability. Many individuals have experienced setbacks when landlords, driven by greed, evict tenants to reclaim their premises or impose exorbitant rent increases. A pertinent example is Mr. Wang, the owner of Taoli Restaurant. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan was determined to secure control over this property. "Mr. Tong, this building is somewhat dated, and the location is rather mediocre. The shop below has only managed to rent out 2 spaces. Let us discuss the price. How much for purchase? And what is the annual rent if leasing?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired calmly. "Can you afford to buy?" Mr. Tong responded, seemingly skeptical due to Liu Xiaochuan's youth. Not at all. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Since you speak with such conviction, I presume you possess the means, Mr. Tong admitted. He continued, I am currently in need of funds for another investment, so if you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I can offer a slight concession on the price. Chapter 59. Bargaining. Seeing Mr. Tong's candor, Liu Xiaochuan replied, Very well, Mr. Tong, please propose a price, and I shall listen. My property spans 240 square meters per floor, totaling 720 square meters across 3 levels. As a commercial space, it undoubtedly commands a higher price compared to residential properties, does it not? Therefore, charging 900 yuan per square meter seems quite reasonable. Multiplying 900 by 720 yields a total of 648,000 yuan. Rounding it off, I propose 640,000 yuan. What do you think? Boss Tong stated. He presented the price of 640,000 yuan, which would undoubtedly yield substantial profits upon purchase. However, considering the current market value, it is not particularly inexpensive, prompting Liu Xiaochuan to negotiate. Boss Tong, are you joking? Prime commercial spaces currently fetch over 1,000 yuan per square meter, and that is only in the city center. Admittedly, your location is not undesirable, but the structure of this building has a critical flaw. Oh, what flaw are you referring to? Boss Tong inquired. Your building consists of 3 floors, but resembles a tube building. Besides the ground floor, which can be utilized as a commercial space, the upper levels can only accommodate a single business venture. Have you ever seen a business sharing a staircase with others? If the ground floor had its own entrance leading to the upper floors, it would indeed be valuable. However, as you know, modifying the layout of such a tube building is virtually impossible. Essentially, this building is designed for the ground floor as a commercial space and the upper floors for office use. Am I mistaken? Boss Tong recognized the truth in Liu Xiaochuan's words. He had initially set a high price, anticipating that Liu Xiaochuan would negotiate downwards. To his surprise, the young man was quite astute. Then, why don't you propose a price? Boss Tong, considering that the ground floor must also account for the staircase area. The usable space is considerably reduced. While pricing at 900 yuan per square meter is justifiable, the upper levels are worth at most 600 yuan per square meter. Based on this valuation, the total would amount to 504,000 yuan. Let us round it off to 500,000 yuan, shall we? Boss Tong became agitated. Impossible. Who would accept such a low offer? 500,000 yuan. Don't even think about it. The upper levels cannot be treated as residential spaces, let alone commercial ones. How about this? If you are genuinely interested, let us settle on a flat price of 600,000 yuan. Huh. Boss Tong, a price of 600,000 yuan might very well remain unsold until next year. Besides me, I doubt anyone else has expressed interest in purchasing this building, Liu Xiaochuan retorted. How do you know? Boss Tong blurted out, realizing he had let slip his vulnerability. He then lowered his asking price by 20,000 yuan to 580,000. The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation, ultimately leading Liu Xiaochuan to offer 550,000 yuan, while Boss Tong remained firm at 580,000 yuan. A mere 30,000 yuan gap could not be bridged in their discussion. Liu Xiaochuan understood that such a significant transaction could not be concluded in a single meeting. He believed that the offer of 550,000 yuan was already quite appealing to Boss Tong. Consequently, he left his contact number with Boss Tong and departed with Su Jibin. Together with Su Jibin, he headed to the gym, where they practiced some sparring under Coach Bai. Coach Bai was already aware of Su Jibin's resignation and was preparing to embark on a new venture with Liu Xiaochuan. Su Jibin also mentioned that Liu Xiaochuan had recently made a small fortune, though Coach Bai chose not to pry further. He shared Su Jibin's sentiment that the work at the soy sauce factory was rather unfulfilling, and seizing the opportunity to pursue something more rewarding while still young seemed wise. In a week, the final exams would commence, and with little else to occupy his time in Fengyang, Liu Xiaochuan withdrew some money from the bank and made plans to return to his hometown the following day. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan withdrawing money again, Zheng Yanhong inquired about his future plans. As the bank manager, she was well aware that Liu Xiaochuan had nearly 2 million in his account. Given Liu Xiaochuan's character, it was certain he would not let the money sit idly in the bank to accrue interest. He would undoubtedly seek to invest it. This time in the bustling metropolis, Fang Ming was eager to sell stock subscription certificates, which were priced significantly lower than Liu Xiaochuan's selling price, by a staggering 150,000 yuan. This was no trivial sum. In Fengyang, it could purchase 3 properties. The couple had already lamented their decision several times upon returning home. Liu Xiaochuan did not conceal his intentions, stating he planned to establish a training institution, starting with the formation of a company, followed by the opening of an educational training center under the company's name. Zheng Yanhong expressed her intention to enroll Fang Tongtong in Liu Xiaochuan's new tutoring classes once they commenced, as Fang Tongtong had performed admirably in the recent high school entrance examination, and it was anticipated that she would secure a place in a provincial key school. She also mentioned her acquaintances in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, offering to assist Liu Xiaochuan in finding contacts to facilitate the establishment of his company, thereby avoiding unnecessary detours. Liu Xiaochuan graciously accepted her offer, promising to reach out to Zheng Yanhong once the location was finalized to assist him with the registration process. Although Zheng Yanhong had initially contemplated asking Liu Xiaochuan about the possibility of investing in his venture, she refrained from doing so, recognizing that the financial input required for the tutoring center would be minimal for him. After withdrawing the money, Liu Xiaochuan returned to his rental apartment and contacted the landlord, informing him that despite Wang Dong's decision to vacate, he would continue to lease the property. The landlord was indifferent, provided the rent was paid punctually. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan boarded a train back to Xinpingshan. He had contributed significantly to the railway over the past year. Yet the discomfort of traveling on a conventional green train was disheartening, especially when considering that high-speed trains were still a decade away. Upon returning home, he found that the old house had been demolished and groundwork for the new foundation was underway. His brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, had indeed brought along a classmate named Zheng Yongmin, a skilled bricklayer who had been working with a construction team in the county. Zheng Yongmin had experience in both building and renovation and possessed a basic understanding of electrical work, particularly the necessity of laying conduits and wiring, unlike the rural practice of merely connecting a wire to a switch and leaving the rest to be haphazardly arranged, which was neither aesthetically pleasing nor safe. Liu Xiaochuan offered a cigarette to Zheng and inquired, "Zheng, does your construction team have ample work at the moment?" Zheng replied with a sigh, "We are also part-timers. During the busy farming season, we return to our fields. Now that the land has been tilled and the seedlings fertilized, there is little work left, so we've begun seeking jobs." As Zheng lit the cigarette, he pondered about the substantial earnings of this young man before him, who seemed to have amassed considerable wealth at such a young age. "In that case, Zheng, you must know electricians and plumbers. Perhaps you could help me connect with them. I would like to contract the construction work to your team, or we could settle on a daily wage basis. The pay will align with what you earn in the county, of course, ensuring the quality of the work is maintained." Zheng assured him, "Rest assured, I cannot afford to compromise on quality, especially with my classmate as my partner. If you trust me, I will help you reach out to other workers, and we can agree on a daily wage." Zheng nodded in agreement. "Then I shall leave the carpentry to my brother-in-law. Regarding labor, I shall employ a few individuals within the village or seek assistance from helpers. Liu Xiaochuan and Zheng Yongmin have made arrangements, and Zheng has promised to help establish connections tomorrow." Chapter 60. Constructing a new house in the rural areas of the 1990s. Building a house predominantly relied on the assistance of relatives and neighbors. However, the installation of water, electricity, and heating systems, which Liu Xiaochuan required, posed considerable challenges, as most were unfamiliar with these tasks. Constructing a house is a significant endeavor in the countryside, fraught with myriad details and numerous tasks. Liu Xiaochuan's original house consisted of 3 rooms, but he intended to expand it to 5. Although the construction was to take place within his own courtyard, it did not align with the designated land use. Many disregarded these regulations. As long as no one reported them, there were typically no issues. Nevertheless, to preempt any potential complications, Liu Xiaochuan resolved to address the matter proactively and brought 2 packs of cigarettes to village head Liu Xiaoxi's home. "Brother, I am extending my house and wish to convert it into 5 rooms. Could you assist with the land use matter?" Being kin and having brought gifts, Liu Xiaoxi could hardly refuse, especially since Liu Xiaochuan not only presented him with cigarettes, but also left behind 300 yuan as an activity fund, which essentially remained in Liu Xiaoxi's hands. Thus, Liu Xiaoxi assured him with a promise of diligence. The main house had already been dismantled, and the side rooms were cluttered with various items, leaving only one room habitable, with no kitchen available. Consequently, They had to set up a fire stove in the yard to prepare meals. Since Liu Xiaochuan had previously given his second aunt 1,000 yuan and promised several benefits, she had become exceedingly enthusiastic, voluntarily coming over to assist with cooking. Even Zhao Cuiping found it perplexing, as this sister-in-law had not been particularly amiable before. Yet now she seemed to have undergone a transformation, eagerly offering her help. The rapport between the two sisters-in-law flourished remarkably. Observing the cramped living conditions, the second aunt encouraged her husband, Liu Jinsheng, to clear out their side room to accommodate Liu Xiaochuan and Wang Guanxing. Traditionally, rural houses were constructed with wooden posts and beams, yet Liu Xiaochuan advocated for a brick and concrete structure this time. As luck would have it, the walls of their courtyard were stone, so they used the stones from the dismantled courtyard walls to lay the foundation and built new walls with red bricks. With Zheng Yongmin's assistance in procuring materials such as steel bars, cement, and sand, Liu Xiaochuan rode his motorcycle with his brother-in-law to purchase bricks from the factory and also acquired a water pump to convert their well into a water supply. After a week of diligent effort, the foundation was completed and the plumbing was installed. The electrician and plumber Zheng Yongmin recommended possessed only average skills, producing work that barely met standards. Yet, Liu Xiaochuan understood that one could not apply the standards of 30 years hence to the present, at this time. Tools and techniques were far less advanced, and thus, one could not demand excessively high expectations. Neighbor Zhang Jiping visited several times to observe the progress on Liu Xiaochuan's new house, which was now outfitted with plumbing and heating. He too desired to emulate this, but regrettably found himself short on funds. Moreover, with the construction nearing completion, it was too late for alterations, leading him to feel discontented with his own house. In mid-July, Liu Xiaochuan returned to school to partake in the final examinations. Given the numerous matters he had been occupied with over the past 6 months, he had scarcely devoted time to studying. Consequently, his academic performance showed no improvement. Merely maintaining the previous semester's standard was commendable. Ultimately, he scored a total of 513 points across 5 subjects, which regrettably was a decrease of over 10 points compared to the last semester. Certainly, the matter of physics has been deliberately managed, resulting in a score of 131. Liu Jinyu has relinquished his expectations regarding his son's academic performance. As his son is already earning a living, whether he attends university has become inconsequential. A few days ago, he conversed with Liu Xiaochuan, expressing that given his demands for constructing a house, the money from the last endeavor would scarcely suffice. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Xiaochuan handed him an additional 20,000. Liu Jinyu was thoroughly impressed and decided to leave the matter of the house entirely in his son's capable hands. Indeed, the construction of the house was primarily discussed between his son and his eldest son-in-law, with Liu Jinyu only being consulted in a perfunctory manner afterward. After completing his examinations, Liu Xiaochuan welcomed his elder sister, Liu Xiaoning, who had returned home for the summer vacation, by riding his motorcycle to the station. Upon seeing her brother's new motorcycle and the ongoing construction of their new home, Liu Xiaoning was finally convinced that her brother was not exaggerating. He had indeed struck it rich. The construction of Liu Xiaochuan's house relied heavily on the assistance of villagers, a common practice in rural areas where the community comes together to lend a hand. However, this tradition has waned in the new century as young adults migrate to cities, leaving behind the elderly and infirm who are unable to assist. Consequently, construction now largely depends on hired labor. Moreover, advancements in tools and techniques have transformed the building process, with machinery taking precedence and reducing the reliance on manual labor. Villagers who come to help do not require payment, though provisions must be catered for. Liu Xiaochuan procured rice, flour, cooking oil, and meat from the local supply cooperative, and he also slaughtered several chickens and a sheep. In the summer months, vegetables are plentiful and can be harvested directly from the garden. Liu Xiaochuan's mother, Zhao Cuiping, along with his aunts, busily prepared meals around the courtyard stove. The fare primarily consisted of hearty stews of chicken and meat, accompanied by fresh vegetables like scallions and lettuce for dipping. Of course, peanuts, the perfect companion to drinks, were also in abundance. The staple foods varied daily and included steamed buns, rice, and flatbreads, filling the village with delightful aromas. Liu Xiaochuan also purchased several cases of beer and watermelons, often setting aside entire boxes when encountering ice cream vendors in the village. However, the beer was reserved for the evening to prevent any mishaps from consuming alcohol during the day, as safety was of utmost importance. With ample sustenance, the workers were invigorated. And after laying a solid foundation and installing various pipelines, the wall construction progressed swiftly. In northeast China, houses are built with thick walls made of red bricks to ensure warmth. Within just a few days, the exterior walls were erected, while the interior walls, aside from the pillars, could be constructed with thinner materials. Zhang Yongmin assisted in arranging for precast panels, which had yet to arrive, but once they did, the roof could be finalized. Neighbor Zhang Jiping closely monitored the construction, uncertain of how tall Liu Xiaochuan's house would be. Despite his prior assurance that the height would not concern him, Liu Xiaochuan and his father, Liu Jinyu, decided to construct their home to the same height as Zhang Jiping's, deeming it unnecessary to surpass it. Relieved, Zhang Jiping, despite having unfinished work at home, voluntarily offered his assistance for a couple of days. As an elder, Liu Jinyu chose to let bygones be bygones, even sharing a light-hearted joke with Zhang Jiping, which caused any past grievances to dissipate into thin air. Zhang Yongmin, ever enthusiastic, had facilitated many connections for construction materials, and Liu Xiaochuan was acutely aware that he would likely profit from these dealings. However, as the old adage goes, a clear stream bears no fish. Since his family was unfamiliar with these matters, it was inconsequential who earned the money. Allowing Zhang to make a modest gain was entirely reasonable. Before the house could reach its peak, Liu Xiaochuan received a page from Fengyang. Upon glancing at the number, it resembled the landline posted at Boss Tong's shop. He set aside his tasks and headed to the village office. Chapter 61. Acquiring the three-story shop, returning the call to the village office. It was indeed Boss Tong on the other end. Boss Tong, I presume you've called to express your agreement with my offered price? Liu Xiaochuan inquired with a smile. Brother Liu, could you possibly increase your offer just a tad? If you could add a little more, we would have a deal, Boss Tong replied. Liu Xiaochuan understood that this call indicated Boss Tong had accepted the price of 550,000, at least confirming that no one had outbid him. Therefore, he was unlikely to raise his offer any further. Boss Tong, my price is already fair. There's no need for us to haggle over a few hundred or thousand. Liu Xiaochuan asserted. Very well, I accept your price, but you will need to cover the transfer tax, Boss Tong added, showcasing his final bit of stubbornness. Not a problem. Liu Xiaochuan decided to grant him this concession, as it was important to keep the balance in their negotiations intact. All right, when shall we proceed with the transfer? I'm still at my hometown. I will return to Fengyang tomorrow. Let us finalize it the day after, he confirmed with Boss Tong before ending the call. The village head, Liu Xiaoxi, had been eavesdropping on Liu Xiaochuan's conversation. Although Liu Xiaochuan did not mention any figures, it was clear he was negotiating and discussing the transfer. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liu Xiaoxi asked, Xiaochuan, are you purchasing a house in the city? Not at all, second brother. How could I afford a house in the city? I merely bought a second-hand motorcycle. I can't ride our family's bike to the provincial capital, Liu Xiaochuan replied. Does a motorcycle require a transfer as well? Liu Xiaoxi inquired. Of course. In the city, motorcycles must be registered. Unlike here, where we can ride without a license. Liu Xiaochuan explained. Liu Xiaoxi nodded, commenting, You're quite impressive, Xiaochuan. In just a year, you've earned more than I have in a decade. Let us not be modest, second brother. As the village head, you are on a path of public service. From village head to township chief, county chief, mayor, and governor. You are merely one rank below the provincial governor. Without waiting for Liu Xiaoxi's response, he dashed away. That brat, teasing his elder brother. Liu Xiaoxi's voice trailed behind him. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan bid farewell to his family and boarded the train to the provincial capital. Upon arriving in Fengyang, he first reached out to Su Zhibin. Su Zhibin had been anxious in recent days. He had resigned over a month ago, and there had been no progress regarding Liu Xiaochuan's plans for supplementary classes, which was understandably distressing. Although Liu Xiaochuan had promised to pay him 500 yuan each month, the lack of work left him feeling unsettled. Brother Ben, please remain calm. Entrepreneurship cannot be rushed, Liu Xiaochuan reassured him. Today, upon my return, we finalized the matters concerning the storefront. Once the property is secured, everything else shall fall into place. I am aware, Xiaochuan, that whenever I find myself idle, discomfort ensues, remarked Su Zhibin. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled, urging, Do not fret, Brother Ben, soon you shall be occupied. Just remember not to label me a capitalist. Rest assured. With my robust constitution, fatigue is hardly a concern. Su Zhibin confidently patted his sturdy chest. The duo then proceeded to meet Boss Tong. With the price already settled, Their immediate destination was the housing authority. However, 550,000 is no trifling sum. One cannot simply present such a large cache of cash. Liu Xiaochuan suggested they first transfer ownership, allowing him to issue an IOU to Boss Tong, which he could then take to the bank for a wire transfer, thus sparing the bank the need for cash preparation. Upon hearing this, Boss Tong shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. How can I trust this young man has the funds? What if he is merely a swindler? If the property transfer is completed and he claims to be broke, it would spell trouble. To assuage Boss Tong's concerns, Liu Xiaochuan produced his passbook and led him to the construction bank, where Zheng Yanhong was situated. Displaying the passbook, which showed a balance of 1.7 million, the bank manager Zheng Yanhong personally vouched for him, and at last, Boss Tong was convinced. He decided to take a risk and trust Liu Xiaochuan, albeit with the condition that Liu Xiaochuan first pledged the passbook as collateral. Liu Xiaochuan mused to himself that Boss Tong was merely deceiving himself. What good would my passbook do him? Should I wish to renege? A simple report of loss would suffice. Nevertheless, Boss Tong was a businessman, and with acquaintances at the housing authority, the transfer proceeded smoothly. Liu Xiaochuan settled the taxes, and the group returned to the construction bank in Boss Tong's Lada. Once the transfer was complete, Boss Tong's anxiety dissipated, and he returned the IOU. Grasping Liu Xiaochuan's hand, he stated, "Brother Liu, may our collaboration be fruitful. I am in the automotive trade. Should you require my services in the future, do not hesitate to ask." How fortuitous. Boss Tong, I am currently contemplating purchasing a vehicle. If I were to approach you, might there be a possibility for a discount? Liu Xiaochuan indeed had intentions of acquiring a car. Absolutely. It is getting late today. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to my company to view the vehicles. Thus, we can consider today a successful partnership. I shall arrange lunch for us. How does that sound? Boss Tong was elated at Liu Xiaochuan's interest in buying a car. Very well, let it be my treat for lunch. Liu Xiaochuan graciously accepted Boss Tong's invitation. And, Manager Zheng, would you care to join us for lunch as well? Boss Tong extended an invitation to Zheng Yanhong. After a brief pretense of refusal, Zheng Yanhong acquiesced. Their bank had tasks related to deposits and loans, and cultivating relationships with business owners was indeed beneficial for expanding their operations. Boss Tong led the group to the U Harbor restaurant, reserving a small private room, where they ordered several signature dishes and a bottle of Wuliangya. As it was midday, everyone refrained from excessive drinking, opting for a modest toast. The conversation primarily flowed among Liu Xiaochuan, Boss Tong, and Zheng Yanhong, while Su Zhibin, as an attentive entourage, quietly listened without interjecting. Liu Xiaochuan learned that Boss Tong had partnered with friends to establish an automotive trade company, dealing in both new and used vehicles. The Lada he drove was a second-hand car, ready for sale at any moment, as the automotive company had an ample supply of second-hand vehicles available. As for new cars, naturally, he was reluctant to part with them. There exists a nearly pristine BMW, which is only driven on occasions that require a display of status. The relationships among the group remained somewhat tentative, resulting in a modest gathering where only a single bottle of baijiu was consumed, leading to a swift conclusion of the dinner. The following morning, Liu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Su Zhibin, first withdrew 250,000 yuan in cash from the construction bank, then took a taxi to Boss Tong's automobile trading company. Having transferred 550,000 yuan the previous day and withdrawn another 250,000 today, Liu Xiaochuan's bankbook now reflects a balance of less than 900,000 yuan. Zheng Yanhong couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief, pondering how rapidly he spent money. Nearly 2 million in savings had dwindled by over half in just a little over 2 months. As for the vehicle he intended to purchase, Liu Xiaochuan had long since decided on the legendary Santana. The current national unified retail price for a Santana stands at over 120,000 yuan. Yet the total cost upon delivery amounts to over 170,000 yuan. Boss Tong assisted in rounding off the figures, and after spending a significant portion of the day together, they successfully completed the registration and various formalities for the car. Liu Xiaochuan also expended 45,000 yuan on a second-hand 7-seat Chang'e van, intended for use in tutoring classes. The van was initially registered under Su Zhibin's name, with plans to transfer both vehicles to the company's name once it was established. Liu Xiaochuan, lacking a driver's license, could only have Su Zhibin drive the Santana, while the van was arranged by Boss Tong to be delivered to the newly acquired storefront. It appears that obtaining a driver's license has become an urgent matter. Chapter 62. Inviting Bai Ling to join. Having not been in contact with Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling for quite some time, Liu Xiaochuan decided to call Yu Qingjun, inviting the couple to dinner. The matters of the driver's license and the tutoring class conveniently required their assistance. As the deputy director of the Fenghe branch bureau, Yu Qingjun was naturally quite busy, but he made time to accept Liu Xiaochuan's invitation. They agreed to dine together the following Monday evening at the Yu Harbor Hotel, conveniently located near Yu Qingjun's residence, and planned to meet downstairs at the hotel. After work on Monday, Yu Qingjun first rode home, then walked to Yu Harbor Hotel with his wife, Bai Ling. As they approached the hotel, a brand new Santana was parked by the roadside, from which Liu Xiaochuan emerged, calling out, "Brother Yu, sister Bai, it's been a while." "Xiaochuan, what is the situation? Whose car is this?" "I just picked it up yesterday," Liu Xiaochuan replied, beaming with joy. "Oh, you bought a car? You've struck it rich." Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling exchanged glances, both surprised by the unexpected news. "Brother Yu, sister Bai, let us head upstairs. I'll explain everything in detail." Once in the hotel's private room, Liu Xiaochuan invited Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling to take the seats of honor. After they placed their orders, Su Zhibin joined them, and Liu Xiaochuan made the introductions among the three. As they settled in, Bai Ling eagerly inquired, "Xiaochuan, there's no way you're earning this much from the tutoring class, right?" "Of course not, sister Bai. Have you seen the recent news about the stock subscription certificates being issued in the Magic City?" "I have. I heard many people became wealthy from those certificates." "Did you?" "Indeed, sister. I also traveled to the Magic City and used my earnings from the tutoring class to purchase 200 subscription certificates, which yielded me a tidy profit." Liu Xiaochuan then recounted his experiences during his several trips to the Magic City, of course omitting the specific figures and details regarding property acquisitions. Upon listening, Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling were left in a state of astonishment, unable to fathom that Liu Xiaochuan, at such a tender age, possessed such remarkable audacity and fortuitous luck, having struck a considerable fortune. After sharing a few drinks and engaging in light conversation, Liu Xiaochuan broached the subject of his recent endeavor to establish a tutoring class. He noted that launching such an initiative required registration with the Industry and Commerce Bureau, as well as approval from the Education Department. As Bai Ling was a teacher and part of the educational system, he inquired if she had any acquaintances within the Education Bureau. Although Bai Ling had no substantial connections in that realm, Yu Qingjun did. The deputy director of the District Education Bureau happened to be his former classmate from party school training, and he agreed to invite him out for a meal to discuss the ins and outs of setting up a tutoring class. Beyond the tutoring class, Liu Xiaochuan also sought advice regarding obtaining a driver's license, expressing his willingness to invest in a driving school, as he believed that the sooner he acquired his license, the better. Yu Qingjun raised his glass to Liu Xiaochuan, assuring him that this matter could be easily resolved. He planned to call Old Chun from the traffic police station to facilitate the process, ensuring that Liu Xiaochuan would have his license in 10 to 15 days. Liu Xiaochuan was acutely aware that his favor with Yu Qingjun was diminishing with each use, necessitating the maintenance of their relationship. However, he could not offer Yu Qingjun money, nor would Yu Qingjun accept it. Liu Xiaochuan discreetly instructed Su Zhibin to settle the bill, and Su Zhibin understood, stepping out of the private room. Liu Xiaochuan leaned toward Bai Ling, disclosing his intention to invest 500,000 yuan to register an educational training service company, subsequently operating a training institution under its name while also engaging in various related educational ventures. Acknowledging his youth and lack of experience, he expressed that Bai Ling was the only individual he knew in the education sector and proposed that she invest 50,000 yuan in exchange for a 20% stake in the company. Yu Qingjun, a public servant with a promising future, could not engage in business. But Bai Ling's status as a teacher allowed for such pursuits, especially as many employees from public institutions ventured into commerce. Even if future policies prohibited it, she could withdraw at any time or, should the venture flourish, resign from her position. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan's proposal to Bai Ling was designed to strengthen his ties with Yu Qingjun through this financial partnership. "Isn't that inappropriate, Xiaochuan? If I invest 50,000 yuan, shouldn't I receive 10 of the shares?" Bai Ling, being an educator, understood that tutoring classes were generally a guaranteed profit. She was genuinely intrigued. Liu Xiaochuan eloquently argued that 20 was not excessive, The investment amount should not solely dictate the share distribution. By bringing Bai Ling on board, he was, in fact, benefiting from her influence. If you merely engage a few teachers at your school and promote our venture, we could attract numerous students. Those are invaluable resources. In truth, it is I who stands to gain from your involvement. Yu Qingjun remained focused on his meal, seemingly indifferent to Liu Xiaochuan's discourse. As if it were merely an exchange between the two of them, Bai Ling recognized that Liu Xiaochuan had indeed offered her an additional 10 stake. She understood that his financial needs for the tutoring class did not hinge on her 50,000 yuan, especially since establishing a tutoring class would require minimal funds. The 500,000 yuan registration would likely cover other business endeavors. While 50,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum, Bai Ling was capable of affording it. However, she still needed to return home and discuss matters further with Yu Qingjun. She believed that without him, Liu Xiaochuan would not have invited her to join nor offered her shares. Xiaochuan, you've been planning this tutoring class for quite some time, haven't you? Indeed, senior sister. I was previously focused on site selection, and I have just secured a property. The next steps involve registering the company, which leaves me quite perplexed. Just as I thought of you being on summer break, I gathered the courage to ask for your assistance. You've already found a place? Where is it? What kind of property? Bai Ling was evidently intrigued by this development. In truth, Yu Qingjun, now serving as deputy director, had numerous social engagements. And there were indeed many willing to offer financial support. However, he was mindful of his reputation and would not accept handouts. The salary he earned alongside Bai Ling was hardly sufficient. How about this? I can take you Gu and senior sister to see the tutoring class property right now. Right now? Sounds good. Yu Qingjun was also eager. The three descended the stairs, and Su Jibin was already waiting downstairs, having settled the accounts. Liu Xiaochuan waved, Bing Gu. Let us take you Gu and Bai Jie to check out the tutoring class property. All right, you wait at the entrance while I fetch the car. Su Jibin went out to bring the car around. Once they were in the vehicle, they headed straight to the Metal Research Institute. Upon arrival, the barbershop and shops downstairs were still in operation. These two storefronts had separate entrances and did not require passing through the main entrance of the first floor. Liu Xiaochuan took out the key, unlocked the door, turned on the lights, and invited Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling upstairs. Although Yu Qingjun had no concept of the educational training business, Bai Ling took a look around the second and third floors and remarked, Xiaochuan, how did you find this place? It is perfect for running a class. How much is the rent? It must not be cheap. Chapter 63. Commencing preparations, Liu Xiaochuan felt no need to conceal the matter of the property and replied with a smile, Senior sister, I truly do not know the rent. I have purchased this property. What? You bought it? Both Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated Liu Xiaochuan's financial capacity. Just how much had this young man earned in the vibrant metropolis? Yes, I also saw the potential of this location and, fearing future constraints from a landlord, I made the decisive choice to purchase it. However, this property will solely remain my personal asset and will not be included in the company assets. It can be rented at a low price for our tutoring class. This property is bound to appreciate significantly in value, and naturally, I do not wish to include it in company assets, as that would mean forfeiting the appreciation benefits. When they viewed the property earlier, Bai Ling had likely conferred quietly with Yu Qingjun. At this moment, she stated, I did not expect you to have secured a location. It seems you have indeed been preparing for quite a while. In that case, I shall not be coy and have decided to invest. Thank you, junior brother, for allowing me a share in this venture. With Bai Ling joining the investment, Liu Xiaochuan was naturally delighted and replied with a smile. That is wonderful. With senior sister's help, I can rest easy. I have been quite troubled with the need to register the company and seek approval from the Education Bureau. It's all so overwhelming, and I hardly know where to begin. This time, I hope to trouble senior sister to assist me with these processes. No problem. I have plenty of free time this summer. Bai Ling then recalled something and added, by the way, we must be meticulous regarding taxes for our tutoring class. We need to file them correctly, which means we will need to find an accountant. I have considered this as well. We must ensure that all aspects are conducted in a formal manner. However, I must admit I do not know any financial personnel, which indicates that we will need to recruit a professional accountant in the future. In fact, I do have a candidate in mind. But, dear sister, is there anything you feel you cannot share with me? Are you acquainted with any accountants? Bai Ling shyly remarked. Xiao Mei, who is an accountant at the food factory, has recently been laid off and is currently seeking employment. That is splendid. With Xiao Mei overseeing the finances, we can rest assured about that aspect, I replied. Sister, is there anything else you hesitate to discuss? We should not shy away from hiring talented individuals simply because of personal connections. It was late in the evening, and the environment of the tutoring center had yet to be organized, making it unsuitable for lengthy discussions. Bai Ling and I agreed to find a place the following day for a detailed conversation, inviting Yu Xiaomei, Li Yan, and others to meet and subsequently hold a meeting to delve into specifics. The next day, Tuesday, Li Yan was also off work. Liu Xiaochuan first went to the storefront, where he and Su Zhibin tidied up a few chairs and a table before driving together to pick up Bai Ling, Yu Xiaomei, and Li Yan. Initially, they intended to find a restaurant to discuss matters over a meal. However, everyone unanimously expressed a desire to meet at the storefront, particularly Li Yan and Yu Xiaomei, who were filled with anticipation. Upon arriving on the third floor of the storefront, they settled at an old office desk. Liu Xiaochuan produced a sheet of paper on which he had roughly outlined plans the previous night, which he then distributed for everyone to review. His preliminary arrangements were as follows. He and Bai Ling would jointly invest to register the company and subsequently establish the tutoring center under the company's name. As a student, Liu Xiaochuan, alongside Bai Ling, who was a teacher, would not be involved in the daily management, instead serving as behind-the-scenes owners to guide the overall direction. Once Li Yan resigned from the Chunfeng Tutoring Center, she would take on the role of principal, overseeing daily operations, while Yu Xiaomei would serve as vice principal in charge of finances, and Su Zhibin would act as vice principal responsible for logistics. Their salaries were tentatively set at 500 yuan each month. In addition to receiving 10% of the tutoring center's income, Li Yan would receive 5%, while Su Zhibin and Yu Xiaomei would each receive 3%. However, they would only have rights to dividends, with the equity remaining with Liu Xiaochuan. There were no objections from any of them, particularly from Su Zhibin and Yu Xiaomei, who noted that their salaries were already double what they had earned at the factory, and Bai Ling had no objections either. Once the profit-sharing arrangements were settled, they began assigning tasks. Since Li Yan had not yet resigned, she would temporarily refrain from participation, leaving Bai Ling and Liu Xiaochuan to handle the necessary paperwork with the relevant authorities. Su Zhibin drove the Shanghai van with Yu Xiaomei to seek workers for renovations and to procure office supplies. Liu Xiaochuan then handed over 30,000 yuan to Yu Xiaomei, entrusting her and Su Zhibin with the expenses for initial renovations and purchases. Yu Xiaomei accepted the substantial amount, assuring that she would diligently manage the finances and report back to Liu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling in a timely manner. To establish the tutoring center, they first needed a compelling name. The group brainstormed extensively, coming up with a myriad of suggestions. Ultimately, they settled on the name Qihang Education, proposed by Liu Xiaochuan. Thus, the inaugural high-level meeting of Qihang Education came to a close. To celebrate the impending establishment of Qihang Education, Liu Xiaochuan naturally wished to treat everyone to a meal. This time, they opted not for a grand restaurant, but instead drove to his cousin Zhao Lijun's Taoli restaurant. Liu Xiaochuan decided that from now on, the gatherings for Qihang Education would be held at Taoliju. When his sister-in-law, Wang Jing, saw Liu Xiaochuan leading a group of people to dine, she felt a tinge of displeasure, thinking to herself, surely this lad isn't bringing so many people just to feast at no cost? Fortunately, at the end of the meal, Liu Xiaochuan had Su Zhibin settle the bill. Upon realizing that it was others footing the expenses, Wang Jing accepted it, though she did provide a discount of 10%. As they left the restaurant, Wang Jing discovered that several of the attendees had driven there, reflecting, not only has Liu Xiaochuan prospered, but it seems he associates with affluent individuals who arrive in their own vehicles. With roles clearly defined, the group decided to split up and take action. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling commenced the process of obtaining various permits. Through Zheng Yanhong, they contacted leaders at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and with the help of Yu Qingjun, they reached out to officials at the Education Bureau, which inevitably involved hosting dinners and showing appreciation, thus ensuring the smooth progression of their endeavors. Liu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling deposited funds into the company's temporary account, including the Santana and the van as fixed assets of the company. A little over a week later, the capital verification was completed and all necessary procedures progressed swiftly. Thus, Qihang Education Limited Liability Company and the Qihang Education Training Class were officially established on paper, with their office conveniently located next to the Metal Research Institute. As for the subsequent tasks fire safety, and other departmental procedures, Liu Xiaochuan did not involve himself further, delegating those responsibilities to Bai Ling and others. He took on the role of a hands-off manager, enrolling in Xian driving school, facilitated by his connection with Yu Qingjun. Xian driving school, situated in Zhuanan, was surrounded by rural areas. However, Liu Xiaochuan was aware that within a decade, Fengyang would significantly develop Zhuanan, eventually establishing the Zhuanan New District. In over 20 years, even the city government would relocate to this vibrant area, which would flourish. The development of Zhuanan was merely a microcosm of Fengyang's growth, which, in turn, was a reflection of the broader progress across Huaxia, as the winds of reform and opening up heralded urban development and economic ascension nationwide. Chapter 64. Back to the Magic City at Xian driving school. Yu Qingjun had already made arrangements with Officer Chen from the traffic police. When Liu Xiaochuan arrived, he did not come empty-handed, bringing a pack of Hongtong Mountain cigarettes for the instructor. Coach Qi, having received notification from the school's director about Liu's connections, was pleased to see the gift and devoted himself diligently to teaching. Once Liu Xiaochuan got into the vehicle, the instructor realized that this young man actually knew how to drive. "Xiao Liu, have you learned before?" "Yes, we have an old van at home that I often drive. But without a license, I never dared to go on the main roads, only on village paths." Liu Xiaochuan skillfully fabricated his story. He certainly couldn't admit to being a seasoned driver for over a decade, albeit primarily with automatic transmissions. Since you can drive, that simplifies matters, he thought. Liu Xiaochuan's visit to the driving school was merely a formality. He could likely expedite the process by spending a bit of money to obtain a license. However, following the proper procedures seemed more prudent. "Coach Qi, to be honest, I can drive and wish to acquire my license swiftly. Could you arrange for me to take the test soon? I wouldn't mind paying a little extra." "Of course, that's no problem," Coach Qi thought. If he has the means, then this will be easy. Having utilized only half a month, Liu Xiaochuan had already completed his parking and road tests, and his driver's license would soon be issued. He merely needed to exercise a little more patience for a few days. Liu Xiaochuan resolved to take advantage of this time to visit the vibrant metropolis once again, as Song Yinhui and the nearby real estate agents from Jiaotong University had contacted him. Song Yinhui informed him that the property he purchased had received its deed. The agent also relayed that a residence in an old alley of the metropolis was listed for sale through him. The preparatory arrangements for the supplementary classes were progressing steadily and required no involvement from him. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Ling and others, Liu Xiaochuan set off for the metropolis. This visit to the metropolis was devoid of the previous tension, allowing Liu Xiaochuan to travel alone. Carrying only some loose change and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China passbook from his previous dealings in the metropolis, which still contained a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan. Upon arriving in the metropolis, Liu Xiaochuan first sought accommodation near Jiaotong University and promptly reached out to Song Yinhui. Song Yinhui arrived shortly, warmly inviting Liu Xiaochuan to dinner. During Liu Xiaochuan's previous ventures, he had purchased several properties, yielding Song Yinhui a significant commission and establishing his footing at the sales office, where he now held the title of manager. However, in reality, many who bore the title were still primarily salespersons. Song Yinhui had adopted a more fashionable style and exuded a newfound confidence, expressing genuine gratitude towards Liu Xiaochuan. Accepting the 3 property deeds handed to him by Song Yinhui, Liu Xiaochuan raised his glass and declared, "Yinhui, there is no need for thanks. With your abilities and industrious nature, success is inevitable. I have further matters to entrust to you." "What is it?" "Speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I shall oblige without hesitation," replied Song Yinhui, emptying his glass of beer and pouring another for Liu Xiaochuan. "I have a keen interest in properties within the metropolis. Please keep an eye out for any newly launched developments. Should something suit my taste, assist me in placing a deposit. Later, please open an account with the Industrial and Commercial Bank and inform me. When I am ready to purchase, I will transfer funds to you." "Such trust. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with your money?" "My intuition tells me you are not that kind of person." "Very well, thank you for your faith," Song Yinhui replied, raising his glass once more, savoring the gratifying sensation of being trusted. After bidding farewell to Song Yinhui, Liu Xiaochuan returned to his hotel, rejuvenated after a restful sleep. Following a hearty breakfast, he hurried to the real estate agent near Jiaotong University. He was aware that the old campus in Suhui would evolve into a commercial hub, making property purchases here undoubtedly wise. Manager Zhu, the very person who had called Liu Xiaochuan, was pleasantly surprised to see him travel all the way from northeast China to purchase property. You truly came, Liu. Has the property you mentioned already been sold? Liu Xiaochuan's expression darkened slightly. Not yet, but there are minor issues with that property. How about this? Let me take you to see it first. If it appeals to you, we can discuss it further. All right. Liu Xiaochuan agreed to inspect the property first. The agency consisted of just two individuals, Manager Zhu and a young lady. Manager Zhu left the young lady to manage the office while he accompanied Liu Xiaochuan to view the property. Originally, the house was not located in Suhui, but rather in Jing'an, quite a distance away. It is unclear why it was listed by Manager Zhu's agency. Presumably, they are eager to sell, hence the broad outreach. Liu Xiaochuan and Manager Zhu took a taxi to the property, and before they even entered the courtyard, they were greeted by the sounds of a heated argument and the sobs of someone within. Indeed, purchasing this house might prove to be rather troublesome. The alleys of the Magic City differ significantly from the Shi, Yuan, and Yanjing. Many alleys resemble large communal courtyards, while the ones they were viewing were akin to Sanheyuan's, which are far superior to the communal courtyards. Liu Xiaochuan had only heard of these alleys before and had little understanding, believing that such areas would surely appreciate in value in the future. However, upon inspection today, he found the yard to be rather small and the house exceedingly compact, causing him to feel somewhat disheartened. Since they had already arrived, they might as well take a look. Manager Zhu knocked on the door and called out, "Mr. Lin, I am the agent from Jiaotong University, and I arranged to bring a buyer to view the property a few days ago." The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s, who courteously invited Manager Zhu and Liu Xiaochuan inside. In the courtyard, a young girl sat weeping by the door, while a middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, glaring. "Is this a suitable time for us to be here? If not, we can return another day," Liu Xiaochuan suggested, sensing the tense atmosphere that seemed ill-suited for a property viewing. After all, he wasn't particularly keen on buying. If it didn't work out, he would simply let it go. "Oh, it's quite all right. Please, come in." The woman's demeanor shifted instantly, her face transforming into a welcoming smile as she urged them forward. Seeing that the two were there to view the house, the young girl piped up, "I will never agree to you selling the house. What nonsense. Do we need your permission? The property deed has only your uncle's name on it. We can sell it without consulting you," the middle-aged woman retorted sharply. Turning back to Liu Xiaochuan and Manager Zhu, she added with a smile, "The child is just being childish. You needn't mind her." The rapid change in her expression left Liu Xiaochuan utterly astonished. The girl paused for a moment and cried, "Does that mean the promise you made to Grandpa means nothing now?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth but remained silent, while the woman disregarded the girl entirely, allowing her to ascend the stairs in tears. Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had intended to merely browse and leave, but upon seeing the girl stand up, he was struck by her visage. In that instant, he resolved that this house must be acquired. Chapter 65. A classmate from a past life. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Liu Xiaochuan felt a jolt within. It was not solely due to the girl's beauty, but rather because he recognized her. She was Lin Ruoyi, his classmate from his previous life at the Normal University. Most students from the Magic City and the capital tend to apply to local institutions. Particularly in the Magic City, few venture north for their studies, and even less so for a second-tier institution like the Normal University. Previously, everyone had wondered why Lin Ruoyi would attend a Normal University in Fengyang. It now appeared it may have been related to her family circumstances. Perhaps it was the scars of familial turmoil that compelled a young girl to journey far to the north. When Liu Xiaochuan first entered university, he faced significant financial hardships, often struggling to afford even basic meals. Lin Ruoyi had once proactively lent him money to help him through difficult times, and it was she who introduced Liu Xiaochuan to his first tutoring job. It was then that he realized Lin Ruoyi had already embarked on her journey of working and studying diligently. One could say that Lin Ruoyi was his guiding light on the path of self-reliance. From that moment on, Liu Xiaochuan no longer worried about having enough to eat. Later, when Liu Xiaochuan found a girlfriend, his relationship with Lin Ruoyi gradually faded. After graduation, Lin Ruoyi married a fellow mathematics student, and it seemed she was living quite well. Thereafter, she became untraceable. At a class reunion post-graduation, a roommate of Lin Ruoyi revealed to Liu Xiaochuan that she had harbored a secret affection for him. After he found a girlfriend, Lin Ruoyi had even cried silently in her dormitory. Liu Xiaochuan was naturally moved by this revelation. If given a second chance at life, he felt it was only right to repay the kindness of a classmate who had once helped and loved him, even if he could not offer his heart entirely. A middle-aged woman noticed Liu Xiaochuan lost in thought, and, feeling displeased, asked, "Sir, are you still looking at the house?" "Of course," Liu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, glancing briefly with Manager Zhu. In truth, there was little to admire. The house comprised 2 stories with a standard layout. The staircase sat at the corner, with 3 rooms on each floor, totaling approximately 90 square meters, alongside a yard of about 10 square meters. "I've seen the house. It's acceptable. Let's discuss the price. By the way, was that your child earlier? She seems opposed to selling the house. Is that an issue?" "Let me tell you, she is nothing but an ungrateful wretch." From the middle-aged woman's words, Liu Xiaochuan gleaned the general situation, though it was merely one side of the story. The middle-aged couple were Lin Ruoyi's uncle and aunt. Lin Ruoyi's father had married the village chief's daughter during a rural assignment in Huinan and had Lin Ruoyi after their marriage. However, 10 years ago, both parents perished in an accident. Lin Ruoyi's grandmother had passed away even earlier, leaving Lin Ruoyi to be raised by her grandfather in Shanghai. When Lin's grandfather passed away a few years ago, he entrusted Lin Ruoyi to his eldest son and his wife, clearly stating that the property should be divided equally between his grandson and granddaughter. Under the manipulation of her uncle and aunt, the naive Lin Ruoyi agreed to transfer the house into her uncle's name. Subsequently, her cousin, Lin Ruoyi, went abroad to study in America, and now her uncle and aunt intended to sell the house and move to America as well. As for Lin Ruoyi, she was to be sent back to her uncle's home in rural Huinan. Originally, her school registration was also in Huinan. She was merely studying in Shanghai temporarily, and she would need to return for the college entrance examination. Now that she was in her senior year, returning a year early was of little consequence. Out of familial obligation, her uncle agreed to compensate her with 5,000 yuan as a form of reimbursement, which could be seen as her tuition and living expenses for the final year of high school. As for her future college aspirations, that would depend solely on her own efforts. In her aunt's narrative, Lin Ruoyi was portrayed as an ungrateful ingrate, despite the house being rightfully theirs. She had no claim to it, and offering her 5,000 yuan was a generous act. They were taken aback by her audacity in trying to obstruct their plans to sell the house. Naturally, the elder's statement about the property being equally divided between his grandchildren was absent from her aunt's version. After listening to her recounting, Liu Xiaochuan had a general understanding of the circumstances. Calmly, he remarked, "Thus, having purchased the property, I only require Mr. Lin's consent. That is only natural, as the house is solely in my husband's name." "Very well, let us discuss the price." The Lin family demanded 120,000, evidently asking for an exorbitant sum. Before Liu Xiaochuan could voice his thoughts, Manager Zhu interjected, declaring it impossible. Liu Xiaochuan smiled gently. "You two might be unaware, but just a few days ago, I acquired a property in Chenghu Garden at the rate of 760 yuan per square meter for a new development. This is an older residence, and although it occupies a better location, its value is fundamentally comparable. Even at 800 yuan per square meter, that totals 72,000. And for the small courtyard of a mere dozen square meters, I would value it at around 20,000. Altogether, 90,000 should be sufficient. Moreover, there is a complication on your end. While the property transfer does not necessitate her consent, it still poses a nuisance. 90,000 is out of the question. That is far too low," they countered. "We can make a concession to 110,000, but cannot go lower." Liu Xiaochuan remained steadfast at 90,000, leading to an impasse, and he took his leave with Manager Zhu. "Liu, if you were to increase your offer by 10,000, they would likely acquiesce. Why cling so firmly to the 90,000 price point? A well-renovated old alleyway is often more comfortable than living in a high-rise, and it will undoubtedly appreciate in value. I am merely testing their resolve. Rest assured, Manager Zhu, your commission is secure. For now, you should attend to your other matters. I will meander nearby, and we shall return to negotiate tomorrow." Hearing Liu Xiaochuan's words, Manager Zhu could only return with a sense of resignation. Liu Xiaochuan strolled around the vicinity, finding a small roadside eatery for lunch. He then returned near Lin Ruoyi's residence. After an uninteresting wait of over 2 hours, he finally spotted Lin Ruoyi leaving her home, maintaining a respectful distance. Liu Xiaochuan called out, "Lin, Please wait a moment. Lin Ruoyi turned back, recognizing Liu Xiaochuan as the one who had come to view the property, her expression sour. I will not agree to their selling the house. I believe you have misunderstood. The property certificate is solely in your uncle's name. There is nothing you can do to prevent the sale. Regardless of your grievances, legally, no one can assist you. Even if I choose not to purchase it, others will. And they may not extend the same assistance I am offering you. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's words, Lin Ruoyi hesitated and came to a stop. Are you truly trying to help me? Indeed, I am, he affirmed. We are peers, both in our final year of high school, and I empathize with your situation. Why don't we discuss this further over there? Rest assured, I am not a villain. There is a police station nearby. We can converse just outside. What do you say? With that, Liu Xiaochuan proceeded ahead, confident in his invitation. Lin Ruoyi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. Chapter 66. The background of Lin Ruoyi. Liu Xiaochuan and Lin Ri stood on the street outside the police station. Your aunt has briefed me on the situation, he began. Do you believe her account? I certainly do not. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. I can infer much from what I hear, Liu Xiaochuan stated. Articulating his suspicions, Lin Ruoyi nodded in agreement and subsequently shared her own version of events. Apart from the speculations of Liu Xiaochuan, there is another matter worth mentioning. Before his passing, Old Master Lin had entrusted a sum of money to Lin Ruoyi. However, 2 years ago, Lin Ruoyi's cousin sought to study abroad in the United States, but lacked sufficient funds. After much pleading from her uncle and aunt, the young girl, feeling sympathetic, withdrew the money and handed it over to her uncle. In the following year, her uncle and aunt treated Lin Ruoyi fairly well, but their attitude deteriorated over time, leading to a point where they intended to sell the house, resulting in an irreparable rift between both parties. Sigh, for children from affluent families. Is this not unfathomable? Lin Ruoyi remarked softly. Liu Xiaochuan chuckled. Are you referring to me as a child of a wealthy family? You might not believe it, but over a year ago, I was destitute and my family was in debt. Impossible. You appear so well off now, even considering purchasing a house from my family. Lin Ruoyi replied skeptically. Liu Xiaochuan recounted his journey to prosperity, weaving in a touch of embellishment, leaving Lin Ruoyi utterly astonished. The reason I wish to assist you is twofold. First, we are of the same age, and secondly, I empathize with your plight, as it resembles aiding a younger version of myself. Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to fabricate a story. He could hardly confess that in a past life, she had been his classmate who had once helped him and harbored a secret crush on him. All right, let us assume everything you say is true. How do you intend to help me? Lin Ruoyi inquired. Tomorrow, I shall negotiate with them again and facilitate an agreement between you and your uncle. Did he not promise to sell the house to you for 5,000 yuan? At the time of the transfer, I will ensure that the 5,000 yuan is handed directly to you, with the remaining payment going to him. Moreover, after the transfer, I will provide you with an additional 10,000 yuan. And since I intend to leave the house unoccupied for a while, I will permit you to continue residing there. Really? Can I trust you? You aren't deceiving me. Are you? Lin Ruoyi asked, her disbelief evident. Aside from trusting me, what other option do you have? Furthermore, if I had no intention of helping you, I could simply purchase the house from your uncle and evict you afterward. Why would I bother to say all this? Besides, what could you possibly have that would warrant my deceit? Liu Xiaochuan feigned annoyance as he spoke. Fine, I suppose I have no choice but to trust you. Lin Ruoyi conceded with resignation. Meanwhile, the Lin couple was deliberating. Although the price offered by the young man that day did not meet their expectations, it was still the highest bid they had received from all potential buyers. They began to regret whether their asking price was too high, potentially scaring off interested parties, and contemplated reducing it further. After concluding his conversation with Lin Ruoyi, Liu Xiaochuan made a withdrawal appointment at the Industrial and Commercial Bank before returning to the hotel. He had not anticipated that in his quest to purchase a house, he would serendipitously encounter a former classmate from a past life. How wondrous fate can be. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan retrieved the money and contacted manager Zhu, and they headed to Jing'an together. This time, the Lin couple proactively lowered their asking price to 100,000 yuan, while Liu Xiaochuan offered 95,000 yuan. Lin's aunt stubbornly held to the 100,000 yuan price, agreeing that the furniture within the house could be included in the sale, provided they only needed to pack their personal belongings for the move. Liu Xiaochuan surveyed the dilapidated furniture within the house and discovered that some of the older pieces were made of commendable wood. Thus, he acquiesced, but insisted on drafting a tripartite agreement with Uncle Lin and Lin Ruoyi to avert any future misunderstandings. Uncle Lin reluctantly ascended the stairs to seek out his niece, and to his surprise, she agreed. Consequently, they swiftly signed the agreement, and the group promptly made their way to the housing authority. The transfer of ownership proceeded without a hitch. Liu Xiaochuan produced 10 bundles of 100 yuan bills, counting out 5,000 yuan for Lin Ruoyi and giving the remainder to Uncle Lin. After finalizing the transfer, the group returned to Jing'an, where Uncle Lin and his wife handed over the keys to Liu Xiaochuan, promising to pack their belongings that very night and move out by the following day. They also urged Lin Ruoyi to prepare her own things, as they intended to escort her back to Huinan. "You needn't move. I shall lend her the house," Liu Xiaochuan stated nonchalantly. "When did you two become so close?" Aunt Lin felt as though she had been deceived. "Please speak with more respect. I only met her yesterday and sympathized with her plight. Furthermore, the house is mine now, and whom I choose to lend it to is no longer your concern. Just ensure you vacate on time," Liu Xiaochuan replied, slightly irritated. Aunt Lin was about to retort, but Uncle Lin tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "As long as we have the money, why concern ourselves with anything else? If Ruoyi stays, we save ourselves a trip to Huinan." He then turned to Liu Xiaochuan and assured him, "Rest easy, Mr. Liu. We will certainly move out before tomorrow night." Liu Xiaochuan chose not to respond further and followed manager Zhu back to the agency. After paying the agency fee, he handed over the key to the third-floor apartment he had initially purchased to manager Zhu, granting him full authority to assist in renting it out. The next day, Liu Xiaochuan relaxed and spent a leisurely day, thoroughly enjoying himself. By the afternoon, he visited the alley and found that the Lin couple had indeed moved out, leaving Lin Ruoyi alone. Liu Xiaochuan did not ascend the stairs but stood in the courtyard speaking with Lin Ruoyi, offering her 10,000 yuan. "I thought you might not give it to me. Honestly, it would have been fine if you hadn't tea, considering you are lending me a place to stay," she remarked. "I keep my promises. I merely felt it inappropriate to give it to you yesterday, hence the delay until today. I shall return to Fengyang tomorrow, so you may continue to reside in the house. If you ever feel frightened living alone, you are welcome to invite a classmate to keep you company, or help me rent out a room. You can collect the rent for me," Liu Xiaochuan explained. Lin Ruoyi accepted the money, her heart awash with mixed emotions. She had endured so much in recent days, betrayal from family and unexpected kindness from strangers. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Why are you crying?" "It's as though I have wronged you," Liu Xiaochuan said. "Take note of my pager number. Feel free to call me if you need anything. I have other friends in Shanghai who can assist you." With red-rimmed eyes, Lin Ruoyi nodded vigorously, hurried upstairs to fetch paper and pen, and diligently recorded Liu Xiaochuan's pager number. Watching him exit the courtyard, she was resolute in her desire to attend university in Fengyang in the future. After a trip to the train station to purchase a sleeper ticket for the next day, Liu Xiaochuan returned to the hotel to rest, awaiting his return journey. One evening, I received a call, and upon returning it, I found it was Wang Dong on the other end. He mentioned he had checked the rental apartment for Liu Xiaochuan, only to discover that Liu was not there, and inquired whether he had moved out. "Brother Dong, I haven't moved. I simply stepped out. How about you come find me next Monday evening? I shall await your arrival." It was evident that Wang Dong had matters to discuss. Yet the phone call was not the appropriate venue for detailed conversation, thus they arranged to meet the following Monday. Chapter 67. Wang Dong's predicament on Saturday afternoon. Liu Xiaochuan finally returned to Fengyang, having resolved that if there were no pressing matters, he would refrain from visiting the bustling metropolis in the near future. Even if he were to return, he would opt for a flight. Enduring over 30 hours on a train was simply too taxing, with time squandered on the journey. After a night's rest, Liu Xiaochuan promptly arrived at the tutoring center early Sunday morning. The prominent sign of Qihang Education had already been affixed to the rooftop, albeit still covered with red cloth, awaiting its unveiling. Ascending the stairs, he found the interior had been revitalized, with freshly painted walls and partitions erected in the lobby. Only the tables and chairs were yet to be placed, while several workers were busy hanging blackboards on the walls. It was now early September, the summer vacation having long concluded. Li Yin had officially resigned from Chunfeng Education and commenced her duties here. Bai Ling, Yu Xiaomei, and Su Zhibin were also present, and upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan, they seized the opportunity to express their grievances. Oh, so you still remember you are the boss? You've been enjoying your role as a hands-off proprietor. Dear brothers and sisters, I admit my fault. I've simply been preoccupied with matters. To make amends, allow me to treat everyone to lunch today. All right then, I want to eat guobao ro. I want to eat shui zhu ro pian. I want to eat gabagua. Not a problem. I shall arrange everything. Liu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of trepidation at the insistence of these formidable women. Yu Xiaomei provided Liu Xiaochuan with an accounting update. The 30,000 yuan he had previously provided had already been exhausted, and subsequent expenses had been drawn from the company's account. Liu Xiaochuan glanced through the records, appreciating Yu Xiaomei's meticulousness, a testament to her background in state-owned enterprises. At noon, they naturally dined at Tally Ju restaurant, supporting his cousin's business. Wang Jing was aware that patrons were expected to settle their bills, and graciously offered 2 complimentary dishes this time. His cousin, Zhao Lijun, seized the opportunity to speak with Liu Xiaochuan. Your maternal uncle and aunt will be visiting in a few days. We are preparing to propose to Wang Jing. Will you be available to join us? Certainly, cousin. When my uncle arrives, please give me a call, and I shall accompany you to the station. Though traditionally a cousin would not partake in such matters of proposal, Liu Xiaochuan's circumstances had changed. Wang Jing's cousin had transferred the restaurant to Zhao Lijun, and upon returning to their hometown, it was inevitable that Zhao Lijun would mention Liu Xiaochuan's newfound fortune. Thus, Liu Xiaochuan's presence would serve to enhance Zhao Lijun's reputation. After the meal, upon returning to the tutoring center, a meeting was in order to arrange the next steps. The finishing touches on the renovations and classroom setup would naturally fall under Su Zhibin's purview. Su Zhibin confirmed that everything had been arranged, tables and chairs had been ordered and were awaiting delivery, while the landline had been installed, with an installation scheduled for the next day. At this stage, the most pressing matter was recruiting teachers. Liu Xiaochuan decided to invest in an advertisement in the newspaper to attract experienced educators. Considering the challenge of quickly recruiting a sufficient number of full-time teachers, it is essential to also enlist a greater number of part-time educators. Bai Ling and Li Yin will reach out to institutions such as the Provincial University, Medical University, East Engineering, and Normal University to connect with school authorities or student unions, aiming to recruit a number of diligent university students for work-study opportunities. The East Engineering, Medical University, and Provincial University are regarded as prestigious institutions within Fengyang University, while the Normal University, despite being a second-tier institution, offers relevant specializations, thus prioritizing recruitment from these schools. Although students from other universities are not excluded, however, Liu Xiaochuan has established certain criteria for hiring part-time staff. All applicants must undergo an examination, requiring a minimum score of 85 out of 100 on a mock test. If the teacher's competence does not surpass that of the students, how can they effectively impart knowledge? Those who pass the examination will receive training, followed by a trial teaching session, constituting a second round of interviews. Successful candidates will enjoy favorable remuneration, and even those who are not hired will receive a daily stipend of 10 yuan during the training period, ensuring that university students are not left without compensation for their time. On Sunday, Liu Xiaochuan spent a busy day at the tutoring center, and by Monday, he was eager to take a break, heading to Xinxin Driving School to obtain his driver's license, allowing him to drive legally on the roads. That Monday evening, Liu Xiaochuan took the rare opportunity to tackle a set of math problems at home, as he had fallen behind in his studies. Just as he was nearing completion, Wang Dong arrived. "Dongge, come in. It's been a while. How was your holiday?" "Oh, it's a long story. I never anticipated that running a tutoring center would be so challenging." Wang Dong had a wealth of frustrations to share. After resigning from the Spring Breeze Tutoring Center, he and Zhao Dongmei quickly organized their own classes, hoping to capitalize on the summer break for some quick earnings. They hesitated to rent a commercial space, opting instead for a ground-floor residential unit, which they modestly renovated to create 2 classrooms, just sufficient for their needs. With advertising in the West and introductions from familiar parents, they swiftly assembled a new class of freshmen, preparing to teach the new curriculum. They also recruited some one-on-one students, brimming with confidence that their financial endeavor would surely be fruitful. However, their good fortune was short-lived, as a few neighbors reported them for causing disturbances with the influx of students. In the realm of tutoring centers, complaints typically only arise when neighbors voice their concerns. Once reported, relevant authorities arrived for inspection. Upon discovering that Wang Dong was operating an unlicensed tutoring center, they promptly shut it down, though fortunately, the fines were minimal. With the previous location unviable, they sought a new venue to continue operations. However, the landlord of the former premises refused to refund the rent, as the failure of their tutoring center was of no concern to them. After relocating, they barely managed to hold classes for a few days before facing another complaint. This time, both students and parents were dissatisfied, leading to a wave of withdrawal requests and demands for refunds. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei found themselves in a difficult position, obliged to reimburse students. Faced with particularly obstinate parents, they even had to refund a portion of the classes already attended, lest their reputations suffer irreparably, complicating future endeavors. Currently, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei find themselves with only a handful of one-on-one students, barely scraping together some income, rendering this summer less profitable than their previous work experiences. The two individuals, determined to establish a legitimate educational institution, soon discovered that the registration required a capital of 200,000 yuan. Although this sum would be returned after verification, they found themselves at a loss as to where to procure such funds. After some deliberation, they decided that Liu Xiaochuan, known for his clever ideas, would be the ideal person to seek assistance from. Upon hearing their predicament, Liu Xiaochuan immediately sensed something amiss. Clearly, they had been reported by someone with ill intentions, possibly Wang Tongwang. Although Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei were not in direct competition with Wang Tongwang, their resignation just before summer vacation had caught him off guard. Furthermore, Wang Tongwang suspected that they had taken away some of the student resources. In truth, they had not poached anyone, but Wang Tongwang held a different opinion. Brother Dong, what are your thoughts now? Are you considering continuing to run your own classes, or would you prefer to find another tutoring center to work as instructors? If they were not intent on going solo, Liu Xiaochuan would naturally seek to recruit them at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 68. Wang Dong's decision. Liu Xiaochuan had initially intended to invite Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei to join Qihang Education. However, contrary to his wishes, Wang Dong was reluctant to abandon his aspirations of independence. Despite facing some setbacks, he was eager to give it another try. Today, he had come to seek Liu Xiaochuan's advice. Brother Dong, since you and Sister Dongmei trust me so much, I am more than willing to assist you. Here's an address. Tomorrow you and Sister Dongmei should come here for a detailed discussion. Liu Xiaochuan wrote down the address of Qihang Education for Wang Dong. Wang Dong looked puzzled, but Liu Xiaochuan offered no explanation. Noticing Liu Xiaochuan's mysterious demeanor, Wang Dong accepted the note, saying, "All right, we'll come to find you tomorrow." The next day, Liu Xiaochuan arrived early at the tutoring center, which had transformed remarkably in just one day. The phone was already installed, and the desks and chairs had been delivered. Su Zhibin and Yu Xiaomei were busily directing the workers in arranging the furniture. Bai Ling was at school for work, and upon inquiry, Liu Xiaochuan learned that Li Yin had hired several temporary staff to post recruitment advertisements. Sister Xiaomei, Brother Bin, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, Xiaochuan. I'm earning significantly more here than I did at the food factory. I owe you my gratitude, Su Zhibin replied enthusiastically, as he was now fully devoted to Liu Xiaochuan's vision. Following the address, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei arrived at the building, where the sign for Qihang Education had already been unveiled. They ascended to the third floor, and upon hearing footsteps, Liu Xiaochuan came out to greet them. Brother Dong, Sister Dongmei, this way. He ushered them into the spacious hall on the third floor, introducing them to Yu Xiaomei and Su Zhibin, specifically mentioning that Su Zhibin was Li Yin's boyfriend. Xiaochuan, what is this? Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei were filled with questions. This is a tutoring center that I co-founded with friends. Sister Li Yin has also resigned from Chunfeng Education to become the principal here. Today, she is out putting up recruitment advertisements as we have just completed the renovations and are preparing to hire teachers. Yu Xiaomei warmly poured them cups of hot water, which Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei gratefully accepted. I had heard you were doing well, but I didn't expect you to establish such a large tutoring center so swiftly. Zhao Dongmei remarked with a smile, her heart brimming with envy. This is merely a framework. We have yet to hire any teachers. In the field of educational training, human resources are always the core. Are either of you interested in joining us? Wang Dongxin remarked. Did I not mention yesterday that I was considering going solo? Why are you inviting me to join you today? At a loss for words, he was relieved when Liu Xiaochuan interjected with a jest. I have always said, Brother Dong, that the education and training sector is still in its infancy. With an expansive market ahead, there is virtually no competition among us at this stage. So I encourage you to pursue your own venture. We can even assist one another." Hearing Liu Xiaochuan's words, Wang Dong felt reassured. "Brother Dong, Sister Dongmei, we find ourselves in a predicament, unsure of our next steps, which is why we sought your counsel," he continued. "I have two suggestions for you, or rather two options. Please listen carefully and consider your choice." Wang Dong sensed that the crux of the matter was at hand. "Xiaochuan, please proceed. I have ensured that the procedures for establishing this supplementary tutoring class are entirely legitimate. I began scouting locations and preparing as early as the beginning of summer vacation, and I recently completed all the necessary formalities. My first suggestion is that you both could open a branch under the name of Qihong Education, with all operations managed entirely by you. Whether it incurs profit or loss would not concern me. However, as it is a branch, we would require a 15% profit share. This way, you would only need to rent a space to commence recruitment and enrollment, while I would handle all the branch's formalities." "And what is the other option?" inquired Zhao Dongmei. "The alternative is for you to find your own location and manage the procedures yourselves. As for the required capital of 200,000 for registration, I can lend it to you. Once the capital verification is completed, the amount would be returned to my account, and I would not require any interest from you. You have 200,000? Upon uttering this, Zhao Dongmei immediately recognized her oversight. Liu Xiaochuan had already established such a substantial tutoring class, so he was evidently not short of funds. "You can lend us 200,000? As friends, this is naturally not a problem. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. What do you need us to do, Xiaochuan? I am currently in need of teachers. Recruiting experienced individuals may prove challenging, so I might have to enlist a group of part-time university students. I hope that Brother Dong and Sister Dongmei can assist me in training them for a month. Of course, you will still hold your regular classes on weekends. I only require your assistance from Monday to Friday to train the newcomers. I will not ask for your help without compensation. Consider it temporary employment for a month at a salary of 500 yuan. You are joking, are you not? You can lend us 200,000, yet we would still demand a salary from you." Zhao Dongmei replied with genuine gratitude. "Regardless, we will discuss which option to pursue. Thank you, Xiaochuan." Her appreciation was heartfelt. Upon returning home, Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei deliberated through the night. Zhao Dongmei considered the prospect of aligning herself with Liu Xiaochuan, but that would entail relinquishing 15% of their income, which she found difficult to accept. However, one must remember that there is no free lunch. They could not simply operate a branch under someone else's name without contributing something in return. Wang Dong advocated for an independent approach, asserting that it would free them from constraints and, should they falter, it would not tarnish the reputation of Qihong Education. During the preparatory phase, they would diligently assist Liu Xiaochuan in training and potentially aid with recruitment, viewing it as an opportunity to accumulate experience for their future endeavors. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei ultimately resolved to embark on their own venture, and Liu Xiaochuan expressed his understanding, urging them to initiate the necessary procedures and to contact him whenever they required capital verification, assuring them that his funds would be readily accessible. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei proved to be quite diligent, making considerable efforts to assist during the paperwork and class sessions, proactively aiding Li Yin in her recruitment endeavors. They also sourced numerous practice questions to be utilized during the examination of prospective candidates. The training personnel for chemistry and English were secured, while Liu Xiaochuan himself could manage the physics training. However, they were still in need of a competent mathematics teacher, and Liu Xiaochuan immediately thought of Liao Hongwan. Naturally, he could not encroach upon Wang Tongwang's territory, but since Liao Hongwan was free during the day from Monday to Wednesday, inviting him to assist with recruitment and training was certainly feasible, albeit with remuneration. Liao Hongwan was quite pleased, as this arrangement would allow him to earn additional income without interfering with his teaching commitments. The advertisements were disseminated, and a steady stream of applicants began to arrive. Following interviews and trial lectures, 6 full-time teachers had already been hired, all of whom were young individuals who had resigned from rural secondary schools in search of opportunities in the provincial capital. Simultaneously, Li Yin and her team had also gathered numerous lists of potential candidates and their contact information from various prestigious universities. Chapter 69. The recruitment scene on September 20th, which was a Sunday. The third-floor hall of Qihong Education was filled with university students arriving for interviews, numbering 20 to 30 in total. As the principal, Li Yin felt a twinge of nervousness addressing such a large assembly for the first time. and she prepared a water cup to sip from whenever the tension mounted. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Qihong Education for this recruitment event. As you can see, we are a newly established institution with classrooms located on the second and third floors. What is the purpose of our tutoring program, you might wonder? Take a guess. To contribute to the educational cause. To better serve the students of Fengyang, helping them improve their grades and advance in their studies. Li Yin gestured lightly with her hand, smiling as she continued, "Dear students, let us not indulge in lofty rhetoric. What you mentioned is indeed one aspect, but our primary objective is quite simple, to earn money, and to do so together with all of you." The university students erupted into laughter, appreciating Principal Li Yan's candidness and straightforwardness. Students, a gentleman values wealth and acquires it through honorable means. We shall neither steal nor cheat. We will earn our living through our abilities, which is nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, the sentiment resonated deeply with the audience. Now, you may be wondering if joining us will be financially rewarding. I shall briefly outline our tuition standards and the compensation you can expect. Li Yin took a sip of water before continuing. Many of you have surely tutored before, and the current market rate is typically around 50 to 100 yuan per hour. If I am not mistaken. Correct, the prevailing rate is generally 50 yuan per hour, with 100 yuan being quite rare. Indeed, many individuals engage in tutoring outside. Our aim is to establish a high-caliber educational platform, catering to families with strong financial backgrounds. In other words, we intend to earn the money of the affluent. Our sessions are generally 1.5 hours long, and depending on the student's grade level, our one-on-one course fees range from 400 to 600 yuan, with commissions for you set at 40 to 45%, primarily based on performance. Thus, at the minimum rate, for a 1.5-hour session, you could earn 16 yuan. We have also allocated a portion of the lesson fees as rewards, which will be distributed through various forms such as year-end bonuses. As soon as Li Yin finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs and whispers, all in agreement that this compensation was indeed commendable, far superior to seeking private tutoring on their own. What I mentioned earlier pertains to the minimum standard. Should everyone be engaged in higher grade classes or smaller groups, the income would undoubtedly double. The salary model at Qihong Education is quite similar to that of Chunfeng Education. After discussions with a few individuals, Liu Xiaochuan specifically proposed allocating a percentage for year-end rewards or for referrals of students and renewals, which would effectively increase the costs of resignation and breach of contract, thereby ensuring employee stability. Principally, you mentioned that the salaries are entirely commission-based. If you cannot attract students, does that mean we will earn no salary? Asked a bespectacled male student. His inquiry was astute, and to alleviate everyone's concerns, we do have a guaranteed salary. In other words, if we are unable to recruit students leading to no commissions, each month we will provide a base salary of 100 yuan. Really? 100 yuan? To be honest, I only earn about that much as a private tutor each month, another student remarked. Indeed, this guaranteed salary is quite substantial. The university students began another round of discussions. If the issue lies with one's own capabilities, resulting in a situation where a student leaves after being taught, then the school cannot be held accountable. Of course, as long as one is employed, even if one deliberately neglects their duties, we will still provide the 100 yuan salary. However, come next month, there will be no need to return to work. The distinction between a fulfilling meal and mere sustenance is clear to everyone, Li Yin continued. If it comes to that, why would one even bother to ask for a salary? It would be best to leave at the earliest opportunity. None of us would engage in such shameless behavior. Exactly. We are all individuals of integrity. Principally, when can we officially start working? Yes, I am eager to join Qihong Education. Li Yan's earlier remarks had been thoroughly prepared by Liu Xiaochuan, and while she initially recalled them well, she was surprised by the enthusiastic response from the university students. After several interruptions, she found it difficult to recall the remaining content. Suddenly inspired, she declared, "The benefits are clear, and we have specific requirements for recruitment. Now, I would like to invite our teaching supervisor, Teacher Liu, to elaborate." She gestured for Liu Xiaochuan to step forward. Liu Xiaochuan had intended to remain in the background, merely attending today's meeting, but was unexpectedly thrust into the role of teaching supervisor by Li Yin's offhand comment. With no choice but to rise to the occasion, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have merely been here 2 months longer than you, assisting Principal Li and others in preparing the supplementary classes. Now, allow me to elucidate the recruitment requirements at Qihong Education. While it has been said that a teacher need not be wiser than their students, it is imperative that we, as educators providing supplementary lessons, possess a level of knowledge superior to that of most students. Therefore, we will require an entrance examination for those wishing to teach high school. One must score above 85 on a 100-point mock exam, and for teaching middle school, a score of 95 or above is necessary. Surely, this requirement is not excessive? Soon, someone responded, that's not unreasonable. If one cannot pass the exam oneself, how can one teach students? Wouldn't that be leading them astray? Liu Xiaochuan smiled and said, well, since everyone agrees, it will be manageable. Some of you may say that you performed well in the past, but time has caused you to forget much. What should you do? Once you decide which subject to teach, you may review the material and practice some questions. Whenever you feel confident, you are welcome to come here to take the exam. If you believe you are ready now, you can stay and participate in the examination. Once we pass the exam, we can start working, correct? Another question arose. This is merely the first hurdle. Those who succeed in the exam will advance to our subsequent training, Liu Xiaochuan clarified. Why is training necessary? We are all university students, distinguished in intellect and learning capability, yet the students we will face may not share the same qualities. They may not be as bright or may struggle with comprehension. Hence, our training will focus on how to deliver lessons and to think from the students' perspectives. Liu Xiaochuan continued to explain that training sessions would occur on weekends and during evenings. After completing the training, there would be a standardized trial lecture. Passing this would qualify one for employment. Another individual inquired, if we undergo training but fail the interview, wouldn't that be a waste of time? Chapter 70. Initial scale. In response to the question posed by the recent applicants, Liu Xiaochuan was tempted to retort sharply, but opted instead for a patient explanation. Dear students, to reap rewards, one must first invest. By participating in training, you are merely expending some time. Our remedial class is providing training without charging a single penny for tuition. It is a mutual investment. Should you ultimately join Qihang Education, that would be your reward. Even if you do not join us, at the very least, your teaching skills will improve, which will benefit you in seeking private tutoring opportunities in the future. Should we be expected to pay you during the training period? Exactly. Without investment, there can be no returns. If you are unwilling to commit this modest amount of time, perhaps you should find a more comfortable place to be. Liu Xiaochuan refrained from being confrontational, though other students felt compelled to speak up against the questioner. The young man who had asked the question turned crimson, visibly embarrassed. Liu Xiaochuan quickly sought to alleviate the awkwardness. It is understandable that you might feel this way. After all, everyone values their time. During the training period, while we do not offer salaries, we will provide meals, ensuring that no one goes hungry while participating. I will conclude my explanation here. Those wishing to take the exam may remain, while those who feel unprepared can return to study for a while and come back later. We welcome you at any time. About half the attendees departed, with some indicating they wished to study further before registering, while others remained silent. Perhaps feeling the expectations were too demanding or reluctant to burden themselves with work while stressed. Liu Xiaochuan respected each individual's perspective. Observing the 15 who remained, Liu Xiaochuan said, since you have chosen to stay, please proceed to this classroom to participate in our examination. In a classroom designated for examinations, 3 candidates participated in a physics test, the questions of which were drafted by Liu Xiaochuan, merely transcribed from various practice books with some alterations in numerical values. At that time, devoid of computers and laser printers, he pinned the questions by hand, utilizing several layers of carbon paper beneath. The examination was brief. Within an hour, all 3 candidates completed their papers. Liu Xiaochuan instructed them to wait in the classroom while he graded their tests on site. Only one candidate, Zhou Yunhao, achieved a score of 87, while the other 2 barely surpassed 70. The 2 who were unsuccessful watched Liu Xiaochuan as he evaluated the papers and, without much scrutiny of their answers, raised their concerns. Liu Xiaochuan remained silent, opting instead to explain the incorrect answers to them, which led to their acquiescence. They acknowledged their prolonged absence from practice and expressed their intent to review their textbooks and solve problems diligently before the next examination. Liu Xiaochuan naturally welcomed their resolve. 15 individuals took the exam, yet only 7 passed. 3 in mathematics, 2 males and 1 female. 2 in English, both females. And 1 each in physics and chemistry, both males. The successful candidates were elated, expressing their eagerness to commence training or assist in the ongoing tasks. The remedial class had just been refurbished, with cleaning yet to be undertaken, but Li Yin rallied the group to tidy up. The candidates exhibited no discontent regarding the cleaning duties, engaging earnestly in the task. Liu Xiaochuan approached Li Yin, requesting that, on behalf of the principal, she invite everyone to lunch. It was Sunday, and Wang Dong, Zhao Dongmei, and Liao Hongwen had classes and could not assist. In addition to Liu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling, the two proprietors, there were 3 principals, 6 full-time teachers, and 7 part-time instructors, bringing Qihong Education to a total of 18 staff members, indicating a burgeoning establishment. Liu Xiaochuan had obtained his driver's license and was now driving a Santana, while Su Zhibin drove a small van, and they hailed a taxi, setting off in a grand procession to Tally Restaurant. At noon, the restaurant was bustling. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan arrive with the group, Zhao Lijun had no choice but to escort them to the largest private room on the 2nd floor, where additional chairs were squeezed in to accommodate them at a large table. Cousin-in-law Wang Jing warmly attended to their orders but informed them that, due to the crowd, the dishes might take a while to arrive. Although Zhao Lijun personally oversaw the kitchen, his previous apprentices had become quite skilled. The sudden influx of patrons during lunchtime still posed a challenge. There's no need to order. Just see to it that we are served some hearty dishes. If the food is delayed, that's of no concern. Please bring us some tea and beverages to enjoy in the meantime. Certainly, that can be arranged. Wang Jing promptly exited to attend to her duties. Liu Xiaochuan suddenly felt he had been a bit too ostentatious earlier, nearly revealing too much, and quickly turned to Bai Ling and Li Yin, saying, Director Bai, Principal Li, have I spoken out of turn? I trust the two of you have no objections. You've handled everything, so what else is there for us to say? At lunch, no alcoholic beverages were prepared. Once the tea was served, Li Yin hastily introduced the new recruits to the remedial class owner, Bai, and invited him to speak. The attendees then learned that Principal Li was also an employee, albeit a rather senior one. Bai Ling encouraged everyone to fill their cups with tea and delivered a brief address, essentially motivating them to work diligently, assuring that the company would not neglect their contributions. Once again, it was mentioned that one would not frequent the place often in the future, as Principal Li would primarily oversee the main operations, urging everyone to cooperate harmoniously. Bai Ling, with her graceful demeanor, spoke with a calm assurance that felt like a refreshing breeze to those listening. When the dishes arrived, they were indeed abundant, prompting the newly recruited part-time university students to think that although they wouldn't earn any money today, indulging in a sumptuous meal was worthwhile. Li Yin warmly invited everyone to enjoy the feast, promising that the supplementary classes would organize team-building activities every quarter, which would include not only dining but also various other events, all funded by the supplementary class. This announcement further heightened the enthusiasm of the group. Predominantly composed of female teachers, the supplementary class lacked robust energy, and adhering to the principle of not wasting, they took a considerable amount of time to consume the meal, barely finishing it. By the time they concluded their dining experience, the restaurant had become quite tranquil. As they descended the stairs, Zhao Lijun was found in the lobby, smoking. Upon spotting Liu Xiaochuan, he called out to him, Your uncle and aunt will arrive by train in Fengyang tomorrow. We plan to visit Wang Jing's home the day after to propose. I intended to call you tomorrow, but since you're here today, I thought it best to inform you now. Liu replied, All right, I'll wait for you to pick me up by car tomorrow afternoon, and we'll head to the station together. Zhao inquired, You can drive now? Is that car yours? Liu explained, I have recently partnered with friends to open a supplementary class, and the car belongs to the class, so I'm quite capable of driving it. Zhao had grown accustomed to Liu Xiaochuan's surprises, now immune to them, and refrained from further questioning. Upon returning to Qihong Education, he conferred with Bai Ling and Li Yin, discussing plans to conduct another week of teacher training, with enrollment set to commence at the start of the National Day holiday. They deliberated on work regulations, with Liu Xiaochuan placing particular emphasis on the prohibition of teachers conducting private lessons, under the influence of self-interest. Some educators had been undermining the institution, a cardinal sin in the education and training sector. Any such transgressions would result in immediate dismissal and contractual penalties. As the evening drew to a close, Liu Xiaochuan first drove Bai Ling home before heading back to Anha Community, where he fortuitously crossed paths with Yu Xiaomei. She mentioned that her mother-in-law, Aunt Wang, had expressed a desire to invite Liu Xiaochuan for dinner, suggesting that today would be an opportune time. Liu, not one to refuse, gladly accepted the invitation. Chapter 71. The proposal. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan arose early, taking the rare opportunity to go for a run. Since earning money, his life had become rather irregular, lacking in both exercise and study. Determined to embrace discipline, he resolved to make a change. After his run, he enjoyed breakfast outdoors and dedicated the morning to studying, memorizing English vocabulary and completing a mathematics paper. Only when his stomach began to growl did he head downstairs, getting into his car and driving straight to Tally restaurant. In the coming days, he would assist his cousin with errands, so it was only natural to dine at his establishment. Wang Jing was in exceptionally high spirits. As Zhao Lijun's family was set to visit her home to propose the next day, their marriage was finally being established. Upon Liu Xiaochuan's arrival, she greeted him warmly, inquiring about his meal preferences, to which he responded without hesitation, ordering 2 dishes for himself. After the meal, he engaged in conversation with the waitstaff at Tally restaurant. With his extensive experience and knowledge, Liu shared a few jokes that sent the female servers into fits of laughter. Sipping tea until 2:30, Liu Xiaochuan drove to the North Station with Zhao Lijun, where they waited nearly an hour at the exit before finally spotting his uncle and aunt emerging, burdened with bags of various sizes. After welcoming the elderly couple into the Santana, it was their first experience riding in a sedan. Upon hearing from Zhao Lijun that this car belonged to Liu Xiaochuan, their astonishment was palpable, realizing their nephew had prospered beyond their expectations. In the back seat, the couple glanced around nervously, occasionally patting their trousers, anxious not to soil the seats. Upon arriving at the Tally restaurant, upon discovering that this 2-story establishment was owned by their son, Uncle Zhao Hongchuan's face lit up with a smile. Both his son and nephew had achieved remarkable success, far surpassing their siblings. Wang Jing had already visited the family home in Xinpingshan with Zhao Lijun during the Spring Festival and was waiting at the restaurant entrance, affectionately greeting her uncle and aunt. Liu Xiaochuan teased, "Sister-in-law, isn't it time for you to change how you address me tomorrow?" Wang Jing's face flushed, prompting Aunt Zhao to intervene quickly. "Xiaochuan, don't tease your sister-in-law, she's shy." The group entered the restaurant and settled into a private room. Wang Jing promptly sought to arrange the dishes, but Uncle Zhao waved his hand, insisting they had already eaten on the train and were not hungry, suggesting they wait until dinner. He also urged Liu Xiaochuan to retrieve the items they had brought, meant for their relatives. "Rest assured, Uncle, they're safe in the trunk. We'll take them out tomorrow at my sister-in-law's home." This reassured Zhao Hongchuan. After purchasing the house, the keys had been handed to Zhao Lijun, who had also tidied up the 3 rooms in the backyard. He and Wang Jing were now residing there, providing a place for the elderly couple to rest. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Liu Xiaochuan visited the shop of Boss Ya next door to buy 2 packs of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes for the car. Boss Ya had already paid the rent for the second half of the year, but was worried about relocating at year's end, as he had yet to find a suitable storefront. Liu Xiaochuan had inquired with Zhao Lijun and learned that he had no intention of expanding the restaurant's area. So he informed Boss Ya that he could renew the lease. Boss Ya was nearly overjoyed, exclaiming, "Really, brother?" To which Liu Xiaochuan replied, "Indeed. But if you don't wish to renew, I'll rent it to someone else." No, I certainly want to renew," Boss Ya insisted, and after a brief exchange, he returned the cigarettes Liu Xiaochuan had just bought, fetching 2 new packs from upstairs. It dawned on Liu Xiaochuan that Boss Ya might have just sold him counterfeit cigarettes. After swapping the cigarettes, Boss Ya offered to refund Liu Xiaochuan's money, claiming the cigarettes were a gift, but Liu Xiaochuan declined. Seizing the opportunity, Boss Ya proposed signing a long-term lease, but Liu Xiaochuan only agreed to a 3-year contract with the first year's rent remaining unchanged, increasing by 10% annually thereafter. Boss Ya, feeling the pressure, reluctantly consented, mentally chastising Liu Xiaochuan repeatedly. The Tally restaurant was situated next to the Normal University. Finding himself bored, Liu Xiaochuan strolled around the campus, which remained as he remembered, bustling with beautiful women. Walking through the grounds left him spellbound, and he even encountered a few familiar senior female students from his past life. Of course, they no longer recognized him, and he dared not approach them. The campus remains the same, yet Liu Xiaochuan is no longer the Liu Xiaochuan he once was. As he gazes upon the vibrant scenery and the spirited university students, a profound sense of nostalgia washes over him, as if he is traversing through time. Indeed, it has been a long time since then. Upon returning to the Tally residence restaurant, night has already fallen, and both his uncle and aunt have settled in for the evening. Liu Xiaochuan's parents have arrived, and Zhao Lijun, showcasing his culinary prowess, prepares a few signature dishes. The restaurant is bustling with customers, leaving Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing occupied in the front. While Liu Xiaochuan dines with the elderly couple, his uncle, Zhao Hongchun, is in high spirits and naturally wishes to indulge in a few drinks. Liu Xiaochuan, unaccustomed to liquor, settles for a bottle of beer to accompany him. Uncle, you'll be meeting your in-laws tomorrow, so it's wise to pace yourself with the drinks tonight. Isn't it? Indeed, Xiaochuan makes a valid point. Let us have a modest 2 liang today to warm up, lest we lose face for our Xinping County tomorrow. As the three converse over their meal, they await Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, who finally join them at the table after a busy evening that stretches past 8 o'clock. The restaurant's thriving business brings great satisfaction to Zhao Hongchun and his wife, who feel content as they observe their future daughter-in-law, Wang Jing. After dinner, Liu Xiaochuan drives home to rest, fortunate that no sobriety checks are in place at this hour. Having consumed only 1 bottle of beer, his ability to drive remains unaffected. He enjoys a restful night and rises early the next morning, setting off once more for the Tally residence restaurant. To his surprise, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing take their time, only managing to arrange the restaurant's affairs by nearly 9 o'clock. The trunk of the Santana is filled to capacity, with Zhao Lijun in the front passenger seat and uncle, aunt, and Wang Jing settled in the back. The 5 of them finally embark on their journey. Wang Jing's home is in the rural area of Yuhong District, not far away, and they arrive in approximately an hour. Upon parking, they are met by a throng of welcoming relatives. Liu Xiaochuan had long heard Zhao Lijun mention that the Wang family has a grand entrance, with numerous uncles and cousins. Among Wang Jing's generation, there are many brothers and few sisters. As the eldest among the girls, she has several younger female cousins, while the male cousins and brothers number over a dozen. The previous Wang boss was her paternal cousin. Wang Jing herself has a younger brother still in high school. A multitude of relatives greets the Zhao family as they enter the house. Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing take the lead in introducing their parents to one another, with the in-laws exchanging warm handshakes and settling down on the Kong to enjoy tea. They also introduce Wang Jing's numerous uncles and elder relatives to the Zhao couple. The younger generation remains outside, chatting amiably in the courtyard. As the new son-in-law, Zhao Lijun naturally offers cigarettes to the elders, honoring them one by one. Afterward, he steps outside to distribute cigarettes to Wang Jing's brothers, where he finds it necessary to provide a box for each. Fortunately, Liu Xiaochuan had the foresight to purchase an extra 2 packs of Hongtam Mountain. Otherwise, Zhao Lijun would have fallen short. A few bold young men affectionately call Zhao Lijun brother-in-law. Liu Xiaochuan is taken aback by the abundance of male relatives in Wang Jing's family and reflects that his cousin must treat Wang Jing well. For should he ever wrong her, this legion of brothers-in-law would surely make him pay dearly. Unbeknownst to Liu Xiaochuan, this gathering represents only a fraction of Wang Jing's family, as many more of her younger brothers are still pursuing their studies. Chapter 72. The enthusiastic Wang family. The Wang family was well aware that Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing had recently taken over the Taliju restaurant. Despite his youth, Zhao Lijun had ascended to the role of proprietor, much to the satisfaction of the Wang clan. It was also rumored that he had a wealthy cousin, and upon seeing him arrive in a sleek sedan, the speculation was confirmed. With the mention of Liu Xiaochuan, Zhao Hongchun summoned his nephew to the inner room to introduce him to the elder members of the Wang family. As a man of means, his presence today was intended to enhance the family's reputation. Liu Xiaochuan greeted the elder members of the Wang family with utmost courtesy, and they could not help but compliment him on his handsome appearance and polite demeanor. Understanding that he should not overshadow the main discussions, Liu Xiaochuan refrained from interjecting, aware that the elders were likely deliberating over matters such as the bride price and the engagement of his cousin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he excused himself and joined Wang Jing and her brothers outside, where he effortlessly engaged in lively conversation with several young men of similar age. Meanwhile, the women of the Wang family were bustling in the kitchen, with Wang Jing assisting them. A few aunts and older women chatted as they worked. "Little Jing, your cousin's brother-in-law is quite the handsome fellow. Did he arrive in a borrowed car?" one aunt inquired. "I'm not sure," Wang Jing replied. "I heard he might be running a tutoring class, and the car was purchased for that purpose. I heard from your elder brother that the premises your restaurant occupies were bought by him. How can someone so young have such wealth? Is running a tutoring class really that lucrative?" Wang Jing was at a loss to explain Liu Xiaochuan's sudden affluence. All she knew was that after a few visits to the bustling metropolis, he seemed to have come into money, but the specifics eluded her. "Little Jing, does your little uncle have a girlfriend?" Her second aunt asked. "What's this, second sister-in-law? Are you hoping to introduce your daughter to him?" "I've heard he's a university student," remarked Aunt Shi disdainfully. "In my opinion, it would be more fitting to introduce the daughter of San Sa." "As they are both university students," interjected another voice. "Indeed, your younger sister is also a university student. Perhaps you could inquire for San Auntie, little Jing. If this works out, we will be even closer as a family." Wang Jing felt somewhat overwhelmed and could only promise to ask, though she dared not guarantee any outcome. At noon, the Wang family had set up several large tables for the gathering, and Wang Jing's younger siblings who were studying had all returned. The atmosphere was lively and bustling with dozens of people. Liu Xiaochuan naturally sat at a table with the younger crowd. Glancing sideways, he noticed several of Wang Jing's uncles surrounding Zhao Hongchun, urging him to drink, and he realized that his uncle was in for a long evening. Zhao Hongchun had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, and in light of the celebratory discussions regarding the wedding date for their children, he welcomed every drink with enthusiasm. Soon finding himself tongue-tied from the effects, Wang Jing's uncles continued to encourage Zhao Hongchun to drink, particularly her younger uncle, whose fervent persuasion irked Wang Jing. She tugged at his sleeve, urging him to take it easy. Her uncle, chuckling, replied, "Look at my niece here. Before she has even crossed the threshold, she is already steering her elbow away." Zhao Hongchun, of course, showered Wang Jing with compliments, leaving her parents immensely pleased. He also took the opportunity to praise Zhao Lijun. As the newlywed son-in-law, Zhao Lijun found himself obliged to toast to the elders. Once he had finished with them, he was required to extend his toasts to his peers, the brothers. At Liu Xiaochuan's table, Wang Jing's younger brothers were displeased because Liu Xiaochuan abstained from drinking. "Brother, what gives? Do you look down on our Wang family? Not even a single cup? How could I dare, esteemed brothers? From now on, we are all relatives. How could I possibly disrespect my own kin? The truth is, I must return in the afternoon, and I fear that drinking might render me unfit to drive. Besides, the main event is there. Any toast should be directed towards your brother-in-law." Liu Xiaochuan exhibited a complete lack of camaraderie by promptly throwing his cousin Zhao Lijun under the bus. The others, upon reflection, decided to approach Zhao Lijun with their toasts. As a chef, Zhao Lijun was accustomed to consuming alcohol daily, his tolerance well honed. However, after just completing a round of toasts, he had already imbibed considerably. Observing the younger brothers approaching him with their cups raised, he felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, Wang Jing intervened just in time, dispersing her brothers with the natural authority that comes from sisterly bonds. Defeated, Wang Jing's brothers returned to confront Liu Xiaochuan, who staunchly refused to drink. "Brothers, it's not that I lack respect. It's genuinely unsafe to drink and drive," he proposed. "How about we arrange a gathering in Fengyang another day? I shall treat you all, and we can truly test our drinking prowess then, with no one leaving sober." Wang Jing's brother, Wang Bing, supported the notion of not pressuring Liu Xiaochuan to drink, emphasizing that safety was paramount. However, Wang Jing's cousin, Wang Zhe, opined that Liu Xiaochuan was simply lacking in respect, or perhaps he was apprehensive about his own drinking capacity, afraid of making a fool of himself. As the conversation escalated, Wang Zhe's remarks became increasingly inappropriate. Liu Xiaochuan felt anger boiling within him, but refrained from escalating the situation, as it would tarnish the festive atmosphere. "Wang Zhe, if you continue like this, I may just call upon my sister to handle you." The mere mention of Wang Jing made Wang Zhe immediately backtrack, though he wore an expression of discontent. Noticing Wang Zhe's demeanor, Liu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity. "Wang Zhe, I overheard the elders mention that there will be an engagement ceremony in the city tomorrow, and I am certain I must attend. Will you be there as well? Perhaps we can have a contest then? Let us not disrupt our familial harmony. If you lose, you shall call me brother from now on, and I shall have the right to silence you. If I lose, you may propose any condition you desire." Wang Zhe, feeling a twinge of anxiety at this proposition, found his cousins egging him on, asserting that he could not allow the Wang family to lose face. Thus, he could not back down. "Fine. Let it be as you say. I shall let you off the hook for today, but tomorrow we shall see who prevails." With Wang Zhe having accepted Liu Xiaochuan's challenge, the others refrained from further pressuring him to drink, allowing him to enjoy his meal in peace. To his surprise, the dishes from the Wang family were quite delectable. An amusing incident occurred during the meal. Two young ladies stood by the entrance, whispering and pointing at Liu Xiaochuan. When he glanced up, they blushed and hurried away, leaving him bewildered. Liu Xiaochuan's table finished their meal quite swiftly, while the other table had been drinking for nearly 2 hours. Uncle Zhao Hanchun was already inebriated, and Zhao Lijun was swaying as he walked. Aunt Zhao supported her husband, and Wang Jing assisted Zhao Lijun as they all stood in front of the car, bidding farewell to Wang Jing's family, shaking hands, and promising to meet again the following day. On the way back, Liu Xiaochuan drove steadily. Upon arriving at the Taoliju restaurant, as soon as he got out of the car, Zhao Lijun rushed to the restroom to vomit. Indeed, the new son-in-law had a challenging time. Uncle and aunt returned to the courtyard to rest, while Wang Jing immediately immersed herself in the restaurant's work. The next day, Zhao Lijun arranged a minibus to pick up Wang Jing's family, which included only her parents and a few close relatives, such as uncles and maternal uncles. Wang Bing, Wang Zhe, and a few others also came along. The engagement ceremony was quite simple. After the dowry was exchanged, it was agreed that Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing would register for their marriage soon and hold the wedding back in Xining County by the end of the year. This time, the elders did not consume much alcohol, and the atmosphere was harmonious and friendly. However, there were also some discordant elements. To avoid distressing the elders, Liu Xiaochuan and a few of Wang's brothers sat at a separate table. This time, Liu Xiaochuan took a relaxed approach, having consumed milk beforehand to protect his stomach lining. With just a few words, he established the rhythm of the evening, challenging Wang Zhe to a drinking contest. Liu Xiaochuan's tolerance for alcohol was not significantly better than Wang Zhe's, but he excelled at consuming drinks quickly. Wang Zhe, unable to show weakness, especially considering the reputation of the Wang family, took him on, and the two began to drink from a case of beer. Before the 5th bottle was finished, Wang Zhe crawled under the table. A few people helped him to the backyard, where he slept for the entire afternoon. By the time the elders finished discussing Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing's marriage and were ready to leave, Wang Zhe had not yet recovered. Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing had no choice but to leave him behind, promising to take him back in a couple of days. Liu Xiaochuan felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was in his 40s psychologically and shouldn't he be behaving like a child. It would be quite embarrassing if Wang Zhe were to suffer due to excessive drinking. Fortunately, after a nap, Wang Zhe felt fine. Noticing the elders had departed, he decided to stay, declaring to Wang Jing that he would work at her restaurant and learn to cook under his brother-in-law's guidance. Upon arriving at the restaurant's front hall, Liu Xiaochuan was still present. Wang Zhe, feeling quite bold, approached Liu Xiaochuan and said, "Brother Xiaochuan, I am truly impressed. From now on, you are my brother. I mean it. As long as you are around, I will be your little brother. Come on, we are all relatives. It's just a jest. If you want to eat anything tonight, it's on me, or we could share a drink," he added. Liu Xiaochuan replied, "Let us skip the drinks. I get tipsy just thinking about it. Tonight, let us stick to some porridge." Wang Zhe had completely succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Liu Xiaochuan did not leave that day. In the evening, everyone played cards for a while. Liu Xiaochuan and Wang Zhe teamed up, winning several dozen yuan from Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, which delighted Wang Zhe, making him address Liu Xiaochuan as brother even more naturally. Wang Jing, aware of her cousin's usual stubbornness, was surprised to see him so thoroughly humbled by Liu Xiaochuan. The following day, Zhao Hanchun and his wife were eager to return to their hometown, as it was around the time of corn harvest, and there was a mountain of farm work awaiting them. Despite their son and daughter-in-law's pleas to stay longer, the couple insisted on leaving early. Liu Xiaochuan instructed Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to focus on the restaurant, while he accompanied his uncle and aunt to the bus station. He purchased their tickets and, buying a platform ticket for himself, ensured the elderly couple boarded their bus before departing. Upon leaving the station, Liu Xiaochuan headed straight to Qihang Education, where teacher training had been underway for several days, and they had recently recruited a few more individuals. The part-time teachers who had undergone training were subjected to trial teaching interviews, with the majority meeting the requisite standards and officially commencing their roles. However, one sophomore from a provincial university, despite displaying competence in all aspects, became exceedingly anxious when standing at the podium, stammering through her speech. Despite repeated training and several trial sessions, her performance remained unchanged. Consequently, she was gently encouraged to withdraw by Li Yan, as her psychological fortitude and eloquence were evidently insufficient for the teaching profession. The combined number of full-time and part-time educators had already surpassed 20. Li Yan harbored concerns regarding the substantial base salaries for these personnel, which amounted to several thousand each month. She pondered the potential repercussions should enrollment figures falter. Liu Xiaochuan reassured her, stating, "Li Jia, you are worrying unnecessarily. We will commence distributing enrollment flyers, and once October arrives, we are bound to attract a considerable number of students. Our primary focus now should be on efficiently scheduling our teachers, ensuring that we retain every incoming student while also accommodating each instructor's teaching load." Observing Liu Xiaochuan's confidence alleviated Li Yan's apprehensions. "Very well, if you, as the proprietor, are untroubled, then why should I be concerned?" She replied. "By the way, someone inquired about the commercial space downstairs yesterday, seemingly interested in renting it. I informed him that he could visit in the afternoon and would likely call beforehand." Liu Xiaochuan noted that the commercial space below was not situated in a bustling commercial district, rendering it challenging to lease. The previous landlord had only managed to rent out 2 of the 4 units, leaving the remaining 2 vacant. The rented units comprised a small shop and a hair salon. Business at the shop was modestly satisfactory, whereas the hair salon, operated solely by its owner, had already posted a notice of transfer, as it lacked substantial furniture and equipment, making it difficult to fetch a significant profit upon transfer. Liu Xiaochuan had previously spoken with the hair salon owner, indicating that the lease would not be renewed upon expiration at the end of the year, offering to reduce his rent by 2 months. As a result, the owner decided against transferring the business and opted to wait for the lease to conclude. Liu Xiaochuan had his own considerations. With a tutoring center above, he intended to establish a culturally related enterprise below, rendering the hair salon somewhat out of place. Conversely, the small shop could remain, providing convenience for the teachers and students upstairs. In the afternoon, the prospective tenant indeed called, prompting Li Yan to invite him over. Liu Xiaochuan took the keys to the remaining 2 commercial units and guided the individual to view the space. The visitor was a young man in his 20s, sporting long hair and exuding an artistic aura. Upon inquiry, he revealed himself to be a high school art teacher named Huang. Art and music classes in secondary schools often lack significance, particularly in the final year, where they become little more than a formality on the timetable. Teachers of these subjects are frequently unwell and require core subject instructors to cover their classes. Huang, having a light teaching load at school and receiving a modest salary, found it insufficient for his needs. Thus, he aspired to establish an art class during holidays, aiming to teach children how to paint or provide supplementary instruction for students preparing for college entrance exams. Huang was astute. Upon seeing the prominent sign for Qihong Education, he recognized it as a newly established tutoring center and surmised that opening an art class beneath it would facilitate enrollment. Consequently, he visited the shop on the 1st floor in the morning and learned that the landlord of the tutoring center was none other than Liu Xiaochuan. Upon meeting Liu Xiaochuan, Huang was taken aback by the landlord's youth, concluding that he must be a young proprietor. Liu Xiaochuan guided him to view the storefront on the 1st floor, measuring over 50 square meters. The interior was quite rudimentary, merely featuring freshly painted walls and tiled flooring, with heating installed for comfort, but otherwise devoid of any furnishings. Teacher Huang intended to establish an art studio and had no particular demands for decoration. In fact, the lack of embellishments was preferable, allowing him to freely express his creativity through graffiti on the walls. Teacher Huang expressed his satisfaction and inquired about the rent. Liu Xiaochuan had been contemplating launching a cultural education-related venture downstairs, such as a stationery store or bookstore. Today, with Teacher Huang's intention to open an art studio, an idea sparked within him. The art studio and his tutoring class could indeed complement each other. Teacher Huang, the storefront on the 1st floor and the barber shop share the same area, and their annual rent is 1,000. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000, Teacher Huang felt it exceeded his expectations. He could only operate the studio on weekends and was uncertain if he could recoup that amount. At school, his monthly salary was less than 300, making 1,000 already surpass his annual income. Teacher Huang had mentally pegged the rent at 3,000, which aligned with his yearly earnings. "Boss, considering this storefront is at the edge, could you perhaps lower the rent a bit? To be honest, I recognize that 1,000 is a standard rate, but as this is my first venture, I am genuinely concerned about covering the rent." "Do not fret, Teacher Huang. I merely stated that their rent is 1,000 per year, yet your art studio and my tutoring class upstairs both focus on education and can effectively complement one another. I am quite eager to welcome you, hence the price I offer," Liu Xiaochuan responded, raising 2 fingers. "Teacher Huang, glancing at the 2 fingers Liu Xiaochuan held up. Timidly asked, "Are you suggesting 2,000? Liu Xiaochuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the rent for others is 1,000, but for you, it is 2,000. However, I have 2 conditions." "What conditions?" Teacher Huang, astonished by the generous offer, was curious about Liu Xiaochuan's motives for providing such a discount. "Firstly, I would appreciate it if you could recommend your art students, including those from your school, to our tutoring class upstairs for their academic subjects. Conversely, if any of our students seek to learn art, I will direct them to you." Teacher Huang immediately concurred. "That is certainly not an issue. A significant reason for my opening an art studio here is the tutoring class upstairs. We can mutually refer students. Secondly, the upstairs is quite simply decorated, and I would like to request your assistance in writing some artistic characters or creating graffiti to enhance the cultural ambience when it is convenient for you. Of course, I will compensate you for your efforts," Liu Xiaochuan added, presenting his second request. "Boss, you are being exceedingly generous by reducing the rent by 2,000. I need not request additional compensation. Rest assured, should you require any assistance in this regard, you can always reach out to me. My graffiti and calligraphy skills are indeed commendable, and I am confident they will meet your expectations." The 2 engaged in a lively conversation, and soon Liu Xiaochuan suggested that Teacher Huang forego calling him boss, instead opting for Xiaochuan, while Teacher Huang reciprocated by addressing him as Brother Huang. "Brother Huang, I assure you, it is not arrogance on my part. I had not genuinely intended to rent out these storefronts. I am not in dire need of the rent. I merely fear that unrelated businesses may affect my tutoring class upstairs. Today, as you opened the art studio, you inadvertently inspired me. Do you happen to know any music instructors who are starting vocal or instrumental classes? You could introduce them to me, as I require only a modest rent of 2,000. My aspiration is to transform this little building into a cultural hub, fostering an enriching cultural ambience." Teacher Huang was profoundly impressed. "Xiaochuan, I never anticipated that at such a young age, you would harbor such aspirations. Remarkable. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with the school's music teacher to gauge his interest in this opportunity. Once the rental agreement is finalized, Teacher Huang intends to tidy up the rooms soon and procure some tables and chairs." Liu Xiaochuan requested that Su Zhibin accompany him in purchasing these essentials, which deeply moved Teacher Huang. The extensive promotional efforts by Qihang Education have begun to bear fruit, with formal enrollment commencing in October. Every weekend, numerous parents arrive with their children, armed with flyers in hand. Li Yin promptly dispatched the most experienced instructors to conduct trial lessons, resulting in a significant number of students enrolling and paying for their courses, achieving a promising start. Zheng Yinhong also brought Fang Tongtong to Qihang Education. Fang Tongtong had successfully gained admission to a prestigious high school, where the academic challenges are considerably more formidable than those in middle school. Many students struggled, with several failing their first monthly exams in subjects such as physics and chemistry. Not only did Fang Tongtong attend, but she also brought along several classmates. As she is an old student and a personal acquaintance, Liu Xiaochuan discreetly arranged for Li Yin to offer her a 30% discount, while maintaining the standard fee for others. Zheng Yinhong was aware that half of the tuition fees collected by the tutoring classes would serve as commissions for the teachers. Even if the tutoring classes were free, the instructors deserved their remuneration. Otherwise, it would be the proprietor who would incur losses. Therefore, offering her a discount, after deducting the teacher's commissions and operational costs, resulted in no profit, yet she was exceedingly satisfied. Throughout October, enrollment remained robust, and within just over half a month, many teachers had already secured 5 students each. In subsequent Sundays, the classes were nearly fully booked. Those part-time teachers also began to accumulate their own students, with some high-caliber instructors managing to attract 2 or 3 pupils. Consequently, their monthly commissions surpassed the baseline salaries, dispelling any notion of them being idle. Li Yin, Yu Xiaomei, and others wore smiles of contentment. With the successful enrollment, Liu Xiaochuan prospered, and their salaries were justly earned. Although the previous month had not seen any enrollments, which did not affect their pay, it left them feeling uneasy and pressured. Teacher Huang executed his tasks with commendable efficiency, crafting numerous artistic letters in the corridors of the 2nd and 3rd floors for the tutoring classes, and painting 2 works in the large classroom, significantly enhancing the cultural essence of Qihang Education. Half a month later, Teacher Huang introduced his colleague, music educator Shin Dongliang, who, inspired by Huang, also expressed a desire to initiate a vocal class or teach an instrument for some extra income. Liu Xiaochuan believed he possessed a modicum of musical talent. However, lacking the opportunity in his youth, he never received formal music education, which remains a regret. In his previous life, Liu Xiaochuan cherished music. And although he could not read sheet music, he learned to play the harmonica solely by ear. With just 2 listens to a melodious piece, he could replicate the tune, albeit at a modest skill level. The regrets of parents often manifest in their desire for their children to fulfill their unachieved dreams, and Liu Xiaochuan is no exception. In a previous life, he enrolled his son in a vocal class at the tender age of 8, hoping to cultivate his talent. However, while his son struggled to grasp the art of singing, Liu himself mastered the skill of reading musical scores. This ignited a fervent passion within him, leading him to self-study the guitar and the eru. He would often spend his leisure time in the park, joyfully playing and singing alongside elderly enthusiasts, or indulging in the pleasure of singing on his mobile device. Thus, when he learned that teacher Shun was opening a class to teach voice and guitar, Liu Xiaochuan wholeheartedly welcomed the opportunity. Nevertheless, he did not forget to stipulate a condition to teacher Shin. The classroom must be soundproofed during the renovation, lest the volume of the music disturb the tutoring sessions taking place upstairs. Fortunately, the guitar is relatively quiet. Had it been a drum set, no amount of soundproofing would suffice. Upon hearing Liu's request for soundproofing, teacher Shin's mind began to race at the thought of the potential expenses. Liu Xiaochuan promptly assured him that he would take responsibility for the renovation costs, offering to offset them against his tuition fees as he sought to apprentice under him for guitar lessons. Naturally, teacher Shun was elated by this arrangement and swiftly agreed, confident that Liu Xiaochuan would be well taught. The 2 commercial spaces downstairs had already been rented out, with music and art classes established. All that remained was to incorporate physical education. Liu Xiaochuan had a plan brewing in his mind once the barbershop owner vacated. He intended to invite Coach Bai to establish a Sanda class in the space. This way, his cultural and educational-themed building would truly live up to its name. Chapter 75. Chen Sumei's marriage. The enrollment efforts of Qihang education proceeded methodically, with the tutoring classes gradually finding their footing. Naturally, various challenges arose during this process, including difficult-to-manage students and demanding parents, issues that were inevitable. Liu Xiaochuan adhered to a principle. Qihang education would not accept any student solely for the sake of profit. Some children are rebellious and disengaged from learning. Regardless of the guidance and education offered, they struggle to grasp the material. For such students, it is imperative to provide early feedback to their parents and facilitate a refund to avoid disputes arising from a lack of academic improvement. After all, the tutoring classes focus on cultural subjects, and they are not equipped for ideological education. The core philosophy is that once tuition has been collected, students must show progress in their studies. It is essential to treat both students and parents with honesty and integrity. One cannot claim that a student is clever and obedient when they are clearly neither. To deceive people for financial gain is a disservice to the youth and must be resolutely avoided. Li Yan, with her wealth of experience, adeptly resolved various minor issues, rendering Liu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling largely unnecessary for intervention. Principal Li has truly earned her title, exuding an increasingly authoritative presence. Liu Xiaochuan has become less involved in the tutoring classes, focusing instead on assisting Shun Dongliang with the renovations. The ceiling has been newly suspended, and soundproofing material has been affixed to the walls. After testing the sound on the 2nd floor, he found that the guitar's sound from the 1st floor had diminished considerably, posing no disruption to classes or studies. Meanwhile, Teacher Huang had already filled the walls with vibrant doodles, and with the complete setup of easels and furniture, he had commenced enrollment. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher Shin opted not to register with the Education Bureau, instead borrowing the name of Qihang Education, symbolically offering Liu Xiaochuan a 10% share of their profits. Wang Dong and Zhao Dongmei persevered for over a month, navigating numerous obstacles without successfully completing the formalities for the tutoring center. Ultimately, it was Liu Xiaochuan who facilitated contact with the former deputy director, necessitating the customary gestures of hospitality and gift-giving. Liu Xiaochuan also lent money to Wang Dong for the capital verification process. Wang Dong was profoundly moved, never anticipating that establishing a legitimate tutoring center would require such effort. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The brand Dongmei Education was finally approved, and they commenced enrollment. The center was initially registered under Zhao Dongmei's name, which could also be interpreted as a representation of both their names, a rather romantic notion. Dongmei Education, located in the Pingyi district, was situated quite a distance from Qihong Education. It was modest in scale, having recruited a few part-time teachers. Liu Xiaochuan even dispatched mathematics and physics instructors from Qihong Education to assist with training and collaborative research. By the end of October, Qihong Education had already begun to turn a profit, bringing joy to everyone involved. To celebrate the tutoring center's successful establishment, a team-building gathering was organized at the Tally restaurant. During this gathering, Liu Xiaochuan did not seek the spotlight. At Principal Li Yan's behest, he and Su Zhibin arrived early at the restaurant to place the orders. Su Zhibin, as the vice principal responsible for logistics, found his workload significantly diminished now that the tutoring center was on track, leaving him with tasks such as procuring office supplies and maintaining furniture. An additional responsibility included driving the van to return teachers from evening classes home, particularly the female college students, as it was unsafe for them to return to campus alone at night. Naturally, Principal Li accompanied every outing with female teachers, ostensibly to show concern for his colleagues, but in reality, to prevent Su Zhibin from being alone with them, thus avoiding potential romantic entanglements. Brother Bin, I can see that the early symptoms of your wife management have already surfaced, Liu Xiaochuan teased. Su Zhibin forced a smile, responding, you shouldn't talk. Wasn't it you who helped me find my partner? No worries, Brother Bin. If you're not satisfied, I can introduce you to someone new. I know plenty of young ladies. Liu Xiaochuan replied. Enough with the boasting. If you keep it up, I'll report you to Sister Li and see how she deals with you. Please, no? I fear Sister Li. Her authority has grown tremendously lately. As the two bantered, they arrived at the Tally restaurant. Due to the large number of attendees, a single private room was insufficient, so they reserved 2 spacious banquet rooms. Wang Jing, Liu Xiaochuan's sister-in-law, personally approached to assist with the menu selections. She and Zhao Lijun had recently taken the time to return to their hometown to obtain their marriage certificate, making her Liu Xiaochuan's legitimate sister-in-law now. Wang Jing was spirited, and the restaurant was flourishing under her management. Her cousin, Wang Zhe, had worked at the restaurant for over half a month, but found it tiring and returned home, which relieved Wang Jing, as she found it challenging to manage him when he was there. As evening fell, over 20 teachers from Qihong Education gathered joyfully, raising their glasses and sharing in a lively atmosphere. Liu Xiaochuan occupied a unique position within Qihong Education. He neither taught students nor performed any official duties but maintained familiarity with several principals, often spending his days at the tutoring center, sometimes engaging in self-study. The other teachers were puzzled by his presence and curious about his role. Eventually, Li Yan clarified that Liu Xiaochuan was her cousin and also their landlord, which led to a collective realization that he was indeed from a wealthy background. Nonetheless, he was not unpleasant and easily mingled with everyone. Liu Xiaochuan had not anticipated that Li Yan had crafted a persona for him as a wealthy heir. However, he had grown indifferent to it. As the remedial classes fell into a steady rhythm, Liu Xiaochuan recognized that it was time to focus and dedicate himself to his studies, especially since he was already in his final year of high school. Throughout November, apart from learning guitar with teacher Shun, he immersed himself in his studies at the remedial class. Gradually, his academic performance began to improve, and he regained confidence for the upcoming final exams. Since returning to Fengyang after the summer, he had not visited his hometown in Xinping County for months, only making a few phone calls to inquire about the construction of his family's new house. By early October, the house had been completed. The rural decoration was quite simple, akin to a shell house, merely furnished with some basic furniture, allowing the family to move into their new home. At Liu Xiaochuan's earnest request, his father Liu Jinyu spent over 1,000 yuan on the installation of a landline, making communication with his family much more convenient. One day, while practicing guitar downstairs, Liu Xiaochuan received a call from home. He hurried upstairs to return the call, only to hear his father's voice saying that Xiao Long had something to discuss with him. Soon, the voice of Liu Xiaolong came through the line. Xiaochuan, there's something I feel compelled to share with you. What is it? Chen Sumei has dropped out of school. She hasn't been back for over half a month. Liu Xiaochuan recalled that in his previous life, Chen Sumei had also dropped out during her senior year, though he could not remember the exact timing. So you've specifically informed me about her dropping out? If she wants to leave school, I can't stop her, can I? Liu Xiaolong sounded a bit irritated. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you just pretending? Chen Sumei has feelings for you. I am aware, but I hadn't given it much thought, Liu Xiaochuan replied. Fine, Play it tough, Xiaochuan. I have investigated this. Chen Sume is leaving school because her father intends to marry her off to the village chief's son to fund her brother's marriage. It is said that they have already accepted the bride price. Chapter 76. A rescue. Xiaolong's words struck Liu Xiaochuan like a thunderclap. He was taken aback that Chen Sume's departure from school was due to such circumstances. It became clear why, years later, when he encountered Chen Sume again. She appeared so haggard. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had been so absorbed in his studies that he had paid little attention to the people and events around him. Of course, even if the past Liu Xiaochuan had known of Chen Sume's plight, he would have felt powerless to change anything. Are you listening, Xiaochuan? Is this true? Xiaolong, keep an eye on this for me. I will return home tomorrow. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Although Liu Xiaochuan had no intention of pursuing a relationship with Chen Sume, he could not stand idly by while a classmate who harbored feelings for him faced such a dire fate. This time, he felt compelled to take action for Chen Sume. He could not simply watch her plunge into despair. With her academic potential, she had a chance of attending a second-tier university. Now that he had the means, he must save her. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of the affection she held for him. Unable to remain idle, Liu Xiaochuan promptly went to the station to purchase a train ticket for the following morning and then headed to the bank to arrange a withdrawal. Although there was money in the remedial class's account, it belonged to the company, and he could not use it freely. Initially, Liu Xiaochuan intended to drive back in a Santana, but with the highway still not open and lacking navigation, he felt uncertain about embarking on a long journey. The distance from Fengyang to Xinping County is approximately 300 kilometers, taking about 5 to 6 hours by car. If he was unfamiliar with the road conditions, he couldn't guarantee reaching home in a single day. Thus, taking the train seemed the more prudent option. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan withdrew 100,000 yuan from the bank, placing the sum in his backpack. Resolving matters concerning Chen Sume would undoubtedly require some expenditure. Though he estimated it wouldn't be excessive, the funds Liu Xiaochuan withdrew were primarily intended as an investment for his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, who was opening a furniture store. He had promised to invest during the summer vacation, yet had yet to fulfill that commitment. His brother-in-law had assisted him for several months at home, crafting new furniture without demanding a single penny for labor. After several hours on the train, he arrived at Xinping County Railway Station shortly after 3 in the afternoon. Upon exiting the platform, he immediately hailed a motorcycle taxi to rush home. The new house awaited him, quite imposing, with its exterior adorned with ceramic tiles and interior heated by a large stove. It was now mid-November, and Lu Jin had purchased coal, which had been saved until now. Upon learning that his son was returning, he had finally ignited the stove, warming several rooms instantaneously. Upon entering the house, Liu Xiaochuan felt a sense of discontent with the decor, though the smiles on his parents' faces indicated their satisfaction. The wooden furniture had been crafted by his brother-in-law Wang Guangxing, showcasing commendable craftsmanship in traditional styles. Liu Xiaochuan, however, was not in the mood to admire the new house. Skipping dinner, he headed to Liu Xiaolong's home to inquire about Chen Sume's situation. Xiaochuan, I've gathered more information. The Chen family has accepted the bride price and is merely waiting for Chen Sume's elder brother to marry next month before arranging her engagement, Liu Xiaolong whispered. So, aside from accepting the bride price, nothing else is finalized, correct? That's good. We still have a chance, Liu Xiaochuan replied. Xiaolong, will you accompany me to Shuanggo village tomorrow? Are you brave enough? If negotiations falter, it may lead to a conflict. At this moment, Liu Xiaolong could not afford to be timid. What is there to fear? But just the two of us might be a bit weak. Perhaps we should enlist Chaozi to join us in this endeavor. What do you mean by to seize the bride? We are going to rescue our classmate, Liu Xiaochuan retorted. Exasperated. Fine, say what you will. You always have a stubborn tongue, Liu Xiaolong chuckled mischievously. After finalizing their plans, Liu Xiaochuan proceeded to Zhang Chao's house, where Zhang Chao readily agreed, and they arranged to set off for Shuanggo village the following morning. Shuanggo village is divided by 2 ditches, each home to over 100 households, with Chen Sume residing in the west ditch. Liu Xiaochuan rode his motorcycle with Zhang Chao, while Liu Xiaolong pedaled his bicycle as they headed towards Shuanggo village. The village was not far. It could be reached in half an hour by bicycle. Reaching Shida town, Liu Xiaochuan felt their approach was somewhat reckless. So he instructed Zhang Chao and Liu Xiaolong to continue on their bicycles while he decided to visit the school to seek out their homeroom teacher, Mr. Du. Having an adult present would lend more credibility to their cause, and Mr. Du could also represent the school. Zhang Chao and Liu Xiaolong arrived in the West Ditch and inquired about Chen Sumei's residence, but no one seemed to recognize her. Fortunately, Liu Xiaolong quickly realized that the village children were known by their nicknames. Hence, mentioning her full name led to confusion among the elders. So he rephrased his inquiry. Do you mean the daughter of old Chun, who is said to be engaged to the village secretary's son? Oh, you must be referring to the second daughter of old Chun. Her home is situated in the heart of the village, marked by a grand locust tree at the entrance. By the way, what brings you to seek her out? Liu Xiaolong, somewhat lacking in decorum, jested, we have come to abduct her. At that moment, Liu Xiaochuan had already arrived at the school and found Teacher Du, who happened to be free from classes. Upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan's unexpected arrival, Teacher Du initially assumed he had returned to continue his studies and was about to commend him for his early return. Liu Xiaochuan explained his purpose, seeking Teacher Du's assistance in persuading Chen Sumei to return to school. Although Teacher Du had not personally visited her home, he had previously instructed other students from Shuanggo village to reach out to Chen Sumei, only to learn that she had no desire to continue her education and intended to seek employment after the new year to support her family. Xinping County is a poverty-stricken area, especially in rural regions where economic conditions are dire. Teacher Du lamented the loss of Chen Sumei's education, but felt powerless to intervene. Upon hearing that Chen Sumei's family had arranged her marriage, Teacher Du was incensed, reflecting on the absurdity of such parental decisions in this day and age, especially considering that Chen Sumei was still a minor. He arranged for someone else to cover his class and immediately set off with Liu Xiaochuan. Upon exiting his office, he noticed Liu Xiaochuan had arrived on a motorcycle. You must be making quite a bit of money working, Liu Xiaochuan. You've even bought a motorcycle. Why not hurry back to school? Are you planning to forego the college entrance examination? Teacher Du admonished. Liu Xiaochuan earnestly replied, Teacher, may I explain later? I promise that once this matter is resolved, I will return to my studies. The motorcycle sped along, and within 10 minutes, they reached Shuanggo village. As they entered the village, Liu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao were spotted standing under the large locust tree. Xiaochuan, you've finally arrived. Oh, and Teacher Du is here too. Chen Sumei's family won't allow her to leave the house, and her father refuses to speak with us. Liu Xiaolong and Zhang Chao stood at the entrance of Chen Sumei's home, feeling quite helpless. Liu Xiaochuan called out from the doorway, Chen Sumei, Teacher Du has come too. Rest assured, we will persuade your family to allow you to return to school. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's voice, Chen Sumei's heart quivered, and tears streamed down her face. Her parents had forced her to drop out and promised her hand to the village secretary's son, all to gather a bride price for her brother. Naturally, she vehemently opposed this, yet her parents had even knelt before her in desperation, leaving her resigned to her fate, her spirit long extinguished under the weight of their decisions. However, upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's call, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Chapter 77. A single move to defeat the enemy. In November, the fields were devoid of work, and the villagers of Shuanggo spent their winter indoors. Upon hearing the commotion at Chen Sumei's home, many gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Teacher Du raised his voice. Parents of Chen Sumei, your child is not yet 18. Your current actions are unlawful. Please open the door so we can discuss this matter amicably. Otherwise, I will have to report this to the town authorities and request the police to intervene. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Chen Sumei's parents were immediately struck with fear, realizing they were indeed facing a schoolteacher. Reluctantly, they opened the door, yet still defiantly declared, Teacher, our daughter's marriage is a matter for us to decide as her parents. The school has no authority here. Chen Sumei's parents, your actions are unlawful. We are no longer in the old society. A child's marriage must at the very least receive her consent. Furthermore, Chen Sumei has yet to reach the age of 18. As the legal age for marriage is 20, it would be wiser to let her pursue her education and revisit this matter in a few years. Teacher Du reason with them. We are not forcing the child into marriage. We are merely arranging an engagement, to be followed by marriage in a few years. And the girl is in agreement, Chen's father insisted. If you don't believe us, ask her. Chen Sumei's father thought to himself, regardless of what they say. This matter is unchangeable. He had already spent the money he received, and how could he go back on his word now? Chen Sumei, with red-rimmed eyes, lowered her head in silence. Liu Xiaochuan encouraged, Chen Sumei, speak boldly. Do not fear. We will advocate for you today. Indeed, now that Xiaochuan is back, what is there to fear? Liu Xiaolong chimed in. Chen Sumei glanced at Liu Xiaochuan, whose gaze seemed to impart courage to her. I do not consent. You reckless girl. What are you saying? We agreed upon this in our home. Chen's father erupted in fury. The child has expressed her disagreement with this marriage. She should return to school. Teacher Du urged once more. Absolutely not. Let me be frank. I have accepted the betrothal gifts from the Meng family and have already spent the money. I cannot return it, and hence the marriage cannot be called off, Chen's father declared, having resigned himself to the truth. I will repay you. Liu Xiaochuan suddenly interjected. Chen's father stared at Liu Xiaochuan. You? A mere student. Where will you find the money? You need not concern yourself, Uncle Chen. You wish to marry off Chen Sume merely for the betrothal gifts, am I correct? I will cover that cost. Surely that is acceptable. Yes. Xiaochuan will pay the bride price. He is certainly more capable than your foolish son. Liu Xiaolong seized the opportunity to add. Chen Sume's face flushed crimson in the yard. She understood Liu Xiaolong's implication and naturally believed it to be Liu Xiaochuan's intention as well. Xiaolong, could you possibly remain silent? Bringing him here was a mistake, Liu Xiaochuan thought. Suddenly, Zhang Chao, who had been silent, spoke up. Xiaochuan, we have a problem. A number of people are approaching. Following the direction Zhang Chao pointed, Liu Xiaochuan indeed saw 5 or 6 young men marching towards them with an intimidating demeanor. Chen Sume's brother, who had been hiding inside, emerged upon seeing the group and remarked, they are from the Meng family. How did they find out we were here? Zhang Chao quickly understood. While asking for directions at the village entrance, Xiaolong had carelessly mentioned they were there to abduct someone, which must have alerted the Meng family. 6 individuals from the Meng family arrived, including the village secretary's son, who was short and thin, resembling a dumpling. Leading them was the secretary's nephew, Meng Xianyang, tall and robust. It was perplexing how such a disparity in size existed between the 2 cousins. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Xiaochuan feared a confrontation, with their numbers few. He also needed to protect Teacher Du if trouble were to ensue. It could lead to serious consequences. He quickly instructed Xiaolong, take the motorcycle and go to the police station. Inform them of a potential brawl. Xiaolong acknowledged and took the keys to the motorcycle. Teacher Du called out to him. Go to the town government and find Feng Xiangdong. Tell him I sent you. Xiaolong cast a glance at Liu Xiaochuan, uncertain about whose counsel to heed. Liu Xiaochuan nodded, advising him to listen to Teacher Du. Just as Xiaolong mounted his motorcycle and departed, Meng Xiangyong and several others approached with an intimidating demeanor. Glaring at the group and questioning, are you here to abduct a bride? Teacher Du furrowed her brow, clarifying, what abduction? I am Chen Sume's teacher, here to persuade her to return to school. What is your purpose? Meng Xiangyong quickly discerned that Teacher Du was a public servant, evident from her demeanor. Ignoring her, he lunged towards Liu Xiaochuan, demanding, where did you 2 come from? As he spoke, he prepared to strike. Teacher Du positioned herself in front, urging, do not resort to violence. Let us speak amicably. They are classmates of Chen Sume. What if I do? Meng Xianyong pushed past Teacher Du and advanced upon Liu Xiaochuan, reaching out to grab his collar. In the scuffle, Teacher Du was jostled and fell to the ground with a cry, seemingly twisting her ankle in her high heels. Seeing the teacher fall, Chen Sume hurriedly pulled her mother outside to assist in lifting Teacher Du back up. With a limp, Teacher Du stood and called out, Liu Xiaochuan, do not engage in fighting. However, the situation had escalated beyond Liu Xiaochuan's control, as Meng Xianyong had already seized him by the collar. Recognizing the need to act decisively, Liu Xiaochuan sidestepped and grasped Meng Xianyong's arm, lifting his right foot to throw him into a pile of firewood. Meng Xianyong, rising from the heap, grabbed a stick and charged at Liu Xiaochuan, cursing in frustration. He had never suffered such humiliation in Shuangho village before, as he yelled for his companions to join him. It was evident that Meng's family, who dominated Donggo, was accustomed to bullying the residents of Shigo, particularly since the village secretary belonged to the Meng clan. Though the villagers dared not confront them, they merely watched the spectacle, urging against violence. Upon seeing Meng Xianyong wielding a stick, Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to defend himself, bracing his left arm against the blow. Fortunately, the early winter chill had prompted him to don a sweater, which offered some cushioning, though his arm still throbbed painfully. Meng Xianyong's stick snapped in 2 upon impact, leaving him momentarily stunned, allowing Liu Xiaochuan to land a punch squarely on his neck, causing Meng to fall flat on the ground. Just as a few of Meng's accomplices prepared to intervene, Zhang Chao brandished a stick, standing firm and declaring, I dare anyone to approach. Zhang Chao, tall and robust, exuded an aura of intimidation. Even if he was not particularly skilled in combat, Witnessing Meng Xiangyong toppled by a single blow and Zhang Chao's imposing presence, his companions hesitated to advance. The onlookers gasped at Meng's sudden fall, exclaiming that someone had been gravely harmed. Teacher Du, witnessing the commotion, was equally startled, realizing that a serious incident had transpired. Accompanying several students, she felt a sense of responsibility. Chen Sumei's family, too, was left in a state of shock and confusion. Chapter 78. I will cover the betrothal gifts. Meng Xiangyong's collapse frightened everyone, but fortunately, he soon regained his composure, slowly rising to his feet. Grabbing the stick once more, he rallied his companions to join him in the fray. In a swift motion, Liu Xiaochuan pulled Zhang Chao into Chen Sumei's courtyard, hastily shutting the gate. A wise hero does not fall prey to immediate peril. The odds were against them, and a real fight could lead to injury. Meng Xiangyong, accompanied by several individuals, forcefully kicked the door of Chen Sumei's residence. The wooden door, not merely a simple panel but a framed structure, trembled precariously. Liu Xiaochuan seized a wooden pole and engaged in a scuffle with Meng Xiangyong and his companions through the narrow gap of the door. Meanwhile, Chen Sumei's father and brother, anxiously pacing in the courtyard, were at a loss. They dared not offend the Meng family, yet could not expel Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao, who were merely classmates of Chen Sumei. If any harm befell them on their premises, it would be difficult to explain, especially with Teacher Du present. Fortunately, the situation was contained by the barrier of the door, allowing Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao to hold their ground. As the two sides faced off, Chen's father pondered how this troublesome matter might conclude. Cease at once. A commanding voice rang out as a middle-aged man in his 50s approached. He was of modest stature, clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a fountain pen tucked into his breast pocket. Secretary Meng, you have arrived. Chen Sumei's father greeted him promptly. Old Chen, what is the situation here? Before Chen's father could respond, Meng Xiangyong interjected. Uncle, these youngsters are Chen Sumei's classmates, claiming they have come to pursue her. Just moments ago, they assaulted me, daring to bully the Meng family. Secretary Meng's anger flared. He was well aware of his son's shortcomings. After all, it was a rare opportunity for the Chun family to marry off their daughter, and he had generously agreed to the dowry, anticipating a wedding feast for the couple in the coming year. Who could have foreseen this disruption? He directed his ire towards Liu Xiaochuan and the others, inquiring, From where do you hail? What brings you to our Shuanggo village to instigate trouble and resort to violence? Liu Xiaochuan, confronted with such an accusation, retorted, Secretary Meng, one must not speak carelessly. We are merely classmates of Chen Sumei, here to persuade her to return to school. This is our homeroom teacher, Teacher Du. It was these individuals who initiated the altercation. I was merely compelled to defend myself, and the bystanders can attest to this. Indeed, it was your nephew who struck first. Added Teacher Du. He was pursuing these two young men and even caused our teacher to fall, injuring her foot in the process. The Chen family, despite being of noble lineage, could not match the numbers of the Meng family. However, they felt the actions of Meng's group in kicking down the door and pursuing Liu Xiaochuan were excessively bullying. As representatives of the Chen family, they could at least voice a fair opinion. Teacher Du continued, Secretary Meng, I am Chen Sumei's homeroom teacher. I have heard that your family has paid a dowry to marry her off to your son, yet she has not yet reached the age of 18. This is indeed unlawful. Secretary Meng, having recognized Teacher Du, noted her attire was distinctly not that of a rural dweller. He hesitated to act impulsively. Had it merely been these two impudent youths, he would have dealt with them swiftly. Teacher Du, is it? Our rural customs differ from those of your city. Children marry at a younger age here. Furthermore, I have merely arranged a betrothal with old Chun. The marriage certificate will be obtained when the children reach the appropriate age. This cannot be deemed illegal, can it? Liu Xiaochuan interjected. You are violating the will of the woman and coercing marriage, which is indeed unlawful. Chen Sumei has not consented. If we bring this matter to the Women's Federation, I assure you, we will prevail. Secretary Meng, as a leader of the village, you are well versed in these matters and must know I speak the truth. The young man cautioned, such statements should not be made lightly. It was old Chun who approached me regarding this union. The bride price has already been accepted. I did not force the child into this. If she truly wishes to withdraw, simply return the bride price, and it will be no trouble. The Meng family is certainly capable of finding a bride elsewhere. Liu Xiaochuan gazed at Secretary Meng's son, who resembled a dumpling in appearance, and thought to himself, with your son's demeanor, if it were not for your position as village secretary, how could he ever find a wife? Secretary Meng turned to Chen Sumei's father, saying, "Old Chen, since your daughter is unwilling, you should have spoken up sooner. What sort of situation have you created? Otherwise, please return the bride price to avoid others claiming that the Meng family has forcibly taken your daughter." Secretary Meng had already learned that the Chun family had spent the bride price, naturally leaving them unable to return it. "Do you think your school can manage students' education and also pay off their debts?" Chen's father stammered, "Secretary Meng, I have spent the money. I never mentioned calling off the engagement. This teacher, as you can see, Old Chun is unwilling to break off the engagement, so please refrain from meddling in our affairs. Shall we?" Secretary Meng remarked, having already secured his position against the Chen family. "Indeed, it is like a dog catching a mouse. Unnecessary meddling." Meng Xiangyong and a few others chimed in. "Secretary Meng, would returning your bride price suffice?" Liu Xiaochuan inquired. "Precisely, return the bride price. And the Meng family will not pursue this matter further. After all, we are of the Meng lineage, steeped in propriety and the teachings of Confucius and Mengzi, which we certainly comprehend." "Very well, I shall repay the bride price for Chen Sumei," Liu Xiaochuan proclaimed. Thus, the engagement between the Meng and Chen families was annulled, with the villagers of Shuanggo serving as witnesses. Secretary Meng chuckled lightly. "Young man, refrain from boasting too soon. Should you not first consult your elders at home?" Old Chen's family accepted a bride price of 10,000 yuan. "Will you repay it for them as well?" It is common for families to offer only 3 to 5,000 yuan for a bride, and while Meng's son may be unremarkable in appearance, he is indeed affluent. 10,000 yuan would certainly sway the Chun family to agree. "I had thought it would be a larger sum. I shall return it to you now." Saying this, Liu Xiaochuan retrieved a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his coat pocket. Not only Secretary Meng, but also the onlookers in Shuanggo village were astonished. Where did this young man procure such a sum so casually? Teacher Du was equally taken aback. Recalling that Liu Xiaochuan had taken a leave of absence to work last year, how had he amassed such wealth in a single year? Enough to cover 3 years of her salary? Liu Xiaochuan extended the money through the door to the still-dazed Secretary Meng. "Secretary Meng, please count it. Also, may I ask if there were any promissory notes or receipts when the Chen family received your money? If so, I would appreciate you presenting them." Chen's father interjected. "No promissory note was issued. We rural folk value trust, and such documents are unnecessary." "Value trust? You allowed your daughter to be promised to my son, only to now renege on the agreement." Secretary Meng never anticipated that Liu Xiaochuan could promptly produce the money. He was not short of that 10,000 yuan, but rather in need of a daughter-in-law. The second daughter of the old Chen family, Mei, was quite attractive and would serve to enhance the genetic lineage of the Meng family. Unlike his wife, who was short, dark, and not particularly pleasing to the eye, he had initially been enticed by the wealth of his father-in-law. As a result, their son resembled a peculiar dumpling. Father Chen, unsure of how to respond, recalled that he had indeed promised Secretary Meng that Chen Sumei would marry his son, a decision made in desperation for money. Now, with Liu Xiaochuan capable of providing the bridal price, it would be far better if his daughter did not marry into the Meng family. The appearance of her classmate surpassed that of the Meng boy by a significant margin. However, he realized that he had reneged on the agreement, leaving him stammering and at a loss for words. Secretary Meng, I. Chapter 79. The deputy mayor steps in. Seeing Father Chen's hesitation, Liu Xiaochuan quickly interjected. "Secretary Meng, it's not that Uncle Chen is going back on his word. Chen Sumei is not yet 18, and your engagement is therefore invalid and illegal. Moreover, you can ask Chen Sumei herself if she agrees." "I do not agree," Chen Sumei responded hastily. "You see, you have heard it from her own lips. Chen Sumei does not wish to proceed, and a coerced agreement bears no sweetness. It is said that the teachings of Confucius and Mencius emphasize propriety and family values. As someone with the surname Meng, you must be a person of reason and should not impose undue pressure. I have already returned the money to the Chen family." Secretary Meng found himself cornered by Liu Xiaochuan's eloquence. The young man was far too articulate, and he felt outmatched. "Very well. Let us set aside the matter of the Chun family for the moment. What will you say about the injury inflicted on my nephew?" "Your nephew instigated the altercation first, and I too have sustained injuries," Liu Xiaochuan replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a bruise on his arm. Secretary Meng hesitated, having already accepted the money. With so many witnesses from the old Chen family present, he knew he could not further compel the Chen family to marry off their daughter. However, if he allowed the matter to conclude as such, the Meng family would suffer a silent defeat. What would become of his authority within the village? Meng Xiangyong, sensing his uncle's indecision, began to shout, "Uncle, don't worry about it. Let us deal with this kid first." With that, he brandished a stick, preparing to strike, while Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao were ready, wielding a pole to fend them off. Yet, both sides merely exchanged threats without landing any blows, creating a farcical scene with no resolution in sight. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles echoed in the distance, and Liu Xiaolong arrived with Feng Xiangdong. Liu Xiaolong had ridden to the town government, initially unaware of who Feng Xiangdong was. Fortunately, he was astute enough to seek out Liu Xiaobei, who worked there. Upon hearing that Liu Xiaolong was looking for Feng Town Mayor, Liu Xiaobei was taken aback. What could Liu Xiaolong want with Mayor Feng? It was only when he learned that teacher Du from Shida Middle School had sent him that he recalled Mayor Feng's wife was indeed a teacher at the same school. Accompanying Liu Xiaolong, he located Deputy Mayor Feng Xiangdong's office just as Feng was present. Liu Xiaolong recounted the events, and upon learning of the impending fight in Duigo village, especially with his wife still there, Feng Xiangdong immediately followed Liu Xiaolong to the scene, where they found several young men engaged in a scuffle through the door. Upon noticing that the individual disembarking from the motorcycle was Feng Xiangdong, the deputy town chief appointed from the county party office, Secretary Meng promptly called over his nephew, Meng Xiangyong. He turned to greet him, "Deputy Town Chief Feng. What brings you here?" Feng Xiangdong, feeling somewhat displeased yet maintaining his composure, replied, "Secretary Meng, what is the situation here?" The village secretaries, often regarded as local tyrants, typically held little regard for a deputy town chief. However, given Feng's status as a temporary appointee from the county party office, they dared not show him disrespect. "It appears some children have caused a misunderstanding with my nephew and his friends. I'm currently mediating," thought Secretary Meng, aware that such disputes were not typically under the purview of a deputy town chief. Feng silently mused that he had not seen any mediation upon his arrival, yet chose to remain discreet, saying, "That woman in the yard is my wife. She sent her students to call for me." Secretary Meng's heart sank. He had not anticipated that teacher Du was Feng's wife, inadvertently offending this influential deputy town chief. "Ah, Deputy Town Chief Feng, your presence is fortuitous. I intended to discuss a potential alliance with old Chen's family, but it seems his daughter is my sister-in-law's student. My sister-in-law believes that Chen's daughter is still young and needs to continue her studies, which I also find reasonable. Hence, I came to negotiate this matter with old Chen." Unfortunately, the children did not comprehend, leading to a scuffle. Thankfully, I intervened in time, and no serious harm was done. At that moment, the gate of Chen Sumei's home finally opened. Teacher Du, having twisted her ankle but not fractured any bones, limped out and recounted the events to Feng Xiangdong. After offering her a few words of comfort, Feng took charge of resolving the situation. He was keen to avoid escalating tensions. Secretary Meng, after gathering some information, "It seems there has indeed been a misunderstanding. Old Chen's daughter is still young and needs to continue her education. I understand that the betrothal gifts were previously accepted but have now been returned. I believe we should consider this marriage arrangement concluded." "Indeed, Deputy Town Chief Feng, I share your sentiments. Initially, it was old Chen who approached me, and considering we are from the same locality, I agreed. I thought that in a couple of years, when the children mature, we could become in-laws, which would have been splendid. However, since the child needs to pursue her studies, I cannot impede her future. The betrothal gifts have been returned, and we shall regard this matter as settled." After Secretary Meng concluded, he turned to old Chen, saying, "Old Chen, it seems we shall not become in-laws after all. What do you think?" Despite the failed alliance, they still lived in the same village and could maintain their previous interactions as before. "Very well, Secretary Meng. I acknowledge that this situation arose from my family's side. As long as you hold no grievances, I am satisfied." Old Chen felt a pang of guilt for having utilized Secretary Meng's resources for over a month to resolve his son's marriage, while simultaneously fearing any potential fallout. "What you say is true. Prioritizing the children's education is indeed commendable. I cannot hold you accountable. Let us cease discussing this matter." In the yard, Chen Sumei and her mother, upon hearing Secretary Meng's assurance that the issue was resolved, breathed a sigh of relief. However, Meng's son, feeling a wave of disappointment, reflected on the joy he once felt upon learning of his father's arrangement with old Chen's daughter, now reduced to mere dreams. Now, even his father has softened his stance, and his cousin was just knocked down by someone, leaving him too intimidated to speak out. Secretary Meng is indeed a person of reason. The awareness of veteran party members is commendably high. As for the children's brawl, it is rather unfortunate to blame your sibling for not managing the students properly. Is your eldest nephew all right? If not, I can take him to the hospital. Although Feng Xiangdong is the deputy town mayor, he adopts a humble demeanor, elevating Secretary Meng with just a few words. Secretary Meng reflects that since you've acknowledged my high awareness, what more can I say? If it weren't for your arrival today, I might have extorted a few thousand from those two youngsters across the way. However, given the current situation and the latter Feng provided, Secretary Meng has no choice but to relent, recognizing that they are merely children, brimming with youthful exuberance. Fortunately, they hardly fought. There is nothing significant to address, and I believe we should let this matter rest. I am grateful to Secretary Meng for that. Deputy Mayor Feng has made a rare visit to our Shuanggo village. Please come home for a glass of water. In the evening, I will arrange a farm meal and also extend an apology to your sibling. My nephew acted thoughtlessly and offended her. Secretary Meng feigns sincerity. We appreciate Secretary Meng's goodwill. But your sibling has classes to attend, and I must hurry to return her to school. Seeing Feng Xiangdong insist on declining, Secretary Meng refrains from pressing further and leads the Meng family back. He also urges the onlookers to disperse and return to their own affairs. Liu Xiaochuan lent his motorcycle to Feng Xiangdong to take teacher due to the clinic to check on her sprained ankle, leaving the motorcycle at the town government to be handed over to Liu Xiaobei. Feng Xiangdong accepted without hesitation and departed with his wife. Chapter 80. Honor the elders. Early Liu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Zhang Chao and Xiao Long, also prepared to leave when Chen's father pulled Liu Xiaochuan aside and asked discreetly, "Young man, where are you from? What is your relationship with my daughter, Chen Sume? The money you brought today, is it a betrothal gift or a loan to my family?" "Uncle Chen, I am from Liutuan, and Chen Sume and I are merely classmates. Do not worry. I will not ask you to repay the money. I simply wish for Chen Sume to continue her studies and pursue university. The money is a loan for her. When she earns in the future, she can repay me if she is able, but I do not require repayment if she cannot." Uncle Chen appeared skeptical. Could a mere classmate truly part with 10,000 yuan? As long as he does not require repayment, that is sufficient. This young man undoubtedly comes from a well-off family, and he is quite handsome. If my daughter were to marry him, it would be far better than marrying that boy from the Meng family. I must inquire which family in Liutuan he belongs to in a few days. With the issue resolved, Chen's family agreed to let Chen Sume return to school, and she promptly packed her backpack, eager to return today. It was her senior year, and with exams approaching, she did not wish to waste a moment. Liu Xiaochuan rode his bicycle with Chen Sume seated behind him, while Zhang Chao and Liu Xiaolong had no choice but to walk. Liu Xiaochuan instructed them to retrieve the motorcycle from the town government. Seated on the bicycle, Chen Sume was closely pressed against Liu Xiaochuan's back, reflecting on the day's events, moved by his financial support and willingness to confront others on her behalf. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face, soaking his back. Chen Sume had previously lived on campus. Upon returning to school, Liu Xiaochuan immediately contacted the dormitory supervisor to ensure Chen Sume was settled in. He also visited the cafeteria to purchase buns and stewed dishes, as everyone had yet to eat lunch. At that moment, the cafeteria of the secondary school offered only steamed buns and stewed vegetables. Most students brought their own lunch boxes, steaming rice in the cafeteria while consuming their own pickled vegetables. Only a few resident teachers were willing to spend money on meals. As he was about to leave, Liu Xiaochuan insistently pressed 100 yuan into Chen Sume's hands. Chen Sume, in her haste to leave home, had brought only her backpack and had forgotten her lunchbox, rice for steaming, and pickles. Blushing, she accepted the money, reasoning that since Liu Xiaochuan had already covered the betrothal gift, this 100 yuan was insignificant. In her heart, she had already acknowledged herself as belonging to Liu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan was aware that this misunderstanding was bound to deepen, yet he felt powerless. Chen Sume was his classmate, and to be honest, he harbored a slight affection for her. However, seeing the pitiable expression on the young girl's face, he could not bring himself to act, fearing that he might hurt her in the future. After all, once they entered university, they would have to face a vast expanse of uncertainties. Teacher Du's foot was not seriously injured, and he soon returned, coincidentally meeting Liu Xiaochuan at the school gate. Teacher Du inquired about when Liu Xiaochuan would return to school, and he assured him that he would be back to study by next week at the latest. After waiting a while at the school gate, Xiaolong and Zhang Chao arrived on a motorcycle. Liu Xiaochuan handed his bicycle to Xiaolong and gave him 50 yuan, repeatedly warning him to keep quiet. If the events of that day were to become known among their classmates, he and Zhang Chao would surely face a mixed onslaught upon returning home. Under Liu Xiaochuan's intimidating presence, Xiaolong reluctantly accepted the hush money, vowing to remain tight-lipped. Realizing he would miss lunch at home, Liu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao decided to find a small restaurant in town to eat before returning to Liutuan. He also advised Zhang Chao not to mention the day's occurrences when they got home, as he trusted Zhang Chao more than Xiaolong, whose mouth was as loud as a trumpet. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaochuan's parents simply inquired about his day, which he brushed off casually. Liu Jinyu asked if he would return to Fengyang, to which Liu Xiaochuan replied that he would be back at school the following week and would visit the provincial capital during the winter break. Liu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping felt relieved. Although their son was earning money, they genuinely hoped he would focus on his studies and attend university. Liu Xiaochuan's family had moved into a new house, which was warm and cozy, and he contemplated bringing his grandmother to live with them. However, his grandmother was adamant about staying with her younger son, fearing that if she went to her eldest son's home, she would be ridiculed for his perceived lack of filial piety. Liu Xiaochuan visited his second uncle Liu Jincheng's house, where his second aunt treated him like a fortune god, warmly welcoming him upon his arrival. The heated Kong in his uncle's house was quite warm, yet the entire room remained cold, necessitating that everyone wear cotton jackets indoors. Liu Xiaochuan once again broached the subject of bringing his grandmother to the new house, but she remained resistant, insisting that it was not cold there and that she had grown accustomed to it over the years. Understanding the stubbornness of the elderly, Liu Xiaochuan realized that his desire to care for his grandmother would be hindered by his uncle and aunt. He remarked, "Uncle, you should install heating in this house, so that both adults and children do not suffer during the winter. My grandmother needs not be mentioned. She still has to cover herself with a quilt while sitting on the Kong, and even Xiaojing and Xiaorong freeze their hands while doing homework. Indeed. We should also install heating in our home." His cousin Liu Xiaorong immediately chimed in. An heir immediately shot a glare at Liu Xiaorong. How casually she spoke. Does she have any idea how much it costs to install heating? At the very least, it would amount to several hundred, possibly even over 1,000. It is only because your brother Xiaochuan has earned some money that your uncle's family can afford such luxury. Look around our village. How many households have heating installed? No more than 10. Heating the Kong is sufficient to endure the winter. While the Kong does warm the room, it has its drawbacks. The temperature fluctuates significantly, making one susceptible to colds. Central heating, on the other hand, maintains a stable temperature and is undoubtedly more comfortable. Yet the cost remains a barrier for most families who either cannot afford it or are reluctant to spend such sums. Enough, uncle and aunt heir. I shall cover the cost of the heating as a gesture of filial piety towards my grandmother and the two of you. Liu Xiaochuan declared. Uncle, please accompany me to the county shortly to arrange for the heating installation. Since I have decided to bear the expense, I expect gratitude in return. Aunt heir expressed her gratitude, saying, You are indeed a remarkable nephew. We are all benefiting from your success. Her smile was radiant as she spoke, and Uncle Liu Jincheng shared in her joy. After all, who wouldn't he desire a warm and comfortable winter? There is no need to go to the county. Shida Town has vendors selling heating systems with installation included. Your heating was also procured from the town, Liu Xiaochuan responded, and he promptly took his motorcycle to the town with his uncle, bringing back a vendor to assess their home. They settled on a heating system from the West Group, costing over 800. Though it was getting late, the vendor promised to deliver the radiators and boiler for installation the following morning. Liu Xiaochuan would handle the payment. The remaining arrangements were in Uncle Liu Jincheng's capable hands. Upon learning that her eldest grandson was arranging heating for their home, Grandma initially protested, asking why he would spend such unnecessary money. Aunt heir chuckled and said, Look at you, old lady. Your grandson is showing you filial affection. You should simply enjoy it and not worry about anything else. Given that the money had already been spent, Grandma reluctantly accepted the situation. In truth, the elderly are particularly sensitive to the cold, but in the past, they had no means to mitigate it, enduring the chill instead. Now over 70 years of age, Grandma Liu Xiaochuan recalled that his grandmother in a previous life had passed away before reaching 80. He hoped that in this life, she would live several more years. Ultimately, honoring one's elders should be done promptly to avoid the regret of missed opportunities later in life. Chapter 81. The eldest sister is about to give birth the next day. Liu Xiaochuan planned to visit his eldest sister, Liu Xiaochuan, to check on her and discuss the furniture store with his brother-in-law. Calculating the timeline, his sister was nearly 9 months pregnant, so their mother, Zhao Zuiping, accompanied him to see her daughter. Riding his motorcycle, they arrived at Shuangmiao village in Hechuan town. The Wang family, hearing the motorcycle's approach, came out to greet them. Aunt Wang warmly grasped Zhao Zuiping's hand, saying, "I heard the magpies singing in the trees this morning, and I anticipated a visit from esteemed guests. Here you are." Dear mother-in-law, Liu Xiaochuan, with her belly prominently protruding, also came out to greet them. Zhao Zuiping hurriedly urged her daughter to come inside to avoid the cold wind. Fortunately, there was no heating in her sister's home, but the newly renovated house was quite spacious. It is commonly said that pregnancy lasts 10 months. Although the typical gestation period is merely 40 weeks, just over 9 months. Liu Xiaochuan was currently 37 weeks along, and in a little over 2 weeks, she would be heading to the hospital to await the arrival of her child. The Wang family expressed their intention to go to the township clinic for the birth, but Liu Xiaochuan remained silent, contemplating a visit to the county hospital instead, believing it would be a more prudent choice for his sister to give birth there. The conditions at the township clinic were far inferior to those of future clinics. Liu Xiaochuan called his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, outside and whispered, "Brother-in-law, we ought to install some heating in this room. Winter has just begun, and while it isn't too cold yet, the temperatures will drop further in a few days. When my sister gives birth, the room needs to be warm." Wang Guangxing awkwardly replied, "I was thinking the same. In a few days, when the weather is nice, I will sell some corn in town and then purchase the heating radiators." He wished to ensure that his parents and wife would not suffer from the cold in winter. Yet, alas, money was tight. He had refrained from spending the money Liu Xiaochuan had previously sent home, saving it for Liu Xiaoyan's childbirth. "Why wait, brother-in-law? Let us go buy them now. I will cover the cost." "That wouldn't be appropriate, Xiaochuan. You already gifted us a television last time. How can I let you spend money again? We are family. Why speak of such things? It is for my sister's sake," Liu Xiaochuan insisted, pulling Wang Guangxing onto the motorcycle, and they set off for Hechuan town. Hechuan town was considerably more vibrant than Shida town, at the very least. The town government boasted a 3-story building. There were numerous shops in town, and they found a store selling heating units, where they ordered a stove and radiators, with the promise of installation that afternoon. On the way back, Liu Xiaochuan broached the subject of opening a furniture store. Although he had mentioned it previously, Wang Guangxing had been hesitant to inquire while Liu Xiaochuan was away. "Xiaochuan, starting a furniture store must require a significant amount of money. Brother-in-law, I brought 50,000 yuan, which should suffice for you to start the business and stock up." "How much?" Wang Guangxing nearly lost his balance on the motorcycle, quickly grasping Liu Xiaochuan's clothing. 50,000. "Don't be too excited, brother-in-law." Wang Guangxing thought to himself, how could he not be excited? He had never seen such a sum in his life. "Xiaochuan, is that much really necessary? Please don't think me cowardly, but I fear losses if I open a furniture store in the county. I believe I should start with a shop in town. The rent is cheaper, and it's closer to home, allowing me to care for the family. If the business flourishes, I can consider moving to the county later. What do you think?" The proximity of Shuangmiao village to the town, only 3 miles away, made it feasible for Wang Guangxing to return home for meals, thereby saving a considerable amount of cost. Liu Xiaochuan reflected and found this reasoning sound. "All right, brother-in-law. I merely suggested it, and will support you financially. However, you must discuss the specifics with Uncle Wang back home, as I am no expert in carpentry. I have indeed brought the 50,000 with me, and I shall leave it for you at home." Wang Guangxing hurriedly replied, "No. If you leave that much money at home, I won't be able to sleep at night. Just lend me 20,000. I estimate that will be sufficient to rent a large workshop, buy some tools, and procure some materials." "Sure, it's your call. Any losses will be on me. So don't worry, brother-in-law." Liu Xiaochuan acknowledged his lack of knowledge regarding the furniture business. "Rest assured, I doubt we will incur losses with our skills. We may not excel in the county, but we can certainly produce saleable furniture in the countryside. Your elder sister is about to give birth, so the matter of opening the furniture store must be postponed until next spring." As they conversed, they arrived home, where Aunt Wang was already bustling about preparing lunch. Wang Guangxing's older brother and sister-in-law had also come to lend a hand. Wang Guangxing was the second child in the family, having an older brother and a younger sister who was in her 3rd year of junior high in Hechuan town. His brother and sister-in-law treated Liu Xiaochuan with great courtesy. Fully aware that their younger brother's brother-in-law had struck it rich, perhaps one day they might benefit from his fortune. In truth, once a person attains wealth. Even distant relatives who would normally be indifferent become exceedingly courteous, even if they may never actually benefit from that person's success in their lifetime. Liu Xiaochuan had previously heard that his sister's sister-in-law was not particularly easy to get along with. Yet today she greeted him with warmth akin to that of a family member. At noon, Wang Guangxing's younger sister returned home for lunch. Noticing the guests, the shy girl greeted them and retreated to a small room with her bowl to eat in solitude. The midday meal was quite sumptuous, and the table was filled with conversation, primarily revolving around Liu Xiaoyun's impending childbirth. After lunch, Liu Xiaochuan and his mother began preparing to return home. Liu Xiaoyun wished for their mother, Zhao Cuiping, to stay, as it was her first childbirth, and having her mother nearby provided an extra sense of security. Zhao Cuiping agreed to return home to settle matters first, but promised to come back next week. Upon returning home, Liu Xiaochuan called Qihong Education to inquire about recent developments. The tutoring center was operating smoothly, and Li Yin asked when he would return. Sisterly, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back before the winter break. I must wait until after the final exams, Liu Xiaochuan replied. Li Yin, accustomed to his carefree attitude, said nothing further. Recently, Liu Xiaochuan had practically lived at the tutoring center, and Bai Ling and Li Yin had questioned him about his absence from school, noting that even a relaxed university schedule could not excuse daily truancy. Liu Xiaochuan candidly disclosed that he had withdrawn from the normal college and planned to retake the college entrance examination next summer. His current status was that of a senior high school student. Bai Ling and Li Yin were taken aback, expressing disbelief at his decision to forego university and retake the exam. Such an approach was quite rare. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to Liu Xiaochuan's peculiar circumstances. He also called Zhao Lijun's restaurant, where Wang Jing informed him that the business was thriving. She then made a request to use Liu Xiaochuan's Santana as a wedding car for her marriage at the end of the year. Liu Xiaochuan could not refuse, thinking that since he would eventually need the car back, it was better to do so sooner rather than later. He contacted Su Jibin, asking him to drive the Santana to Xining County. Su Jibin, an experienced driver, had no issues with long-distance driving. They arranged for him to return the Santana next Monday and for him to call Liu Xiaochuan upon arriving in the county. Chapter 82. Once again in the spotlight that evening, Liu Xiaochuan paged Bai Ling. When she returned the call, he mentioned that he would not be returning to the provincial city before the winter break, and Bai Ling naturally expressed her understanding. Liu Xiaochuan then shared the news of his sister's impending childbirth, inquiring whether Bai Ling had any acquaintances at the hospital in Xining County. Although Liu Xiaochuan was a faux student of the normal college, Bai Ling could still be considered his senior, as she too had graduated from high school in Xining County. Bai Ling's high school classmate worked at the county hospital and promptly provided Liu Xiaochuan with the contact details of a fellow student. Liu Xiaochuan, however, opted not to call Bai Ling's classmate, believing that a face-to-face meeting would be more appropriate. The following day, he rode his motorcycle to the county town, purchasing a box of tea and a pack of cigarettes. Uncertain if the doctor indulged in smoking, he assumed that most physicians shared a penchant for either tea or tobacco, as enduring night shifts without such comforts could be quite arduous. Upon arriving at the county hospital, he made his way to the general surgery department. After inquiring at the nurse's station, he knocked on the door of the doctor's office. Ren Xiaojian, the attending physician in general surgery, had just returned from his rounds and was engaged in conversation with colleagues when he noticed a young man seeking him out, prompting him to step outside. Hello, Senior Ren. I was sent by Senior Sister Bai Ling. I'm also a student from County High. Ren Xiaojian recalled that Bai Ling had indeed called him the previous evening and was surprised that her acquaintance had found him so swiftly. Oh, you are indeed correct to call me Senior. How may I assist you? Although there were many graduates from County High, the camaraderie of Senior and Junior was not particularly significant. However, given Bai Ling's connection, he felt compelled to extend his help. Liu Xiaochuan proceeded to explain that his elder sister was about to give birth and that he lacked acquaintances at the county hospital. He requested Ren Xiaojian's assistance in finding an obstetrician and securing a good hospital room for the upcoming delivery, emphasizing that having a familiar face would facilitate the process. Liu Xiaochuan presented the cigarettes and tea. Senior, I came here in haste and managed to pick up just a pack of cigarettes and a tin of tea. I hope you don't mind. Ren Xiaojian initially declined but eventually accepted the gifts, recognizing that he should help out due to Bai Ling's favor. Furthermore, the young man's generous offering made him more willing to assist. Very well, take note of my department's phone number and my pager number. Please contact me in advance when you come, I will help you find someone. I have a few acquaintances in the obstetrics department as well. Thank you, senior. Rest assured. My junior will also prepare for the obstetrics department, so it won't reflect poorly on you. Liu Xiaochuan did not wish to impose further and took his leave. That week, Liu Xiaochuan managed to accomplish most of his errands and prepared to return to school. Upon checking the calendar, he realized it was already Thursday, and he would need to request leave when Su Zhibin arrived the following Monday. He decided to wait a few more days before returning. Finally, Liu Xiaochuan enjoyed a few tranquil days at home. Xiaolong visited daily after school, sharing updates about school life. He mentioned that Chen Sumei was rather taciturn, engrossed in her studies. He also relayed that teacher Du asked him to inform Liu Xiaochuan to return to class promptly. Did you refrain from spreading rumors at school? Liu Xiaochuan inquired. Of course. My lips are sealed. Xiaolong swore earnestly. If your lips are sealed, then there must be some looseness elsewhere. Liu Xiaochuan teased. Situations vary, don't they? After all, you did give me 50 yuan as a hush fee. I assure you, my lips will remain tightly shut until that money runs out. Xiaolong grinned mischievously. Are you trying to extort more money from me? Liu Xiaochuan joked. You're asking for a beating. The two engaged in playful banter for a while before heading over to Zhang Chao's house. Zhang Chao was at home with his father, cutting hay. As they tended to 6 or 7 cattle in the yard, requiring a substantial amount of fodder each day. Uncle Mansong, take a rest. Xiao Long and I will assist Chao Zi with the fodder. Upon uttering these words, the two stepped forward to help. After finishing the task, the three stood together by the cattle shed, observing the cows grazing. Chao Zi, indeed, these cows are well cared for. 6 cows combined are worth over 20,000. Selling them would surely be enough to marry a wife. He glanced at Xiaochuan, who had recently spent 10,000 on a bride price. With his fiancée, he already arranged. Liu Xiaolong, never one to miss a chance for a quip, interjected. Xiaochuan kicked him lightly and replied, I've told you before. Chen Sumei and I are merely classmates. When a classmate is in need, how could I not lend a hand? Keep it up, and I shall find a needle to sew your mouth shut. Liu Xiaolong, dodging, retorted, What about me? Will you help me? Xiaochuan pursued him playfully. What is wrong with you? Is your father planning to sell you? I have run out of cigarettes. It's distressing. Xiaochuan tossed him a pack of Hongtao Mountain. Is it still distressing now? This remedy works wonders. Liu Xiaochuan, knowing he had no way to deal with him, acknowledged that Xiao Long could discern the gravity of matters and wouldn't speak recklessly outside. On Monday morning, Liu Xiaochuan received a call from Su Zhibin, who informed him he was already en route into Santana. After lunch, Liu Xiaochuan headed to the town, opting for a motorcycle taxi instead of his own bike, setting off for the county city. After 2 hours of wandering in the county, around 3 in the afternoon, he finally received a page from Su Zhibin. Returning the call, he learned Su Zhibin had arrived in Xinping County and was at a phone booth beside the department store. Upon hanging up, Liu Xiaochuan hurried to the department store and indeed found the Santana parked by the roadside. Once in the car, Liu Xiaochuan intended to take Su Zhibin back to Lutan, but Su Zhibin wished to return to the provincial city that very night. Liu Xiaochuan naturally disagreed, and ultimately, they found a hotel in the county, where they dined together and took a stroll around the city before returning to the hotel to rest. Liu Xiaochuan chose not to go home, opting to stay in the county with him. That evening, the two conversed late into the night. Su Zhibin mentioned that he and Li Yin had already met each other's parents, urging them to obtain their marriage certificate soon, with plans to wed in the spring of the following year. All these positive changes in his life had commenced since meeting Liu Xiaochuan. His income had increased, and he had found a partner, for which he felt profound gratitude. Brother Ben, you're digressing. We ought to thank Coach Bai instead. By the way, I found a good opportunity for Coach Bai. What opportunity? Indeed, we both owe our thanks to Coach Bai. Liu Xiaochuan discussed the upcoming lease termination of the barbershop and suggested that Coach Bai could start a kickboxing class beneath the Qihong Education Building, to which Su Zhibin readily agreed. As their conversation continued, Liu Xiaochuan found himself speaking alone, as Su Zhibin suddenly fell silent. Upon listening closely, he realized Su Zhibin had already drifted off into slumber after a long day of driving and inquiries. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan purchased some local specialties from Xinping County and saw Su Zhibin off at the train station. Departing from the station, Liu Xiaochuan drove the Santana back to Lutan. Once outside the county, the roads became unpaved, particularly the route from Shida Town to Lutan, which was filled with potholes and rather narrow, proving to be less convenient than riding a motorcycle. The sole advantage was that in the harsh winter, he was spared from the biting cold. Upon returning to Lutan, Liu Xiaochuan, akin to launching a satellite, parked his vehicle in his courtyard, instantly becoming the center of attention in the village, with many coming to admire it. Liu Xiaochuan refrained from admitting that it was his own car, claiming instead that he had borrowed it from a friend. Naturally, numerous villagers praised his newfound prosperity, noting that he was now driving a sedan. Of course, some were envious, whispering behind his back about his ostentation, questioning how he would compensate if the car were to be damaged. Lu Jinyu, his father, felt that his son was being too showy and harbored displeasure, yet he dared not intervene. On the other hand, Zhao Cuiping remained unfazed, asserting that the ability to borrow a car was a testament to their son's capabilities. Otherwise, why was it that no one else from Lutan had managed to bring home a sedan? Chapter 83. What is the cultivation level of your master? The villagers' gossip had ceased to concern Liu Xiaochuan, as the following day he officially returned to school. Naturally, he could not drive the car there. That would be too conspicuous. In Liu Xiaochuan's opinion, walking to school in the winter was ideal, yet on his first day back, he overslept and had no choice but to ride his motorcycle. Upon arriving at school, he first reported to his homeroom teacher, Mr. Du, marking his formal return. When he entered the classroom, his classmates were curious. Why had Liu Xiaochuan returned before the final exams? After a few days of his continuous attendance, it became clear that he was indeed back to study. Having arrived on a motorcycle, his classmates quickly recognized his newfound status and gravitated towards him during breaks. Liu Xiaochuan, generous in spirit, bought snacks for his classmates, eager to maintain the bonds of friendship after being away for over a year. Chen Sume blushed, hesitant to speak with Liu Xiaochuan for fear of revealing too much, especially if her classmates discovered that he had already provided a bride price for her family. That would be utterly embarrassing. Qiu Mingwei, on the other hand, was quite displeased. Previously the leader of the class, Liu Xiaochuan's return had stolen his thunder, particularly after their showdown last year, where he had suffered defeat at Liu Xiaochuan's hands, leaving him humiliated. Thankfully, he had sought the guidance of a Qigong master and had been training diligently for a year, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for retribution this year. At noon, after lunch, Qiu Mingwei approached Liu Xiaochuan. Last year, you defeated me after training for just a few days. I mentioned I would seek you out for a rematch, and now, having trained in Qigong for a year, it's time to settle the score. What do you say? Are you brave enough to face me again? If not, you can call me Big Brother, and I will consider you my junior. Liu Xiaochuan had long forgotten about their previous encounter, only recalling it upon hearing Qiu Mingwei's challenge. However, he found it amusing that Qiu Mingwei, now in his senior year, still behaved so childishly. If you seek a fight, then do not blame me, he thought. If you had trained in actual combat sports like kickboxing or boxing for a year, I might have been concerned, but Qigong? Now that is laughable. Very well, let us meet on the playground then. All the boys from the class gathered on the playground, with a considerable number of girls also present, and this time, Liu Xiaochuan had even more supporters. Nevertheless, Qiu Mingwei was quite well known at Shida Middle School, with many younger students from the first and second years, even from the junior high, coming to cheer him on. Qiu Mingwei began by centering himself, squatting into a horse stance, and adopting a posture reminiscent of Qigong practice. Liu Xiaochuan found his antics amusing and, feeling playful, also assumed a stance, chanting incantations. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its laws. Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. In the midst of martial arts, the flames of battle arise like mountains. Regardless of where he may have encountered such words, be it in a television drama or a novel, Qiu Mingwei recited a verse, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He had never heard such phrases before, yet they sounded quite impressive, sowing seeds of uncertainty in his heart. As Qiu Mingwei began to exert his energy, Liu Xiaochuan remained utterly immobile. It was peculiar. His master could easily vanquish numerous foes with a mere display of power. Ultimately, he had no choice but to resort to the Wangba fist, the same familiar formula, the same well-known taste. Just like the previous year, Qiu Mingwei once again found himself thrown to the ground by Liu Xiaochuan. Liu Xiaochuan, with a heart of steel, remarked, Qiu Mingwei, your skills are lacking. You should inquire about your master's cultivation level. How many layers of qi has he refined to dare send you forth to mislead others? I suspect he has yet to attain the foundational stage. Qiu Mingwei was perplexed by the meaning of those words, but they seemed to pertain to the gradation of Qigong levels. In any case, he felt humiliated once more and returned to the classroom with his head hanging low, resolutely deciding to ask his master about his qi level over the weekend. As soon as Qiu Mingwei departed, his classmates gathered around, inquiring about the meaning behind Liu Xiaochuan's earlier remarks. Liu Xiaochuan gestured for silence. Such matters could not be discussed in public and needed to be addressed in the classroom. Upon returning, the classmates immediately surrounded him, prompting Liu Xiaochuan to concoct a tale, claiming he was already a master in the foundational stage, well on his path to mastery, while he speculated that Qiu Mingwei's master was still at the qi refining stage. As for Liu Xiaochuan's own master, he was a formidable expert in the golden core stage, leaving his peers utterly astonished. Naturally, some classmates expressed a desire to learn from him. Liu Xiaochuan, in a gentle and persuasive tone, replied, "The Tao must not be lightly shared. My master has set rules that only university students may be taught. Otherwise, it would jeopardize my own cultivation. Therefore, it is best for you all to focus on your studies and perform well in the college entrance examination. In due time, I shall introduce you to my esteemed master. But you are not a university student yet. How did your master teach you first? I may not be a university student now, but once the college entrance examination is over, I shall be. My master recognized my exceptional talent and chose to impart knowledge to me in advance. If any of you excel in your final exams, I might recommend you to my master as well." Upon the mention of academic performance, the classmates visibly deflated. They indeed could not compare to Liu Xiaochuan. They sighed, resolving to study diligently, for opportunities might yet arise in the future. From that day forth, the enthusiasm for learning among the classmates surged, leaving teacher Du perplexed at the sudden improvement in the study atmosphere. Liu Xiaochuan himself began to immerse in his studies, as the final exams loomed just a month away. He needed to achieve commendable results, for he had boasted and could not afford to undermine himself. Unfortunately, this period of tranquility was short-lived, for Liu Xiaochuan soon found himself embroiled in trouble once more. That afternoon, his cousin Liu Xiaojiang, with tear-streaked eyes, sought Liu Xiaochuan outside the classroom, claiming he had been beaten by classmates. Liu Xiaochuan could not turn a blind eye to this and followed his cousin to the classroom of Class 3, West Wing. He had no intention of bullying the younger students. He merely wished to understand the situation. However, upon his arrival, the child who had fought with Liu Xiaojiang immediately burst into tears from fright. "Alas, little brother, what has transpired? I meant you no harm. I simply wanted to mediate and understand your conflict. After all, we are all classmates and should strive to coexist harmoniously." Liu Xiaochuan observed his classmates, their eyes betraying palpable fear. One bold student recounted the incident involving his cousin's fight, though it was merely trivial matters. The boy who had fought with Liu Xiaojian promptly apologized. Liu Xiaochuan instructed his cousin to extend an apology as well. Liu Xiaojian, resistant at first, was soon swayed when Liu Xiaochuan offered him 5 yuan as pocket money. He quickly complied and shook hands with his classmate in reconciliation. "Little brother, may I inquire why everyone seems so afraid of me? I don't look intimidating at all," he asked. "Big brother, it's rumored outside that you possess formidable skills in Qigong, and your cultivation level is quite high. Even Qiu Mingwei from your class, who is known for his prowess, is no match for you. Can they not be apprehensive?" Liu Xiaochuan then realized the reason his cousin sought his protection. Previously, he had relied on Liu Xiaohu for such matters, who was quite renowned at Shida Town Middle School, far surpassing his elder brother Liu Xiaolong. To his astonishment, he had challenged Qiu Mingwei once more, and it seemed he had already gained a fearsome reputation. Chapter 84, Professionally Sibling Pitfall. Before long, Sunday arrived, and Liu Xiaochuan drove his mother, Zhao Cuiping, to his elder sister Liu Xiaoyun's home. The Santana could not navigate the alley and had to be parked roadside, inevitably attracting the attention of the villagers of Shuangmiao. Upon learning that Liu Xiaochuan was Wang Guangxing's brother-in-law, the villagers were puzzled. They had not heard of such wealth in Guangxing's wife's family. Zhao Cuiping proudly proclaimed that the car was earned by her son, her face radiating with pride. Liu Xiaochuan was taken aback by his mother's penchant for boasting. Upon arriving at his sister's house, he found Liu Xiaoyun resting on the Kong. The Wang family had been exceptionally attentive to their daughter-in-law lately, allowing her to do no work, with her days filled solely with eating and resting, causing her face to round out. Liu Xiaochuan believed she should be admitted to the county hospital for her delivery. However, his sister and her family disagreed, deeming it unnecessary. Zhao Cuiping also thought her son was overreacting. In rural areas, Women typically gave birth at the township health clinic, a practice that had improved only in recent years. When Zhao Zuiping gave birth to Liu Xiaochuan, it was at home. Understanding that reasoning with them would be futile, Liu Xiaochuan returned home after lunch. Before leaving, he reminded his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, to call him immediately should anything arise with his sister so he could drive her to the hospital. Little did Liu Xiaochuan anticipate that just 2 days later, on Tuesday morning, before even reaching school, he received a page from home. He promptly turned his motorcycle around and headed back. Upon entering the courtyard, his father, Liu Jinyu, informed him that his brother-in-law had called from the village office, reporting that his sister was experiencing abdominal pain and was preparing to go to the hospital. Without delay, Liu Xiaochuan contacted his senior, Ren Xiaojian, at the county hospital. Ren, having just finished his night shift, was still on site. After answering Liu Xiaochuan's call, he facilitated contact with his colleagues in obstetrics and gynecology, assuring Liu Xiaochuan that he would wait for him at the inpatient department. After concluding the call, Liu Xiaochuan drove straight towards Hechuan town. Before he could even turn towards Shuangmiao village, he spotted Wang Guangxing approaching on a horse-drawn cart. The cart was covered with bedding, and his sister lay atop it, accompanied by Zhao Zuiping and the elder couple. Quickly get in. I've arranged everything with the county hospital. We're heading there, he urged. Initially intending to go to the township health clinic, Wang Guangxing, seeing Liu Xiaochuan had made the necessary arrangements, surrendered his reluctance and helped Liu Xiaoyan into the Santana. While Zhao Zuiping and Wang Dama sat in the back, providing their support, Wang Guangxing occupied the passenger seat while the elderly Wang drove the horse cart back home. Hechuan town lies in close proximity to the county seat, merely a few kilometers away. In a little over 20 minutes, Liu Xiaochuan arrived at the inpatient department of the county hospital. Ren Xiaojian awaited him downstairs and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Liu Xiaochuan emerge from the Santana. He hadn't anticipated that this junior brother would possess a vehicle. However, it was not the right moment to inquire further. So he led the way to the obstetrics and gynecology department. At that time, the hospital's medical procedures were not yet standardized. Ren Xiaojian, having brought Liu Xiaochuan, bypassed the registration process and took him directly to meet Director Song of the obstetrics and gynecology department, where they arranged for hospitalization. Liu Xiaochuan secured a private room, ensuring that the accompanying family members would have a place to rest. Wang Guangxing and the two elders busied themselves with settling Liu Xiaoyan, while Liu Xiaochuan asked Ren Xiaojian to assist in paying the hospitalization fee. Senior brother, I am truly grateful for your help. Today has been quite chaotic. Once things settle down in a few days, I shall treat you to a meal, Liu Xiaochuan expressed sincerely. Ren Xiaojian waved his hand dismissively. This is but a trifling matter. There's no need for such formality. When Belan returns, we should gather together. He refrained from probing into Liu Xiaochuan's circumstances, knowing he could later inquire with Belan for details. Very well, senior brother. I shall not be overly polite. When Sister Belan returns, I will treat you both. You must allow me this opportunity, Liu Xiaochuan insisted, aware that a private invitation might not guarantee Ren's attendance. A token of gratitude, such as a small gift, would suffice. All right then, I just finished my night shift. I shall head home to rest. If you need anything, feel free to call me or visit me in the general surgery department, Ren Xiaojian informed him. Allow me to drive you home, Liu Xiaochuan offered. This time, Ren Xiaojian accepted the offer. Liu Xiaochuan drove him back. The county seat was not large, and Ren's residence was nearby, arriving at his building in mere minutes. After watching him ascend the stairs, Liu Xiaochuan honked the horn and departed. He then sought out a fruit stall and purchased a generous amount of fruit, followed by a visit to the supermarket where he acquired 2 boxes of fine tea. Since the director of obstetrics and gynecology was a woman, gifting cigarettes or alcohol would be inappropriate, leaving tea as the only suitable option. Carrying the items upstairs to the inpatient department, he distributed fruit to both the doctor's office and the nurse's station. The nurses in the hospital tended to treat patients and their families with kindness when shown courtesy. He then took a bag of fruit to his elder sister Liu Xiaoyan's hospital room, where Wang Guangxing informed him that the director had personally examined his sister and had just departed. Liu Xiaochuan approached the director's office with the 2 boxes of tea. Director Song, I apologize for the trouble, he said, placing the tea on her desk. You are a friend of Xiao Ren's. There is no need for such formality. Director Song replied, politely refusing the gesture but ultimately accepting. Director Song, how is my sister's condition? Liu Xiaochuan inquired. Both the mother and fetus are quite healthy. Though the fetal position is not ideal and the baby is somewhat large, a natural birth may pose some challenges. We will observe for now. If necessary, a cesarean section will be required. Rest assured, I will personally perform the surgery if it comes to that. I am immensely grateful, Director Song. I shall return to inform them of this situation. I will certainly be seeking your assistance again in the future. I selected this tea for you. Do give it a try, Liu Xiaochuan added. Very well, don't be so formal. If you need anything, do come to find me, she responded. Director Song, after Liu Xiaochuan left, picked up the 2 boxes of tea, which contained the commonly seen jasmine tea. The packaging was decent, yet the contents were of little value. It was indeed difficult to procure quality tea in the current county town. Noticing that the packaging seemed to have been opened, Director Song lifted the lid of the tea box and discovered 2 banknotes inside. He mused to himself, the young man, though not very old, possesses quite a sense of courtesy. Liu Xiaochuan felt somewhat puzzled. He recalled that in his previous life, his elder sister had given birth through natural delivery. So why was Director Song now stating that a cesarean section was necessary? Upon returning to the hospital room, he found his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, feeding his elder sister, Liu Xiaoyan, some fruit. Observing the roundness of Liu Xiaoyan's face, Liu Xiaochuan quickly grasped the situation. In his previous life, due to his own circumstances, his elder sister held a low status in her marital home, likely having to wash clothes and cook while pregnant, leading to a smaller fetus and an uncomplicated natural delivery. However, in this life, due to his own influence, her status at home had significantly risen. She spent her days indulging in rest and nourishment, making it entirely normal for the fetus to be larger. Liu Xiaochuan felt a pang of guilt, realizing that he had inadvertently caused his sister yet another predicament. Liu Xiaoyan, however, did not share these sentiments. Since her brother's rise to success, her life in her marital home had become exceedingly pleasant. Her husband, Wang Guangxing, was dutifully attentive, and her in-laws treated her with utmost care. Unbeknownst to her, the impending cesarean section was a consequence of her brother's actions. Chapter 85. Becoming an uncle. Liu Xiaochuan relayed Director Song's message, and both Zhao Zuiping and Wang Dama did not anticipate the need for a cesarean section. Zhao Zuiping inquired, "Will the surgery pose any danger?" Liu Xiaochuan reassured her, "No, the director will personally perform the operation, so it is quite safe." Wang Guangxing and Liu Xiaoyan were also reluctant about the cesarean section, ultimately deciding to observe for a few more days and strive for a natural delivery. If that proved impossible, they would consider the surgical option. The private ward contained only 2 beds, allowing for 1 person to stay overnight. However, with everyone feeling uneasy, Liu Xiaochuan booked a room at a nearby hotel, where Zhao Zuiping and Wang Dama stayed for the night, while Wang Guangxing remained as a caregiver. During the day, the 2 women would take turns to assist. With everything arranged, Liu Xiaochuan felt his presence was no longer necessary, so he drove home. His father, Liu Jinyu, had been worried but felt reassured upon hearing that everything was in order. With Zhao Zuiping away, Liu Xiaochuan took the initiative to cook dinner, using leftover steamed buns as the staple. Liu Jinyu enjoyed the meal, pleasantly surprised by his son's culinary skills. The following day, Liu Xiaochuan attended school as usual. Shortly after the first class, he was summoned to the office by Teacher Du for a reprimand. "Liu Xiaochuan, you just returned and have already begun skipping classes, have you?" "Teacher Du, please allow me to explain. It's not what you think. My elder sister is about to give birth, and I took her to the hospital yesterday morning." "Does your sister need you for that?" "Well, I have acquaintances at the hospital." "Teacher, when you have your next child, I can help you find someone." "Bah, I adhere to family planning. 1 child is sufficient. No need for assistance in that regard." "Teacher, I didn't mean to jest. I truly have matters to attend to, and will make sure to request leave in advance next time." "Very well, I concede your reasoning." Returning to class, Liu Xiaochuan had scarcely settled in when Chen Sumei inquired why he had been absent the previous day. Liu Xiaochuan responded with honesty, to which Chen Sumei merely acknowledged with a sound and fell silent. The following week passed without incident. On Sunday, his brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, called to inform him that Director Song had mandated they proceed with surgery, as a natural delivery was no longer viable. They had decided to heed the doctor's advice and would undergo a cesarean section the next morning. Consequently, Liu Xiaochuan sought out Xiao Long, requesting him to take a leave on his behalf for the following day. Early Monday morning, he drove to the county hospital. He first located an early opening supermarket to purchase necessities for expectant mothers, then hurriedly made his way to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Upon arriving at Liu Xiaochuan's hospital room, he found his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and Aunt Wang already present. They had been busy these past few days, procuring fabric to craft several outfits and a multitude of diapers for the impending arrival. The small quilts and pads for the baby had been prepared at home well in advance and were also brought along. Director Song arrived early to discuss some preparatory matters, with Liu Xiaochuan being the first patient for the cesarean section. Just as Director Song exited, the anesthetist entered to provide further instructions. Liu Xiaochuan, ever considerate, did not forget to present red envelopes to both. While Director Song was aware of Liu Xiaochuan's generous nature, the anesthetist, upon feeling the somewhat thin envelope, initially felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, upon returning to the office and discovering the contents were not mere tokens but crisp 100 yuan bills, his mood brightened considerably. Before long, Liu Xiaochuan was wheeled into the operating room, and the family commenced their anxious vigil outside. Initially, Wang Guangxing managed to remain composed, but soon he became restless, while Liu Xiaochuan maintained his calm demeanor. An hour later, the doors to the operating room finally opened, and a nurse emerged to deliver joyful news. Both mother and child were safe, having welcomed a robust baby boy weighing over 8 pounds. She urged Liu Xiaochuan's family to come forth. Wang Guangxing sprang to his feet, clutching a small quilt to receive the child, while Zhao Cuiping and Aunt Wang rushed to peer in. Liu Xiaochuan also approached for a glimpse. The newborn appeared wrinkled and indistinct in beauty, yet his cries resounded with vigor. Zhao Cuiping and Aunt Wang beamed with delight, carrying the child back to the hospital room, while Wang Guangxing and Liu Xiaochuan remained outside the operating room, awaiting Liu Xiaochuan's awakening. Another half-hour elapsed before Liu Xiaochuan was brought out. Wang Guangxing and Liu Xiaochuan promptly took hold of the hospital bed and wheeled her back to the room on the 3rd floor. The joy radiating from Wang Guangxing was palpable as he conversed with Liu Xiaochuan, who, still weakened, could only blink in response. Observing their affectionate exchange, Liu Xiaochuan felt a pang of envy. Upon returning to the room, everyone busily attended to Liu Xiaochuan and her newborn, as she would need to stay in the hospital for several days due to the cesarean section, with Wang Guangxing and the two mothers providing care. Liu Xiaochuan found himself unable to assist. He offered a bundle of cash to Wang Guangxing, who staunchly declined. "Xiaochuan, how can I accept this? You are the one covering the hospital expenses. I haven't even touched the money I brought with me. I cannot possibly take yours." Liu Xiaochuan reflected on this and decided not to press the matter further. "Isn't this my dear sister? The hospitalization fees have been settled. Consider it my contribution. You can use the remaining funds as you wish. Just take good care of my sister and the child. Your contribution seems rather substantial. Rest assured, brother-in-law will undoubtedly look after them both." I am filled with joy. Even staying awake for 20 hours feels effortless. Wang Guangxing is indeed elated. Who isn't overjoyed when they first become a father? However, you mustn't overexert yourself. Mother and Aunt Wang are both here. They possess the experience to lend a helping hand. I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Inform me in advance when you are discharged, and I will come to fetch you. Yes, you can return to your studies with peace of mind. Liu Xiaochuan drove home first to share the joyous news with his father, Liu Jinyu. After lunch, he finally arrived at school before his afternoon class. Seeing that he had requested leave in advance and returned early, Teacher Du refrained from reprimanding him. Once class ended, Liu Xiaolong hurried over to inquire, "Did my sister give birth to a girl or a boy? Is the baby plump?" "A healthy boy, weighing over 8 pounds. Born without complications." His classmates, upon hearing this, congratulated Liu Xiaochuan, celebrating his new role as an uncle, including Chen Sume, who was no exception. Suddenly, Liu Xiaolong whispered, "Are you happy, the child's aunt?" Chen Sume's face flushed immediately. Fortunately, the other classmates did not overhear. Liu Xiaochuan shot him a glare and kicked Xiaolong to the ground. "All right, Xiaochuan, resorting to violence, are we? I tell you, this matter cannot be resolved without at least 2 packs of cigarettes." With that, he dashed away, while Liu Xiaochuan raised his foot again. After school, he rode his motorcycle, taking Xiaolong home. Passing by a store, he bought 2 packs of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. Fearing that Xiaolong might let something slip, which could negatively affect Chen Sume, Xiaolong took the cigarettes and tucked them into his pocket. "These 2 packs will last until the end of the term. Next semester, we'll have to negotiate again." Liu Xiaochuan realized that this rascal had him figured out. Chapter 86 3-Year Pact. On Sunday, my sister Liu Xiaochuan was discharged from the hospital. Liu Xiaochuan drove to pick her up, and upon seeing his nephew again, he found him even more charming, with large eyes resembling black grapes and a round, adorable face. After dropping them off at Shuangmiao village, Zhao Cuiping stayed to care for her daughter during the postpartum period. This is a significant matter, requiring both Zhao Cuiping and Aunt Wang to assist in the care. However, it is common for conflicts to arise between the mother-in-law and the maternal grandmother during this time. So Liu Xiaochuan repeatedly advised his mother, Zhao Cuiping, to avoid disputes with Aunt Wang over differing opinions, as it could adversely affect the familial relationships within his sister's household. Zhao Cuiping assured him that they would take turns caring for the baby without interfering with one another, allowing Liu Xiaochuan to leave with peace of mind. The news of Liu Xiaoyun's childbirth spread swiftly among family members. Liu Xiaochuan's second aunt, younger aunt, and two maternal aunts all visited during her hospitalization, bringing gifts. Interestingly, relatives living in the county had not come to visit, perhaps unaware of the news or feigning ignorance, but ultimately, it mattered little. After a few days of relative calm in his studies, the long-awaited final exams arrived on January 12th. This time, after diligently studying for over a month at school, Liu Xiaochuan managed to catch up in all his subjects, and his total score in the final exam is estimated to exceed 540 points. Even with the strict grading in physics, this year's spring festival arrives early, with just over 10 days remaining until the new year. As soon as the exams concluded, Teacher Du held a brief class meeting to announce the commencement of winter break. Once Teacher Du departed, the students began to pack their belongings in preparation to return home. Chen Sumei finally mustered the courage to ask Liu Xiaochuan to wait for her a moment, as she had something to discuss with him. Liu Xiaochuan anticipated what Chen Sumei wished to convey, a thought that filled him with trepidation. However, this matter could not linger unresolved. He first assisted Chen Sumei in gathering her things, intending to ride his motorcycle and escort her home, allowing them the opportunity to converse along the way. Sitting on Liu Xiaochuan's motorcycle, Chen Sumei's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. She believed Liu Xiaochuan had already grasped her feelings, and thus, without further ado, she naturally wrapped her arms around his waist. As they sped towards Shuanggo village, nearing their destination, they passed a small river bordered by a thicket. Liu Xiaochuan halted the motorcycle to engage in conversation with Chen Sumei. Chen Sumei's face was scarlet, her heart pounding like a frightened deer. She wondered what Liu Xiaochuan's intent was in stopping the motorcycle by the thicket. Chen Sumei dared not contemplate further. Chen Sumei, I am aware of your feelings for me, but please hear me out. My previous assistance was merely out of camaraderie as classmates. I could not stand by and watch you leap into a perilous situation. I hope you can gain admission to university and embrace a different life. There is nothing more to it. Once you enter university, you will discover countless wonderful individuals and experiences awaiting you, many of whom are worth your anticipation. You need not sacrifice the entirety of the forest for a crooked tree like me, Liu Xiaochuan. Chen Sumei was taken aback by Liu Xiaochuan's words, completely blindsided. He did not harbor feelings for her. Upon hearing this, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Liu Xiaochuan felt a pang of urgency, yet resolutely continued. Oh dear, please do not cry. Allow me to explain. We are still young, and there exists a vast world beyond us. I appreciate your affection, and I am not heartless. But should I accept your feelings, I fear that when I encounter more people in the future, I might inadvertently hurt you. It is better to bury these sentiments deep within my heart. You need not express these sentiments merely to placate me. I understand you do not harbor feelings for me. You have visited the provincial capital and undoubtedly encountered many graceful swans in the city, and thus, it is natural that you would not look upon me. This rural ugly duckling, Chen Sumei retorted angrily, stamping her foot, her envisioned romance coming to an abrupt end. Liu Xiaochuan, feeling a twinge of compassion, suggested, let us agree on this. If 3 years from now you still hold feelings for me, and I remain unattached, then we shall be together, shall we? Let us use these 3 years to validate our hearts. However, until then, we must both study diligently to gain admission to our desired universities. I will show you my true feelings. Chen Sumei wiped away her tears, her face resolute. Without looking back, she strode away towards the village. Get on. We are still the best of friends, are we not? Why must it come to this? Chen Sumei contemplated for a moment before she decided to mount the motorcycle. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them as Liu Xiaochuan escorted her to her doorstep. The entrance to the Chun family home was adorned with auspicious red characters, celebrating the recent marriage of Chen Sumei's brother. After helping her set down her backpack, Liu Xiaochuan flashed her a smile before speeding off into the distance, leaving her standing alone in the wind, engulfed in melancholy and confusion. Liu Xiaochuan felt he lacked the resolve to sever ties completely. Hence he proposed a 3-year pact to tether Chinsume, hoping that within this span, she might discover her own sense of belonging or come to terms with him. In the previous life during their high school years, Liu Xiaochuan harbored feelings for Chinsume. However, upon his rebirth, he understood that their paths were fated to diverge, and thus he wished to spare her from heartache, unaware that she was already suffering from his unintentional wounds. Having resolved matters regarding Chinsume, Liu Xiaochuan felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders. Upon returning home, he encountered his elder sister Liu Xiaoning, who had just arrived. Liu Xiaochuan chided her for not informing him to pick her up. "I returned with classmates on a motorcycle. Why would you need to come? I didn't bring much," she retorted, having already noticed the Santana parked in their yard. "By the way, your cousin called you. You should return his call." After calling Zhao Lijun, Liu Xiaochuan learned that he and Wang Jing would be heading back to Xining County the following day. They planned to hold their wedding in their rural hometown on January 16th and requested Liu Xiaochuan to join them at his uncle's house in Zhaotuan to discuss wedding arrangements. Liu Xiaochuan agreed, informing Zhao Lijun that he would drive to the train station the next day to fetch him and Wang Jing. The next afternoon, Liu Xiaochuan drove to the train station to pick up Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing, promptly heading to Zhaotuan, which lay not far from Liutuan in Shida town. Upon arriving at his uncle's residence, he found that 2 of his cousins had also returned, along with his second uncle's family. His younger uncle and 2 aunts had yet to arrive, as they would be coming for the wedding the day after tomorrow. Liu Xiaochuan's maternal grandparents had passed away many years ago. His mother, Zhao Cuiping, had 2 brothers, 1 younger brother, and 2 sisters, aside from his elder and second uncles, who lived nearby in Zhaotuan and frequently visited. The younger uncle and 2 aunts had not been seen in years. It cannot be said that there had been no contact. Last year, when Liu Xiaochuan encountered difficulties, Liu Jinyu had sought financial assistance from Liu Xiaochuan's maternal uncle and second aunt, but he was met with rejection. In contrast, both rural uncles had lent some support to his family. Liu Xiaochuan's newfound wealth was known throughout his uncle's household and beyond. With the new year approaching, he had already purchased cigarettes, liquor, and snacks in the county to present as gifts to his elder and second uncles for the spring festival. According to rural customs, unmarried young individuals were not obliged to offer gifts to their elders. However, Liu Xiaochuan was an exception, as his fortune was well acknowledged. And thus both uncles received the gifts with ease, content in the knowledge that their nephew had not been in vain during his childhood, finally reaping the rewards of his hard work. Chapter 87. Rural weddings in the 1990s. Wang Jing's family home was quite distant from Xining County, where they had already hosted a banquet. Therefore, for the wedding on the groom's side, few guests from Wang Jing's family would attend, limited to her parents, uncles, and other close relatives. Zhao Lijun will arrange a hotel in the county tomorrow and rent a large bus. Once Wang Jing's family arrives, she will stay at the hotel with them, and early the following morning, they will head to the hotel for the wedding ceremony. As for Zhao Tun, Lijun's maternal uncle and his family have nearly completed their preparations. They convened a family meeting to discuss the finer details, ensuring there would be no misunderstandings that could lead to embarrassment for the bride's family and friends. Liu Xiaochuan also attended the meeting but refrained from voicing his opinions, as he was not well versed in such matters, preferring to focus on driving and running errands. On the evening of January 15th, many relatives from the Zhao family arrived, including Zhao Cuiping, who was brought by Liu Xiaochuan, as well as his elder brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, creating quite a lively atmosphere. With so many relatives, the Zhao household was insufficient to accommodate everyone, so Liu Xiaochuan's family returned to Liu Tun for the night. The next day, they awoke early and set off for Zhao Tun. Liu Xiaoning, the second sister, was reluctant to join the festivities and decided to stay home to look after the house. Liu Xiaochuan drove to Zhao Tun, leaving his parents and brother-in-law behind, and promptly went to the county to fetch the bride. He was already acquainted with most of Wang's relatives, aside from a few elders met during the engagement. Wang Bing and Wang Zhe also accompanied them. The Santana car was reserved for the newlyweds, accompanied by 2 young attendants, while the remaining relatives from the Wang family followed in the bus. As they entered Zhao Tun and approached Zhao Lijun's home, firecrackers erupted in a jubilant display, with many people gathered outside, relatives and family friends from Zhao's side offering their assistance. Upon the couple's arrival, they welcomed the bride's relatives inside without much ceremony, aided by Zhao's elders who offered auspicious words, after which everyone took their seats to feast. Naturally, Liu Xiaochuan was not in a position to eat first. Instead, he assisted the younger attendees in serving dishes. Most of the local relatives were unfamiliar to him, but he was introduced by those who recognized him. Essentially, they were either uncles or cousins, with a few older gentlemen whom he had to address as grandfathers. After calling out to so many uncles, his mouth grew weary, and he could hardly remember their names. His little uncle and 2 aunts returned, whom he had not seen for several years, yet he still recognized them and promptly greeted them. However, they did not recognize him, as he had transformed from a little boy into a young man over the years. The rural banquet was quite economical, lacking extravagant ingredients, yet the chicken, duck, fish, and meat were prepared generously, with ample servings. The wine was locally produced by Jiao, and the beverages included Shuan Meilu and Li. The relatives and neighbors at the banquet engaged in lively drinking games, adding to the merriment. Once the guests from the bride's family and the villagers who came to offer their congratulations had departed, only the closest relatives from Zhao's family remained to partake in the meal. As the newlyweds offered toasts to the guests, Liu Xiaochuan followed behind with a cup and a bottle of wine. His little aunt, who had just welcomed the couple at the entrance, recognized Liu Xiaochuan as he stepped out of the Santana, realizing he was the driver from earlier. "Xiaochuan, it's been years since we last met. I hardly recognized you. You've made quite a name for yourself, even learned to drive." She turned to Zhao Lijun, exclaiming, "Look at Lijun, renting a Santana as a wedding car. That's quite a first for our Zhao Tan." Before Zhao Lijun could respond, Wang Jing interjected, "Auntie, the Santana isn't rented, it's actually Xiaochuan's." Zhao Lijun felt somewhat annoyed by Wang Jing's garrulousness, as he was well aware that his aunt was a person who favored wealth over poverty. He replied, "This is a car borrowed by Xiaochuan from someone else. I'm just shamelessly asking him to give me a ride since it's my wedding." "Borrowed, you say? That's quite impressive. Not everyone can manage that. Where did Xiaochuan get it from?" "Oh, he borrowed it from the provincial capital. Didn't you notice the provincial plate?" After saying this, Liu Xiaochuan followed Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to the next table to toast. His aunt and uncle, Zhao Hongjun, exchanged glances, sensing that their nephew seemed to have struck it rich, even managing to borrow a car. They also realized that among the relatives present today, it was the eldest sister, Zhao Cuiping, and her husband, Liu Jinyu, who occupied the seat of honor. Liu Xiaochuan's uncle and second aunt both worked in the county, and in previous visits, they had always sat at the head of the table in the Zhao household. Today, however, the dynamics had evidently shifted, with both brothers and sisters-in-law surrounding the eldest sister's family, urging them to drink. It appeared that after more than a year apart, the eldest sister's family had indeed prospered. "Is your Xiaochuan not studying anymore? How does he have acquaintances in the provincial capital to borrow a car?" Zhao Hongjun inquired. "He is still in school, but this is his final year. Didn't we have financial troubles last year? He took a break from school to work in the provincial capital for a year. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but he returned with money," Zhao Cuiping replied, reluctant to divulge too much about her younger brother. Last year, when they were borrowing money from relatives, the wealthiest siblings did not lend a single cent, and it was impossible for Zhao Cuiping not to feel resentment about that. "Hongjun, you and your siblings might not know yet, but our Xiaochuan has struck it rich. Your eldest sister's house has been completely renovated, spacious and bright, complete with heating and running water. It's not inferior to your homes in the city," Zhao's second aunt remarked. Liu Xiaochuan's uncle had graduated from a technical school and was assigned to work at the county glass factory, while his aunt was the daughter of the factory manager, thus considered a member of the elite in the Zhao family. His aunt had always looked down on their poorer relatives, and when she mentioned Liu Xiaochuan's new house, it was a subtle admonition to the third sister-in-law not to remain arrogant towards them. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Now, hasn't he, our nephew Liu Xiaochuan, become wealthy? Liu Xiaochuan's second aunt, present at the gathering, was also puzzled. Last year, this nephew had caused trouble, and now, after more than a year, he had seemingly thrived. The fact that he hadn't lent money to the eldest sister's family last year surely affected their sibling relationship, and it seemed she would need to find an opportunity to make amends. Today, Zhao Cuiping occupied the seat of honor, basking in the compliments from her siblings and other relatives, all thanks to her youngest son, who had allowed her a moment of pride. Liu Xiaochuan, meanwhile, sat at a table with his cousins. His uncle's son, Zhao Liwei, still in elementary school, was quite eloquent, boasting to his older siblings about how his grandfather was the factory manager and how wealthy they were, even mentioning that they spent over 2,000 on a pager. Liu Xiaochuan knew that the county's glass factory would likely shut down by next year, resulting in most workers losing their jobs. Naturally, he saw no need to share such information with a child and simply watched as his younger cousin bragged. "You mention a pager? Xiaochuan has one too." "Right in his pocket," said his second aunt's daughter, unable to tolerate her cousin's boastful demeanor. She indeed saw Liu Xiaochuan check the time on his pager. According to his sister-in-law Wang Jing, that was indeed a pager, costing over 2,000 yuan. The little cousin appeared skeptical. He had a pager as well and dismissed Liu's claim, suggesting it must be an electronic watch instead, as the popular blind watches on the streets bore a striking resemblance to pagers. "Brother Xiaochuan, show it to me. Is it a pager or an electronic watch?" "No need to look. This is merely an electronic watch. Enough talk, let us eat, or I'll finish all the meat." Liu Xiaochuan hastily changed the subject, thinking it was pointless to argue with a child. "Humph." The little cousin shot him a glance, seemingly mocking him as though he had never tasted meat. Liu Xiaochuan paid no mind, quickly finishing his meal and leaving the table. Chapter 88. How do you find your uncle? After the meal, Liu Xiaochuan accompanied Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing to the county town, for the relatives of the Wang family would not depart until the next day, and he could not abandon them in the county. Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing intended to show them around Xining County, while also bringing back some local specialties. Upon returning to Zhao village, everyone had finished their meal and was seated on the kong at his elder uncle's house, sipping tea. Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to wait in the side room. At that moment, his uncle Zhao Hongjun called out to him, "Nephew, come here for a moment." Liu Xiaochuan felt little affection for his uncle. In his previous life, when his mother Zhao Cuiping passed away, his uncle's family had not appeared. In this life, he had also not seen them for many years. One could say that if they crossed paths on the street, his uncle would not recognize him. Nevertheless, as a younger relative, Liu Xiaochuan felt it necessary to be polite. Hearing his uncle call, he promptly ran over and inquired, "What is it, uncle?" Zhao Hongjun was pleased with Liu Xiaochuan's demeanor and, buoyed by the influence of alcohol, asked, "Xiaochuan, how do you find your uncle?" This question genuinely perplexed Liu Xiaochuan. He had not seen his uncle in several years. During his time in high school in the county, he was practically under his uncle's nose. Yet his uncle had never visited him or invited him over for a meal. The county was rather small. Yet Liu Xiaochuan did not even know which side of the street led to his uncle's home. Of course, having lived a life before, he could comprehend his uncle's perspective. His uncle had married the daughter of a factory director, and though he was not a son-in-law in the traditional sense, their familial standing was likely comparable. He might have feared that inviting his nephew over for a meal could lead to complications, such as his wife becoming upset if Liu Xiaochuan visited too often. But how was he to respond to the question of how his uncle treated him? Liu Xiaochuan's recollections of his uncle were faint, limited to childhood memories of playing in the mountains with him, where he had scraped his leg, and his uncle had advised him not to complain to his grandmother. Beyond that, he had no further memories. Liu Xiaochuan, left with no other option, reluctantly replied, "Quite well, indeed." "What is the sudden inquiry, uncle?" "As long as it's good, that's enough. Since you remember the good things about your uncle, could you lend me your Santana for a couple of days? The day after tomorrow, your aunt's cousin is going to propose to his girlfriend, and I plan to drive it to help him make a good impression." I'm sorry, uncle, but this car is borrowed. I'm planning to return it to its owner in the next couple of days." Liu Xiaochuan did not hesitate, knowing that lending it was out of the question. "Your aunt just called her cousin about this. If you don't lend it, how am I supposed to explain this to your uncle?" Zhao Hongjun was somewhat irked. Why was his nephew so difficult to communicate with? Liu Xiaochuan pondered to himself. Could it be that this uncle was unwell? He hadn't even inquired about him before making demands. Moreover, why should he be accountable for such matters? After all, he was an elder, and it was inappropriate for him to voice his grievances. He merely turned to his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and asked, "Mother, when shall we return home? My second sister is still alone there." "Look at you, my child. Your uncle has asked you a question, and you have yet to respond. Why the rush to leave?" Aunt Zhao, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Third, the child has already stated that the car was borrowed. How can he lend it out again? Why must you put the child in a difficult position?" The others present found themselves in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say. Lu Jinyu then addressed Zhao Hongchan. "Brother, there is nothing pressing. We'll take our leave now. The cattle at home still need feeding, and the second girl is not capable of managing it alone. Very well, then let us return. I shall send Li Jun and Wang Jing to visit you tomorrow, Zhao Hongchun replied, sensing the atmosphere had soured. With a celebration occurring at home, it would be unpleasant if tensions escalated. His younger brother, Zhao Hongjun, along with his wife, had always looked down upon their rural relatives. Now, seeing Liu Xiaochuan's newfound wealth, they were quick to ask for favors without a second thought. However, as the eldest brother, he felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. As Liu Xiaochuan's family prepared to depart, Uncle Zhao Hongjun seemed poised to say something further, but Aunt Zhao interrupted. What more is there to say? Your nephew has prospered and seems to have forgotten his uncle. Why do you continue to call him nephew? Zhao Cuiping, having endured enough, finally spoke up. Are you two never going to cease? Your nephew has grown up, and not once have you offered him a single sweet. He has studied in the county for a year without ever having dined at your table. How dare you assume a position of superiority over my son? And as for your inquiries about his well-being, surely you know the answer in your hearts. Today, let me make it clear, that car was not borrowed. It was purchased by my son, and he simply refuses to lend it to you. With that, she paid no heed to the expressions of Zhao Hongjun and his wife, pulling Liu Jinyu along as they exited. Wang Guangxing, being the son-in-law of the Liu family, had no ground to speak and promptly followed suit. Liu Xiaochuan nodded to his uncle and second uncle before leaving as well. Although Zhao Cuiping directed her ire toward her brother and sister-in-law, Liu Xiaochuan's second aunt felt the sting of embarrassment. Her nephew had spent a year studying in the county without her ever visiting or inviting him for a meal. When her brother-in-law, Liu Jinyu, came to borrow money, she had offered him no kindness either. Within their home, the uncle and aunt felt constrained to speak up. Yet the second aunt showed no reservations and wore a look of schadenfreude. Only Liu Xiaochuan's little aunt remained oblivious to the familial tensions. Having married far away and not having returned home for years, her expression filled with confusion. Liu Xiaochuan's uncle and second aunt did not linger, leaving in haste with their children, for the county was not far. The little aunt intended to leave, but was persuaded by Zhao Hongchun to stay, as it was a rare occasion to return to her family home, and she ought to remain longer. Upon returning home, Zhao Cuiping was still seething with anger. Liu Xiaochuan teased her. Mother, why are you still upset? You scolded them. They should be the ones feeling angry and aggrieved, not you. Regrettably, in the haste of departure, I neglected to invite my aunt to stay with us for a few days. Her home is quite distant, making it difficult for her to return easily. However, tomorrow, your cousin and his wife will undoubtedly visit us, and you can escort them back while also bringing your aunt along. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Cuiping felt her irritation dissipate. My brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, was anxious to return to care for Liu Xiaoyun, who was in confinement, so Liu Xiaochuan had no choice but to accompany him back. As the year drew to a close, it was also time to address the supplementary classes. Thus Liu Xiaochuan called Bai Ling to discuss distributing some year-end benefits to the teachers. They ultimately decided that Bai Ling would take the lead in purchasing some New Year provisions, allocating 100 yuan for each individual. Bai Ling informed Liu Xiaochuan that she and Yu Qingjun would be returning to their hometown in Xinping County to visit their parents during the Spring Festival and would bring along the account book prepared by Yu Xiaomei for him to review. Sister Bai, when will you return? I can pick you up at the station, Liu Xiaochuan offered. As for the account book, it could wait until after the new year when he returned to Fengyang. He only needed a brief overview of the situation. There's no need for you to pick us up. My home is not far from the station. That will not do. I had been planning to visit you in Fengyang before the year ends. Since you are coming, it would be much more convenient for me to meet you. We must see each other. Very well then. We will call you before we set off to inform you of our train's arrival time. Since Liu Xiaochuan insisted on picking them up, Bai Ling graciously accepted the offer. Chapter 89. The new year. Due to the wedding of Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing occurring just before the year's end, relatives were in a hurry to depart. Liu Xiaochuan's aunt, along with her daughter, hurriedly visited for a meal before swiftly leaving. Residing over 100 kilometers away in Helong City, they were eager to catch their train, and Liu Xiaochuan kindly escorted them to the station. Xinping County, being close to Inner Mongolia, sees its residents indulging in mutton and beef during the New Year celebrations. Liu Xiaochuan's family purchased a goat, and on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, they slaughtered it. After preparing the meat, Liu Xiaochuan meticulously placed half of the goat into a snakeskin bag and stored it in a vat to freeze. As the winter in northeast China serves as a natural refrigerator, The frozen half-goat was intended as a gift for Bai Ling and Yu Qingjun. Before the year's end, Liu Xiaochuan made another trip to Shida town, bearing gifts for Teacher Du's family. Teacher Du, a commendable individual, had intervened in the matter concerning Chen Sumei and even enlisted the help of her husband, the deputy town mayor, to resolve the issue. This was not the first time Teacher Du had received gifts from students. However, it was the first instance of receiving items such as tobacco and tea, rather than the usual peanuts and dates. After much insistence, Liu Xiaochuan left the gifts behind and sped away on his motorcycle. Subsequently, the preparations for New Year's goods, grave visits, and pasting couplets occupied the days leading up to the celebration. After several busy days, the New Year finally arrived. The rural Spring Festival is far more vibrant and engaging than celebrating in the city. Although materially less abundant, the festive spirit is undeniably rich. On New Year's Eve, everyone gathered to watch the Spring Festival Gala while keeping vigil through the night. As the first day of the New Year dawned, the entire village exchanged greetings. On the second day, Liu Xiaochuan's grandmother and his second uncle's family visited their new home, and the entire family gathered for a feast. Grandmother looked at her grandchildren, bursting with pride at their achievements, her joy evident in her beaming smile. Aside from dining and gatherings, the allure of mahjong and poker takes center stage, where individuals of all ages and generations can gather around the same table. In the realm of gambling, the ties of parent and child dissolve. The victors erupt in joyous laughter, while the defeated remain composed and unperturbed, as the stakes are modest, merely a bit of light-hearted betting, with no risk of losing homes or land. In the past, Liu Xiaochuan eagerly anticipated the festive days of the new year for the enjoyment they brought, yet now, with newfound wealth, his enthusiasm has waned. However, he could not resist the persistent invitations from Zhang Chao and Xiao Long to join the table, and thus he acquiesced to play with his friends, finding delight even in losing a bit of money to them. Liu Xiaolong, harboring a mischievous intent, knew that playing poker with Xiaochuan was a guaranteed win, and should he lose, he could simply avoid repayment, regarding it as a fee for his silence. Amidst the revelry, the new year swiftly passed. After the third day, visits to relatives commenced. Originally, Liu Xiaochuan's elder sister and brother-in-law were to return to their parental home. But as his sister had recently given birth, the third day coincided with the baby's one-month celebration, prompting Liu Xiaochuan's family to drive to his sister's home for the festivities. Naturally, he was obliged to present his nephew with a monetary gift for the occasion. At noon, Liu Xiaochuan abstained from alcohol, having received a call from Bai Ling earlier that morning, informing him they would return to Xinpingshan County that day, arriving at the train station around 3 o'clock. Liu Xiaochuan had promised to meet them and could not go back on his word. Fortunately, he had placed half a sheep in the trunk of his car that morning, thus sparing him a return trip home. Long before 3 o'clock, Liu Xiaochuan arrived at the train station, which, during the Spring Festival travel rush, was bustling with activity. The small station of Xinpingshan was crowded with people carrying large bundles, all exiting with smiles that radiated joy. The new year had arrived. And regardless of the past year's tribulations, the spirit of celebration prevailed. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling, along with their son Pippi, stood out as they emerged from the station. And upon spotting Liu Xiaochuan waving, they approached him. After ushering the trio into his Santana, Pippi politely greeted him with New Year wishes. Liu Xiaochuan promptly produced 2 crisp bills, gifting Pippi with his New Year's money. Observing the generous sum, Yu Qingjun quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Xiaochuan, this red envelope is too lavish, we cannot accept it. I have earned this money, and it would not sit well with me to keep it all. Let Pippi help me spend some," Liu Xiaochuan insisted. "Come now, accept it, and thank your uncle." Liu Xiaochuan, now quite affluent, had garnered a substantial income from the tutoring classes that had only been operational for a few months. Bai Ling chimed in, "We've done well. The class has generated quite a profit." She succinctly outlined the tutoring class's financial situation, revealing that from October to December, they had amassed over 110,000 yuan in tuition fees. After deducting salaries, operational costs, and rent, the net profit amounted to approximately 30,000 yuan. As per their agreement, they would allocate 3,000 yuan for dividends among the 3 principals, with Bai Ling receiving over 6,000 yuan and Liu Xiaochuan over 20,000 yuan. Additionally, there was the 4,000 yuan in rent owed to him by the tutoring class, which would remain in the class's account until Liu Xiaochuan returned to the provincial capital to retrieve it. Although the property belonged to Liu Xiaochuan personally, the tutoring class was still required to pay rent for the two-story building, totaling 480 square meters. With an annual rent of 15,000 yuan, already considered a favorable rate. While it may appear to be a mere transfer from one hand to the other, such procedures were necessary, given that the tutoring class was a partnership with Bai Ling, while the property itself was his private asset. Upon hearing that Bai Ling had invested 50,000 yuan, Yu Qingjun was astonished to find that he had already earned 6,000 yuan in just 3 months, more than his entire annual salary. He was confident that the upcoming winter break would yield even greater profits. His sister, Yu Xiaomei, was earning a generous 500 yuan monthly at her tutoring center and had received a year-end bonus of 900 yuan. He felt a deep sense of gratitude. Liu Xiaochuan suggested that Yu Qingjun take the passenger seat to guide him. With a smile, Yu Qingjun replied, "Xiaochuan, why don't you sit in the back? I can drive. Bai Jia's place isn't far, and it would be easier for me to navigate while driving." Although he held the position of deputy director in the district, he lacked a car of his own and felt a bit restless from not having driven for a while. "That sounds great, you go." "I'm not very familiar with the roads in the county seat," Liu Xiaochuan responded, taking a seat in the back with Pippi, while Yu Qingjun and his wife occupied the front. "You go. I have a dilemma. Su Jibin helped me drive the car back from Fengyang, but I can't really use it at home. To drive it back to Fengyang feels daunting. I don't know the way, and I'm quite out of practice. When you all head back in a few days, let me join you for the drive. Once we return to Fengyang, you can keep the car for your commutes to work, preventing it from gathering dust. I'll mostly be back at school preparing for the college entrance examination next semester, so I won't need it." That seems inappropriate. It's your car, after all. What would it mean for me to drive it back?" Yu Qingjun felt a twinge of interest but was hesitant to agree. "Actually, you're mistaken. This isn't my car. It belongs to the company. There are only 2 shareholders, Bai Jie and myself. Whether it's for me or her, it makes no difference. Additionally, when Bai Jie goes to the tutoring center on weekends, you can serve as her driver. Just so you know, this is a volunteer position. Our tutoring center does not pay you." Yu Qingjun was about to decline when Bai Ling interrupted. "Since Xiaochuan has offered, you should go ahead and drive it. But we must remember Xiaochuan's kindness. Not to mention, with the tutoring center, he wouldn't need to seek other investors. Involving me is essentially a means for us to earn together. How could I not understand? Xiaochuan, rest assured, whenever you need assistance, consider me your brother. There's no need for formality," Yu Qingjun declared, seeing his wife's approval. "Don't worry, you go. If I ever need your help, I will definitely reach out to you, more so than I would my own brother. I wouldn't even know how to be polite." Liu Xiaochuan assured him. "I have no idea how to be polite either," Pippi chimed in from the back seat, prompting laughter from the group. Chapter 90, Bai Ling. The second-generation official Yu Qingjun drove swiftly to a quaint area of bungalows behind the county government, finally stopping in front of a small courtyard. Liu Xiaochuan recognized this as the residential area for officials of the county committee and government. Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling brought along numerous items, and Liu Xiaochuan contributed half a sheep as they all made their way into the courtyard. Though modest in size, the courtyard was well organized, featuring a flower bed and a grape trellis, under which a tea table and several chairs were arranged. Bai Ling welcomed Liu Xiaochuan into the house, where her parents were home and delighted to see their daughter and her family. Bai Ling introduced Liu Xiaochuan to her parents, and he promptly greeted them. Bai Ling's father, in his 60s, had neatly arranged silver hair and wore a pair of reading glasses. Though not particularly tall, he stood with a straight posture. Liu Xiaochuan immediately discerned that he must be a retired official from the bureaucracy, likely a leader. He pondered whether Bai Ling might indeed be a child of privilege. After moving the belongings, Liu Xiaochuan prepared to take his leave, but Bai Ling naturally objected. The 2 elderly individuals warmly urged him to stay for a cup of tea before departing. The Bai residence was quite spacious, with a wall in the living room lined with bookshelves filled with various volumes. Liu Xiaochuan quickly glanced over them and noted a significant number of historical texts. Clearly, the elder gentleman was also a history enthusiast who had spent considerable time reading after retirement. Bai Ling briefly introduced Liu Xiaochuan to her father, and when she mentioned their initial encounter on the train discussing history, Bai's eyes sparkled with interest. "Young man, do you also enjoy studying history?" he inquired. Liu Xiaochuan humbly replied, "I have merely perused a few books at the library for entertainment. I cannot claim to be a serious scholar." His gaze fell upon a copy of Ming history on the coffee table, prompting him to ask, "Bai Yi, it seems you have delved deeply into Ming history." "Indeed. I am retired and have the leisure to read it several times. I suppose I have some understanding." "Have you read Ming history?" Bai Yi asked. Liu Xiaochuan responded, "I have read some, though my knowledge is limited and cannot compare to your expertise." The publication of those things about the Ming dynasty significantly promoted the popularization of Ming history. Decades later, with the rise of online literature, many time travel novels featured the late Ming period. Numerous online scholars discussed issues pertaining to the late Ming, and Liu Xiaochuan had read many discussions, thus possessing a certain level of understanding. In this age, due to limited avenues for acquiring knowledge, there are not many young people well-versed in history. Bai Yi, noticing Liu Xiaochuan's genuine understanding, became intrigued. "Young man, what do you think were the primary reasons for the fall of the Ming dynasty?" Regarding this question, discussions online were numerous and could fill an entire day. Liu Xiaochuan contemplated for a moment and replied, "Bai Yi, I offer only my humble opinion, and if I err, please do not take offense." "Not at all. A discussion without stakes has no right or wrong," Bai Yi replied, genuinely eager to hear the young man's insights. His own daughter had graduated in history, yet she had showered this young man with praise. The reasons for the fall of the Ming dynasty are undoubtedly multifaceted: land consolidation, natural disasters, peasant uprisings, the rise of the later Jin, and the obstinacy and lack of leadership of Emperor Chongzhen, alongside the accumulation of wealth by landlords and merchants. Any one of these factors could have been the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Yet, one often overlooked reason is the insufficiency of silver, which led to economic stagnation. Seeing Bai Yi listening intently and not interrupting, Liu Xiaochuan continued, "The Ming dynasty did not produce silver in abundance. It primarily flowed into the empire through trade with Europe and Japan, becoming the official currency. However, towards the end of the Ming, both Spain and the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan restricted the outflow of silver, causing the Ming to suddenly lose its source of currency, resulting in a shortage. In essence, the financial chain was severed." Bai Yi, having read little world history, was unaware of this point. Liu Xiaochuan's explanation struck him as profoundly reasonable. It appears that history must not only be viewed in a longitudinal perspective, but also in a lateral one. When one considers issues from the vantage of world history, the answers gleaned can differ significantly. "Young man, it is remarkable that you are able to perceive this dimension." Old Mr. Bai gave Liu Xiaochuan a thumbs up. Liu Xiaochuan had merely encountered this knowledge online, acting as a mere conveyor of information. After exchanging a few more words, he noticed the time and prepared to take his leave, but old Mr. Bai insisted on hosting him for dinner, eager to continue discussing history afterward. Liu Xiaochuan hastily declined, feeling it inappropriate to intrude upon the family's reunion. Seeing Liu Xiaochuan's determination to depart, old Mr. Bai had no choice but to provide him with a home phone number, inviting him to visit whenever he wished. According to Bai Ling, Liu Xiaochuan had gifted them half a sheep, prompting old Mr. Bai to retrieve a jar of tea leaves from his bookshelf as a token of gratitude for Bai Ling. Upon receiving it, Liu Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised to find it was preaching Ming Longjing tea, reinforcing his belief that old Mr. Bai must have held a significant position in the past. Otherwise, how could an ordinary individual have access to such exquisite tea? Even wealth does not guarantee its procurement. As Yu Qingjun escorted Liu Xiaochuan to the door, a middle-aged man, approximately 10 years older, rode into the courtyard on a bicycle. Yu Qingjun introduced him as Bai Ling's elder brother, and Liu Xiaochuan greeted him with a nod in return. Yu Qingjun informed his brother-in-law that he was seeing off a friend. His brother-in-law, perplexed, entered the house, wondering how his sister's husband had such a young acquaintance in Xinping County. As Liu Xiaochuan started the car, he rolled down the window and could not resist asking, "You Gu, given old Mr. Bai's demeanor, he must have been a leader in the past, right?" Their rapport had developed to a point where Yu Qingjun felt comfortable disclosing, "My father-in-law used to be the county party secretary in your district, but he has been retired for several years. That was my brother-in-law. He was just promoted to deputy county head last year." Liu Xiaochuan mused to himself, "Goodness, Bai Ling is indeed a second-generation official." After leaving the county town, he went to Hequan town to pick up his parents and second sister before returning home, where darkness had already descended. Upon hearing Liu Xiaochuan's car enter the village, his second aunt approached him. She had completely transformed her demeanor, now maintaining a very amicable relationship with Liu Xiaochuan's family, at least on the surface. The second aunt informed Zhao Cuiping that Liu Xiaochuan's two aunts had visited to see his grandmother today, but they did not stay long before departing. Liu Xiaochuan found this fortuitous, as he was concerned about any potential awkwardness between his father, Liu Jinyu, and his eldest aunt. Fortunately, he had managed to avoid the encounter today. Tomorrow, he was to visit his two uncles and younger aunt, but as for his eldest aunt's household, he certainly would not be going, especially considering that they had neglected to invite Liu Jinyu to their son's wedding. Such behavior was decidedly inconsiderate. With relatives like his eldest aunt and younger uncle, it was better not to maintain contact. After 2 more days of family visits, on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling prepared to return to Fengyang, as work was set to resume on the 7th. As the deputy director, Yu Qingjun naturally had to lead by example and not delay his responsibilities. Since it had been agreed to travel back to the provincial capital together, Liu Xiaochuan arose early and drove to the county town. However, despite his early start, he encountered a delay, as old Mr. Bai engaged him in conversation for over an hour upon his arrival, only ceasing when Bai Ling and the others grew impatient.